Well, well, well. Merry Christmas Eve's Christmas Eve. Did you see yChK get absolutely bodied? I did not. Do you see leaked docs? Which docs? Gym flares are coping about sumo deadlifting not being easier. Uh-oh. All right, what do we got loaded up for today?
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you.
I rarely ever see this kind of thing from like a Mr. Beast. Some YouTubers are blaming you for them not being invited to the White House. It was insane. I know, dude, because obviously everyone wants to present false narratives. It is ridiculous to think, it is absolutely ridiculous to think that like a guy known for loving horsecock and another guy known for being banned for saying you should kill Black Lives Matter protesters with a car because it's gotten too far was actually going to be super.
I never got banned for that, but okay, we're just like saying whatever, I guess. All right. And I never mentioned getting ran over by a car, but okay. We're just saying whatever, I guess. What was the name of the club that Hassan went to again in Germany? Okay.
Super controversial in the same way that a guy who fucking has the same position on China as the American State Department is. Like, it's ridiculous. I myself am mired in controversy, but of course my controversies are more so relatively lower level controversies in comparison to shit like that they.
It super depends on what you're talking about, and it super depends on what your audience is. I'm not going to be I'm going to be honest, okay? I've said edgy shit and Vosh has said edgy shit. If I had to guess between me, Vosh, and Hassan, if I had to guess what the two most unpopular statements are collectively, that if all of them went out to the American public, that we've ever, like the controversy we got in trouble for, my guess would actually be that the two most unpopular ones, coming in second place would probably be maybe Vosh's Glass Israel comment, just because so many Americans are like Israeli simps, because that's just, if you're older, you're political, you just are. That would probably be a big one. And the first one is going to be Hassan's 9/11 comment was fucking wild, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure he had to go on the Young Turks and like fucking disavow that. Yeah, what a weird, it's so weird for him to pretend that like, oh yeah, like I'm so like media safe. Like, no, you're not. I mean, like for like social media you are, but like for mainstream media, I don't think so. That, yeah, that 9/11 comment would be wild. I'm pretty sure most Americans would be like super, super, super ass mad over that. It's unbelievable to me that he gets away with the State Department position line. Control F acknowledge. Oh, yeah, also, yeah, that's probably not true at all, too, yeah.
I find to be disgusting. Ultimately, though, I am under the recognition that, yes, I look toxic to the Democratic Party apparatus. Of course I do. I say piss, shit, dick, cunt, right? That's it. You're automatically disqualified.
Okay.
These people don't understand how the Democratic Party operates. These are the things that you can't even say to open the fucking door to any sort of collaborative effort. It doesn't work that way. Okay? Like, there's an insane amount of stuff that would make me absolutely a massive problem to collaborate within the Democratic Party. And it goes beyond, like, my America deserved 9/11 comments. Okay? Where the fuck was I? Oh, we were gonna do the immigration story. So, yesterday I talked about Ashley St. Clair, talking about how, like, there's immigrants at the airport, and that's fucking terrifying.
Okay. I don't know what set him off or triggered him for this. What is Darius doing? We hit our tattoo sub goal. Most liked image under this tweet I will tattoo on myself or go to a professional if it's complicated. I think I'm having anxiety. I think I'm having, like, general anxiety. It's actually triggering the fuck out of me. It's a little bit better today. The shit in my mouth. The first day I almost went back to the dentist, like, take it off. My teeth aren't that bad. I don't care. This is insane. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. Yesterday was also bad. Today's better. It doesn't hurt. It's not the pain. It's just having shit in my mouth. It's causing my saliva all the time, and now I think I'm getting a sore throat from swallowing too much. It's fucking driving me crazy. Okay. 4 months.
Let me just get on to it. You say first of all, I don't care about the death of Palestinian children. Yes, I do care. I care very deeply about it. But I also know that the responsibility for their deaths lies on Hamas, which has misgoverned their society for the last 16 years and now has been leading the country into being in a war with Israel. So yes, it's on Hamas this. As for seeing wars, by the way, I just mentioned about seeing wars because as far as I can see, you're very ill-traveled as well as rather ill-lettered and ill-spoken. And I mention that I cover wars and go to wars because I happen to think myself that it's...
Isn't Cenk from Turkey? Is Cenk ill-traveled? Will your ortho make a retainer for you after you finish for sleeping at night? I'm pretty sure anytime you have a dental correction, I'm pretty sure you always need a retainer for the rest of your life. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
It's worth seeing things with your own eyes, including things that you don't particularly like, but you report the truth. I don't know if you ever even leave your own bedroom. And I can tell already that you don't, because you've already said something that demonstrates you know nothing about this conflict. You have just demonstrated it in the following terms. You said that this is why we need to push for a two-state solution and give legitimacy to the Palestinian Authority. I'll tell you something you don't know, because I guess you spent no time in the West Bank, have you? I'll tell you something you probably don't know. The Palestinian Authority, Fatah, celebrated the 7th of October massacres. I'll give you another fact which demonstrates...
Someone apparently made a documentary called The Fall of Minneapolis, arguing that significant parts of evidence in the George Floyd case were suppressed to the detriment of the cops and presenting the evidence. Okay.
You know nothing about this and clearly haven't ever visited...
Invisalign feels so unnecessary for you. My biggest issue is that, I'm going to be honest, I just don't like flossing, okay? Fuck flossing. Maybe I'll get into it as a habit. Maybe I should. But one of my teeth at the bottom are a little bit turned, and I'll have tartar that builds up on the bottom because it's harder to brush because it's turned a little bit. So I figure if I make all my teeth straight, there's a functional benefit of they're easier to brush, and we still don't have to floss, okay? Boom. Easy.
visited any Palestinians in the West Bank as I have. If there was an election tomorrow in the West Bank, the reason why there isn't one is because if there was an election tomorrow in the West Bank, Hamas would win. So your idea of a two-state solution, I'm afraid you are so out of date, and you really should leave your bedroom, because in this region, nobody thinks that there is a two-state solution on the table because there is not a viable negotiating partner. But I just want to make one other main point. You have gone on and on tonight, throwing accusations out against the Jewish state, against me. It's the sort of thing you do. I know you're a sort of online pugilist and think you can run.
Well, okay, is it just him insulting Cenk the entire time? This is him owning. I loved every second of Douglas K. outclassing Cenk Uyghur. He's just shitting. He's just attacking him. What is the? Have you looked into water picking? I don't know what the fuck a water pick is. Do you use mouthwash? No. Why the fuck would I use mouthwash?
Brush easy. If this is your first use, the pump. 2 till water. Turn from your bag out and move along gum line. Pausing briefly.
I refuse to believe this is anywhere near. If you were gonna floss, I really would just floss. This is water pick actually like. I don't. Whatever.
For office, and good luck with that. But I'd just like to point out that you only really get animated if the Jews are involved. And I can tell that for the following reason. I mean, your surname's Uyghur, isn't it? 1 million Uyghur Muslims in China have been put in concentration camps in the last decade. And people of your...
Wait, people are saying they do that at the dentist? I have never gotten... Every dentist I've gone to, I'm pretty sure, has always physically flossed. They always get the actual rope out and then, yeah.
Or ilk never really care about that, do you? Because it's not the Jews doing it, it's the Chinese Communist Party. At the moment, 1 million...
They do both. Am I just unlucky? I have never in my life been to a dentist that's used a water pick, ever. I hope you guys aren't retarded and you're not mixing up when they just rinse your mouth out with water. You're not mixing that up with a water pick, are you? All right, well, I'll check. Next time I go, I'll check, I guess. You're retarded? Okay.
1 million people who are in Pakistan at the moment, who are your fellow Muslims and who happen to be Afghan, and I don't think you care about them, do you? 1 million Afghans are currently being forcibly deported from Pakistan to Afghanistan. You don't care about that. You're not riled up about that. You're not riled up about what the Janjaweed are currently doing in Sudan, where thousands and
they use water to remove plaque. When I go to the dentist, what do they normally do? I think the first thing is you use a thing to scrape away tartar. Then I think they do flossing. Then they'll use an electric toothbrush to polish, and then they like rinse with water or whatever. I don't think I've ever had somebody use a water pick ever in my entire life. And I've done like 5, 10. How many dentist trips have I done in the past years? I don't go to the dentist that often, I guess. But I've never in my life had somebody. They use a special toothbrush, though? They just use a boring-ass, normal, spinny fucking toothbrush. What do you mean? Destiny, they floss with, like, the thread stuff? Yes, every dentist I've ever been to, they'll take the thread stuff out and they'll reach in and they'll floss. Every single dentist I've been to. They brush fluoride foam. I've been to a fluoride foam. I did that once, I think, but I don't normally... Holy shit. Just drink bleach, it's fine. You guys are wild. Okay.
Thousands of people are being attacked by the Islamist militia there. You don't care about any of that. You get exercised and you rile up what little base you have of malcontents because you're riled up when the Jews do anything.
All right,
it's
Cenk.
perfectly
Jesus.
obvious.
Okay, Cenk.
Wow.
But anyway.
Eroga201, thanks for the $4.99. The needle-like thing they poke you with, just high-pressure water. Do you at least scrape your tongue? I don't think you need to do that cringe shit. I think if you just brush your tongue with a toothbrush, if you brush it firmly at the end, I think that's fine. I don't think you need a fucking tongue scraper. I think that's shit they sell to retards to make you think that like you're doing some extra special fucking... What is this?
Well, you know, there's people that voted for Biden that are doing it now. They're like, what did I do?
Right.
Like, what did I choose? Like, how is this guy?
Yeah, you just can't listen to an interview or he's saying some of the stuff he says that just makes no sense at all. It's like you can't listen to those interviews and feel like you made a good decision. I don't know how you could.
Did you hear what he said like yesterday or a couple days ago?
Mm-mm.
He was talking about the Revolutionary War. He's like, one of the reasons why we lost the Revolutionary War, one of the problems with the Revolutionary War was they didn't have enough airports.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
I saw that. Like,
Have you
what
seen
the
that?
hell?
Like, pull him.
It's
Imagine
crazy.
If you had any other job and you were talking like that,
Yeah.
they would go, hey, you're done.
If you talk
Oh no.
like that to a doctor at your
Yeah.
medical exam to fight, they'd be
Yeah.
like, okay, like obviously you're not fighting. You would also, here's 8 weeks of being helped out by a professional, like
right. You might not ever do anything again.
No, it's
yeah.
it's one of the wildest things ever.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And the media gaslighting you to protect. It's just people are so afraid of Trump being in office and
Yeah.
Republicans being in office.
You know,
A few moments later.
hanging out with the guy, I'm like, man.
Well, you know, it's just the media narrative. I mean, so many people were fed this lie that the Russia collusion.
Yeah.
Was this?
Is this the video you're talking about?
Let me see what this one says. I don't think it is.
By the way, the same stable genius that said the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War is we didn't have enough airports.
Oh no. Oh no. Does that mean Joe Rogan's not gonna be able to get any job again ever for the rest of his life?
Whoa.
Yeah, that's it.
Whoa.
All right,
What?
just for the record,
Is that fake?
it's not fake.
He was
but
talking about
he
somebody
was
else.
referencing Trump saying that.
Wait, did Trump actually say that?
Here's what Trump's saying it in 2019.
Oh.
Donald Trump said something about that. He didn't say Jesus. He said a stable genius, and that's where the transcription.
Let me hear what it says. What did he say?
In June of 1775, the Continental Congress created a unified army out of the revolutionary forces encamped around Boston and New York, and named after the great George Washington, Commander-in-Chief. The Continental Army suffered a bitter winter of Valley Forge, found glory across the waters of the Delaware, and seized victory from Cornwallis of Yorktown. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he,
Well, I mean, like, well, okay, hold on. If Biden said it, the only possible explanation is that Biden has dementia and his Alzheimer's addled brain just made it impossible for him to even think of what he was fucking talking. And he thought we were actually flying planes. But if Trump said it, I mean, like, maybe it was like a bad speechwriter on the teleprompter, and he just wasn't sure, and he read it, and he just wasn't thinking. This guy's been traveling a lot, okay,
He fucked up.
Yeah, he did.
What's he
But
gonna
I
say?
feel
Hold
like
on.
Took over the airport.
you can tell too. It sounds like a little different. He's like, you could tell he like messed up his words, but yeah. He was just, I don't know.
Took over the airport.
Well, that's the thing about media these days. It's like
right.
You got to look into it.
Well,
COVID rotted his brain. It happened, bro. It was all the ivermectin he took when he got sick, I guess. Is the Joe Rogan subreddit like, have they turned on Rogan or? Here's another one. They're hate watchers.
Did you see that video? There's a video that was going around today of people in Chicago that are furious that the government is giving so much money to all of these immigrants that have illegally migrated into Chicago.
No, I didn't see that.
They're giving them cell phone and $1,200 whatever it is, and
Yeah.
these people are fucking freaking out.
Yeah.
And these people that were Democrats, they're like,
Yeah.
hey, if Trump wants to talk to us, come talk to us. Like,
Yeah,
we're tired of this
yeah,
shit.
yeah.
And I'm like, wow, this
Yeah.
is wild to see. And these people are waking up. Like, why are you giving people that aren't even from here all this money and a free phone and all this shit? You're not giving anything to us?
That is fucked. It's like
fucked.
I think those people deserve, but that's like we're seeing this like, why aren't regular people getting that same shit? Why doesn't everybody just get that? Why is that person getting special treatment where it's like we're just fucked? I mean,
Well,
that's
they
the
shouldn't-
safety net.
They
shit.
shouldn't get it either. What they're doing is they're trying to buy votes. That's what I think they're doing. They're trying to get rid of voter ID, and they're trying to bring people in or allow people to get in and make it easy for them to travel all around the country. And if someone like let you in the country, wouldn't you vote for them?
But they can't vote, can they?
Well, what if they can?
But
they're talking about not having voter ID.
But you have
what do you think that they were talking about it in New York? They were going to try to make it so that if you weren't a citizen, you could still vote in New York.
Interesting.
That was something that was discussed, right?
I don't know, because my dad
Google
can't
that thing
vote.
about New York.
I think it was discussed, but I don't know that's
Attempts to have people that were immigrants capable of voting in New York, whatever you would search it under. But
my dad straight can't vote, and he's been here, 40 years or 50, 40 something.
if they start changing things, look, why else would you want that many people to cross over? I would want those people to cross over if I wanted one of two things. I wanted chaos, or B, I wanted voters.
Yeah.
It's like that's what Wild Country did.
Is this like the journey of like every person that turns conservative? Is there like a group of beliefs that you always combine it? Because like I remember my parents telling me this when I was a kid, right? That that illegal immigrants are being shipped over by buses by Democrats to go and vote. Is this just like a thing you just kind of have to believe as you get older, or?
Yeah.
It's the same kind of
but
deal.
also, well,
here.
Oh yeah.
Struck down. Okay. State Supreme Court judge from Staten Island said, click on it so I can read it. So, State Supreme Court judge from Staten Island said the measure, which would have allowed more than 800,000 non-citizens to vote, violated the state constitution. So, they're trying to pass this measure. Imagine what would be the motivation? What would be the motivation of allowing people that are illegal aliens?
Well, they're permanent
to
legal
vote?
residents.
Permanent legal residents.
So they're basically like guys like my dad who've been
So these
here
are just
and don't
people
have
that are not
citizenship.
American citizens.
Yeah. Somebody with their green. I mean, some people never. Like
That's
I said,
a green.
I don't
Yeah,
think-
they're a permanent resident. Permanent resident is a green card holder, and then from residency, after some level, 3 to 5 years, you can apply for citizenship. Is what they're talking about.
that is ever going to become a citizen.
Also only applied to local.
So non-citizens, what's the technical term for a non-citizen? If you're not a citizen,
Isn't it a resident?
You're here.
Illegal resident.
Illegal resident.
No, legal.
Legal.
Yeah.
So do you have a green card?
Yeah, green card.
That's
Forever?
what. Yes, that's what a legal resident is, and I'm pretty sure you can indefinitely maintain a green card. I don't think you have to apply for citizenship, right?
Like, or is it? Does it expire?
Age and residency requirements.
Age and residency requirements.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, look, you could debate that, but it's not the same as illegal immigrants. It's like
paying
people,
rent.
it's basically people that have been in that place and they don't want to become citizens. They
Right.
could be able to vote for municipal elections, not national elections.
But if you are a Democrat or if you're a Republican, let's see it
Yeah.
on the other side. Imagine you're a Republican and you do this and you say, we're going to let people who aren't even citizens vote. Who do you think those people are going to vote for? They're going to vote for the people that are allowing them to vote.
Yeah.
That's such a reductionist, stupid fucking take. I don't think any fucking like policy ever works that simply. Like, oh, I just do this one thing, I get all of their votes. Like, bro. Destiny, do you think non-citizens should vote at any level? School councils, for instance, at the federal level, non-citizens are counted to determine the way that reps in the House are divided, but obviously can't vote. I mean, if you're being calculated for representatives of the House, you should be able to vote. I don't know. I don't talk about that much because I think it's annoyingly divisive, but I think there are strong arguments for illegals being able to vote in certain types of elections based on what their status is in a particular community. Like if you're an illegal citizen of the United States, but if you live in a local community, if you own a house and you're paying property taxes, and if your kid is going to a school under DACA on a legal name, like the idea that you can't vote for like the school superintendent, that's kind of weird. You're paying your taxes. You might be paying taxes from a job and from your property taxes that go to the school. You're sending your kid to school. You're supporting like the fact that you can't. Yeah, I think there are strong arguments in that direction, but voting and everything is fucking AIDS. And 90% of the people that have strong opinions on it don't vote anyway, so it's just fucking cringe.
Just especially if you're not politically savvy. Now,
It is kind of like the
imagine
old, it's like fucking Tammany Hall, like in Gangs of New York, where it's like you vote like 4 times and they
Right.
just bring the fucking Irish people off the boats and like shave your mustache and go vote again, like that kind of shit.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of that.
Well, that's the old, yeah, that's how it always used to be.
That's how they always did it. But the thing is, it's like if you wanted the laws on voting to be more lax, and you wanted citizens that are here, but they're not legal, they're not
right.
You could
or legal,
or not legal.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
next.
I don't think you'd be able to get anybody to fucking go.
How
for
are
that.
you trying to get people to vote for someone who's not a citizen voting?
Well,
That's always been the thing. Like you cannot vote if you're not a citizen.
I guess just reading off that, right? I don't know anything else. That to me, I don't know that I would have to think about it, but it's like what they're saying is if you've been here a while, you're a legal resident, you're part of this community, you pay taxes, you do all that stuff, you can vote in local municipal elections. You can't vote for fucking senator, you can't vote for fucking president, you can vote for alderman, you can vote for fucking state house representative because they directly affect your thing, which is at least a reasonable argument as opposed to a non-citizen can have the full legal protection.
I don't think people, you're either like a citizen or an illegal. I don't think people have like there's no difference in their brain or there's no like gradient between those, I think. What allows that cross into ability to vote threshold? Is it the tax that you're only curious? I mean, if you're making some investment in a community and you live there, and then you're directly impacted by the rules and regulations, it's interesting to think that you might still have no voice or no say in how those things are ran. I think that's an interesting thing to think about. Like technically that's kind of sort of what caused like the American Revolutionary War, right? Where people that had no representation in a certain political body, but were still subject to the rules and regulations thereof. Not to say it's 1-to-1, but like. What is this Reddit post? Jesus. Don't care about this. 1 hour and 50-minute Britney video. I don't think so. There's no shot.
Hello?
Oh, he picked up. He picked up, everybody. Yes, once a week. And then on the weekends, I do Discord events. So, and I take calls throughout the week. So the next thing is TikToks. Just post. You know what it means? Don't you know what it means? And Papa Gut said the same thing. thing. If he gets divorced, milk it. If we get divorced, milk it. The idea that you would brag, go on platforms, claim to take down the red pill. By the way, good job on making the red pill look like winners, you fucking loser. Okay? Like, you idiot. Like, you literally went, bragged about your fucking relationship, which you knew was inherently toxic. You knew it when you were on this podcast. You knew you were lying to those people. You dummy. You knew you were lying, okay? You get on these fucking podcasts, claim you brought down the red pill. The red pill just got fucking vindicated up the ass. And now, because, and this is what's always my pet peeve with Destiny, taking down the red pill. He's just as toxic as them. Why is he pretending he's a contender?
God, fuck. It's so cringe because the difference between me and Brittany is I'll give generic relationship advice. I don't prescribe my life to everybody. Brittany legitimately thinks she lives the best life and everybody should copy it. Everybody should date to do whatever. Everybody should, what does she call it? Dating to, fuck, she had a name. Courting. Everybody should do what I do. Blah, 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 blah. She literally, God, it's so fucking annoying. Oh.
Like, why are we acting like this wasn't, hello? Anyways. Okay. Anyways, that's the difference. Yeah, dude. I brag about my relationship. I talk about it as a skill. I learned a tool. I learned to find a healthy relationship. I think I did something great. I went to therapy. I got the fucking help I needed. I read the books I needed. I did the work I needed. I go to the gym like I need. Well, I work out at home. I did what I needed to change my life, to transform as a person. And I'm living proof of it. And if you catch me in a lie, you better fucking rip me apart. But you gotta catch me in the lie first because I don't fucking lie. I'm not lying to you. And I'm not lying about what I'm saying.
That is true. Brittany doesn't lie. Most of the statements she makes are so vague that it's like hard to even call them a lie because they're just kind of like worthless statements.
Can you make a video about how to have intimacy with a partner, both physically, mentally, and emotionally, and how to know if that intimacy is inappropriate? Yes, I will work on a video. Yesterday, the stream went really well with conversation. We talked a lot about that. I'm a hardcore, like, transparent communicator. My partner and I tell each other everything. We just, like, vomit everything that's in our head to each other. So that's how we decided to do our relationship. It's not a one-size-fits-all. You might not like that in your relationship, but a big part of that helps with like feeling secure in the relationship, but also enjoying every thought our partner has. Like, oh, that's interesting. That's amazing. Thank you. It's like really exciting to hear someone you love more than the universe like tell you their inner thoughts. Like, how exciting. So I think that makes for a better intimacy life because then we're not embarrassed or afraid to say something. We're not embarrassed to try something. But I think there are even boundaries within that kind of relationship that says like things could be inappropriate, like pushing your partner beyond their like comfort zone or doing something like that. So yes, I'll do a podcast on it. I'm working on it for next week. I think it'll be a good one. Yeah. Did he say that in private? Because I don't remember him saying he rejects solo therapy. No, he said that on stream in the last few weeks. He said that solo therapy doesn't seem to work for him, but couples therapy was doing really well. That's usually a red flag to me, but you do. Could be fine. You know.
What is the red flag?
You're so right because I've been watching his videos recently and it's so clear that he still does not get how bad that mistake of his was. He just includes it in a broad range of mistakes. Yeah, that's the problem. He like downplays it. So Melina upplays it. She like exaggerates the abuse, and then Destiny downplays the abuse. So the abuse is somewhere in the middle where they're both toxic and they're both abusing one another, but they want someone else to be more of the victim, and there is no real victim in the story. They're both victims of themselves. They're victims of their ego. They're victims of their self. Like they're victims of both their tiny violins. I'm more of a victim. They're both claiming to be like the victim, but the victim here is us. I'm just kidding. The victim is themselves. They're victimizing themselves. They're playing victim because they're abusing each other. But like, you know, that's just toxic relationships. Like what Destiny says, like, no shot, Brittany doesn't fight in her relationship. Everyone fights. Not everyone lies, cheats, or yells at their partner or cusses them out, my bro. I've never seen my parents in 30 plus years of marriage.
What is that? What does everybody fights translates to everybody lies, cheat? Wait, what? Okay.
They do not cuss at each other or fight each other. You crazy people. People be so toxic, they don't even know. They out themselves. There's no way, no shot. Like, bro, some of us just love our partners. I hate to tell you that. Some of us love the people that we're with enough to be the kindest, most patient with those people. I love my partner more than anyone on this planet. I'm going to give him all of my patience, all of my consideration.
Why is she still going in on you? It can't all be spite, can it? It's it's that BPD split moment, you know? She'll be obsessed with me until the end of time.
The idea that I would turn my anger on him, like, to the point where I'm inappropriately abusing him? Absolutely not. And if I ever did, he would be justified in talking shit about me. But at the same time, like, we practice not doing that. And again, if I get divorced in 10 years, you guys can make as much content about my failed relationship as you want, girls. Because I am bragging, because I know for a fact I have an amazing relationship. And I know that I chose the right person because I did the work on myself before I even met him.
How could you possibly know that this relationship is going to last for the rest of your life when you, like, probably collectively spent like a few months with this person in real life up to this point? Like, what? Like, that's delusional. Whether a relationship works or not, what a delusional take.
He did the work on himself before he met me. You know what I mean? We had both gone to solo therapy. We had both read books. We had both done our things. Well, I read books more than he reads books, but like he watched a lot of videos. Like we did a lot of shit. We read a lot of things. Okay, we did a lot of fucking work before we met each other. So I am bragging. I am. And again, if I get divorced, please make as much content. I will watch all of it, and I'll even super chat you. Yeah, wait, what? Speaking of toxicity, I think it's kind of crazy that Nick continues to have a relationship with Lav after Lav said she's going to sleep with him and ruin him and Kyla's marriage. I don't know why anyone talks to Lav, but again, I think it's like the denial. Lav's crazy, Mr. Girl is crazy. I am not on the same page as them. I'm not making any accusations in relation to them. I do not think of Destiny the way they think of Destiny. I think toxic is just toxic is just toxic. I don't think Destiny's some ringleader. I just think he's like a kid with a knife who's like waving it around, and he's like, why doesn't anyone want to get close to me? And then everyone's like, oh, he's just a kid with a knife. Let me get him to put down the knife. And then when they try to approach him and he's like cutting them, they're like, oh, it's okay. He doesn't know what he's doing. And Destiny goes, yeah, what am I doing? Like he doesn't even know. He's so stupid. Like he doesn't even know. He's so not introspective. He doesn't even know he's like doing this. And then he goes, why don't I have real friendships? Why don't I know how to have them? And then the people who are around him.
Brittany is, for the history, if you don't know, Brittany's triggered because she makes a living ostensibly talking about like resolving issues with yourself and blah, 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 blah. And for some of these things, she's okay. But in some areas, like most level 2s, she has huge blind spots because she can never get out of her own bubble and actually like introspect or observe herself from another person's point of view. One of those huge blind spots is trauma. We had a conversation about trauma where I found out very quickly that she has absolutely no idea about anything related to trauma. But the issue is apparently Brittany's staked a huge part of her professional and her personal stake like on her evaluation of her trauma. And I think the issue is, as we had a conversation, for her to change the way that she views trauma or how people goes through trauma, these Invisalign things are driving me fucking crazy, would require her to like rework a significant amount of herself, or accept that like, fuck, maybe I made mistakes, or maybe my response has been, I didn't do as good a job, or blah, 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 some shit like this. And so now she had like, I'm like the most like hugest fucking enemy that I guess I can ever, or that Brittany can like ever see or whatever. So the only possible way for her to like resolve this dissonance in her mind is I have to be like the worst type of human being in the world. The least introspective, the most toxic, the most horrible, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera type of person. Yeah.
Are going to be in denial and be like, oh, he just needs to be talked to the right way. You just need to talk to him the right way. You just need to coddle him the right way. This 35-year-old man who claims he's the one who's facts, not feelings. I'm Ben Shapiro, facts, not feelings. Like, okay. And then that's fine. That's like total normal shit and bullshit circles. So anyways, I don't know. I don't trust Lav. I wouldn't associate with her in like more than a work capacity, which I was on a panel with her the other day. And everybody knows like I don't like Lav. I don't like liars. She absolutely lied and continues to lie on the internet. I don't like Max. I think he's a liar. I think he thinks he knows what's going on and he doesn't. I think he's shit. I think it's the dysfunction that he likes, right? Stop being dysfunctional, you know? Super Chat says he said 20-year-olds are children and then marry one. He did. That's what he said. And they said my wife is dumb, but she'll grow out of it maybe. Or maybe I'll see what she's like. Yeah. People are stupid. People are unaware. I'm swearing off men. Stop it, chat. Don't swear off the men. So what? I'm only going to be alive for another 40 years, bro. I'm getting old. And I'm not going to die on my deathbed knowing that I was nice to an abuser. I will be tolerant of you getting help. I will be there cheering you on if you get therapy.
So crazy that she was so nice to me for so long until we had that one disagreement publicly. It's not like she learned anything new. Really makes you think, huh? Jesus. She compared you to Andrew Tate on that stream. She said he's just like Andrew Tate aside from the sex trafficking. I am just like Andrew Tate. True. And based. Did she ever say something in person about cheating or lying? Never, not a single time. Of course not. Hey, Norman Finkelstein, this you're talking about the omniliberal's penis. Wanted to contact you about setting up a debate with Desi about the Israel-Hamas war. You guys are both big voices with totally different views on the issue. I run a channel called Playing with Fire, and one of the things I do is set up interesting debates with smart people. Let me know. Me. Don't be scared. Why would... Who said that? Oh, was this Alex's thing? Oh, Fire, I guess. She said you told her something in Miami, and that's why the change? I doubt it. Like I said, I don't think I hung out with her alone in Miami a single time. Not scared, but terrified. I'm reliably informed that Destiny's IQ is almost on par with his dick size in inches. Okay. What's the topic on the panel tonight? I'm not actually sure if there is a panel tonight. I thought there was, or I put one in my schedule, but yeah. She said you got pissed at her when you and Melina were offering relationship advice and she didn't accept it. Wait, Daxon. Wait, really? Link a timestamp of that. Wow, Azure39, thanks for the 4 gifted subs. Do you think Melina will do the Marquette interview? What? No. Is Firefighting coming back? Who knows? Do you have any comments on the secret she seems to be holding over your head? Brandon's not, nobody, bro. Never mind. Yeah. There are there's a lot of secrets that are out there that could completely destroy me, okay? There are so many secrets out here that could completely destroy me. And yeah, oh my God. It would be all over if any of these secrets ever leaked. It would be the end of the world for me, definitely. Yeah, definitely. So I do a bit of research into the Israel-Palestine history. Any tips on where someone should start if they want to be informed? I don't know, 1880, my dude. Maybe I'll get banned for this too, and I'm assuming that dude is already looking for the timestamp, but I remember her saying that she turned down you and Melina's relationship advice. Okay. Interesting that she says that. Well, if she shared that story, then I'll tell you that story. This is what I remember from this, okay? Me, Melina, Abba, and Brittany were all at a dinner place. This is what happened. It's so weird that she would say that because it's just so inconsequential. Azure39, thanks for the gift of 100 subs. This is my recollection of events. Now, I might not be correct, or maybe I'm misremembering, but I welcome any of the other people at that dinner. If they want to comment on the conversation, feel free to. This is what I remember. I think we were sitting there, and I think I asked the question. I think I asked a question, something along the lines of like, are you worried that you're getting engaged to somebody that you've only ever seen in real life for 1 week, and you're already getting engaged and planning on moving across the world? And I think when I asked that question, the feeling that I got, because I'm an empath, remember, the feeling I got from Brittany is, I think she got really upset that I asked that question. Just me asking it, I think, triggered her, because I think her response was, I don't want any relationship advice from you guys, blah, 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 blah. I think she said something like that, and that was it. We didn't talk about that forever, for the rest of the night. That we didn't ever bring that up again. That's my recollection of how that thing went. I don't think I gave any advice. I don't remember anybody else at the table giving any advice. I don't think anybody did shit. I think I just asked that one question because I was curious, because I think at that point, I don't know if it was public yet, but at that point I think she said like she just got engaged. And I was like, oh yeah, are you worried about this? I'm curious. I think that's a normal question. You've only seen this guy in real life for 1 week and you're moving across the world for him. Like that's crazy. But I asked that and she got really upset. She got almost triggered that I even asked the question. And I was like, oh, never mind. And that's it. That's literally what she said happened. Oh, okay. Yeah, but there was no advice given. I didn't tell her it was a bad idea. I wasn't critical of her relationship. I didn't say anything. I was just asking a question. That's it. Could you get Abba to corroborate? I don't really want to. I don't like pull Abba into. Server shop. What do we have in a server shop for DGG? What the fuck is this? Oh, is this for admins, for me, or? Gave one mod 10 subs. Destiny, thoughts on the leaks of low tier gods BBC and it only being 6 inches. What? The way you framed the question implies it's a bad idea, no? No. Well, okay, sorry. Whew. Okay, hold on. I will find a middle ground here, okay? I will find the middle ground, okay? I swear to God, I will find the middle ground. I've been too, like, lenient or too soft on people that are just children, okay? I will find the middle ground. I think if that's a question that, the way that I phrase that, if that severely offends you, I just don't want anything to do with you. I don't want to have to walk on eggshells like that. If somebody were to ask me a question, like, you think it's kind of risky, like marrying Melina when she's so young, or that like this girl came from New Zealand to like live in LA, do you think it's risky? I'd be like, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, of course, obviously. I've said that a ton. Yeah, marrying young people. I would never get offended by a question like that. Like if you're doing something exceptional and somebody asks you a question, I was like, oh, are you worried about this? That would be like a normal question. Like, oh yeah, sure. Now, you could phrase it in a really offensive or really like aggressive way, and I would probably be a little bit irritated, but my phrasing was not aggressive or offensive because I had a lot of respect for Brittany at the time. Why would I do that? Why would I aggressively phrase it? Especially when all of my relationships are so unconventional, right? Yeah, so no, fuck Brittany if she got super ass mad about that. Destiny, LTG goes... Brittany said that she was upset and somewhat disappointed you didn't spend any time with her and try to build a real friendship with her. Okay. Don't you think it's kind of risky marrying Melina given her young age and previous history as being a cheater? I don't know if she had a history of being a cheater. I mean, doesn't it show that you care about her well-being to even ask her that? I don't know. She's just triggered. The reality is that she was probably insecure about it because other people maybe had been asking her or pestering her about it, and I just wasn't aware of that. And then I asked a question, and it happened to be like a tender spot for her. That's my guess, but I don't know. What is this?
Get a sorry ass. I know I'm getting fucking streams. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut your punk ass up. You fucking goddamn Balrog ass nigga. The fuck out of here, bitch. Nigga doing the same bullshit over and over again, just doing the same corny ass run. It was a fucking goddamn Jamarcus. Get this fucking goddamn degenerate urban piece of trash out of my fucking stream. Nigga doing the same shit over and over again. You fucking bitch ass nigga. Broke ass nigga. Wow, are we just waking up with shit? Hey, shut the fuck up, you fucking goddamn fucking Tyrone Marcus ass nigga. Shut your pussy ass up.
Oh my
Why
God.
these niggas always talking on a mic? You fucking go get a job or something. Niggas 5-something in the morning, 2:30, you fucking stalking ass Balrog.
Hey, are you streaming? Cause
shut your punk ass up. Man, shut your punk ass up, bro. Shut your punk ass up. Why is it? You know what? I'm not gonna share this. I refuse to share the screen with a nigga. I refuse to share the screen with a nigga. I refuse to share the screen with a nigga. It's just that simple. I refuse.
Jeez, Azure at 39. Thanks for the 100 gifted subs again.
To share the screen with a nigga. All he would have to do is shut up. I'm not playing no fucking goddamn games with a black ass nigga on the screen. I refuse. I refuse to do it. Nigga just had the fuck. Nigga just.
Oh, I didn't read the rest of this. I don't think that's Finkelstein, but whatever helps Destiny not debate him, I guess. What? Destiny literally tried setting up the debate 5+ times now, even through a different host this last time. Finkelstein keeps dodging. I don't know, maybe the fact that Finkelstein has barely mentioned Destiny's name, and I've heard Destiny call him retarded at least 3 times, undermines his academic achievements. He has none. And says his opinions are unhinged because of the loss of his tenure. I don't know, does it seem normal to you? For me? Yeah? What? Or at the very least, does it seem like Destiny's trying to debate him? What is it? What are we even saying here? Jesus. Okay.
What if somebody comes to you and tells you, God, the gods are dead?
Right.
And you know the word dead. Dead is gone.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
Where are we?
Well, I think it's real simple. God is dead. Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche is dead. God. Which one is true?
Nietzsche was not God.
No. Friedrich Nietzsche said, God is dead. My response to Friedrich Nietzsche is dead. God. The point is, God's not dead. What an incredible statement is that for Nietzsche to make? God is dead.
Yesterday you said the Lord, Jesus Christ, is God.
Yes?
But Jesus Christ is crucified, he's dead.
Hey, he rose from the dead.
Well, where is he?
Where is he?
Yeah.
He's in heaven.
Now he's dead then.
No, he's alive.
I mean, you know.
Oh,
when you
no.
die and you go to, when you die and you go to heaven, you're dead. I mean, you're not in life. That's my, philosophy of interpreting your words. I don't know whether I'm there or not. That's how I interpret your words. Am I correct?
All right. Let's go over it step by step. He died on a cross. He was put in a tomb.
Oh, we know that. We know the story. We know everything.
I don't think you all do.
We know
Maybe
the
you do.
story.
I don't think everybody here does.
Yes, we know it. Everybody knows. Everybody. Well,
he was put in a tomb. A stone was rolled in front of the tomb. A Roman guard was set to make sure that nobody would steal his body.
Yes, we know the
All
story.
of his disciples dispersed in disillusionment. Case closed. The guy's dead.
There we go.
3 days after that, they saw him risen from the dead.
No, that's right. I'm following. You're right. I agree. I know that. We know that. Everybody knows that.
So they saw Jesus over a period of 40 days. He appeared at different times in different places, risen from the dead.
That's right.
Then he ascended to heaven.
True.
So you ask me, where's Jesus now? Well, he's not over in Palestine. He ascended to heaven.
Well, my point, you probably didn't get my point. Do you believe, or do we have this great belief that Jesus Christ is returning to our planet?
He promised to return again.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yes, sir. He promised to return again. Correct.
So that's where you say he's still alive, somewhere, like you said, in heaven.
Yes.
That's your point.
Yes, sir.
That's kind of the definition of life is a little bit, I don't know, fluctuated here.
You bet.
Where is life? There is life like they are trying to find that there is life all over. I don't know.
Okay, good point.
What
I don't know either.
What is it?
Okay.
So we just believe, huh? We just have this belief.
No. Based on the historical...
Okay. Wait, I opened this and closed it because I thought this was like a random schizo poster. Is this STV Philly? Oh, no. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. Retarded, low IQ, dumb fuck, brain rot, bad faith, a liar, gaslighter. All things I've been called in this community, on the server, in chat. Never a point to be made. Never saying I'm wrong. 90% ad homs and slander. If anyone wants to find a specific, I'm all ears. But reading because someone doesn't have the exact same thoughts and opinions is unproductive. And honestly, is why GG has the reputation it does. I usually don't respond to you guys, but the fact that anyone took that Lily Chu tweet seriously shows the level of autism we were dealing with here. Not an insult, just a fact. DGG's reputation is toxic and unwelcoming to people who disagree with Destiny is correct, in my experience over the last year. How we know you're being sarcastic when every time you come on stream, you say the dumbest shit anyone had heard that month. From what well do I draw this good faith assumption that you are genuinely digging for dirt? Is this equally moronic tweet also just a joke? Never point to be made, never saying I'm wrong, 90% ad homs and son. Oh, wait. I thought he was going to. Brianna was going to guilt you into a position one way or the other. Oh, over Israel-Palestine. Weird how every pussy bitch orbiter says no one ever makes an argument when that's obviously not true. Every bitch orbiter copes. It's all because Destiny told you what to think and not because people, obviously disagreeing with you. GGG's reputation as toxic and unwelcoming to people who disagree with Destiny is correct. If it was up to me, you'd be perma'd into the deepest circle of logistical orbiter purgatory. I disagree with Destiny keeping you around at all. People that disagree with Destiny make the most compelling content. People that disagree with Destiny because their brains don't have the capacity to consider a hypothetical are annoying. Jesus. You're objectively wrong on Rittenhouse. Your takes on black gun crime are unwittingly racist as fuck, and you project this wannabe hood rat shit as someone that probably grew up middle class. I sincerely hope you find a more welcoming online community that can coddle your bitch ass. Jesus. Can someone give me dirt on her? There's no way she's completely unproblematic. Spill it all, LOL. Maybe it was a joke? I don't know, bro. I'm gonna be honest, like diving more to like I was like the least racist, I think, when I was like the most liberal, like the height of my liberalism. But like spending more time like interacting with and looking at like black communities and shit. Now I'm like, anytime I see a black person, so you remember when you're like listening to like anybody have like old white conservative parents and they say some shit and they're like, get these thugs out of my yard, and you're like, oh shit. What do you mean by thugs, right? Anytime I hear like a black person talk about an Asian person or a Jewish person, I'm like, wait a second. What do you mean by he's up to something? What do you mean by it doesn't belong here? What do you mean by my brain is fucked? Okay, fuck me. I blame them. It's their fault. And by they, I mean whoever would be the most offensive person to slot in there. My parents don't say thugs. They just use the hard R. Based. Okay. I'd kill for your thoughts on Madoka. I thought it was okay. I feel like it was funny because my one friend was, I made her watch Steins Gate, and then she made me watch Madoka Magica, and she kept asking me during Steins Gate, she was like, is this inspired by Madoka Magica? And I'm like, no, Madoka Magica is like a magical girl thing. But now that I've watched all of Madoka, I'm like, oh, now I understand where this is coming from. Even though I think both these animes were released the same year. I will say one thing. One thing is, holy shit, the background drawings for anime have significantly improved over the last 10 years. One thing that I was a little bit embarrassed about for Steins Gate was like, damn, this is a sparsely drawn anime. Holy shit. But now I think I realize it has to do with like budgets and everything. And also, actually, to be fair, it has more to do with the fact that I'm comparing it with like the only other anime I've watched in the last 10 years is like Attack on Titan, which is like an ultra high budget anime. So maybe it's like not a fair comparison, you know? Are your Israel notes publicly available? Maybe tonight we'll make them available, you know? Death Note also is another anime I'm thinking, but that was also, I'm pretty sure Death Note was a really high budget anime as well, right? Did you like the weird experimental backgrounds used in Madoka when they were in the Witch's Labyrinth? Yeah, I thought that was really cute. I like the art style for that anime. I thought it was pretty good. I don't think I have any major complaints. If I was to make a complaint, maybe that like that anime could have been 2 seasons instead of like 12 episodes, because that's pretty that's pretty slim for an anime like that. I could have easily seen that anime being 24 episodes instead of 12, but maybe 12 is like a good length. I will say something that was funny to me was that for Madoka, the whatever those universal beings are that were in the cat, it's funny that for some things like, oh, that wish is too powerful, we can't grant that. Or like, we can only grant a wish of a certain power. But then for the one girl, it's like, can I just have like time travel? They're like, yeah, that's easily within our ability to like grant that wish. I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of funny. But yeah. Destiny, the budget topic is pretty controversial. We don't actually know how much money the studios are actually spending versus just drawing and the super good artists through rep. My understanding is, and I could be wrong, but my understanding is that animation is like one of the few things where if you pour money into it, you will get something out of it and it will look good. So far, at least forever. Like good animation so far, I think is timeless. We've gone through this conversation topic before on stream. I'm not gonna bring up all the anime examples, but like you can find like anime or OVAs from like 30 years ago that are that still look beautiful today. And it's just a matter of like how much time. You can't pull in an artist that can just magically draw 7,000 completely unique panels with unique animation and everything that works. Like that's not something that you can just draw in really good animators and do it. That's like a time thing. You got to put a fuck ton of time into making that shit work. Well, maybe today with like digital tricks and whatnot, maybe you can shortcut that process a little bit, but I don't really think, not as much. Like you're still, yeah. Cowboy Bebop is God tier level animation. Yeah, of course. Cowboy Bebop was also, it must have been high budget. I could just tell by watching it. Cowboy Bebop was a high budget production. Absolutely, for sure. DBZ, low budget. There's no way that 90s OVAs compared to Attack on Titan. I don't know. I'm sure there are other 90s OVAs I can think of. No. What? Fuck. Oh, God damn it. I don't want to do this. Endless Waltz. This was 98, wasn't it? Am I crazy? Ugh, I can't listen to English guys. Especially mechs are like really fucking annoying to draw because you have to be like very stringent on all like the fucking line work and everything and shit. I don't know. I think this looks really good. I think if this like was on TV today, I think you just watch it and you'd be like, oh yeah, this absolutely looks fine. I don't think you would watch this on TV and be like, oh my god, this is so dated and old and horrible. Absolutely not. And this is almost what 25 years old. I think it is. I think this might have been 96. I think Gundam, oh, this was another OVA. Wasn't it 08th MS Team? This was in, I think this was 96 as well, right?
Damn it, the sound left of you.
Or maybe there's like newer mech shit. If I watch it, I'm like, oh no, this is like pretty dated. But I don't know. Or fuck, maybe my age is showing actually. Now hold on. Now I'm paranoid. Is this my? There's like a lot of work that went into animating all this shit. It's like a lot of like every frame is unique. There's not like a bunch of like repeated patterns and shit. There's like a lot of detail. Like the backgrounds look nice. Like the animations are good, and it's mechs, which is like even more annoying to draw. Like. The old style just looks better, in my opinion, compared to new shit. I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but there's something. I notice there's a lot in hentai that I don't know what it is, but it's the newer appearance of like digitally drawn stuff. It's like so bright. I don't like the brightness. I don't know how to explain that. But but that also just means like the style changing of like the times or whatever. Like maybe just newer stuff just looks brighter. I feel like if you look at like older anime, there's like a veil of like. Kind of like dark gray, not gray, just everything feels a little bit darker in terms of like the coloring or whatever. I'm not sure why. Yeah, the colors are all like duller on like older stuff. When I say dull, that sounds bad, but I mean, I like it. I prefer, yeah. Yeah. But also to be clear, I've watched like 1 or 2 new anime series in like the past like fucking 10 years. So actually, I really have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Because then fuck. What am I? Yeah, I don't know. Look at Gundam 00. Oh, you know what? Hold on, because I watched. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Wait. First of all, Code Geass. When did this anime come out? Oh, okay, fuck. Never mind. 2007. This is older. Because I was gonna say, in my recollection, I think Endless Waltz looked better than Code Geass. But Code Geass was a full ass anime, and Endless Waltz was just like a movie. So maybe not a fair comparison. Unhinged Finkelstein tweet. Oh my god, what is the fucking bitrate on this? Oh, sorry. No spoilers, this is a good show. Yeah. Okay. This looks better, obviously. The new Finkelstein tweet is actually insane. Hanging out with Bill... Jesus Christ. Bill Maher. Last night I had a dream, like MLK's dream, it was about justice, but it wasn't about white supremacy, it was about Jewish supremacy. It was about Bill Maher. He was in a courtroom. Like Julius Streicher at Nuremberg, he was being prosecuted for his diabolical lies and disgusting jokes as a people was being martyred, systematically murdered and starved, their homes and hospitals methodically destroyed. The verdict was pronounced. I woke up with a bittersweet smile. No one could bring back the dead, but at least justice was served. What the fuck? Okay. Wait, somebody said, was Anna in my room? Curious, do you believe secular countries should be cautious taking migrants from Islamic countries? Or is there a way to allow them entry and maintain the secularism? Not sure if Europe is seeing a loss of secularism or not. I don't know, man. That's a complicated as fuck question. Wait, what the fuck is Anna's name on Discord? Oh, I don't know if she removed me. Jesus. Okay, sorry, hold on. Messaged, hello.
Hey, hello?
Hi, what's up?
Hey, it's me. It's been a while.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. You have a lot of stuff apparently going on.
Most of it's solved now.
I'm sorry about all that, honestly. I messaged you, but you didn't reply. Mean, but
yeah, I got like a fucking 700 fucking messages, so at some point I started deleting all of them. So yeah. But
I figured. I actually wanted to delete mine, not to be like a sorry loser, you know, who's ghosted. But I thought I keep it, you know, maybe.
Good job. That shows a lot of bravery and fortitude. So, but thanks, I appreciate it. What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing relatively okay. Just been a bit busy with with everything, honestly. With the court case about my father's house. That has been a bit of a clusterfuck so far. Don't even know if I will be able to get the first floor, which is like, I told this shit a couple times before. Hi, by the way, everyone in DGG. Because I just, basically this is like communist shit. That nothing belongs to anyone. So this is like a communal house that is owned by both people, which is like to be real, it's not owned by anyone. It's kind of owned by government, but they share it communally. So second floor was my father's. First floor was that old lady that also is dead now.
Yeah.
So,
I've heard, I think in like Sweden, you have like systems where you'll have these buildings, but like the government basically kind of gives you contracts to live there for some period of time, and they give these out to citizens. Is it like a system kind of like that, basically, where it's like publicly owned, but you get like a right to live there, or?
Yes, sort of. It's like the remnants of the Soviet days. It doesn't work like that now. But when it was, you know, people got their apartments like that, all their rooms, and they would be there would be like apartment with 5 rooms, for example, and the government would give a room to each person. So each person lived in a room in a 5-room apartment, for example, right? And that room was technically kind of theirs, but it's not the whole apartment. And it's like basically when person dies, you have no idea how to share this now with the relatives and everyone. It's complicated. Anyhow, point is, I just want the first floor and the second floor. If I'm going to renovate the house somehow, if it's even possible. But your relatives never appeared. I searched for them. And because of that, I just don't know. I just want to win all of it for myself and my family, but I don't know how to. So that has been a bit of a work. And our lawyer person said, like, I don't know if we will be able to make it. You will like waste a lot of money and probably will not get it. And I'm like, such confidence in our success, you know? So I really don't know how it will turn out. Yeah. Also a lot of work on the interviews and stuff. We did a lot of interesting interviews with people who have been like some victims of Russian aggression in some sort of way. And I'm doing like subtitles and translations for that. So I've been busy with that mostly.
Jeez.
Yeah. The most interesting one is about to drop, I hope, in a month, which is of a young guy. He's like 20-something, early 20s, who was captured by Russians in Balaklia, which is a little city in my Kharkiv region in Ukraine.
Okay.
And he was kept there for 95 days in captivity and tortured pretty horribly. So he's a civilian. So I do hope we will be able to share his story.
Your main work is you do like translations into what, from Ukrainian or Russian into English, or?
Yeah, I do like subtitles in English.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much like this sort of thing. We were traveling with a friend of mine from the United States, Devin, and he was doing interviews with people, and later on I would translate in the process that he understands what the hell is going on and his questions to the people. And then I also will do subs later on, basically, which takes a lot of time. So yeah.
Is Ukrainian easy language to translate into English, or are there like a lot of, what are they called, idioms? Are there a lot of like little sayings in Ukrainian that don't translate cleanly?
I mean, I can do it because I kind of am. I know English pretty well.
Yeah.
But it is kind of like complicated sometimes. I have to like scratch my head a lot to think how can I make it understandable for English speakers without losing basically the message the person is trying to convey.
Sure.
Sometimes it gets a bit complicated because the language is so different. Yeah, because of that. But you can work, around it sometimes. Also, some people just do very bad job translating, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm not like hyping myself up, but I just saw so many interviews. The person says one thing, translation says the other thing. They lose like half the shit the person is saying is not correct, and sometimes it's just a bit hard.
Yeah.
And
if they're not like a native like conversationally fluent speaker, you lose a lot of like the little
Also, I've been told by several Americans that we don't really talk in a very simple way. Like, I mean, I don't know what they mean exactly, but I guess the speech is a bit complicated sometimes. So if the person speaks in, how to say this without insulting anyone, but basically it's not, hey, dude, I'm not doing okay, dude. It's not that type of speech,
Even for casual, there's not like slang in Ukrainian where the speech is like very, I don't want to say dumbed down, but like...
There is, but it's not as English. People like speak more like more eloquently, like, I don't know. It's not like... Some people are dum-dums who speak very simply, obviously.
Huh, okay.
No, but it is a bit more sophisticated, I guess, the speech for most people.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's pretty much it. That interview in particular, I'm just very invested in doing. Because very rarely I would be able to get people who can talk about their experience in captivity and torture. They just don't want to talk about it for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So, so getting them to talk about it in such detail as he did, it's a big luck on our part. Yeah, so I would like to share it, obviously. And first it was a bit hard, because he would just answer, like this. I would ask her, so what did you feel? Like, how was that experience like? What did you feel at that moment, right? And he would be like, I don't know, just, it's fine. Like, it was fine. And I was like, no, definitely was not fine. And I was trying to urge him to express himself more, less rigidly. And then he kind of went on and he started to explain it in such a like emotional and honest way. And it was, I don't know, I think it was pretty touching.
This might be like, I'm sure you guys have thought about this way the fuck more than me. So maybe you guys have already considered this. But have you ever thought that like maybe interviews like this would be easier or would go more smoothly if you were able to get people from like maybe well-known POWs, maybe not from Vietnam, or maybe from like the Syrian civil war, stuff like that, but that people that had been through those experiences had those interviews. If you brought them along to do the interview or help, since they had the experience and maybe could be like relate more, maybe it'd be easier for them to ask questions or something.
Yeah, I think so, but you gotta find that person to take them with you. It's not like they're running around here in Ukraine, Vietnam veterans or some shit. And I don't think it's a bad idea. The person can relate to, obviously, but I do try to be as delicate as I possibly can, not push people if they don't want to, and try to be supportive and give them space to speak. And I think I'm doing pretty well in that.
Yeah, for sure.
At least
I feel like sometimes to get people to, I feel like to get people to open up. And again, everybody has like different conversational styles. I feel like sometimes it feels like being delicate is like the best way to do it, because you're trying to be sensitive and not, well, they're not the opposite of sensitive. Yeah, trying to be sensitive. But I think sometimes for people, it's not so much that they're looking for sensitivity, they're looking for understanding. And sometimes sensitivity can appear as understanding. Yeah. But even if you had like a really asshole-ish person who was like a prisoner of war and who was tortured, if like another person is talking to them, if they know that that guy gets their experience and can relate to it, even if the guy's not sensitive, like, oh, thank God, like, you know what I'm talking about. And they can like open up more or whatever. But I have no idea what the procedure is for interviewing people. Like maybe, but.
That works. The most important in my experience thing that I see works, like the people, they lose the tension, they become much more relaxed and willing to talk, is the balance of not coming off as you don't care,
yeah, for sure,
but not being overly smooshy, like overly like, oh my God, experience is so awful. No, don't do that, never. So you don't be like extremely emotional and pathetic to the point that it starts to be about you, You basically need to be there for them. You can smile, you can joke. People are fine with that. So you just need to don't make light of their experience, obviously, but don't be like you're like, oh, I'm like, some some Americans I talked with about what happened in my family in particular, when I express like what happened, they'd be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. This is so awful. This is horrible. I can't believe something like that happened." And they like go off like that for, I don't know, like 5 minutes. And I'm like, would you shut up? I mean, it's very, I don't think that's the way.
Yeah.
I realize that I don't want to come off as like callous, as someone who doesn't care, obviously. But I don't want to come off as someone who's like, I don't know, like sobbing there about their story, you know?
Yeah, it's the same as talking to people with like disabilities. Like if you meet somebody who's been in a wheelchair for like 30 years
Basically.
and you're like, oh my God, like I'm so, like, they're like, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, they've already heard it all. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's a good thing you brought up. You basically need to treat them normally. Just
yeah, go
normally.
figure, yeah. Like a normal human being. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah, that's yeah. Doesn't seem like that big of a revelation now that you said it. But yeah, basically just don't talk only about that traumatic experience as well. So if you bring something else up, they also light up. For example, in that guy's room, we saw there was a very poor person, like you can see by the house and everything. But the only thing that was relatively expensive was his computer. It was a gamer type of computer.
Okay.
So I saw the game on the screen. So I brought that up about him being a gamer, and I enjoy playing games as well. And it really helped. He like relaxed immediately. He started talking about something he loves, you know?
Yeah.
Just, so you were tortured,
No.
You should begin the conversation like that, definitely. Yeah. So they gave you the gun and wanted you to kill yourself, you say, you know?
Yeah.
Don't start conversation like that, usually.
Related to
basically,
Metal Gear Solid,
He
you're
also
good to
was
go. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, anyhow, point is that I also wanted to not ask exactly, but I heard a couple of your conversations with people about like Palestine is Israel, and I try not to speak about that shit anymore at all.
Okay.
Because I thought, fuck that, no one will talk about it to literally anyone. But only two people that come off to me as not unhinged is you and Lonerbox.
Okay.
That's it.
Those are good champions, yeah.
Well, yeah, they are my champions, yeah. But Dylan is okay as well, I suppose. We argued a little bit, but other than that, well, he was here, but not that too much, yeah. But point is that I heard you speaking with like couple people, and I think one of them really irritated the fuck out of me. I think he's your friend, so I think he's Lycan, exactly. Yeah, so one of the things that I was so interested in, so I'm not going to claim that I know the history of Israel-Palestine, okay? So I'm not going to like argue about like historical shit. But what I do know a lot about is war crimes, how are they registered, how are they, what is considered war crime, what is not considered war crime, how UN decides those things, how Amnesty International decides those things. Basically, this I know. He really is so fucking confused on all of that. Holy shit. Like, yeah, it's very, very interesting. Like, one of the few things that I think might be interesting to you, since you talk about this stuff a lot recently, is, you know that UN officially registered and documented and investigated and considered it to be war crimes in Ukraine done by Russia. The number is around 40,000. It's 39,000 something.
Okay.
Close to 40,000. So that's the ones that they officially said, yes, that's a war crime. So there are 100,000 that are investigated, more now. So, but they are not officially recognized as war crimes. They're just under investigation, basically. So every time that Russia shoots at missiles, for example, somewhere in my region, and they kill civilians, every instant like that, which happens every day, is not recognized as war crime.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm just going to put it out there. Yeah, it's just as much as I would like to, honestly, because of course, for us, it's all of it is fucking war crime, emotionally as Ukrainians, because obviously those fuckers shoot at my city for no fucking reason, right? It's their invasion is illegal. They attacked us. We didn't do shit to them. So all of that is illegal, obviously, right? But not talking about the invasion itself and the shelling itself, the war crimes they registered as war crimes are only the ones that are targeting civilians without any other reason and explanation. So if there is no war-related anything there, if there is no military, equipment, military personnel, anywhere in like kilometers away, right? And that place was still attacked or targeted, that is considered war crime.
Yeah.
So there were several instances when they leveled a whole little area where, like thousands of people lived in, and they didn't recognize that as a war crime because there was a military objective close by. So people died, obviously. Their families lost their loved ones, right? But it's not registered as a war crime simply because they figured out where they targeted. And where they targeted was a military objective.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. Of course, like for us, for people, you look at this and you think like, who the fuck cares, right? They killed people there. But it's not how they register it. And I don't understand why it should be any different for Palestine if it's not different for us. And we didn't attack anyone.
Yeah.
It's not, we didn't do shit wrong, So because of that, of course, like for example, they would register, if you want to Google that at some point, that's a very clear case for them, for UN and for European Council of Human Rights, I think it's called in English. The Kramatorsk train station, it's on Wikipedia, I believe. Basically that they registered immediately as a war crime because they specifically targeted a train station. I believe more than 60 people were killed, and most of them were children and women who were trying to escape the region. So that was registered as a war crime because they couldn't find any other reason than just targeting the people. Yeah. Same thing, for example, in Kremenchuk when they targeted a supermarket in broad daylight, in the busiest hour. So that was considered also a war crime because there was no military objectives anywhere at all. So, yeah. But if they misfired, they also don't recognize it, by the way. So if they were trying to target something in particular and the missile hit half a kilometer away from that place.
Yeah, misfires and everything are also
registered.
Yeah.
Yes. So sure as fuck that kills people, and civilians, obviously, but it's not registered. So yeah, you can say that that's very bad, fucking immoral, and war in general is bad, hot take, right? But but I just don't understand why people can't comprehend that it's not a war crime unless there is deliberate targeting of civilians. That's it.
Yeah.
Pretty simple.
I mean, listen, if you want to argue with Lycan at some point, I'm sure when he's back, he'll he'd love to jump in and chat. So yeah.
I mean, I understand, like emotionally he's very invested, and it seems like very awful that so many civilians are dying because of and also he's like fixated, not him, but many people. I saw you arguing with another person, I forgot his name, and he fixated on like this more Palestinians are dying than Israelis.
Yeah.
And that's not it, Yeah. It's not the argument. Obviously, that's bad, like on a moral level, and it's sad. But that simply is a question of, no offense to anyone, power levels. I mean, Israel is much more powerful, and they can nuke the shit up. Obviously.
Yeah.
Much more effective than Hamas can nuke them. And that's it. And also the population question. When Russians hit something that is like kilometers, nothing around it, we're not densely populated, right? So it's much easier to target military targets in particular. For us as well, by the way, when we target things in Russia. But in there, this is like a little teeny tiny little space. packed with insane amount of people. Of course, there will be more casualties. Oh, so stupid.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. People don't know how missiles work as well. But that's understandable, you know. I don't hold that against people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that coughing or is that sneezing?
No, you know, I do what I do.
Well, be well anyhow. So.
Yeah, be well. Stay safe. Let us know if anything else pops up, and yeah.
Oh, the only thing I forgot, I think, to mention is that whatever the fuck it's called. The proportionate response. Yeah. What's your opinion on that in general?
That's a really vague question. What do you mean? What's my opinion on it? Like, is Israel doing
people
it?
Say, yeah, basically, people make arguments that Israel's response is disproportionate because they kill and destroy more, kill more people, civilians, and destroy more infrastructure. So, what do you think about that?
You have to you have to know what they're going for or what their intelligence is telling them. I can't make that evaluation without knowing what Israel's rationale is for any individual attack. So it's impossible for me to say.
Yeah. So so you think like if you don't know if it's worth it, basically, then for them, like, right, then if it's worth it for them, if they're destroying a lot of like Hamas shit, for example, then it's another question, right? So if you don't know if it's worth it, then you can't make the judgment. Is that what you mean?
Kind of, yeah. And it's hard to like know because so much about this particular conflict is so novel. Like, for instance, like you said, you're bombing things in like a high residential area, so damages are going to be higher. You're also bombing like places where there's like more probably per capita like underground military tunnels and like militant related stuff under residential stuff than any other area. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to drive up like the collateral damage. So but I mean like yeah, obviously like if Israel would just like nuke, you know, northern Gaza, it's probably not okay, right? But it's hard, like I can't it would be I think it's dishonest for anybody to look at it and go, oh well, obviously this is either really good or really bad. I mean, we have no idea. What do you mean obviously? We have literally nothing historically to compare this conflict to. There's nothing to compare to. So I don't know. Yeah. So
yeah, that's true. I just I mean, to me it seems like kind of like understandable, all of this. And about the density is one thing, of course, that's why, but also you were completely correct, by the way, about the damaging buildings is not destroyed. For example, in Ukraine, damaged building is considered damage if there was like a scratch on it.
Sure.
I mean, I'm like exaggerating a little bit, but if there are like bullet holes or like shrapnel pieces that flew into the building, maybe the glass broke, things like that, that would be registered as damaged building. And if it's like significantly destroyed to a point that it's like collapsing or it's you can't rebuild it, you only will need to like, you know, just demolish, I don't know the word, the building, then it's a destroyed building.
Yeah.
So that's how they do it here, at least. So for example, in Saltivka, which is like a big residential area that was almost entirely flattened in my city, 500,000 people live there, no longer live there. And every single building is burned from the inside, has substantial damage, and they still say they're damaged, not destroyed.
Sure.
So yeah, so keep that in mind. That when people say you're like you're minimizing, you're not. That's how they register shit. That's just how it works. I mean, you can I think disagree with that if you want, but that's just how they mark stuff, I guess you could say.
Okay.
Yeah. No, at least here, I don't think they do it differently there. You know, it's just the protocol, right? The how it's registered, I suppose. And it's the same organization, so like UN and, you know, Amnesty people and everyone, like Human Rights Watch, and they're all same bunch of useless people.
Yeah. I mean, depending on your perspective,
people,
I guess.
You know, yeah, but UN especially, but, you know, it's a whole different story. Despite my feelings for the people, that's how they roll, so to speak. So, yeah. I think that's it. I wanted to say something else about this whole thing, but I forgot, to be honest. Oh, the indiscriminate bombing. If someone says that again, just ask them to Google how Mariupol looks like.
I think I tweeted out pictures of
might be
Mariupol
helpful.
and like Aleppo and I think even Mosul.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I tweeted out pictures.
Aleppo
Yeah,
is
I don't
a
think
good-
people know. Or I think is it Groznygrad?
Krasnograd?
I think in
Or something. I
Russia.
don't know.
I think during one of the Chechen wars. Yeah, you can find cities like you can
Oh,
find
yeah.
pictures of cities that have been completely fucking leveled. Yeah, but people will show like one block
Yeah.
in like the city of Gaza. And it's like, oh my god, they've leveled those things. Like, bro,
Yeah.
you don't know what destruction looks like. Yeah, you have no idea. Or it's just
I mean,
Groznygrad.
can you
Fuck, that's a
imagine
Metal Gear
how-
Solid 3 place. Yeah.
How imagine how annoying that is to hear.
Yeah.
Like I like leveled. I know what level looked like. Half of my region is leveled.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just very upsetting when I hear that, to be honest. So I try not to interact with that much. But yeah, but I consider that to be like a well cushioned American position. So when they sit on the softest of pillows and they just they see what they see on the screen and they think it's the worst thing ever, and America supports that, so it hurts them, I guess, because their government, they think that their government supports the worst thing ever. But this is so far from the worst thing ever. I can't even describe just how far it is from the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
So if Israel, in my opinion, really wanted to get rid of Gaza, there would be no Gaza at all. Not a single pebble. So yeah, that's my opinion anyhow. And in a hot take before I go, those people comparing Russia to Israel are insulting Israel, and people who are comparing Palestine to Ukraine insult Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say about that. Yeah. Anyhow, nice to talk with you again. Gotta go, and you actually noticed me. That's very nice.
Yeah, I do my best. Noticing.
I was hanging in your room. I saw you were more busy with anime, and I was like, nah, not gonna distract him from the truly important stuff, and decided to go away. Big robots flying, are important. So, yeah. Well, thank you. Bye bye, and bye bye, everyone.
Have fun.
Hope to talk to you some point soon. Bye.
Good luck. Bye. Oh, jeez. Okay. Hello?
Hi, Steven.
You've got 1 minute to make your quick case, because I don't want to talk about shit for 10 hours. Go.
Okay, no, then you talk about your shit, okay? And then I'll come back another time.
Okay.
You man.
Be careful.
You dork.
All right, what else do we have? This is the oldest meme video ever. We'll watch it anyway, though, because it's House.
Hey.
Hi, what's up?
Been watching the relationship drama stuff with you and Melina.
Yep.
I think that whole situation just shows how fucking retarded the whole red pill community is. There's that black guy who's like a scammer who lies about his like college degree.
Oh, the Marquette guy?
Yeah, like from listening to your side of things, it like to me it's pretty clear the relationship failed because of Melina, not because of the nature of it being open.
I would never. I think it's very, very, very rare that you could ever say a relationship fails because of one party. I mean, relationships are two people. Both people are making decisions. I would never say that like my relationship failed because of Melina. I don't think that's fair. I think both of us had issues that contributed to things that happened. But At different points in time, there are different people that are responsible for more things, but yeah. But when people say that like it failed because of whatever reason, most people that have like anything in like red pill space is not going to be able to accurately analyze any relationship ever, because most of their analyses are totally detached from reality. Like they don't play well with the data, they ignore all of yChK. They don't like even properly analyze like case studies. Like yeah, so it's not worth like ever considering that analysis. But yeah.
Well, and they have like this weird delusional idea that only men can have an open relationship, women can't.
Yeah, I mean, but that's again, that just plays into everything that I just said. Yeah, where like there are no like there aren't relationships that exist like this in the professional world. Even though they say it's common, it's not. Like almost nobody does this. Yeah, and obviously there's no data to support that point of view. There's no yChK theory to support that point of view. There's literally nothing to But it sounds good, so.
Yeah. Do you have a problem with me bad-mouthing Melina?
I mean, you can make analyses if you want, but I mean, I don't want to just shit on her. I mean, or what do you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, to me, she seems like she has the emotional maturity of a high schooler.
I mean, like, I think you can argue parts of that, but I mean, I think it depends. I mean, I think because depending on your perspective, you can argue that I have the emotional availability of a high schooler. I mean, it just depends on what you're looking at. Yeah.
Sure, but like one example is like the bedroom thing. Like, oh, I don't want any other girls in the bed. I have germophobia. When that was clearly some sort of cope. Like, to me, it seems like entitlement.
Sure. Yeah, I think that would be an example of something that, yeah, I think that she was a little disingenuous about. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Yeah, but like again, I know you self-admittedly say you're not the easiest person to get along with, but from what I gather, Melina's doing, like, it just seems like she's doing way more dishonest shit, whereas you're maybe doing more frustrating things.
I mean, I think that super depends on your perspective and the time in our relationship too. Because there were like periods in our relationship where I'm like fucking people and not telling her at all sometimes, which would be dishonest on my end. So
Sure.
yeah, I think it just I think we both had issues relating to that relationship. Yeah, I don't think I would just say like, oh, it was all her fault or blah blah blah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long were you guys married for?
I don't know. I think a year and 2 years or something. We were together for about 5 years, but the marriage process took like 2 years as well, just because of the whole COVID and everything was so fucking annoying.
All right, and just curious, why did you get married?
So she could get a green card because she was Swedish,
Okay.
so she couldn't live in the U.S. without us being married.
All right, that was the like only reason, because I remember you said you'd be open to marriage. Like with another relationship, it wouldn't be like off the table for you.
I think the only reason I would probably get married, assuming I didn't have to for some other reason, I think marriage is like a pretty decent protection for the woman if you're gonna like have kids or make big career sacrifices. I think that's probably more than reasonable. But outside of that, I don't know if I would ever get like married. I don't know.
So you would actually get married for the woman's benefit in a scenario like that, even though it's like a liability for you.
It's a liability for me, but that's because I'm asking her to take on a massive liability as well, right? To have a child and to give up career time and everything, right?
Okay, but if like she wasn't demanding anything like that, or maybe if she wasn't in a position to make those sorts of demands, you'd do that anyway?
I think so. Otherwise, I would feel like I'm like taking advantage of her. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, wouldn't have expected that. That's pretty benevolent of you.
I mean, you can call it benevolence, but it's also like, it's more enjoyable for me when I feel like I'm on an even level with my partner. Like I don't think I would want somebody that I had that much leverage over, that I could be like, yeah, we're doing this, and if you don't like it, get fucked or whatever, you know? Like say, like hypothetically,
sure.
like say Melina legitimately stopped streaming and she was like cooking and cleaning full time at the apartment, and then we got divorced. Like it probably wouldn't be a no contest divorce at that route. I imagine I'd probably pay like a year or two of alimony or something, because it seemed like, because it'd be like she gave up a career to like come here and like cook and clean and be a housewife or whatever. I would probably be willing to pay stuff on that. because she is enabling me to do more. But she didn't. She was doing her career stuff the whole time. So in that case, I don't feel any type of obligation morally.
Yeah. So like I have this sense of fairness as well, where if I were to break up with my wife, I'd want her to have like some sort of financial support afterwards for a period of time. Because, you know, she moved over to a different country because of me. That kind of affects some things career-wise for her, stuff like that. And she doesn't have the family support that she'd have if she was in Belgium. But I have my own sense of fairness, and like courts will have their own sense of fairness. Like, wouldn't you just prefer to just keep like the court system as out of it as possible, not get married, and then just be fair to her in your own way?
It's gonna sound a little cold, but I think at some level you probably need some amount of detached, like logical analysis, like a sobering analysis of how a relationship could end poorly. And if your relationship is ending, things are already probably pretty rough. So I don't know if you would want to rely on your partner's benevolence in the case of like a relationship ending to make sure that they're not going to fuck you over. I'm not necessarily opposed to, like, say you do like a prenup or a postnuptial agreement where you like delineate, like, if we get broken up, these are the types of assets that I'd be willing to grant you. I think it would just kind of depend. Yeah.
Well, on the same side of things, if you are having a breakup, and yeah, it might not be, well, in all likelihood, it's not going to be amicable.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't you still want to use your own sort of reasoning for, you know, like divvying things up or alimony, because somebody might not deserve the money?
Yeah, maybe, but like the other person, what if the other person wants to use their reasoning and you guys have a disagreement? How do you arbitrate or mediate that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can still do that without a court system.
You could. I mean, some contracts will have like mediation terms for a third party to mediate or whatever. Yeah. I also think this probably depends a lot on like what dollar value are we talking to. Like if both parties are, you know, if you're making 100K, no, actually, no, that's not necessarily true. Actually, at any dollar value, I think this is probably pretty important. Because I was going to say, if you're making big bucks, then you're fighting over a lot of money. But if you're making like 70, 80K a year and somebody wants to fight you for, you know, $1,000 a month in alimony, that's a lot of, that's a really big deal to you too. So yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a good conversation to have beforehand. I don't know if I buy into the idea that courts are insanely unfair when it comes to awarding alimony or child support. I would have to see examples of that. I'm not sure. I know that's repeated a lot, but I'm not sure if I fully agree with that or if I've seen that demonstrated.
I've seen a lot of content from the divorce attorney.
I'm aware,
and like the horror stories I've seen from him are just fucking crazy. Like,
yeah, I understand there's probably horror stories from him, but I'm sure there are also horror stories of people that get broken up with no protection and they decide to do like a no contest divorce because they think their husband will provide for them afterwards. And the husband's like, yeah, fuck you, bitch. And they peace. And then the woman is fucked completely, right? So, yeah. So, yeah, I imagine it probably goes both ways. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, interesting chatting. Hope things go well for you. If you want to talk about any of this off stream, feel free to just message me, because I'm sure it's like pretty hard for you, this whole thing.
No, I think I'm pretty good. I'm over it. Just waiting for all the
that's good.
Yeah, vibrations to finish.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, peace out, dude.
Have fun. Be careful. Wait.
What?
Oh, did you are you making like PRs and shit still in your workout stuff? Because you mentioned last time you were having really good sessions.
Oh, yeah. It isn't the next week yet, so next session I'm going to do 320 for 3 sets of 5 on the bench. That'll be an all-time PR. And I'm hoping by the end of this mezzo I can do 335 for 5. That's the goal.
Cool. How do you decide when you're at the end of a mezzo? Is it just like feelings, or do you have this like every workout like mapped out in advance, or?
Yeah, so there are planned deloads, or a planned end to a mezzo. So usually that's going to be between 6 to 8 weeks for me. That's normally how long I can accumulate. and sometimes I have to take a reactive deload. So if I have 2 weeks in a row where I miss the numbers, then I'll do a reactive deload. But usually I cap it at no more than 8 weeks.
Gotcha.
If I keep training consistently for more than that, I just tend to get fucked up and injured.
Okay. On your deloads, do you are you cutting a lot, or are you just kind of like chilling basically and eating normal?
I just eat normally. Like, obviously I'm gonna eat less because I'm not training as much.
Mm-hmm. Or, but I mean, you're not like
you know,
trying to like lose
maintenance.
weight or anything. You're just like eating at maintenance.
No.
Whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, right now I'm like eating at about maintenance.
Do you ever compete or
Need
anything, or
to-
is this all just like personal and like YouTube stuff?
So I used to compete in bodybuilding. I only did 2 shows. After that last show, I just gave up on it. It's just way too stressful and bullshit.
Mhm.
So
You said you
now I just
competed in
lift recreationally.
You said you competed in bodybuilding.
Yeah.
And do you right now are you mainly just powerlifting, or why did you transition from one to the other?
Well, I'm not competing in powerlifting.
Mhm.
I just have some lifts that I want to hit.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I guess you could say I'm power building. I have an interest in getting bigger and improving my physique, but I also want to get stronger.
Gotcha. Okay. Does your wife lift at all?
No, she does want to get into it though. She actually wants to hop on steroids.
Jesus, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Do you talk publicly? Do you take anything, or are you on that natty life?
I'm natty. My wife isn't planning on being. She does want to start weightlifting, and she actually wants to look like Natasha Offey.
Gee, how old does she say, or do you mind saying how old is your wife?
She is... How old am I? I'm 32.
Mm-hmm.
She would be 29. She's 3 years younger than me.
Gotcha. And she has no history of lifting at all, or she just hasn't for a while?
She started lifting with me a little bit,
Mhm.
and then, like, after a few weeks, she stopped. But, yeah, she just wants to, like, look better, basically.
That's a huge
And,
change from just looking better to...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, hopping on the Anavar or whatever the fuck. Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, I don't know if I can find a reliable source of Anavar, so I'm looking at if I can get some good Winstrol.
Well, good
for
luck.
her.
Damn, Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you have
we'll
advice?
see.
Do you have like strong feelings about that? Would you rather her like start natty, or is she just gonna fucking trend hard right at the start, or what is the? That just seems like a crazy
Yeah,
intro to weightlifting. Yeah.
She has issues with motivation, and she does have like some chronic pain problems. So if her taking steroids makes her like more energetic, more motivated, and can like tolerate pain better, it's probably good for her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yes, like we're gonna start off slow, obviously.
Well, I feel like starting off slow would be starting off
Yeah.
natty. But geez.
Gonna start off at a jog.
Okay. Well, good luck. Damn.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, man. Take
Yeah.
care.
Have fun. Be careful. Jesus.
Haas, we need to keep this patient. Did you try the medicine drug? Oh, I did try the medicine drug. Only stupid people try the medicine drug. You are stupid. I tried the stupid drug. You are a black man. This vexes me. I have blood dripping down my nose that is dripping. That's bad. I also was bitten by a mouse due to my poor hygiene. You need hygiene drug. Also, I have not spoken in a while. No, hygiene drug will kill the patient. He needs mouse bites to live. I forbid this. And here. More mouse bites! I feel better. No more nose blood. Thank you, doctor. I am very smart. I too am in this episode.
Wow. Deep. I feel like there's content in terms of like reviewing other people's mistakes on Israel-Palestine stuff, but I also feel like there's like Israel-Palestine overload. I think we are a little bit past that. Also, somebody said, that's so cope. Why would anybody age 20 to 25 date or fall in love with Destiny for anything other than his money? Also, his girl gets fucked by other better looking people. Expected outcome. It's one of the weirdest things to me, and it's funny because if you follow red pill stuff long enough, and if you're intelligent, you can very easily spot like a ton of like contradictions. Picking up, if you're like a 30 to 35-year-old guy with a decent amount of accomplishments and charisma, picking up women that are 20 to 25 is the easiest fucking thing in the world. You have technically all of like the highest traits of a man, as a man, when you hit your early 30s. That's like your easiest time. It should be when you're like basically part of the highest earning parts of your life, or you're at least beginning the highest earning parts of your life. You've like come into your, however you look, you figured that out. You've got your self-esteem, your confidence, your charisma. You like everything should more or less be figured out by your shit at that point. The idea that like, how could you get a 20 to 25-year-old to like you if you're in your 30s as a man? Like, what a weird thing to say. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what a stupid thing to say. Let's see.
Hey again.
Hi, what's up?
Somebody in your chat asked me to debate you on veganism.
Fuck no. Listen later, maybe, okay?
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Have fun, bye. At Destiny, taking your own advice, what would be evidence that would convince you that your relationship failed because it was open? When you talk about a relationship failing for a particular reason, that truthfully, the answer is that to even answer that question is incredibly complicated, as most relationship questions are. So, for instance, like let's say we have this hypothetical scenario, okay? Let's say that two people have an open relationship. Let's say in the course of their open relationship, one partner gets jealous that the other person is having sex with other people. And then let's say as a result of that jealousy, it grows into a divide and one partner decides to cut it off. Somebody either says, I don't like you fucking other people, I don't like this, and then they break up. Or the other partner says, like, I don't like your jealousy, you're irritating me, and then they break up, right? So in this case, you could say, for instance, well, the relationship ended because it was an open relationship. And that's partially true. But if one of the people in the relationship has a preference for that, then it also doesn't really make sense. It's not meaningful to say it ended for this particular reason because the two people were incompatible, right? I'm trying to think of like another... Let's say, for instance, let's say that you decide that you want to, let's say, for instance, let's say you want to date people that are of an equivalent education level, right? To you, like, education is important. Hold on. Sorry. Let's say that education is important to you. You want somebody that has like a similar career path, et cetera, et cetera. Let's say that you meet somebody in college. Both of you are on pre-med, okay? You're on your med school tracks. So you're dating a guy. You're both in pre-med. You're excited. You both finish your undergrad. You go to apply to med school, and he's like, I don't know, man. You know, I'm gonna go work at a lab somewhere. I'm actually okay. I'm chill here. And then let's say that as one partner goes to med school, the other one's working, they kind of grow apart because they see their career paths are different. In that sense, let's say that at the end of this, you know, somebody's like, okay, I think we're too far apart. Let's break up. Would you say like, well, your relationship ended because of your career expectations? Like, it's kind of true, but it's also like kind of irrelevant. Because like, well, yeah, but like, is it okay to have those career expectations? I think typically when you're saying like a relationship ended for X, Y, Z, usually what you're saying is there's a clear problem that needs to be addressed before you have another relationship. I think that's generally what you're looking at when you're saying like a relationship ended for this particular reason. So it's weird because people say things like, oh, well, this didn't work because it's an open relationship. And it's like, let's say, even if I granted that, which some of our problems were related to being open, some weren't, but even if I grant that, it's not really relevant to anything because these are the relationship styles that I would gravitate towards, right? Yeah. Would you say blaming the open relationship for it ending would be like blaming a car crash on getting in the car in the first place? A little bit, yeah, kind of. But also just like, again, like relationships are complicated. Like I talk about this a lot when the divorce shit comes up, like who divorces who, or like, it's really hard to figure out. It's hard to come to concrete answers because, and I've said this before, relationships are complicated and they take two people. Almost everything in a relationship takes two people. So figuring out like why a relationship ends is also really hard. Let's say, for instance, let's say that a man divorces a woman because the woman is just spiteful and catty and mean and isn't fucking him at all, right? Well, let's say, so the man divorced the woman. So is it his fault the relationship ended because he broke up the woman, or is it the woman's fault for being catty? What if the woman is being like, just like, yeah, what if she's like irritable, catty, bitchy, whatever towards the guy because the guy cheated on her 2 years ago? Well, does that mean that when the relationship ended, was it because the guy cheated on the woman? Let's say that the reason why the guy cheated on the woman is because the woman stopped fucking him for 2 years. She's like, I can't have sex anymore. I got depression. Well, fuck. Well, is it the man's fault for cheating on the wife when the wife, got depression and didn't do a thing? Like, right? Relationships are complicated. That's why it's always cringe when somebody's like, well, actually, 72% of relationships end because of this particular thing. And it's like, kind of, but like, there's a lot of things that go into a relationship. Relationships are really complicated. So to just say it happens because of this, like, kind of, but kind of not, yeah. Yeah. Do you think that open relationships open more avenues for outside parties to drive wedges between the original couple? I would say almost certainly, like by definition, right? Because like sex with other people is not a risk, hopefully, that you generally run with in a monogamous relationship. So there's probably more ways for an open relationship to go wrong. That'd be my guess. There are some ways in which it's better, and there are some ways that can alleviate risk, and there are some ways that can increase risk. At the end of the day, my guess is going to be that on all the balances, the overall level of risk is greater. But I mean, it's obviously like it's a very like minority style of relationship, so it's hard to even get like data or information on anything. LOL, the It's Complicated Cope. Can I just say that for all of the discussion about like relationships and everything, because I used to talk about them even prior to the red pill stuff, red pill shit has been the most toxic like introduction of discussion of relationships ever, because none of it works. None of it is based on any theory. None of it is based on any, like literally no part of this is a good analysis. At the very least, when the PUA stuff was popular, there's like, oh, we can talk about like, why does this particular pickup tactic work? Why does this particular thing work? At least like PUA was interesting, and if I disagreed with some of the moral conclusions that people draw. But like for red pill shit, like if you're a virgin and you turn on a red pill, you're always gonna be a virgin. It's never, none of that is ever helping you ever. There is no woman that wants you to cheat on her to make her more competitive. There's no woman that's going to be happy being a part of a harem. There's like none of this works. That's why it's probably dying and why it's not going to last, even as long as the PUA stuff did, because it doesn't work. It's not even going to help you. If you're like a normal dude and you're listening to red pillers, you're not fucking more because of like anything you learn on a red pill podcast. Like, it's never going to happen. The PUA stuff though, again, as much as I might have disagreed with some PUA guys, that actually did work. So I could see people following up for a while, like, yeah, like, I listen to this like pickup artist and I, learned how to do these cold openers and I actually had luck with it. Nobody is listening to red pill podcasts and be like, yeah, so I walked up to this woman and I was like, I understand the nature of female physiology, and now that I fucked 50 women, I understand the nature of what, like, that just is like delusional. Yeah. What were your ground rules for other partners, and was Mel following them in the end? I really don't want to dump on relationship stuff too much. I'm not here to like shut on Mel for a ton of things. There were a lot of problems that I had in the relationship as well. Okay, it wasn't just Mel. I think towards the end, I would say it was definitely more her fault. But towards the beginning, I would say a lot of it was probably my fault, or there were definitely things that I contributed to, like hardcore. So yeah, I'm not gonna say like, oh, Mel fucked everything up and blah 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 blah. Like, probably from the beginning, we were just like pretty incompatible in a few ways, but I would say Melina didn't understand that yet, and I wasn't firm enough in saying that I understood it when I probably did, but yeah. But technically, Melina didn't really break any ground rules because I didn't really have any ground rules because I just didn't give a fuck, but that was more my mistake than anything else, I think. Because I should have demanded similar boundaries, I think. A pretty balanced way to look at it is this: if Destiny and Melina were monogamous, they'd probably have lasted 3 to 6 months. The poly thing worked longer term, but it was probably masking major incompatibilities around time spent together. Not that poly/mono is better, just that for you, Melina, poly was probably a contributor to it lasting longer overall. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. If an open relationship ends, everyone says it's because the relationship was open. If a closed relationship ends, no one says it's ending because it was closed. Yeah, sure. Yeah, and then it's also funny because I've talked to people recently. I have finally met people in real life. I found the legendary double cheaters. What was this girl's explanation? Fuck, never mind. I'm not gonna give any specific stories, but like, yeah, where like both parties are cheating, and I finally asked, I'm like, why the fuck? Why do you guys just not have an open relationship? Why are both of you cheating? And the reason usually given is like, well, one party wanted to cheat, but they don't want their other partner fucking somebody, so they just cheat. I was like, I don't know, whatever. Let's see. Yeah, fuck. Sorry, I don't want to. I'm not gonna do like Q&A on like very specific things related to my relationship because I don't want to like be shitting on Mel for months or years. Like, listen, she can do her thing. Good luck. Oh, hold on. I will though. For 1 second, go in. I'm sorry, just because. But this isn't related to Mel at all. Jesus. I guess maybe I should vet these more. Maybe these aren't real. I don't know, but some random girl showed up in the subreddit and said, I used to be friends with MemeTix. Recently heard about the drama between Destiny and Melina plus MemeTix. Shocked me to see a creepy friend I cut off beef with the streamer I used to watch in high school. I'm just here to let the community know what MemeTix is like as a person. We were online friends, but we never met up in person. We would talk pretty much almost daily over Discord, Snap, or Facebook back in 2019, whether it was one-on-one or within a friend group. Later into our friendship, he started being super creepy towards me and sent unsolicited nudes after I explicitly asked him not to. He would always ask me to send him nudes, which I always declined. He was creepy towards some other women/girls, but I no longer keep in touch with these other individuals and have no means to expose them or invade their privacy. In no way am I coming out in an attempt to cancel him, otherwise I wouldn't be posting into this niche subreddit. Fuck you. Just trying to let the community know what kind of character MemeTix is in case anyone has any sort of sympathy for him. Here's an image or album with screenshots, I guess, to corroborate this post. I have censored MemeTix's full name, so when I can see he no longer uses his full name on socials. Destiny, she offered to email the screen recording of the Discord messages. Wait, really? Let me know. Oh. Let me know if you want to see the actual screen recorded DMs. I just wanted to censor my Discord tag for privacy reasons, but I do have actual screen recordings to prove that the DMs are real, as well as a photo taken with my camera off his face. Oh, Jesus. These jams are pretty, pretty sweatstony though. Jesus. When you rejected the nudes for the 1,500,000 blah 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 time. LOL, I thought we were just memeing. You hung up, what the fuck, cunt? LOL on accident. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? You better send me some nudes as compensation. I only send nudes to the love of my life. Greetings. Fake fans. Low-key, when some of the girls are hot, my mind stops me, then I realize you and Blank are like 1 year older than the seniors, and I yeet myself out of there, go in the school bathrooms and bust a nut. That was, it's a bit too young. I'm not trying to catch a case. I work in a high school. Jesus Christ. Bae, call me on Snap. All I'm saying is, like, you gotta learn how to respect boundaries because that kind of stuff can get you in trouble. I don't know, I thought we were close. Just because we're friends doesn't mean I want to see your dick or your cum. But apparently not as much as I thought, bruh. Oh well. We must have different definitions of close, or different definitions of close, probably a typo. Because to me, that's not the sort of stuff you send to random friends. I mean, it's just a pic, you know. For me, it's shit thousands of strangers see. For me, I don't feel comfortable receiving stuff from a friend. Yeah. To be fair, this is like stuff that it could be fake. Maybe, I guess. It's possible. Like, this is all in English, and I'm pretty sure he's Swedish, but obviously he speaks English, so I don't know, you know, who knows? But yeah, what a thread of them talking about him. Jesus Christ. At Destiny, I don't understand how some of your friends talked you out of your instinct when it's clear that Mel was looking for the off-ramp. Example for wearing as much for the plan. I'm curious, what was their argument? I think when you're trying to help two people, like, maintain a relationship, you're not trying to, like, take sides much. So you're trying to, like, you know, focus on the commonalities or build a relationship or something, right? Destiny, you shouldn't be too quick to dismiss the fact your relationship fell apart due to a feature of a relationship. Okay, I don't think you're listening to anything I just said, but okay. Open relationships are different than closed. To have an open relationship implies a different mental experience. It's akin to a nurse performing and failing surgery as opposed to a doctor and someone saying, but they're both medical professionals. Why are they being evaluated differently for failing? Okay. That Twitter account you retweeted is a troll account? I'm assuming it is. Unless they really want me to go to war. Okay, what is this? History of Israeli-Palestinian borders. Armchair historian.
Of the Ottoman Empire following the First World War left a vacuum of power in the Levant. Here, in this former Ottoman region, was the land of Palestine, settled by a diverse population of Christians, Muslims, and Jews alike. The power vacuum was quickly filled by France and Great Britain, who secretly drafted the Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916, which proposed to divide the Ottoman territories between the two powers. This contradicted the earlier McMahon-Hussein correspondence between 1915 to 1916, which stated that the area of Palestine, along with all of the Arabian Peninsula, would become part of a new pan-Arab nation, should the Arabs agree to help Britain
address the erudite Nick slander. Yeah, I have to think more. I've been trying to figure out, erudite is like a tough one to correct. I don't know why people fucking hate her so much. Or at least, maybe not that people hate her, but the type of hate she gets, that she elicits from some people is so unbelievably strong. I don't know why, I'm not sure. I think I had a hypothesis last time that, like, maybe she doesn't joke around enough, or she's too formal, or she tries to present herself as, like, too PC sometimes, and then when she is, like, a little bit condescending, like, it comes off as so smug. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know.
The Ottomans. While this occurred, the influential Zionist organization had their own designs in the area. At the Paris Peace Conference of 19...
She speaks to you like you were a child. Do you see it? I mean, like, I think in some ways she kind of does, but I don't think she's, like, speaking to me as a child. I think she just tries to be, like, pretty empathetic and understanding, but I feel like she does to other people as well. But I don't know. Maybe I miss it. I'm not sure. I don't just hear her, like, talking to other people, too. I agree with them. The screenshots look sus and unhinged, but they are from so many different apps and so many things it makes it look more credible, and who knows.
19, the Zionists, led by Chaim Weizmann, proposed that a Jewish homeland be established in the Palestinian territory. Their proposed borders included what would become present-day Israel, western Jordan, southwestern Syria, and southern Lebanon. No representation was afforded to the Arabs or Palestinians residing in the territory during these discussions. For the Zionists, the settlement of...
You might be mapping the minority of hate she gets from a small section of her fan base to all of DG. I think she gets quite a bit of...
Palestine was not a colonial venture, but instead a return from exile to the land of Israel, their ancient homeland. For the Palestinians, however, this distinction seemed to matter little, as Jewish immigrants began to arrive and steadily dispossess many Palestinians from their homes. Despite these concerns, the Zionists appear to have the upper hand, thanks to the implicit approval of the British government. The most telling example of this support for Jewish settlement in Palestine occurred in 1917, when British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour sent a declaration of support to Lord Walter Rothschild, a banker, politician, and prominent Zionist leader. The nature of the Balfour Declaration would become public on November 9th of that year, when it was published in the British press. Ultimately, the final decision regarding Palestine was a blend of Zionist aspirations and British geopolitical interests. Britain's strategic aims in neighboring Egypt, especially around the Suez Canal, aligned with the Zionist vision for a Jewish homeland. This shared vision led to the creation of the British-controlled Mandatory Palestine, which encompassed the territories of modern-day Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza. As the years under British governance rolled on, discord between the Jewish and Arab communities soon broke out, with each side nurturing national aspirations that often clashed. The Balfour Declaration of 1917 continued to fuel Zionist immigration and land purchases, exacerbating tensions with the indigenous Arab population. In 1936, these tensions exploded with the Arab revolt against both the British Mandate and Jewish immigrants settling in the region. In an attempt to quell the unrest, the British proposed several solutions, including the partition of Palestine into separate Jewish and Arab states. The proposed borders gave the Jewish state about 1/3 of Palestine, including the Galilee, the Jezreel Valley, and the coastal plain, while the Arab state...
Didn't the Jews buy a lot of land at that time, not forcibly displace people? Well, that's how they displaced them, was by buying the land. They'd buy the land and then kick the Arab farmers off of it.
Received Judea, Samaria, and the Negev desert. However, the plan was met with mixed reactions. The Jewish community was...
Destiny Bro, they said the British implicitly approved. Didn't you say they didn't? No, the British obviously approved. That was the Balfour Declaration. What I'll fight over is, and it's going to depend on which side I'm arguing with, is like the British weren't like solely supporting and funding and enabling the Jews there. They just kind of like carved out a space for them to go, or carved out like a legal space for them to go. I think that Palestinians, overstate how much the Brits or Americans helped Israel at its founding. But I mean, like, they definitely like did it with like tacit British approval, not tacit, overt British approval. That was the Balfour Declaration, right?
Divided, but more inclined toward acceptance, while Arab leaders denounced the proposal, refusing the idea of land partition and population transfer. While the seeds for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict were planted in the aftermath of the First World War, the recent violence is the result of decades of deep mistrust and animosity between both sides. Creating an objective documentary on the history behind these events is a daunting task for creators who want to convey the facts without bias, especially when information and disinformation is being disseminated so quickly through social media. An example of this is when Israel attacked the Al-Shifa hospital in November because the IDF claimed it was a Hamas hideout. Over 100 news sources reported on this, but chances are you just saw one headline about it. With our sponsor, Ground News, I can compare every single article on this story from a variety of sources around the world. Beside every headline is a rating for political bias, reliability, and ownership of the source. These are meant to be a guide, generated using 3 independent news monitoring organizations to give you an idea of the spectrum of coverage on the topic. Compare this left-leaning headline to this right-leaning source. See the major differences in how they frame the story? Ground News gives you access to information in one place, so you can think critically about what's reported and how it's reported. I believe Ground News is a useful tool if you're looking to be well-informed. Support us by...
Can you just Lab saying you lied? What did Lab say I lied about? Hold on.
Want to, but having a talk, he was like very, very open to it. If I could give you advice though, I would say to fucking record it, because he loves to lie about shit that he says in private, but you know.
I mean, that's just people, right? People do things. Look, ultimately, I'm not Steven's mother, and he can do whatever he wants, but I am a content creator in the space, and I have a job to do, and my audience and I...
Listen, okay, I don't want to do this much, okay, because I'm not trying to jerk myself off, okay? I already got main character narcissism syndrome, all right? I understand that. I am a narcissist. I am the main character, okay? However, okay, I have had 14 years of people coming at me from all sorts of angles, from all sorts of directions that are recording my shit, trying to catfish me, trying to sabotage me, doing some fucking wild shit, okay? If I've lied, then show it. Okay. I don't know why anybody thinks I would try to sneak a lie somewhere. Keep in mind that both Lav and Mr. Girl did say that I lied a lot and a lot and a lot. And when that 150,000 word report came out, what was the lie? Where was the lie? What did I lie about? Nothing. But hey, listen. Yeah, if you think I lie, you know, show the proof.
By visiting ground.news/armchair. Pro subscriptions cost less than $1 a month, or save 40% off unlimited access with the Vantage subscription, which is what
Wait, not related to stream stuff, okay? Like going live at 12 or anything like that, okay? Calm down.
Thank you to Ground News for making this video possible. In the shadow of these failed proposals, extremist factions emerged, fueled by deep-seated grievances. Jewish groups like the Irgun and Stern Gang orchestrated terrorist attacks against British and Arab targets, aiming to expedite a Jewish state's establishment. Concurrently, Arab extremists retaliated with groups like the Arab Higher Committee and later the Holy War Army, aiming to counter Jewish insurgents and challenge British rule. The 1940s witnessed an escalating spiral of violence, with both Jews and Palestinians employing terrorism as a means to further their respective nationalist agendas.
You also lied about being able to get a 940. I can throw up a 940 whenever I want. I did it yesterday, okay? Lav said you had multiple private combos with her. What's the goal there? I think Lav is mixing stuff up. I had one 30-minute call with her, I think a month ago? I was in Iowa when I did the Iowa thing. I had one 30-minute call with her on Discord because she just wanted to see where we stood, or if she wanted to kick or keep, that it's not just going to be bringing up her family a bunch. And I was like, okay, that's fine. That's the only private call we've ever had. Unless she's considering, like, when I'm jumping on, I think I've jumped on Gisticle's stream like once or twice when she's been on to like throw a question in, but that's it. Like I've never, yeah, that's the only private call I've had with her in the past year or 6 months or whatever. Freakazoid, thanks for the 5 subs. Wait, hold on. Do you feel like when people say that you lied, it's over semantic things, like what Melina said when you lied about the meme tick, saying he was going to kill himself over not getting in a relationship? Yeah, maybe. I mean, like you could argue that I get some shit wrong sometimes. I'm sure I do, obviously. Yeah, I'm sure I do. But like I'm human, but I'm not lying. I don't consider that lying. Actually, I don't. Remember, I got in a huge fight with Lav over that. Like, if I fuck up a detail, I get something like minorly wrong. Like, lying is like the intention to conceal something. Like, I'm trying to sell you a story that we both know isn't real, or that I know isn't real, and I hope that evidence doesn't come out to like contradict it. I might get stuff wrong personally sometimes, like fuck up a date or do something, but in general, I don't. Yeah. Lav claims to get information on Lav's private life from Erudite and then made a tweet about it. Oh, probably. Yeah, I was tweeting a lot of wild shit about Lav at some point. But I hear like so many fucking rumors related to Lav and shit. But that's Lav's fault. Lav spends every waking moment of her life talking to a ton of people in Discords and stuff. I had so many people DMing me shit that Lav was saying. Like, yeah, I feel like I know what Lav has said more than Lav does sometimes because of how much shit she's saying in like like different fucking Discords and stuff. But also, listen, I'm not interested in fight. I'm not here to fight with Lav anymore, whatever, I'm past that. If she wants to say I'm lying, she can always post proof of me lying if she thinks I've lied about something, but I mean, I don't think I have, yeah.
In the aftermath of the Holocaust, which had convinced many Jews that they could never be safe without their own state, the United Nations proposed a two-state solution in 1947, envisioning separate Jewish and Arab states. The plan designated the Fertile Galilee region, the coastal plain, and the Negev Desert to the proposed Jewish state. Conversely, the hill regions of Judea and Samaria, along with the coastal Gaza Strip, were allocated to the proposed Arab state.
He literally wants me back so bad. Okay, the issue is that I have already had the 23andMe genetic testing, and I think we both have the gene for Tay-Sachs, and I really want kids in the future, so I do, but unfortunately, as long as we both have this predisposition towards genetic anomaly children, genetically anomaly children, it'll just never work between us, so I'm sorry. I think Erudite is a strong talker. Some people react negatively to that. Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
State. Jerusalem, holding religious significance for both communities, was to be an international city. These allocations aimed to distribute the land based on demographic and agricultural considerations, but significantly altered the existing territorial status quo, fueling tensions further. The Jewish leadership accepted the proposal, seeing it as a step toward an independent Jewish state. However, the Arab leadership rejected it outright, refusing to recognize any partition of the territory and the separation of its peoples. Seeing few other options, Jewish leaders declared independence in 1948, establishing the State of Israel. This immediately triggered the Arab-Israeli War, as neighboring Arab states invaded to crush what they saw as a Zionist occupation, despite the odds stacked against.
Pay attention how bad this video is. Wait, is it? I didn't hear anything bad so far. Hold on. Do you want to talk about Israel-Palestine, or you burn on the topic? I got 4 questions. For Rage Pope? Yeah, at the end of this video, we can actually share.
The quote, fueling tensions further.
Urk had a really good question 2 or 3 days ago. But I think I was ending my stream and I didn't answer it. Urk asked a question of like, would you feel if Israel was utilizing weapon systems that had a less likelihood of being able to focus or target an attack and increase the amount of collateral damage, would that be unethical? I think the answer would probably be yes. And I could definitely see like, let's say that there's one military system or targeting system that's more expensive, but it's like more precise. But it also gives you less leeway then for war crimes, because now if you fuck up, now it's like way more likely that you're going to get dinged for something. And then there's another system that's like less precise or more clustered or whatever. And if you use this, it does more damage, it's cheaper, but right? I'm sure there's a lot of calculations or complications in regards to evaluating the types of systems used and everything. I don't know if I would have strong feelings about any of that. But yeah, I mean, I can imagine at some point we're going to say that, it's probably unethical to choose to use this weapon system, right? Sure. But yeah, I'm not sure where I would draw those lines. I think I would need way more details on the on what exactly is being discussed, yeah.
Holding religious significance for both communities was to be an international city. These allocations aimed to distribute the land based on demographic and agricultural considerations, but significantly altered the existing territorial status quo, fueling tensions further. The Jewish leadership accepted the proposal, seeing it as a step toward an independent Jewish state. However, the Arab leadership rejected it outright, refusing to recognize any partition of the territory and the separation of its peoples. Seeing few other options, Jewish leaders declared independence in 1948, establishing the State of Israel.
Didn't Ligon say some shit about them using dumb bombs? I've never heard the term dumb bomb in my life. Dumb bomb is stupid. Dumb bomb doesn't make any sense. I don't know why you would ever call a bomb a dumb bomb. This is a rocket. I don't know why we would ever. Yeah, that just sounds. I don't know where that term came from or why the New York Times made that article or whatever. Like, dumb bomb just means that there's no guidance system or navigation system on the bomb itself. But a dumb bomb can still be highly precise or highly targeted. There's going to be certain weapon systems that launch dumb bombs that are more precise than like guided weapons, smart bombs. Like it's just a stupid, yeah, I don't know. That's a dumb, that just sounds dumb. Rockets have a propulsion system. Oh, dumb bomb is just free falling. Oh, sure. Even a free falling or a launched bomb, like an artillery shell, can be guided with high levels of precision. It's just it's a stupid term. Or at the very least, it's dumb applied in this context. Like a dumb bomb is automatically horrible and bad compared to something else, you know? Don't let Disney lie anymore. Okay, sorry, this guy's spamming this over and over again. You lied to vegan gains regarding your Bush position. You do not value the structural development of a fetus, which you argued against on the Whatever podcast, yet made that argument with VG. The only reason I argued on the Whatever podcast for that particular position is because those fetuses make the perfect fleshlights.
Immediately triggered the Arab-Israeli War, as neighboring Arab states invaded to crush what they saw as a Zionist occupation, despite the odds stacked against the Israeli defenders. Jewish right, refusing to recognize any partition of the territory and the separation of its peoples. Seeing few other options, Jewish leaders declared independence in 1948, establishing the State of Israel. This immediately triggered the Arab-Israeli War, as neighboring Arab states invaded to crush what they saw as a Zionist occupation. Despite the odds stacked against the Israeli defenders, the war ended in 1949 with an Israeli victory, establishing the Green Line as the de facto border for the new Jewish state. The Green Line expanded Israel's territory beyond the UN's proposed boundaries, incorporating Western Galilee and a broad corridor through the Negev Desert. By the end.
Wait, okay, I might be missing things here. I'm sorry, or maybe they said it earlier when I was reading chat. I would argue that this is an incredibly pro-Zionist retelling of what happened here, right? That the odds were stacked against them. I don't know if the odds were ever stacked against Israel. They were shipping in lots of weapons from Czechoslovakia. All of the Israelis who were coming in from Europe they were clearly like military ready, and they had experience, and they were way more organized. They were getting a lot of money externally from other Zionist organizations. I'm pretty sure their fighting force in the military is way more capable than the surrounding Arab states. And also, there was no mention in here of like, part of the reason why the Arab states invaded was probably also because of the huge expulsion of Palestinian Arabs from the land as well, right? Did I miss the Nakba mention in here? Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like this particular part, the retelling here, was very favorable towards the Jewish side. Arguably like bordering on, you're missing some important parts for the Arab side here, but.
End of the war, over 700,000 Palestinians had been permanently displaced from their homeland.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
With many reduced.
Well.
Negev Desert. By the end of the war, over 700,000 Palestinians had been permanently displaced from their homeland. With
sure. Some people would argue that this displacement began, though, in 47 before the war even happened, right? Was the Nakba before or after the war? I think people would probably argue the Nakba was like from 47 to 49, with some of it occurring prior to the war and then most of it occurring after. Although I heard one guy challenge me on that most of it happened before the war even happened. I don't think that's true, though. I wish I could find like precise numbers on when people left, but yeah.
Many reduced to the status of refugees. This event would be known as the Nakba.
The Nakba was a product of the war. I don't believe that's 100% true. I believe that after the 47 partition plan, once that was rejected, I believe that the Arab-Israeli civil war started, and that's when some of the expulsions began, prior to the 48 independence and prior to the actual first war. I'm pretty sure that's true. That's not correct, Destiny. The Arabs were very well trained, having fought in multiple conflicts under the Ottomans. I'm not a military expert, and I don't know much about the military history, but just based on the little bit I know, that seems to be completely wrong. It feels like Arab states, even Egypt, had a very hard time organizing and running a military effectively. So I don't think that's true at all, but I could be wrong.
Or catastrophe by surviving Palestinians and the rest of the Arab world. Although hostilities ceased, the agreements didn't resolve the core conflict, merely pausing territorial disputes. From 1949 to 1967, the Gaza Strip was under Egyptian occupation and the West Bank under Jordanian occupation. The end of the war also saw Israel's alleged violation of the UN General Assembly Resolution 181 as it expanded beyond the UN's proposed boundaries, further souring relations with neighboring Arab states. Concurrently, border skirmishes, issues over the Straits of Tiran, and the 1956 Suez Crisis further exacerbated problems with the Arabs. Israel's probing into surrounding territories and retaliatory actions against cross-border attacks further strained relations in the region, setting the stage for June 5, 1967, when preemptive Israeli airstrikes against Egyptian airfields caused a coalition of Arab states to simultaneously declare war and attack Israel across multiple...
Okay, well now that's given like incredibly pro-Arab side that they just like Israel for no reason attacked a bunch of airfields. But
fronts. Despite being grossly outnumbered, Israel quickly launched an immediate offensive, capturing the Sinai Peninsula, Gaza Strip, West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights at a lightning pace. The war concluded.
Also, the grossly outnumbered thing here also is, but that's also like massively pro-Israeli. I don't think that this video is like wrong. I wonder if you can give like a general overview of history while it's still like accurate. Like to say that they were grossly outnumbered is like kind of true, but like I think once you've eliminated all of the enemy air support, I don't know if the outnumbered shit matters, because if you have like free reign of the skies and you just call in planes, bomb the fuck out of everybody, and you have no contest there, and I'm pretty sure at this early stage in history, anti-air didn't really exist that well, or at least it wasn't deployed in these regions. Because remember, that was one of the scary things about Yom Kippur. The scary thing about Yom Kippur was Egypt, I think, having a fuck ton of anti-air that was being set up in the Sinai, deployed by the Soviets. And I think in the beginning stages of Yom Kippur, I'm pretty sure Israeli planes were getting murked like motherfuckers. They were getting shot down like crazy. So having like massive air superiority over every country, which the Israelis had, was probably was definitely super important. So to say they're like super outnumbered,
Peninsula, Gaza Strip, West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights at a lightning.
It had a note on the screen. It said it was in response to closing the straits in the military on the border. Oh, okay, my bad. I just didn't read the note. My bad.
Pace. The war concluded on June 10th, marking
air superiority doesn't mean jack shit unless you have superior infantry. I don't know about that.
What we now know as the Six-Day War. These newly acquired territories significantly expanded Israel's borders, with the Green Line being superseded by the ceasefire lines established at the end of the conflict. From 1967 onwards, new Israeli settlements would be established across the occupied territories of Gaza and the West Bank, often encroaching on Palestinian land to do so. The aftermath of the Six-Day War left a lingering tension in the region, with the Arab states seeking to recover their territories lost to Israel. These tensions eventually sparked the Yom Kippur War in 1973, where Egypt and Syria launched coordinated surprise attacks against Israel to regain the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights. However, by the end of the war, Israeli forces had repelled the invasions and even advanced into Egyptian and Syrian territories beyond the pre-war lines. Despite these territorial changes during the conflict, the borders essentially returned to their pre-war status following disengagement agreements in 1974 and 1975. Even with the memories of Yom Kippur still fresh, an unprecedented moment occurred in 1978 at Camp David in the United States. Here, agreements were signed between Egyptian President Anwar Sadat and Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, which led to a peace treaty and normalized relations the following year. Part of this treaty involved Israel returning the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, which was finalized in 1982. Meanwhile, Israeli military rule over the West Bank transitioned to a semi-civil authority under the Israeli Ministry of Defense. Since its establishment in 1964, the Palestine Liberation Organization gained significant influence in the region. Its pursuit for Palestinian self-determination led to the Arab League officially deeming them the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people in 1974. This recognition marked a pivotal moment.
I'm behind a few minutes, but it seems like when you say loud says you lie in private, she actually means that you make her feel better and you're meaner in public, but she argues a ton on stream, or a lot on stream. That could be true, and honestly, I could see people having that opinion. I think that's a personal thing that I need to work on. Yeah, that's the thing that I need to work on. I need to figure that out. I think one flaw or defect I have, I'm really bad at like, here's like a weird contradiction I think that I have. I'm really bad at words of affirmation. Like if I see somebody and they do something, like my first instinct is to criticize, which is a bad habit. That was really unfair to Mel. Mel did a lot of like shows on Red Pill stuff where she did like pretty good when she went to debates, and when she would ask me like, oh, how do you think I did on this thing? My mind is like, oh, well, what could you do better, right? And so I would just be critical. And I think that makes people feel like shit when they hear that. When I ask for somebody like, how did I do? I'm almost always soliciting critical feedback. Like, yeah, hey, like, what do you think? Can you tell me something I do better here? But like, that's almost all I'm interested in. I'm very rarely interested in saying, oh, you did a good job. I just want to like, tell me what I can do better. It's usually what I'm looking for. But then when I'm talking about somebody else, when they're not around, so if I talk to them and they're not, if somebody else is bringing up their performance and that person's not there, then I will almost come off as like a simp. Because if people are bringing up like Melina, like I've done this on stream and in my subreddit, because Melina always say like, oh, you're always critical of me. And it's like, when I'm talking to you, I am, but like when I'm talking to my community or when I'm posting my subreddit or I'm talking in chats, I simp like crazy. No, I'll always like sing the praises of somebody like, no, I think this person did a good job here. No, I don't think that's fair to say this. Or no, yeah. I need to translate the third party energy to second party energy better. That's just like a thing that I need to work on, I think. Yeah, I think it's like a personal thing. Yeah. Destiny, man. Gistical embeds are obviously stirring a lot of shit and bringing you more problems. I don't think so. Especially now that I'm single, I can manage all of this drama way more effectively because now I don't have another like relationship partner that's getting bothered by things. I can handle, this is super within my wheelhouse, like very, very easy. It all depends on what you're critical of compared to the level of confidence in that thing. Sure. The rule is it's something they can improve on right now, then criticism is fine. If it's something they can't fix, don't criticize. I think the rule is you should, unless you have a partner that very specifically enjoys critical feedback, which is something I specifically do. I like the whiplash approach, right? Throw a chair at me, tell me I'm a loser. Sorry, I almost said another word. Yeah, and then like criticize me. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. That's the type of feedback I generally solicit. If your partner is a normal human being, like 98% of people, being able to compliment their work or especially things they've like expended effort on, that's probably a really important part of a healthy relationship, like a functional relationship, I think. You should be able to do that. If you can't do that, that's like a character flaw that you need to work on, I think. Or find somebody that is like you, I guess, yeah. I had that exact same problem with my best friend in GF. What direction are you going to improve that? I try to be more mindful of it. It'd be nice for a relationship. If I'm dating somebody, I think I want somebody that's like more similar to me, but I still think I don't want to call it a character flaw, but it's something I work on. I try to. Like I remember, for instance, after our debates in Texas, I think I wanted to criticize Erudite for something, or there was like something she could improve that would like help her so much. And my instinct was to say that immediately to her. But then I remembered like, okay, this is gonna, if we just finish a debate and then I give her like a piece of criticism, it's just gonna be like me shitting on her. So I like try to think of like, oh, I think you did this really well, or this did good, or I think you had a really good argument here, blah, blah, blah. You should like consider this one thing, something, yeah. I think it's just good to consider that because people are gonna, if you criticize them, they'll take the feelings that you hated everything they did. That's what most people think, right? If you do a musical performance and it's amazing and everybody's clapping and your friends are like, oh my God, just this one note, like in measure 47, like you always fuck up the vibrato on this note because it's an awkward thing or whatever. What you hear is, I hated everything. And here's like one of the things I hated. That's what it feels like. So I think it's important to realize you have to do that better. Why do you think you do that? I don't know, because that's what I like to hear. We project, everybody projects. You see yourself in everybody, and then you just treat everybody like you think, yeah, you project your mental states and shit, yeah. How often do you give constructive feedback to a partner without being too critical? Well, I mean, I never try to be too critical. I make sure my feedback is always constructive. But even if your feedback is constructive, that doesn't matter. If you're only ever giving criticism, it feels like shit. It's not good. Having an explicit call for a postmortem of anything is good for people. Getting into the mindset of critique of both parties, just coming out and raw dogging criticism sets people up, sure. But even so, like I just think criticism, even if it's really good criticism or really constructive, I think it just feels shitty. At Destiny, as a school teacher here in Norway, we usually apply the 2 compliments and a criticism to most schoolwork. We even get the kids to do it to each other. Yeah, that can help. There's also ways to do criticism as well that, now I know this from like a manager point of view because of the stupid supervisor class we took at the casino. I don't know why I don't apply this to my personal life. I don't apply any of my advice. That's why my advice is so good. You know it's good because I don't take any of it. When you criticize somebody, rather than saying something they did wrong, if you can, it's really good to fixate on the thing they did good and try to amplify that over the wrongness. So this might be an example. Let's say somebody says like too much. I think I still say like too much even on stream. Let's say somebody says like too much when they're having a debate. Like, okay? Rather than go in and like, what's the nicest way? Be like, listen, okay, generally everything sounds okay. If you could just cut down on the filler, you'd do so much better, right? Like that might be like a nice criticism. If you can amplify the good things and then use that to criticize the bad thing without criticizing it directly almost, it feels better. So if somebody says like too much and you go up to them and you're like, hey, when you speak, you are incredibly impactful. You have a lot of statements that carry a lot of weight behind them. But I think sometimes you undermine it a little bit by doing the likes. You should let your statements just hang. So say something and be silent, because everything you say is so good and your statements are so powerful. If you just stop the filler afterwards, I think it would be so much better for yourself, right? Because now you're fixating on your criticism has a compliment in it, right? Like you when you speak, it's really good. You're just doing like a little thing that kind of undermines it. If you can find ways to like amplify like a good thing, or focus on that kind of like as part of the criticism, I think that also makes the criticism feel better, rather than doing like the compliment sandwich thing where you're just like, you do this really well, you do this really well, and this you do horribly. Because even in the compliment sandwich, like that criticism could feel like shit, you know? I don't know. There's an art to giving constructive feedback to people. God, fuck. I bet Dr. K does it. I want to fucking kidnap and take his brain out and mine that brain for, information. He's such a good conversationalist. I almost wish he did like debate or political stuff. He's such a good conversationalist. It's unbelievable listening to him talk to people. He's just incredibly disarming while still having like, he's like the best of both worlds of like, of having an incredibly strong spine while being incredibly disarming at the same time. Usually you compromise on one of these two things. You're either like, you don't have enough, like for instance, you could criticize when I did the conservative debates 5 years ago that I was being a little bit too lenient to them while I was trying to be empathetic. So that'd be an example of like being a little bit like more soft and sacrificing your spine. Or in debating the lefties, you could argue that I had too much of a spine and I wasn't soft or empathetic enough. For some reason, like an erect, throbbing dick, where you've got the solid inner dick and then the soft skin on the outside, Dr. K just does a really good job at being so unbelievably soft and disarming while still like being really strong in what he believes. He's so good at navigating comments like that. Fuck! Dr. K talks about not giving criticisms by just asking questions in this interview. Oh, fuck. I might start binging some of his stuff just to listen to him. I just want to hear him. I'm more interested in him navigating conversations with people that don't like. Listening to him talk to Sneeko was so good. Holy shit.
Things I want to dive into here. I would love for you to finish your.
Wait. Let's finish this before we get into all this.
In the Palestinian struggle, as the PLO's influence began to extend into neighboring countries like Lebanon. This expansion contributed to Israel's 1982 Operation Peace for Galilee, initially aimed at expelling PLO forces from Lebanon. As the conflict rapidly escalated into an extended occupation of southern Lebanon, Israel established a security zone to thwart attacks, leading to intricate conflicts with Lebanese factions and the emergence of Hezbollah as a key political player in the region. This occupation, marked by its flagrant territorial violations, significantly impacted Israeli-Lebanese relations and the broader Middle Eastern geopolitical landscape. The Israeli presence in southern Lebanon continued for nearly 2 decades, marked by persistent military engagement.
Just him asking myself. He actually offered to reach out and chat with me off stream, which I appreciate over stuff. And the last part of our conversation was me asking me a few questions related to conversation stuff. Yeah. So I have a little bit. Yeah. But it'd be fun to have just like a 2-hour convo. I could talk to him so much about. Yeah, he's just so good at talking. But one of the unfortunate things when I was speaking to him though is some people are naturals at things, and unfortunately I think he might be like a natural. So I don't know if I'm more interested sometimes in people that aren't naturals and have to think a lot about how to get to a process. I'm like, okay, how do you do this? What do you do here? Because a lot of my questions for him are like literally like, when you've got something that's so against you and then you do this, like, what is your thought process to here? And for him, he's like, oh, well, I just try not to be judgmental and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay. Like one of the things he says, oh, I just try to be compassionate. And it's like, you are compassionate, but a lot of times when people are compassionate, it comes off as condescending, but you don't. I have never heard Dr. K come off as like condescending or patronizing ever. He never comes off that way. I'm glazing hard. He's probably one of the best conversationalists I've heard, like speak to people in challenging areas on YouTube ever. It's just so good. Yeah.
Its flagrant territorial violations significantly impacted Israeli-Lebanese relations and the broader Middle Eastern geopolitical landscape. The Israeli presence in southern Lebanon continued for nearly 2 decades, marked by persistent military engagements, political backlash, as well as international scrutiny.
Someone said he has so much experience it's a matter of practice. I disagree. I think therapists and talkers and teachers can go their whole life practicing and not hit whatever he's done to get his conversational skills where they're at. I don't think most people ever get there, even for people that practice like talking and therapy and everything. Yeah.
And criticism. The occupation would only end with Israel's unilateral withdrawal in 2000. However, this did not put an end to the PLO's activities within Israel and other parts of the region. The PLO's involvement in hijackings, attacks on civilians, and guerrilla warfare led countries like the United States and Israel to label it a terrorist organization during that period, though their reputation began to change over the late 1980s. The PLO's chairman, Yasser Arafat, alongside other Palestinian parties, became instrumental in setting the stage for the Oslo Accords, which aimed to transition toward more structured Palestinian self-governance and a potential two-state solution. Signed in 1993, the Oslo Accords established the Palestinian Authority.
But his education may not say too. He's Harvard trained. I don't think his Harvard training, I'm sure it helped a little bit, but he's got qualities that are unique to him. He's got qualities that are unique to him that I don't think you pick up in a school anywhere. If Harvard could produce a bunch of people that could have conversations through residency, like at his level, we would see it. Like, yeah.
Granting it limited self-rule over parts of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip for a transitional period, with the aim of achieving a final peace settlement within 5 years. The Accords divided the West Bank into 3 areas: Area A, under full authority control; Area B, under Palestinian civil control and Israeli security control; and Area C, under full Israeli control. The Palestinian Authority was given control over most population centers in the West Bank and Gaza, while Israel retained control over Jewish settlements, military areas, and most of the natural resources. This arrangement was meant to be a stepping stone toward a two-state solution, although the subsequent Camp David negotiations in 2000 failed to establish a permanent settlement. The transitional period set by the Oslo Accords was complex, further exacerbated by the...
Yeah, I agree his style is natural. Another factor is his practice of mindfulness. Didn't he train to be a monk for years? I'm really curious how much that plays into it, for sure. Because there were a couple of Jesuits that I knew at Creighton Prep, my high school, that were also incredibly good conversationalists. That were so good. But I mean, I don't see that tested as much because it's like a high school format, so it's the relationships are different there. But yeah, I'm not sure. There might be some aspect of people that do religion or spirituality or mindfulness or meditation. There might be something in there that is like a part of the human mind that demands like exploration that we just don't get like in more secular settings. That might be the case, you know?
Second Intifada, a major Palestinian uprising from 2000 to 2005 following the failed Camp David negotiations. In 2005, shortly after the suppression of the uprising, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon took a unilateral step to withdraw from the Gaza Strip. This evacuation involved dismantling all Israeli settlements in the Gaza Strip and 4 in the northern West Bank. The disengagement was aimed at improving Israeli security, reducing friction between Israelis and Palestinians, and advancing the peace process. But Israel still retained control over Gaza's airspace, territorial waters, and border crossings, except for the land border with Egypt, which is controlled by Egypt and the Palestinian Authority.
Fuck. I don't want to get into the comparison too much, but do you think that him being so good at combos might have played into why Max hated him so much? He was what he wanted to be. I'm not sure. I think Max hated him for other reasons, like with this weird savior complex. He's got actually a whole history of this. But it is funny that Max and Dr. K are a flip side of something that seems similar, but they're actually completely opposite. And it's really funny because Max levied this criticism at Dr. K that basically what Dr. K does is he gets you in a convo, gets you to cry, then makes you feel good afterwards. And that'll always make you feel good. Which is 50% true, but Max is actually describing his own behavior. Dr. K, I think, asks you good questions to get you to reflect on things that you don't normally reflect on. Sometimes it can make you kind of uncomfortable because people don't usually show the care or concern to ask questions to get this deep, to make you confront something that's a little bit uncomfortable. And then you can have a moment, and he'll let you have that moment, and then you wrap up the conversation, or then you finish afterwards. That is like a thing that I've seen happen in a lot of Dr. K conversations. What Max does, though, is Max will push you into a corner, make you very uncomfortable. He'll hit a boundary, push, step into your zone, make you incredibly uncomfortable, and then you end up breaking down. And then Max will ease up off the gas afterwards and let you kind of catch your breath. And now you feel like a little bit more endearing towards him because you had that vulnerable moment or whatever. But the vulnerable moments that Max pushes out of people, I think comes from a violation of boundaries and comes from a very subtle manipulation of conversation and flow and frame. And Dr. K's like vulnerable moments come from like just, I would say, like legitimate questioning and the person kind of like thinking or getting to areas that normally they might not ask questions about. That's my feeling. You never heard the memes about Dr. K making you cry? Oh, yeah, I mean, I've seen it before, sure. But, okay. Do you think that's why Reckful preferred to talk to Dr. K over other therapists? Possibly. Dr. K just needs to talk to Israel and Palestinians. Problem solved. True. I don't know why we watched this whole fucking video.
Despite the disengagement, relations did not improve. The Gaza Strip instead came under the control of Hamas.
Personally, I think one of the big things for him, for being genuinely open-minded to others, is based in being genuinely humbled by failing in some part of life. Oh, for Dr. K, maybe. Dr. K also comes off as just like very humble. Like one of the biggest things that I like what he's doing is I really like the fact that he's willing to. This might even be manipulative, and if it is, it worked on me, manipulated me. When he says like, "Give me a moment to think," the idea that like he did his residency at Harvard. I just learned this a week ago, or when I talked to him on stream. I didn't actually remember. I didn't know he was a doctor. I thought that he just had like some training as a therapist. I didn't know he was an actual full-on psychiatrist. So he went to med school. And I had no idea. I didn't know that actually. But I guess that makes sense. He's called Dr. K. I thought it was like a meme name. Yeah, like the fact that somebody would like, yeah, I try to have like moments of humility where people ask me things, I'll be like, I don't know the answer to this. Like, I'm okay. I'm comfortable saying that. I'm comfortable saying I don't know something. And I like that he's comfortable being like, give me a moment to think about this, rather than feeling like a pressure to constantly speak, or a pressure to constantly, you know, have the answers to everything immediately and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Didn't Max accuse him of not going to Harvard? Yeah, and I think I even bit that initially. Like, I agreed with that criticism because he didn't go to Harvard. He did his residency at Harvard. But actually, I'm pretty sure if you think about it, getting an undergrad at Harvard is probably nowhere near as prestigious as doing a residency at Harvard, right? Because residency is like you're doing med school, and then this is where you go to get your formal training to complete your med school training. Undergrad is who the fuck cares? You have enough money, you can go to Harvard and get an undergrad degree if your parents are rich or whatever. Like who the fuck cares? Undergrad or Harvard? I mean, it's nice, I guess it's prestigious. But like doing residency at Harvard is probably a lot more prestigious. That'd be my guess if you talk to like medical professionals. You do residency at Harvard? Impressive. Yeah. How would you address the criticisms of him for Indian astrology shit? I don't know. Not to get too into things. I don't know what he's comfortable sharing or not, but I might dive into some of that soon. I'm very curious. Only because I respect him so much that I'm curious like what is beyond that door. Not sure. Do you ever struggle to moderate your Vyvanse script? No, thank God. I mentioned this a while ago. I finally got my prescription at a psychiatrist. I just take 60 a day. I've done that for like 2 months or a month and a half, and I'm vibing hard. What is this? 12:23. Wait, is this yesterday or is this today? What does 12:39:33:04 look like? Is this an IP address? What the fuck is this? It's the only thing I really dislike about his work, but I don't know if it's because I'm a huge neckbeard atheist. I really struggle connecting to anything spiritual. Maybe, but if like the spirituality thing, oh, date and timestamp. If the spirituality thing is what's unlocked his ability to do what he does as well as he does, I mean, like, fuck it, I'm curious. I'm at least curious, yeah.
Steven lied about what I told him about my partner.
She'll always handle this. I'm not going to relitigate this over and over again. Obviously, we're always going to, whatever. I don't want to say anything more about it. We'll always disagree on this, but it's whatever. Well, but if she keeps saying I'm lying about it, fuck. I don't want to, no, because I don't want to fight. Yeah, I'm not here to fight about it. Fuck it. She can have it.
And I was like,
I maintain what I say the entire time.
Oh, this man is willing to lie to throw me through the mud? That's fucking crazy. That's fucking...
Don't say anything crazy. Don't go too hard. Oh God, don't reverse me, okay? Master, I'm trying my best. Don't do it.
Fucking crazy. I hate this guy. We talked about this last week. He told me that he had mischaracterized it or seen it differently, or that obviously he got ahead of himself, which I appreciated him saying. To me, at least. Obviously, there's no proof of this. I mean...
Are you sure?
Maybe he did believe that that's what I was saying. I don't think so, though. There's no way that he thought that I was talking shit about my part. There's no way. I don't think. Whatever. I'm trying to give everyone benefit of doubt. But that was when I flipped. That was when it flipped for me. And then I was like, oh, this is a bad guy. And then I was like, oh, it's open season. But before then, for months, I was like, I don't think he's evil. I don't...
What did I actually say? Actually, can somebody tell me, what was the original claim that I made? Let me see if it was too strong. Because I know exactly what she said. And we both agreed on exactly what she said. And I interpreted it one way. I'm curious, what is the... Are we sure she's not talking about Mr. Girl right now? Yeah. Last week? I thought you said a month ago. When I talked to Lab? No, it was... Hold on, my brain is fucking scrambled, okay. When did I talk to her on voice? It was the 14th of the 11th month, whenever the fuck that is. So a month and a week ago? Somebody said this clip is a week ago? Oh, this is when it was clipped on the desktop. It's not when it was streamed. Oh. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. I don't care. Never mind. I don't need to litigate this. If she needs what she needs.
Despite the disengagement, relations did not improve. The Gaza Strip instead came under the control of Hamas in 2007, following a civil war in the region. This split the Palestinian territories de facto, with the West Bank controlled by the Palestinian National Authority and Gaza by Hamas. Ever since, conditions in Gaza have been dire due to the Israeli and Egyptian blockades aimed at limiting Hamas's influence, economic struggles, and ongoing conflict. More recently, tensions between Hamas and Israel have surged, culminating in the disastrous confrontation that began in October of this year.
Wow. Do you think these are natty gains? Oh, are we doing a natty or not analysis on this? Or, dude, we should just do like months where we like find topics to trigger the fuck out of people. Where we just like do natty or not, and we just say like the most retarded things to trigger the whole like weightlifting community. Oh fuck, who joined?
Hey, it's
Oh yeah, oh you want to do Israel Palestine shit? Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, all right. So I think overall you've done a really good job. You're definitely the best online. That debate was
Obviously,
very good.
Of course.
Yeah.
Nice sandwich. Give me the criticism. What do you want?
Yeah. All right. So I guess I have 4 areas I'd kind of like to explore. I don't know if I really have great answers. I'm happy to give you mine after we hear yours. But so the first one is, I guess, where do you really draw the line for self-defense for nations, right? So when you take a look at Palestine and the formation of Israel and the war in 48 and the war in 67 and then 73 and so on, it's pretty clear to me that, 48, 67, and I think you agree, were very, very justifiable campaigns. But I don't think in current day we would agree, or I think we would both agree that there is no like retribution for Palestine to be able to take back all of Israel. So I guess how do you draw that line?
Can you, okay, real quick, hold on. What do you do for work? Don't you make money? You're online every fucking day. Why does your mic blip like this? Can you tell me what microphone you're using?
I have an Apogee hype mic.
Why? Why not just buy like one of the normal mics that work? You've been in this Discord for months, years. You always have.
If you link it to me, I'll buy it. Yeah. So this one I was able to get from work because it was a USB mic. I figured it was like a $300 mic. It would actually just work.
Aren't you always in comp size saying your TC is like $300K a year? Why don't you just buy like a Blue Yeti, $100 like USB mic? I don't understand.
Right, I'll buy the Blue Yeti.
Okay, thank you.
Put that on
Christ,
my shopping list right now.
Holy shit. Okay. You were asking me, what do I think about like nations defending themselves? What was the final question here?
Yeah, so I guess like where do you finally draw the line of self-defense for nations, right? Like what date did Palestine kind of lose their right to try to reclaim their territory from Israel, and why is that the case?
Here's the issue that I run into, okay? All right, are you ready? I'm gonna be a rambler. I'm gonna try to get through this really quickly, okay? Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Individual morality, I think we can make principles. And the reason why we have principles is because it's a principle, it's applied to every situation, right? Principles only make sense if they're applied universally. So we can do this universally, individually, when it comes from person to person, right? I think I can always, there are certain things like say, rape is always wrong. Murder is always wrong, okay? You shouldn't non-consensually violate another person's bodily autonomy so much that you're raping them or murdering them, right? These are like principles that I can extend to almost the entire world, I think, to most humans, assuming they're human, okay? Conflicts between conflicts within a nation over territory are going to be administered and finally resolved by your nation's government. They have to be. It's the only way a country works is if there's some central governing body that you can appeal to in order to make a particular thing work, right? That's the principle. We've got not third parties. We have institutions that we have like endowed with some power and we trust them to do things, right? So maybe we disagree. Maybe I think I'm even morally right that I should get to keep this house, my great, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, the government makes a final call, and that's how it has to work for us to be able to resolve disagreements between citizens in a country, okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the confusing part is when we get to inter or intranational conflict, so nations are part of a greater body or nations fighting within themselves or amongst themselves, we get into weirder areas because now we're fighting over abstract things like territory. And these things are not administered to by a single body, but rather are disputed by two competing bodies. So it's very hard now because now we're dealing with abstract ethics and morals that are codified in laws between two separate nations that are having disagreements between themselves. So there's no central body that we can appeal to, which is still okay. We can still start to draw rules up, okay? But now the problem is any rule or principle we think of, when we try to universalize it, it's weird because for Israel-Palestine, my understanding is I don't think there is a conflict that is like this in the past 100 years of the world. So I can't think of any principle that I would retroactively apply to any other country to see what I expect them to do the same thing. So it feels like any rule we craft is going to be literally unique and handmade for this particular situation. So I don't know, like, when we say, like, what's right or wrong, like, were they right in fighting back in 48? I mean, I feel they were. In 67, yeah, I can get it, I think still. In 73, it gets harder. You're like a whole generation removed from the original conflict. I think even in 67, there are questions. And then past 73, especially once other nations start to make agreements, you're way out of line at this point, I would say. But if you're going to try to like universalize a 20-year rule here, like I don't think I would apply that 20-year rule to Crimea and Russia and Ukraine, for instance. If tomorrow the war ends, a peace agreement is made, and Russia and Ukraine declare themselves as no longer at war with one another, if Ukraine tried to invade the next day, I would say that's unethical. You're done. You've settled the conflict. It's over. You don't get 20 years to fight. You don't get 50 years. You don't get 5 days. Like you're just done, you know?
Interesting. I think on that front, I would still think I kind of have the opposite opinion towards the end. I think Ukraine would still be justified in, 5 years, 10 years from now, going out and trying to reclaim the Donbass. I think the big delineating line for me, at least in the Israel-Palestinian conflict, was the switch, I guess, from conventional state actors fighting each other and militaries and kind of the international campaign of terror that went on. So the targeting, I guess, of Israelis and Jews overseas.
Well, wait.
And
real quick, before we do the Israel-Palestine stuff, I'm just curious on the Russia stuff. So here's my question, okay? When I think of like universalized principles, I'm trying to think of like, where does this, like, what does it look like when it plays out? The reason why I feel like Ukraine wouldn't be right to fight for Russia is at that point, aren't all peace treaties essentially negated or nullified? Like any peace treaty you sign, they can still invade you and take shit back. Aren't you setting yourself up for these things to become essentially meaningless?
Yes, but I guess in that, from that perspective as well, you're just setting it up that stronger people can always force people to sign a peace deal, and then have it be cemented in there forever.
Well, I agree. I think that's shitty on an ethical level, but on a real level, that's just true.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important to recognize the real over the ethical or idealistic, because then on the real, that's why we have things like NATO, the European Union. I don't think BRICS is military, but that's why those things are so important, right? It's because you have to recognize that will happen. Larger countries will bully you, take your shit, and that's why we need to have these alliances and huge international bodies.
I totally agree. But I guess the point is, from a real perspective, is if Ukraine ends up being stronger than Russia in 5 or 10 years, I wouldn't have any opposition to them trying to reclaim the territory that's theirs, in terms of a balance of power thing. But I think it's more important to have these large, stable alliances so that these conflicts just don't begin in the first place.
Sure.
If Ukraine was part of NATO, then I don't think that this invasion would have happened. But that's kind of like a hindsight.
I can kind of agree with you there. Yeah, but I don't think I don't think Ukraine could fight over it. That would just be. Well, here's a question then. What could you theoretically argue that Russia can fight over Ukraine if it was part of the former Soviet Union? It's not like they wanted to collapse.
So I would say no. I think the reasons why I would kind of separate them out is I don't think Ukraine was ever really part of Russia. I think since kind of the split of Ukraine with Lithuania and Russia, I believe, were the two powers that carved it up. I think they've really just been kind of an administered territory as opposed to...
Hold on. That's tomato. These are not administered territories. Like the Baltics hated Russia so much because they literally were replacing governments with like Soviet like politicians and shit, no?
No, correct. Yes. Yeah. I mean, these were, I don't even know what you would call it, but that's just basically occupied territory where you're putting your own government. It's the same thing that the colonialism happened overseas, where we did, or I guess Britain did it all around the world. France did it all around the world. Russia was doing the same thing in Eastern Europe. They were doing the same thing in Ukraine, the same thing in the Baltics. And that's why I wouldn't really consider them
I feel
really
like
Russification.
I feel like Russification changes it a bit though, right? Like the Brits and the French didn't really ever, and I could be wrong. Okay, I don't know this part of history, but I don't think the Brits and the French ever shipped off millions of their citizens to go and live like in Algeria or South Africa, right? They weren't shipping off so many people to do it, whereas Russia literally was replacing like large swaths of population in order to make them ethnic. That's why Crimea is so heavily ethnically Russian, right?
Yes, yeah, but I guess I don't think that gives you rights to the territory just because you genocide all the natives
Sorry,
there
not Algeria,
and take over it. Yeah.
Or wait. Sorry, go ahead.
So, yeah. Oh, sorry. But yeah, I don't think that necessarily if you go and you genocide.
No, wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Hold this point. 1 sec. I'm sorry. Wait. I was right for Algeria. That was the place. Wait. How many people did France ship to live in Algeria? Hold on. I need to find this.
I can look that up. I guess Haiti might have been a better one where they were shipping people there and then the Haitians just genocided them all. It looks like a couple 100,000.
Okay, because everybody is saying that they did ship millions of people there. My understanding is that, like, I'm not talking about, like, just, like, a couple 100,000. Although that would be more than I even thought. No, that would probably be bad. Because I know you have to ship people off there to, like, administer the territory and hold on to it and, like, work all the whatever bullshit. But, like, my understanding for Russification, Russia was not shipping people just to, like, administer to or lead the territories. Russia was shipping citizens to, like, populate and have, like, demographic control over territories. That's my understanding in terms of, like, Russification, especially post-Holodomor. That's my understanding. I could be wrong on the numbers, maybe not, but that was my understanding. Russification was an aggressive, like, ethnic replacement in some areas for people. It wasn't just just military people or just or just administrators. But I could be wrong because I haven't studied this as heavily. But okay, sorry. Go ahead on Israel-Palestine. My bad.
Yeah. So Israel-Palestine. Okay. So I guess I don't know if you wanted to address this or not, but so I guess my delineation on the conflict where it starts becoming less justified was when it switched between conflict between state actors, so the organized militaries of the Arab armies, to kind of like the international campaign of terror, where it was no longer two nations in conflict, but rather, I don't know really what you want to call them, but like just the general terror attacks on Jews and Israelis all around the world, where it was just a terror campaign instead of like some sort of like direct conflict between nations.
You think that changes it somehow?
Yeah, I think so. I think when you have, I think if you want to have any sort of legitimacy and continuation of like a conflict or interest, you have to have some level of like sustained effort on the state's part, right? So it's to kind of use like a property example is if you allow your neighbor to like build a garden in your property and then they maintain that garden for like 10 or 20 years, they kind of take that over from you because you're not directly in conflict with them. And so
well, wait, hold on. Isn't this my argument for why Russia or why Ukraine can't fight for Crimea like 50 years later or something? Or what's the difference between the argument you're making now and that argument that I'm...
Well, I think it's because as long as Ukraine, the state, is continuing to fight and amass resources towards that fight, I think it's legitimate. But because they're no longer pressing from a state level or have zero capacity and to continue the fight, that because the fight has shifted to the international terrorism, it's no longer like, I don't want, this is probably terrible words, but like it's not like official. So it's not like a real state fighting back. It's just some crazy organizations that are trying to continue on with like whatever the rightful claim that's been abandoned by the Palestinian state.
Okay. Also, does any part of your calculation here, is it factored into the fact that Israel has engaged since basically, I think maybe before the founding of the nation, in international terrorism, arguably as well? So things like the Lavon affair, which is where I think they planned to bomb a couple buses in Egypt. It happened in Iraq. I don't remember where I think they were trying to bomb a couple things. And then Mossad will do assassinations of people that they believe are leaders of enemy forces around the world. Or when Israel flies planes to go and bomb potential nuclear reactors, set it up in Syria. I don't know if they went to Iran or not, but I know they did in Syria at least once.
Yeah, so that was the last point I was going to bring up, is just the insane targeted killing campaigns that went on. But to kind of put that into perspective, you still have, I guess, these are political acts by the state making choices towards destroying what they think are valid military or political objectives. I think it gets super complicated and super messy When you have, you know, the Lilyhammer affair, there was the Mossad started like making, I guess, some decisions about who they were going to extrajudicially kill, and then covering up like massive internal failures, and you have like literal cabinet level officials just like lying and perjuring themselves on the stand. I think that's something that's very interesting to kind of talk about too. But I think on that point, it is actual state actors that are making the decision to go forward with these targeted killings, these bombing of these reactors, even if they're not directly related to the state itself making those decisions. It's in furtherance of the state by people who are legitimate participants of that state, as opposed to just kind of these splinter groups, right?
I don't understand what argument what is this like furthering? What part of your argument?
So like if the CIA was to go around and just kill like I don't know 500 people in East Berlin or whatever, that's, even though it's just, you know, these random killings of whatever, they're a part of the state apparatus, and they're the ones making decisions that this is going to further the interests of the state, the same way that the Department of Defense.
I understand what you're saying. You're giving me a bunch of descriptions. What argument is this supporting, or what are we talking about?
So because I think the Israel targeted killing stuff is a furtherance of the conflict by the state, whereas the Palestinian stuff was not any state actor trying to further the conflict. It was just other people that were taking up the mantle and trying to take up the claim of the territory that's rightfully held by the Palestinian state.
Okay, I don't understand how that's an argument, because I mean, I feel like unless you're literally tautologically just defining it, because there technically wasn't a state, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I understand there's not a state, but like there's very clearly like an organization that's responsible for administering kind of sort of to all the people in Palestine, and that the decisions and the killings were being done by people who weren't in that same kind of responsibility as a head of state. But you can kind of argue that there wasn't even really
Was it 70 when the PLO was formed and started representing Palestinians, kind of, or no?
I can get the exact date. I can pull up my notes.
But my understanding is that the PLO
said, they basically said that 64. You know, we want to be the head, but I don't know how much they actually were the head versus they were just the only organized militia.
But they were the only organized anything, weren't they? Like every single other thing, like the PFLP and Fatah were all like subsidiaries of the PLO. Were there any other things that? And then also the PLO is what got the observer status at the UN later on for the Palestinian people as a country to the UN, right?
Yes, but I think that was just a political thing. I don't think that was any claim to legitimacy by the PLO. I think at the time of the 70s, it would have been Jordan in the West Bank and then Egypt and Gaza who would have whatever claim that there was to the continuation of the conflict. And I think the PLO, they just formed themselves to kind of take on a mantle because they felt like the current government wasn't representing them properly.
Well, there was no current government, was there?
Well, I mean, yeah, there was Jordan in the West Bank, and there was
yeah, but if they were formed in 64, this was in response probably to the. No, wait, 64 was 67, right?
Yeah, here, hold on. I can pull my notes up.
64, 67, yeah. I mean, like, okay, I don't understand. So are you arguing that, so because they didn't have a formal state that had a formal government, that Palestine, or that the PLO was able, I don't know what the argument is. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not.
So I guess like the PLO was formed in 64.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out like what argument are we furthering here again?
Yeah.
Can you resend? Yeah.
So I don't think the PLO was a legitimate government or can be considered like even like a legitimate quasi-government to have claims of like the Palestinian people.
Sure, I understand that you said this, but I'm saying what argument is this furthering? That it's okay for them to do it, or Israel has more responsibility?
Well, no. That the Israel assassination campaign overseas was acts in furtherance of the state, as opposed to these, which are
and what's that an argument of? Yeah, that it's acting in furtherance of the state.
Just an argument of whether or not there remains a valid claim for Palestine to continue to attack Israel.
Okay,
like
and this is arguing that they don't have a valid claim because of this, or they do?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. So there is
no. Wait, you can't be correct. I asked one or the other. Wait, what was the answer? Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. Correct. So there is no claim anymore because there is no continuation to the violence and conflict. It wasn't like fully, or it was settled, and then some.
Wait, what was the settling of it though? How did it ever get settled?
The settling was Jordan and Egypt taking over, and there being no state left to resist, and no resistance happening. Like just de facto, it was over.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what any of those words mean. When you say
Okay,
de facto it was over, there were armistice lines drawn after 48
Correct.
and after the 6-Day War. But it was de facto borders, but I don't think that the situation would have been considered resolved. And then Israel took some back. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think the Korean conflict is resolved?
I mean, for all intents and purposes, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I think the same thing kind of happened in Palestine kind of at that point, and that's kind of the parallel that I would draw, even though there's no formal end to it. That's
Well, but it's not even
it.
close to a parallel, though, right? Are there huge groups of like North Koreans that are fighting against like South Koreans in? This might happen. I'm totally fucking retarded. Does this happen anywhere in South Korea? Are there groups of like North Korean resistance fighters that are being administered to in occupied territories? Or I don't think so, right?
No, I don't think so.
So I don't think it's comparable at all, right?
I think the reason why you don't have that is because these two people are ethnically the same, whereas for the Israel-Palestine conflict, they're ethnically not the same, I guess. There's still conflict that goes on a low level between the two nations, but the borders were established and the governments were divided at that point. And then the continuation of the fight was done by non-state actors, I guess, in the Palestine example. But like de facto, the war was over in the 50s in Korea, and it was over in 73 because you no longer have any state participation in any of it anymore. It's just rogue terrorist organizations.
Okay, if that's your case, then you're going to say that. Then that means that in 73, Israel should have annexed formally the West Bank and the Gaza Strip and made them all citizens. No? If there's no other state to be fighting with,
or expelled them, but yes, yeah,
sure. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think it's really a satisfactory answer that I have there either. Just to be clear, but that's just kind of one thing I wanted to look into with you. So
okay,
all right. So on the second one, I guess you are very much against the Israeli settlements into the West Bank and Gaza, correct?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess what would be your prescription kind of for Israelis moving forward? One of the biggest ways kind of that or the only way that they've really been able to make any sort of progress since 1948 was kind of facts on the ground. Basically them going out, building towers, building these settlements, and then using those to either annex territory or to bring people to the negotiating table, like the settlements they were building in the Sinai. So what would be kind of your prescription there for Israelis to kind of do?
I think it's I don't think you can compare one-to-one the agreements they make with other states, because they're negotiating with other states that have territory where their people are living. With the Palestinians, they don't really have a place to live or a place to negotiate, right? I think the moral choice for Israel is to aggressively pursue and work on peace deals with the Palestinians. But I think right now Israel is more in their realpolitik mode, where they're just like trying to expand their territory.
Yeah. I think I agree that's what they're trying to do. I think that the only way they've been able to kind of figure out a settlement to the conflict is literally by building settlements and kicking Arabs out. I don't think they've been able to make progress in any other way. And so I think that's the reason why they continue. And if there's actual valid other paths towards settling the conflict, I think those would go away. That's just kind of my read on the situation.
That's possible. I think there are other solutions, but they're far more complicated and like internationally involve multiple parties and everything. This is probably the simplest one. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's shitty and pretty shitty to the Palestinians, but yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's extremely shitty. But all right, so third point. So I think there's this really interesting kind of unexplored territory through the conflict. I don't know, or I didn't hear you talk about it with anybody at all. But the backdrop of this is basically the Cold War. There's a little bit of it with the Soviet Union and Egypt. But you have a lot of these Palestinian organizations being supported by like the Baader Meinhof gang and, the Red Army in Japan and these other big socialist, Marxist, communist groups kind of around the world. I don't know if you had any kind of thoughts on how that might have impacted it. So,
about like global communist movements supporting the Palestinians?
Yeah, correct. And there's like no viewing of the conflict through any of the other realpolitik that was going on in the world, which it seemed to have ties into. But
I mean, I would just look at, I think probably the biggest aspect of communism that influenced all of this would probably be the Soviet Union's assistance to Arab states in general. I don't know if like the Japanese read army or whatever, like these smaller communist groups that were supporting smaller Palestinian groups. I don't know how much they mattered. I have read a couple of peripheral things saying that like Soviet era propaganda might have influenced it quite a bit. So like some of the terms that we used to talk about, like I think they argued the introduction of things like apartheid and genocide were like Soviet era propaganda. That wouldn't make sense though, because that would make sense. I don't know how true that is or not. These are just like peripheral things I've read, but I don't have strong opinions about this. But.
Yeah, I guess like just another example is kind of the KGB, I think, was responsible for training the PLO to like hijack planes or things of that nature. So it seems like there's just, I don't know, something missing in the history. I don't know what exactly it is, or if there's really anything there and you're grasping at straws, but at least kind of.
That might be the case. I heard was it after Yom Kippur? There was an allegation of a conspiracy that a couple people have mentioned, although I don't think there's any hard evidence, that I think it was in the Golan Heights. It was argued that it was possible that Israel had captured a few Soviet commanders that were like doing on the ground stuff, and that these people have been like quietly shipped back to the Soviet Union in exchange for some Jewish people being brought back. I don't remember. I feel like I read something like this, but I don't think any of that has ever been confirmed. I don't know how like wacky that is or not, but maybe.
Yeah, I think there's just like something weird for me that's just like kind of missing, because I mean you have the general Soviet support, but I don't think any of the other Soviet satellite states acted totally on their own, and I feel like there's just some sort of connection there and some sort of like proxy force direction by the Soviets and kind of exacerbating that conflict. And I'm just really curious, kind of, because after the Cold War ended, basically all support for Palestine more or less stopped from the other Arab states. So I'm just
after the Cold War ended.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like it was more after after Egypt chilled. I think I feel like everybody kind of started to stop caring.
Yeah, and I guess I just wonder how much of that is due to Soviet influence. I don't know. You talked with Benny Morris, and you might talk with some other historians. I don't know if they'll have any interesting or insightful takes on that, but I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
At least.
The Dark Device and Nismo Pro, thanks for the 5 good subs each. And then Destiny, start fighting with bottom feeders like Lav. Keep growing. Success is the best revenge. Wow, cool. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess the last one is the targeted killing campaigns, right, from Israel overseas throughout the 70s, 80s, 90s. The assassination, I guess, of PLO leaders around the world kind of led to a lot of really bad incidents. So Lilyhammer is one of them. They were trying to assassinate, I think, Salome, and then they ended up just killing a Palestinian immigrant in front of his like pregnant fiance.
Okay.
It was kind of one of the bigger ones. I guess, how do you feel kind of about the morality of basically a parallel government structure operating inside of Israel to just kill people who they thought were enemies of the state?
I mean, isn't that relatively normal or no? Like, couldn't you argue this is analogous to like what our CIA does? Like, we killed like Soleimani, right? Or we do drone strikes in Yemen, right? Obama got in a lot of trouble for that one American that got killed.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was Obama, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I know we did the same, and the Soviets did the same, but I guess there's some level of where do you draw the line of acceptability of just how much in direct conflict do these people need to be, and then what are your kind of obligations to these other states that you're killing them in, right? So in Sweden and Germany and France, like,
I have no idea. I mean, I feel like I feel like an obligation should be to at least notify the state or like work with the state. But also, I don't know. I don't know at all. Like, for instance, because I thought about this a bit, I truly don't know the answer at all. I'm in completely dark waters, right? The United States killed Soleimani in Iraq, right? Under Trump?
Correct.
We did that in an Iraqi airport. And I think Iraq was irritated because we didn't notify them of it, right?
Yep.
I don't know if that's true or not. It might be the case that there actually was some high level of coordination there going on between Iraq and the United States. But it might be that a country doesn't want to come out and say, hey, by the way, we are willing to work with the United States to assassinate people. So maybe they always publicly deny that. I don't know if that's the case, because these would be areas where if people wanted to allege conspiracies, these would be really high level operations that possibly only a few people would necessarily be privy to. And I could see that being like a thing that actually happens. I don't know. I'm completely alleging this with no evidence whatsoever, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. I don't know.
Yeah. And so I guess that would kind of expand to just kind of these extrajudicial killings in general. I know Pisco really pushes a lot towards like you need due process before you can, kill citizens overseas. And with the Israelis, it seems like the Mossad more or less had a green light, and they had they killed people extrajudiciously to the point where they were even like covering it up like in trials in front of their own Supreme Court with like all sorts of perjury through even like cabinet level officials.
Sure.
And so I think a lot of that history is a little bit scary. And I guess at what point that you were asking earlier is like, when does that start becoming like terrorism as well? So.
I don't. Yeah, if we're getting into a real conversation over what is terrorism, I don't know. Was Pearl Harbor terrorism? I don't know. That's like a word that's so meaningless. I think we can talk about like whether something's justified or unjustified, but calling something terrorism that's a hard sell. I'm not sure. Like arguably, where the bombing campaigns that we did in Japan, the Tokyo firebombing campaigns, I feel like you could argue that, almost by a stricter definition, that those were terrorism, because I'm pretty sure our goal was actually to break the Japanese population's will to fight. Wasn't that one of the stated that like we want to terrorize these civilian populations to bring about a political change, which is about as like stringent a definition or strict a definition you get of terrorism as possible now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know where to draw the line. I thought it was just another really interesting aspect that never got brought up with all the people that debated you with, because it seems like there's a lot of stuff that could be around these extrajudicial killings that Israel was absolutely in the wrong for, or could be construed to be in the wrong for, and have committed a lot of crimes, and that just never came up. So if you get another historian, it might be worth looking into.
Here's a question. Wait, right now, do you think that Ukraine is justified in fighting back against Russia?
Yes, absolutely. And, attacking people in Moscow and, their different ports, their different facilities all across Russia. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. Here's a question. I think at this point, I'm not 100% sure, maybe you follow this closer. I think at this point, isn't it basically most people are assuming that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline was done by a high-ranking, apparently, purportedly without Zelensky's knowledge, but a high-ranking Ukrainian official. Do you think that was a justified attack if that was the case?
I think that one's very difficult to answer, and I think it's kind of the same way with that, is where you have specific circumvention of what are supposed to be normal checks on use of state power, right?
You think that bombing energy infrastructure that could theoretically supply other people that are non-participants in military conflict?
Justified. Yeah, I think that's justified, but I also think it would be within Ukraine's purview to say that that's an act of treason against the state, because the political damage that attack did wasn't worth the military, whatever tangible military gains are. But I think that's probably more of a Ukrainian question to answer for themselves than for us as the international community to say that that's not justified.
Well, I think that is super on the international community to contemplate as well, right? Like, let's say that there was a war going on. Let's say that Russia was supplying a high level of energy to China, and Ukraine decides that they can total war the fuck out of Russia, and they start bombing that sort of energy infrastructure. I think we can argue that there's a whole bunch of negative downstream effects that could happen if we're justifying outside country attacks on like shipping routes and stuff. No, like I feel like you get into really dark water really quickly, really hairy territory.
Yeah, I think so. But I guess what does retribution look like? Say we wanted to prosecute Ukraine for that. Would we hold the state?
No, fuck retribution. It would be a matter of like support. Like, as in, are we going to start to dial back support if we feel like this is like within your arsenal?
Yeah, well, I guess the question is, would we say, all right, we're not going to dial back support as long as you get rid of this guy who did this attack on the pipeline? Or do we say we need more meaningful change within your government, right? Because if it is just that one rogue guy, you can put him in prison, is that sufficient?
Well, I mean, it couldn't have been a rogue guy. It must have been at least like some department with, I mean, I would guess for an operation of this size, my guess would be like at least 50 people knew about it, if not more, depending on like how many, if you're getting like fake passports, a ship, like everything, that'd be my guess. So that'd be my guess. I mean, like, to be truthful, Ukraine probably has quite a bit of leeway in terms of like how much could they fuck up and we would support them because it's Ukraine versus Russia. But like at some point, like if this was a hairier conflict, like where the sides were less clear, like I could see stuff like that being like a cause for dialing back support significantly, right?
Yeah, or if Germany was like at war with Denmark or something and needed that energy.
Then we would significantly alter our perception or something.
I think that's a little bit scary when you have internal state actors not coordinating with each other for whatever the national position is, and when you have people who have the capability to do those actions and not follow what the overall state wants, I guess, because it then comes into a position of like, how do you even begin to say like, is this a state action? Is this not a state action? Do you just need to punish like that group of people who went out and violated or broke whatever the boundaries were?
Well,
or do you actually have to like come in and clean the state out?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think at some point we have to be careful for like, what do we consider a state action, right? Because there are going to be something, or not, I'm sorry, not even what we consider state action. What do we consider state responsibility, right? If you're on the field of battle and a Ukrainian soldier, you know, let's say like 3 Russians are trying to surrender and a couple Ukrainian soldiers walk up and they shoot and kill these people that are surrendering, and it's like clearly ICC defined war crimes, blah, blah, blah. Like, do we hold Ukraine responsible for that? Probably not. But if there are higher level military ops that are being planned by people that are part of like military cabinets or part of the like actual elected or appointed infrastructure of Ukraine's military machine, well, now we're in a way different scenario where it's like, okay, hold on, you are responsible for this shit. This can't be happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I don't know. I don't know if there's a good answer of where you would draw the line of saying it's like part of the state versus the entire state is responsible. Yeah, I think it's just a really hard one to me, for me, because again, if the guy was operating outside of his bounds, that's one thing. But it could just be, you know, the plausible deniability that Ukraine was going was that Zelensky signed off on it and then actually said, all right, but by the way, I'm going to throw you under the bus just so we can continue with the support. And I don't know if there's any way to get sufficient information on things like that. And you have to kind of
they would need to be like an open archive, like U.S. investigation or something. Yeah, because that would be another conspiracy, because this is involving, it could theoretically involve very few actors, where basically somebody says, listen, we've got ops that we can run. And Zelensky's like, I don't want to hear about it. Good luck. And like, just make sure you're not killing civilians. And then it's like, boom. And that way, if something does, get uncovered, and it's like, oh, I don't know shit about it. Like, don't blame me. That's totally possible, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, or you could go even further, and the CIA was the one who ran the op, and then they just asked the Ukraine people to take the fall for it. Like, there's so many ways that you could go, and you're never going to get any of the information that you need for that.
Sure, maybe, yeah.
Any sort of reasonable amount of time. And I don't think any state would really even pass off the internal security information to demonstrate one way or another the way it truly happened. And so I think you just have to, shoot in the dark. So. Other than that, I think that's basically all the big things I wanted to talk about. I don't know if you had any questions or things that you wanted to, but that's where I'm at.
Yeah, not that I can think of at the moment.
All right, well.
Yeah, did you watch the Jank versus the other guy, the guy that was like insulting him a bunch, the Charles Murray, is that his name?
I saw the 3-minute video clip of him just kind of going on a moral high road against Jank.
Yeah.
I didn't see the full interview, but I think a lot of those insults probably were kind of deserves on Jank's end. I don't think it looks really great if you're in a conversation like that to kind of throw words like that, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think.
Oh, Charles Douglas. Sorry, maybe I fucked up. Douglas Murray. I don't know what the fuck's his name. My bad. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think in your conversation specifically with Jank, one of the big things, at least for me, that was kind of a drawback, was at the very beginning when you were trying to be cordial. It was really hard to kind of differentiate where you're agreeing and disagreeing on like solid factual grounds and where you're having arguments. And it comes off like you're being too soft. But then at the end, when you're in the yelling and screaming portion, it's very clear to me like where your points of contention are. And so in future conversations, if you're able to maintain the more agreeable tone, but more clearly delineate for the audience, I think you'd come off a little bit better. So.
Yeah, something that's annoying is, did you ever used to, wait, do you say how old you are ever, or no?
Yeah, I'm like early 30s.
Did you ever used to argue on forums?
Oh yeah, like, oh man.
Yeah, so like
got banned from a lot of places.
On forums on, what would it be, BSB? I don't remember these fucking boards, these forums, whatever. But like you could like quote reply to like parts of like, things. Yeah, sometimes you'd run into people that when they debate you, they would just quote like one part of your post, and then in the next post you could say like, hey, you didn't respond to this section, you're just like picking out one thing. I find that when you have real life arguments, it's weird because like I think with Jank, I would make like 6 or 7 or 8 points and he wouldn't really respond to them, and he'd just move to the next thing. It was like, okay, well, do I just like reiterate the stuff he didn't respond to because that sounds weird, or do I just respond to all the new stuff he said? Like that was a little bit frustrating. I don't know how to deal with that as much.
Yeah, I think a little bit that I wasn't the moderator. I think the moderator did a good job at doing a little bit of pushback, but I think he could have been a little bit more on top of things to more specifically point out like, hey,
force people
you
to
said
answer
these
questions.
10 things.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just like the debate format, if it's the people who just rhetorically know that they don't want to fight on any of these points and it's easier to just pass on, like some of the conspiracy people that you debated. I think a lot of it kind of was just like optics, where I'm going to be wrong here. So if I say 20 other things, people are just going to remember the 20 things I say now, not the 19 things that I was wrong on in that last one. And I think that's very effective at controlling the conversation. So I guess pounding the table, so to speak, on those points might be a little bit more effective.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me think. With that debate, sorry, I'm trying to go through that debate one more time in my head. I guess the last kind of thing is, I thought you weren't going to talk to these like weird conspiracy people anymore, but it seemed
You're
like
gonna
that
talk
conversation.
about the RT guy, Dan, or what was his name?
Was it the RT guy, or was it the Irish Palestinian Organization guy? Is that the same RT guy?
They emailed me and it was like European, and I'm like, oh, Europeans are cool. I didn't know that was gonna go like that. I wouldn't have. I don't know how I should have. I could have vetted that harder. But also, like, that Eli Hassel guy that emailed me was also like a small no-name dude with like a no-name channel. And my first conversation was okay with the former UK Prime Minister guy, but then obviously he got me the Gen convo, which was amazing. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you can have your assistant at least like screen the people that they're going to send or something, but that might be good in the future, because I just feel like it was just a repeat of the Hinkle Haas. Nothing of value brought up. So
yeah, that was a weird thing. Is Hinkle like losing support from the Russian government, or what's going on with him? I noticed he got his girlfriend withdrawn.
He lost his KGB wife.
Yeah.
Man, that was crazy. You get like your own KGB state bride, and then she leaves you. Like, I don't know what happened there.
I'm so curious. Like, I probably will never know, but I wish. I'm sorry. When I said prime minister, I didn't mean prime minister. I think it was like a foreign diplomat. I'm sorry. I think. My bad. I misspoke there. I'd be so curious to see like a full documentary on like his life. Like, how the fuck did this guy go from like rich Hollywood kid dating like these beach babes and everything to like streaming on Twitch to like 20 people? Because remember, he was on like fucking like random Twitch panels and shit with us, to like all this Russian support and the botted shit, and then being like a huge YouTuber, to getting banned and then getting a KGB wife, and like, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, so his journey has been like fucking wild.
Yeah, I think it kind of exemplifies, though, a lot of the, I guess, information operations going on against America, kind of like China, Russia, a lot of these places. I'm sure they do a lot of funding of a lot of people or a lot of ideas to kind of get Americans divided. And I'm super curious to see like
Jackson Hinkle right now.
How much support was there organically? How much of it was like him being contacted? Like, I think that would be a really interesting documentary, but I don't think we're going to get that for like 20 or 30 years. I'm sure, though, there's like a massive dossier on him somewhere in lately.
Absolutely, yeah. Damn.
Yeah. Man.
Do you think? Do you think? Or sorry, we're gonna go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just gonna digress to something else.
Oh, I was about to digress to something else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really curious, like all these political spaces online. I mean, you're getting a lot of support from Progressive Victory, obviously, through your campaigns and everything else. I think a lot of people are seeing the value in coming out and communicating directly to these smaller and medium groups of people, and how with a little bit of money, a little bit of bot support, you can make people kind of grow inorganically and get your message out there to people. Obviously, I don't think Progressive Victory is running you in the same way that Jackson Hinkle is, but I think there's a ton of money and a ton of value in these direct kind of communications you influencers are having direct with your audiences, and the way you're able to convert that to real world mobilization or other real world kind of political divides. So like Fuentes and Alex Jones and these people being able to go out and spread these conspiracy theories and having things happen in the real world. I think that this is kind of like a new microcosm we're going to see of real actors coming in to try to get their message out to people.
Maybe, yeah. I'm curious, do you think Fuentes is pretty much done, or?
I think that's kind of a hard question. I don't think Fuentes is done. He might be as large as he's going to be, but I don't think he's going to be done. And I still think that even with like 5,000-10,000 people watching you, his fans they might even be more rabid than your fans, right?
They're absolutely, it is the most rabid, because that's like specifically like they try to be rabid. Like that's the whole point of what they do, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't mean in terms of like going on the internet and astroturfing, but in terms of like being able to like go out and mobilize actual real world campaigns and actions. I think he still has massive amounts of influence, and I still think he can kind of have an outsized effect on politics, and probably will for the next 10 or 20 years until this whole populist phase hopefully phases out.
Oh, interesting. I super disagree. Didn't he not do AFPAC last year?
I think he didn't do AFPAC because he was on the Yeezy campaign, right?
Sure. I feel like, yeah, God, I feel like there were so many mistakes he made there. God, it was so fucking funny watching that.
I think he blew. I think that kind of torpedoed him, just from like an outsider perspective. Is he hooked himself up to what everyone should have known was a losing campaign, and he got put in lose-lose situations because he wasn't in control. I think until that point, he was steering his own ship and his own destiny, and then he attached himself to a rocket which blew up.
Yeah. Wait, I'm so curious. Do you agree with my overall analysis of like what was happening, where that was headed, the big mistake? Basically, I felt like Nick probably started politics too early, was way too radical, said a bunch of wild, retarded, stupid shit, but that he was actually like trying to like, now all the racism is ironic racism, now all the Jew shit is ironic Jew shit. He tried to be like a little bit more mainstream, started doing AFPAC, started making connections with like mainstream politicians, and then Kanye shows up, and obviously it's Kanye West, right? I'm gonna be honest, I might have fucking joined a Kanye West because it's fucking Kanye West. Why would I not? But that by doing that, he actually ended up rolling back the clock completely on like the more palatable image that he had presented his like America First as. It became like a hardcore Nazi appearing campaign because of the Kanye West shit. And then once that blew up, now he's like completely fucked because he's like outed himself as like an insane Nazi. Do you think, broadly speaking, do you think that trajectory was correct? Or do you think I missed something big there?
I think there's two things that are kind of missing out of that, I guess, is I think one, he still can rebrand in the future. I don't think it's like totally over, but he's going to have to do a lot more work in the future, I guess, if that makes sense.
You really think he can rebrand after he's been associated with Donald Trump and Fuentes, and even Donald Trump disavowed him?
Give it 10 years. He's still very young. There's still, I think history is very short for a lot of these people.
Online shit, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, and then especially, I mean, even just looking at politicians, like Liz Cheney was kicked out of the Republican Party. I think 10 or 15 years ago, when you're looking at Dick Cheney as the vice president, that she's like, I don't want to say like heir apparent, but like she's very clearly a rising star of the Republican Party. If you take a look at all the crazy shit that Matt Gaetz has done, some of these other populist Republicans, there's like, it's like the memory of a goldfish almost. I don't know how much this is going to stick around. But then on the other hand, you do have some people who have these minor moments whose careers are just totally ruined because the internet's memory is forever. So I don't know if it's over, but if he can maintain his influence for the next 5 years, I think I'll have another shot at trying to revert to the mainstream. So,
well, I guess we'll find out, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how effective cancel culture is anymore. If I'm being totally honest, it seems like we torpedoed that at like lightning speed. It was super fast, super effective, and it seems like that's kind of over now. So
yeah, I think we've been talking about this for like a few years. I think I was saying that like eventually I think we're going to get kind of tired. This is probably going to roll back, and I think for the most part, I think it kind of has, except for like on the more extreme stuff. And now we're kind of hitting that rubber band phase that we've been saying is going to happen for like 5 years. So yeah, I think here we are.
Yeah, dude, I'm just hoping this is the last populist election cycle. I don't know what 2028 looks like if it's Trump running again or DeSantis.
I just don't know where the Republican Party is going to be. Like, because I don't think. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they have no way. They have no way of knowing where it's going to be themselves. I don't think. I think you're literally going to see a civil war if Trump wins, and you might see a spinoff, and then
if Trump runs, we still don't even know that, right?
I mean, he's winning. It doesn't matter if he's in jail tomorrow. I think the Democrats took way too long. All the prosecutors took way too long to.
Well, I'm not even talking about that. I was talking about the Colorado shit, right? That 14th Amendment, Section 3 bullshit, right? Because Colorado Supreme Court said he can't be listed, and that's got to go to the Supreme Court in months, I would imagine, right? They have to rule on that before the election.
Yeah, when is the primary there?
I'm not even sure.
Okay.
We're still like several months from the primary, aren't we? Like 5 or 6 months?
Yeah.
Or when is first primary? 2024. Wait, what? The Republican presidential primary will kick off January 15th with the Iowa caucuses. Wait, am I retarded? Is it really that early?
I think Iowa's way early.
Oh, holy shit. I'm sorry. It's way, way, way earlier so January, February is still big months. I'm sorry. Damn. Holy shit. Okay. We're way early.
So yeah, so it's March, I think, for Colorado. So I think it's going to have to go through. It's going to have to be shortcut. I think.
Holy shit! Wait, so we can't even. So ideally, the Supreme Court needs to rule on this before January 15th. But there's no way that's going to happen, right?
Correct. Yeah, I think the only times that they have to rule would be by March 15th, which is when the irreparable damage is done to Trump when he's not on the Colorado ballot.
Well, but I mean, like, wouldn't there already be? Oh, well, because there's not going to be like an injunction or anything. He's going to be on the ballots for all these other things, right?
I think so. I don't know if there's
Or
lawsuits.
actually,
in other
wait,
states
I don't
that are
even know
trying
if
to
this.
take them
I'm
out.
sorry. For the Colorado ballot thing, is that for the primary ballot or is that just for the general election ballot? Can they even rule on
I
who
don't
goes
know.
on the primary ballot? Because
I would assume so. If you're not allowed to be fit to be president, I don't think you can be on a primary ballot. But I don't know. I don't know any.
because it's all
anything around
okay.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up, Caleb Hammer? Hey, Caleb, if you DM me on Twitter or some shit, if you want to chat, I would love to fight with you about owning homes. I'm so curious about that. Or just like on random financial shit, because we talk about finance stuff on here, because we're...
Pisco says he's going to be on the ballot in Colorado, so I guess they really don't have to rule until they're getting ready to make the ballots for the national election. So.
Gotcha, yeah. Because it wouldn't surprise me for ballots, for primary ballots, you could literally put dogs or cats or whatever, because it's just like it's privately run political parties or... Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not an actual official state, whatever.
Yeah. But I don't, who
That
knows,
makes
yeah.
sense. Man, I think it's just insane. Like, I really think that they should have started all this stuff with Trump way earlier, and I think he should have been already rotting in prison by now for all the national security documents stuff. Like, that's just wild to me.
Yeah, I mean, I can see both sides of it though. I don't know how long these investigations take though, or what like the, how long for people to respond, because like it could be on one end you could say like, yeah, they should have been quicker, but on another end, like imagine if they rush something and it's fucked, and it's like, why are you charging a former president who's running again with crimes and you don't even have like enough for a solid indictment, right? So I could understand them like wanting to cross their T's and dot their I's, but like this stuff can't be ongoing during the fucking election, right? This like at least like the New York one is whatever, stupid case, don't even give a fuck. The Georgia one has to be like figured out, I think, the RICO shit, right?
Yes.
The classified documents one, that has to be figured out, like that needs to be done. And then there was a second federal one, right? It was New York, Georgia was the RICO, the documents in Florida was the federal one.
I think it was no, it wasn't Jan 6 stuff. That's civil.
Oh no, wait. Oh no, it was to defraud the American public of the vote.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, that one needs to be done. Like these can't be like these have to be done, and like we have to be like past appeals. I have no idea how the fuck we're gonna have ongoing elections with these cases out there, and I don't even know if we're gonna get the first. I don't know if we're ever gonna get through like a first ruling on any of these. Yeah, that's.
I think the only thing that's going to go through is the Georgia RICO one, and I think everything else. Yeah, I think it's just a mess. It's a disaster. I think it needed to be brought faster. But I'm not a prosecutor, but just from an outsider's perspective, it just seems like insane that some guy's going to potentially be running or winning candidate for president while he has 70 open charges against him.
Yeah, that's
like,
insane. And so funny given Trump saying how many times you shouldn't be allowed to run if you've got an open FBI investigation. And I was like, we're past investigating for you, motherfucker. We're on the indictment level. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. That's just wild. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck we have an election with these things hanging over us. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the American justice system, I guess. It's slow, but it'll eventually get there.
Well,
hopefully.
Yeah, but I mean, like, this is actually like like time sensitive. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, man, I don't know. So if Trump doesn't get it, which Republican would you like to see running against Biden? Like,
I mean,
if they were going to win, who would you pick?
Nikki Haley seems okay, I guess. I have strong opinions on any of them, though. They're fucking Republicans, What are you going to say?
Yeah, makes sense. God.
But I don't think Nikki Haley has, like, I don't think, like, even if Trump gets kicked out and Nikki Haley wins the primaries, I don't think Republicans, like, Trump supporters are never getting excited for Nikki Haley.
No, they're not at all. Even DeSantis, I don't think.
DeSantis is done. I don't think DeSantis has any shot making anywhere unless something dramatically changes or he actually, like, expands his legs instead of just using the boots.
Hey, Pisco. Sorry for misrepresenting you earlier. I thought you said something else, and I got that wrong.
Sorry, I just hopped in. I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Oh, I said, sorry, I got the thing wrong about drone check.
Oh, don't worry about it, Rage.
Confused with someone. Yeah.
Just a little friendly misrepresentation.
Damn.
How you guys doing?
Want to talk about the Trump court case?
Cool, we're just chilling.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good topic. It's in the news. I was curious what your guys' reactions are, I guess, to all the criminal cases, but especially to the disqualification case.
See what the Supreme Court says.
Yeah. I personally think that the disqualification bar should be at the level of a criminal conviction. Personally, I think he's well past a reasonable doubt that his actions definitely led to the actions on January 6th. But to disqualify him to be president, I think I would need to see some sort of direct communication between Trump and the organizers who got indicted for the seditious conspiracy, like a more tangible, I guess, thing, rather than just like, okay, well, he was definitely saying a lot of crazy shit and he was definitely rounding people up. But if I had like the smoking gun, it would be like him emailing the Proud Boys or him telling an aide to email the Proud Boys or some direct connection between him and the seditious conspiracy participants. But that's just me.
I heard kind of two things there, Reiji. One was kind of like a legal requirement, and the other was like a factual requirement for you. So on the one hand, you were like, I would need...
I guess the legal requirement would be the criminal thing and the criminal standard as opposed to the civil standard. And then in order for me personally to get to that threshold, I would need some sort of fact or something that would prove that connection beyond the reasonable doubt. So I was trying to give that as like an example of like you had a direct communication of him talking to the conspiracy or conspirators and telling them to go do the thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I just want to, in my mind, they kind of seem distinct. One is like, what process is required? Mm-hmm. Is it a criminal process or some other kind of process? Must it be criminal? Can it be criminal? Or so that's kind of one kind of questions. And then the criminal with respect to what? Criminal with respect to insurrection, or is criminal trespass enough in the context of a criminal trespassing charge? Could we disqualify someone? So that's kind of like the procedure side to it. And the other one that I heard is like some kind of seriousness concern or factual concern that you're having that you think for whatever reason the facts, even if it were in a criminal procedure, wouldn't make out what you think is sufficient for disqualification.
Yeah, probably. I think on that first part, I think there's some like level of differentiation, seriousness of crimes. Like if Trump was just in the lobby and caught a trespass charge, I don't think that makes him guilty of like seditious conspiracy and the level of being barred. But like if the fact pattern was that he ordered the Proud Boys to be there and then he was in the lobby, that's way more than enough, I guess. Even if there's no seditious conspiracy thing committed against him, it's enough to show that he knew that there was going to be a thing and he was like involved in it, if that makes sense, even if there's not like the higher level charge being met.
I respect the fact that you're applying a lot of your intuitions and you're worried, because I was also worried when I first heard the arguments or they were brought to my attention. The first person to bring it to my attention was actually Josiah from Pondering Politics, formerly known as Ruminate. And I was also concerned about, the one-way ratchet, what happens, did Republicans disqualify people for supporting BLM, all that stuff. And so I understand that you're kind of talking about your concerns, and I get the sense that you're worried about, well, what's the limiting principle? Is that sort of correct, approximating your concerns?
Yes, yeah. I know a lot of the Supreme Court tests or cases in the past have come out with like a test of like, all right, well, here's how we're going to do it. And so that would probably be sufficient in the future, I guess. But we don't have it now.
I think that as well-meaning as what you're saying is, and a lot of people on all sides of the aisle, I think a lot of them are well-meaning, even people who are like, I want to beat Trump one-on-one. I want to just, I want the voters to be the ones to take him out, so to speak. Yep. I understand that those concerns arise genuinely and have to do with like sincere beliefs about prudence and like what is good for the country in like a political sense. I think that is not the best way to look at this. I think we need to have a question about what the Constitution actually means and says, right? There are a lot of constitutional provisions that we know of that are super inconvenient and super annoying for us to deal with. Think about like the Second Amendment for a lot of states that want to pass gun regulations. That's inconvenient for them. The First Amendment, if you're a state that wants to limit all kinds of speech, if you like, that's inconvenient for you. If you want to have say that no Muslim extremists are allowed in your state, the First Amendment's going to be inconvenient for you. So there are a lot of major parts of the Constitution that are inconveniences or prudentially can be problematic. But we usually, in the main run of situations, we don't sit here and think like, well, should we apply the Constitution? Shouldn't we apply the Constitution? I think as like a starting matter, unless there's like some nuclear holocaust on the way, our basis should be, let's apply the Constitution. I think we can agree on that.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So
like,
just to
wait. Hold on, wait. I want to
can I ask a clarifying?
Oh fuck. Okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
Here, you can go after me. But I just want a clarifying question for you. So, let's say that I'm running as the communist presidential candidate right now for 2024, and I say I think America sucks. I think America is a great evil. I think we've gone out throughout the entire world, throughout the Middle East, throughout South America, throughout Europe. We've done terrible things. We've killed lots of people. I think America itself, we need to change entirely. I think for me personally, I think that could be seen as significantly worse than what's come out of Trump and significantly more against the intent and spirit of the Constitution. But I think that's protected, and I don't think you should be barred, even though those words are more direct and forceful. Even if I was out directing like BLM protesters, like we need to burn down this, government building or something along those lines.
Yeah. What I hear is you're talking about things in terms of threats and what you consider to be a bigger threat to democracy. Or
no, not about threats, but in terms of like the words and the actions. But I still think that would be defensible on that front.
Wait.
If you want to say that what he said is un-American.
Wait, real quick.
Go.
I'm sorry. Before we head down that road. Wait, I wanted Pisco to finish up that line of thought about the Constitution being inconvenient. Yeah, can we keep going?
Yeah, so there's tons of things that states or the federal government wants to do, but the Constitution has things, roadblocks, intentional roadblocks. One example could be the fact that legislation has to pass both houses of Congress in order to become law and be signed by the president. There are requirements in the Constitution that can be very inconvenient for different people. The fact that impeachment requires 2/3 majority. The amendment procedures, those also are incredibly burdensome. And there's obviously some qualification limits that, it's not helpful to yChK8uBqUis that there's a natural citizenship qualification requirement in the Constitution to be president. And so there's a lot of parts of the Constitution that you can think of 1,000 examples where it would be really inconvenient or really non-prudential to have that at that point in time, And my position is that the structure of our Constitution means that unless there's some nuclear holocaust coming up, we can't be deciding when to and when not to follow the Constitution. It can't work that way. We have to think about what the Constitution means, and if the Constitution means what it means, or we come to some agreement about what reasonably it means, we should follow that, even if there's going to be some LARPers who are going to be angry and maybe even be a threat, right? Like, it was a threat to integrate a lot of schools during the Civil Rights era, but the Supreme Court decided that's what the Equal Protection Clause demanded. And we had to go in, with marshals, there was a nullification crisis. There was a lot of violence during that era. So it was really inconvenient to follow the Constitution in that context. But we did it anyway, because that's what our system is. And so the kind of concerns that I hear a lot of people raising, isn't it better for our democracy if he's on the ballot? Isn't it like this or that? That to me doesn't really seem like at all the question. The question should be, what does this provision mean? And if it means that Trump's disqualified, we need to follow it, and we can't just decide because it's inconvenient not to.
I think that argument is legitimate, but I don't think that, or what you just said is legitimate, but I don't think the argument on the other side has ever been that maybe this time we shouldn't follow the Constitution. I think the argument is whether or not this is like a novel application or a first time of this thing where it's not very clear what the intention even is or how it ought to be carried out. I think that's the issue.
Well, Stephen, I respect that that's absolutely what people are saying, right? That this is
not just people, but other scholars as well, right? There is a response to Bodson and Paulson.
I'm sorry. When I say people, I include scholars.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
As well as anybody. That there are people who are saying, these are raising issues of first impression. It's not like there's a ton of settled law about what's required. There's no Supreme Court precedent on some key procedural issues about whether or not the president's included in the list of offices, whether or not the presidency is an office under the United States, whether or not there's a political question, whether or not it's self-executing, all that stuff, right? So there's a lot of unresolved questions. 100% agree with that for sure. But the way this is being discussed in a lot of articles and opinion pieces that I'm talking about, there's not even an attempt to do a legal analysis about what the Constitution says. You'll say things like, well, it's never been tested, well, there's no conviction, and it's kind of conclusory, and it's left at that. But really, there needs to be a legal analysis. There needs to be an argument here, because if the things are just like, well, it's scary, well, it's never been tested before. Well, something had to be tested at one point or another for the first time. Like every time that something that novel has come up or a constitutional provision has just never been tested before. So I'll give you another example. There was no recognition of an individual right to gun ownership and possession as part of the Second Amendment from the Supreme Court until 2009 and 10, in Heller and McDonald. I mean, those were the first times that those rights were recognized as individual rights. We've never had a quartering case where like soldiers have been quartered and like we've had to apply that constitutional amendment. But if it happened, we'd have to test it. And we've never had a president do what Donald Trump has done in January 6th, and we have to test it. And so if what you're saying is it's too novel, so we shouldn't be doing it now, then it means it's worthless and we're not following it because we're never testing it and we're never.
Wait, that's true. I don't think anybody who's ever made that argument, though, right? I think like it should go to the Supreme Court, obviously, and they should make a ruling on it, right?
Right, but people are saying things like it's too novel, so we shouldn't do it, or people are saying like it's novel and therefore it's bad.
Sure, that's dumb. They should just go to the Supreme Court, and I guess our supreme legal scholars.
That's like the first thing you thought about, Stephen. With respect, and I understand like that.
Wait, what's the first thing I thought about? Wait, what?
So when you came back, I mean, like, I think it's, people are saying and agreeing that we should apply the Constitution, but what they're concerned about is there are a lot of unresolved questions, blah, 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 right?
No, I think that's what you said.
That's what I heard you say. I could be wrong, but like...
Wait, what are we referring to today or before?
Just
what?
now.
No, I don't think so.
I just heard you now when I was saying that, like, we need to follow the Constitution, even if it's,
Yeah, I'm saying, of course we need to. Yeah, I didn't think that was like the lead argument. Is that like sometimes we shouldn't follow the Constitution? I've never heard anybody make that argument before.
Given there's not a ton of really great legal arguments I've heard, at least from mainstream commentators, and I include like journalists and stuff who are like talking about the meat and potatoes of the legal analysis, and that, in my opinion, is the only thing that matters.
Sure, but I don't hear a lot of mainstream arguments that are like making mainstream good legal opinions either. No.
Well. You mean in general?
Yeah, most of the people just like, he did insurrection, therefore he should whatever. But like the definition of what that even means, that's not usually discussed. Like I don't think.
The question, what's being dominated is like democracy versus whether this is good for the Democrats, whether or not this is going to help in the polls.
Oh, sure, yeah, I agree with you. That's probably what a lot of people are talking about. Sure, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. and like there's a back and forth about like whether it's so hypocritical. Democrats say they're here to protect democracy, but they're trying to disqualify Trump. It's like that's the nature of the conversation where we're talking about like the outcomes, the results, what's going to happen, and not like, well, what does this provision say? And it's a kind of echo of the same kind of, I think, ignoring of the Constitution in other topics like the Second Amendment, where people try to pretend that amendment doesn't exist in the context of those discussions. But part of the reason why, like, I think, Stephen, that you're going to be against some gun laws, or at least many of them, is because that provision exists. So you wouldn't be in favor of like a government trying to ignore the Second Amendment if there's settled case law saying that a proposed ban is unconstitutional, right?
Yeah, correct.
You're not going to be in favor of like intentionally, knowingly ignoring
contravening like the Constitution. Of course not. You can't, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And on the actual merits, the legal merits of what the Colorado Supreme Court found, I think are absolutely unimpeachable and absolutely correct. And this is coming from someone who wasn't, my first response to Josiah, Ruminate, Pondering Politics, was not. I was skeptical. And it took me reading the actual opinions and the articles that came out to be convinced. But if you actually look at it...
Can you run us through the argumentation that the Colorado court went through?
Yeah, sure. So starting off, in the aftermath of the Civil War, the Congress and leaders were sort of in charge of picking up the pieces after the conflagration that happened in the last 4 or 5 years. And part of that was passing some constitutional provisions, obviously the 13th Amendment banning slavery, the 14th Amendment instituting equal protection and due process for the states, 15th Amendment as well. So these are known as the Reconstruction Amendments that contain key provisions in response to structural things that had caused a civil war or were, part of the atmosphere of the Civil War. And one provision that the people in charge of the country at that time wanted to have in was the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which was essentially going to say is we don't want these traitors who betrayed the country to ever hold office again. Look at what they have brought our country to. We don't want Jefferson Davis to hold elected office. We don't want it. It would be perverse.
I don't think
right?
anything Trump did is directly comparable to running a government in a separatist country that was at war with America. Like, I don't think that analogizes quite correctly, because they were very clearly at war with America, and they were very clearly part of the entire state apparatus at war with America. I don't think.
Rage, I respect that your mind goes right there in terms of like, is this comparable factually? What do I think one is better or worse? I respect that. And you know what? I actually agree with you. The Civil War was worse than January 6th. Let me say that one more time so everyone understands my opinion. The Civil War was much worse than January 6th. Civil War is one of the worst things that's ever happened in the history of this country. You know, hundreds of thousands of people dead, a country in ruins. Like, it was absolutely awful. So I agree with you that the actions of the traitors in the Civil War are worse than what Trump did. No doubt. But the question isn't what's better or what's worse. The question isn't like, factually, do these things, are you?
I don't think it's better about being better or worse. I think it's very clearly that they were enemies of America. I don't think that there's anything that directly links Trump to being an enemy of America.
Also, couldn't theoretically couldn't facts change your analysis of whether or not you think it would apply here? Like, underlying facts can change, and it can change your perspective on some things in the Constitution. No.
Sure. Yeah, things can change. What do you mean, like over time?
Okay, crucify me wrong on this, but like Brown v. Board of Education, right? Didn't that overturn Plessy?
It did and it didn't, you know.
Sure. But I mean, like, it didn't change it because there was a new constitution. It did it based on the factual analysis, or I think part of it was had to do with like separate but equals failing miserably, right? Like that. So that.
Yeah. So one of the arguments in Plessy was, well, if everything is equal, the mere fact of separation isn't a burden on a racial class because they're being treated the same, right? And what we had learned in the intervening years was no, that's just wrong, and that the mere fact of separation itself, even assuming that the facilities are actually equal, and I think that's actually one of the stipulations in the brief and everything, was that it actually was equal facilities and that kind of thing, but that separation itself.
Sure. Yeah, I was just saying that like it might be the case that like after the Civil War, something is so obviously treasonous that like maybe 100 plus years later, maybe we don't view it the same. That like a Supreme Court might look at it and go like, well, this was clearly talking about people wearing different uniforms, betraying the United States as part of this. But like in today's climate,
I'd be careful about going too far with that, because one of the arguments from originalists and from conservative jurists has been, hey, you can't just turn these provisions into whatever you want them to be on any given day. You know, if you feel tomorrow that, hey, political speech is not that important for the First Amendment, and the First Amendment's more about generally, you can talk in parks, but that doesn't really mean anything. Like the whole point of the Constitution is it's supposed to maintain some enduring values at some level of generality. And while there are cases where like there have been overruling of decisions and stuff in the past, that doesn't at all detract from the fact that these provisions are supposed to have enduring values.
Yeah, literally no one is doubting that, right?
Okay, right.
Yeah, so I guess for me, the specific threshold is it's like fairly obvious that everybody was being traitors. It's not obvious to me without some other form of evidence that Trump was directly going against democracy beyond whatever reasonable doubt that we need. Because I mean, literally like 3 days before he was saying, hey, we need more National Guard here. It seems like he might have just been clueless and unaware, but it's not evident that he's a traitor, I guess, even if his actions were absolutely deplorable.
I really do want to. I want to like advise you, and as a friend, that the kind of unconnected analysis you're engaged in now. Was he a traitor? Is he the same as a threat? Is it obviously apparent as it was, very clearly apparent in the Civil War in a way that it's not clearly apparent now? That is a kind of untethered analysis that has nothing to do with what we're supposed to do, right?
I thought the 14th Amendment was cut and dry, that anybody who's a traitor to America is no longer allowed to hold office, right? And I think the same thing would apply to every single member of the Proud Boys who got convicted of seditious conspiracy. I don't see that.
Be careful with that.
You don't think that being convicted of seditious conspiracy should bar you from public office?
I'm saying what you're saying now which is that the people who have been convicted for seditious conspiracy are assuming that there were previous oath takers. I mean, that's something you
Right.
didn't say, just to let you know.
Sorry. Yeah,
But
sorry. The implication is there. If they were previous oath takers and then they were now convicted of seditious conspiracy,
Okay.
I think that's very
Yeah,
clearly
so-
cut and dry from me.
So if you saying that already assumes a bunch of things. It assumes that January 6th was an insurrection, right? That's actually an analysis that the court needs to undertake. But by just saying something very quickly like, oh, I do believe that all this is
I don't know how you could be involved in seditious conspiracy without it being an insurrection, but maybe that's beyond
really?
my
Because
understanding.
don't you think an insurrection
it could be
requires-
attempted, right?
Wait, don't you think an insurrection requires force?
I mean, it could involve force in the future, but you might not have got
Don't
to
you
the
think
point
all
where force is
insurrections
used.
involve force?
Yeah, but you can be caught in your conspiracy before you get to the part of using force.
Hang on a second. If all insurrections involve force, and not all seditious conspiracies involve force, wouldn't you agree that not all seditious conspiracies are insurrections?
No, because just because you haven't got to the part where you blow the White House up doesn't mean that it's not an insurrection. Like if there's a plan of using force in the future, then you're at the point where there's an insurrection, even if it's only on paper.
Seditious conspiracy doesn't necessarily need to plan any force, right? You could have a seditious conspiracy that's not based on the planned use of.
So I
of
guess
violence.
how would you coup the government other than by force? I guess if you could provide me an example where you could do it without using any force or implied
Sure.
force, I guess I could follow it, but I don't think that's possible.
Yeah. So you're aware. When I say force in terms of insurrection is usually public force, right? It's a public use of force that's open in like
No,
I would say
don't
open
think so.
in
I think you could
courts,
blackmail
right?
a bunch of. I think you could blackmail a bunch of judges and a bunch
But
of politicians.
but there you go, right? Like if you could blackmail, let's say the vice president or the Supreme Court to like use procedural mechanisms, but using some kind of nefarious fraud or some nefarious bribery or that kind of thing to
I guess I would
to
still
do a
qualify
soft
that as
coup.
force, but
You would categorize bribery as use of force?
yeah, blackmail and bribery, yes, yeah.
Well, I guess then we're just working off different definitions of force. But so what you're saying is that that seditious conspiracy is a synonym for insurrection.
Yes, you necessarily have to be playing an insurrection to commit seditious conspiracy.
But that all seditious conspiracies are also insurrections, correct?
Oh, they have to have an insurrection. Otherwise, it's just nothing.
Okay. Well, I don't agree that those are the definitions. And if you look at
Be back 1 sec. There's a guy that's going to come in soon. Mike wants to fight with Pisco on this. Okay.
Oh, he's in the 2-1 room. Right
I
now,
know.
if
That's
you
why I
want
set up. Be back 1 sec.
There's uses of sedition and seditious conspiracy that make it clear there's not a perfect overlap here. And all I'm going to tell you is that be careful when you say. Okay, what?
But is that like a modern understanding and like modern definitions of what the seditious conspiracies were, or are these like both created at the same time? I don't know the history of these laws and how far apart
and that's why it's
they were
important for you to read the opinion, Rach, because this is a very important issue. That is, which dictionaries do we use? From where do we draw our definitions of these terms? Do we draw it from the opinions of Attorney General Stansbury? Do we draw them from Webster's dictionary that existed in the 1860s? Do we draw it from or some combination of them? Lincoln's declarations of insurrection right after they attacked on Fort Sumter. I mean, like there are a lot of sources for the definition of these
where
terms.
does Colorado directly pull Trump into having done this, into this insurrection?
You're putting the cart before the horse. I can answer you that question. Okay. Colorado does not settle in terms of the actual definition of insurrection. Colorado does not give an all-encompassing definition of insurrection.
What did Trump do specifically? I guess what's Trump's direct tie?
Again, I mean, the fact that you're asking these questions, Rach, is problematic. If you already have an opinion, the question of Trump's
I don't have an opinion about whether or not
involvement.
Trump should.
So you don't want to talk about insurrection anymore, right? Because now we're going a different term. Insurrection is a different term from engagement and engaged in, which is the term Another term that needs to be defined. It's part of the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and we're now moving from the definition of insurrection to the definition of engaged in.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes. Yeah, I understand that. But specifically, I'm not too worried about calling January 6th an insurrection or not. I'm specifically worried about the
Not everyone agrees with you, right? Not everyone agrees with you. Not everyone would concede that January 6th is an insurrection. I'm glad that that for you it's not debatable, and that's my position too.
I mean, I think it's debatable. I just don't really care to have it. Like, it could be, I could be convinced either way, but I don't think it meaningfully changes the direct harm that was done.
You could be convinced that it wasn't an insurrection. How could you? How could that be true if you just said that anyone who
Pisco,
that
I gotta ask you a question
conspiracy-
before Destiny comes back. Just real
hang on.
Because so the reason why I think
was just
that
about to
is
ask. Wait.
yeah.
I was just about to ask, you guys just both interrupt me. I was about to ask him a question. You just told us that all seditious conspiracies necessarily involve insurrection. You know that people have been convicted
So
of
specifically, why I wouldn't consider
for
all of
you,
January 6th an insurrection?
Wait, Rach. Let me finish the question, please. You just told us all that seditious conspiracies necessarily involve insurrections. Those are your words. And you know that that there's absolutely people who've been convicted for seditious conspiracy. So when you tell me it's debatable whether or not there was an insurrection and that you don't know, explain
so the
that.
reason why that I don't know if I could be argued that all of January 6th wasn't an insurrection is because there was a lot of people there supporting that seems like they could just be there incidentally. There could be multiple different insurrections of the Proud Boys and the other crazy far right 3%ers or whatever else, where there could be multiple insurrections happening on the same day. But I wouldn't necessarily, I definitely could be argued that most people there on January 6th that weren't involved in the violence, that just happened to walk through, just happened to be there when there was an insurrection and not a part of it. And so to call the entire
those are individual people who may or may not have been engaged in it, but
well,
there was at
yeah.
least
So what
an
I'm saying is, it's like even the rally at the field that Trump is, I could see that as being involved. There were insurrections there, but I don't know if the entire event in its entirety, everybody there is now encompassed
there
by
was
this
at least
event.
one insurrection. Fair.
Yes. There's probably at least
then
one
the only question
insurrection.
is going to be whether or not any particular person engaged in that at least one insurrection. Fair?
Yes. Yeah.
So there's no debate then about whether or not there's an insurrection overall. It's just whether or
it would
not
just
any
be
person. Okay.
Yeah.
So then it's not. Then
What part you
couldn't
would
be
consider
debated
the
one way
insurrection?
or
Yes.
the other.
Yeah.
You couldn't be debated whether or not there was an insurrection on January 6th. There was a January 6th insurrection.
It's just the scope of what you would consider it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, but then, like, don't say that it's one way or the other, or you could be convinced one way or the other.
Oh, sorry.
Just say
That's what I meant. Because when we're talking about January 6th, we're talking about the events of everything that happened that day, from Trump having his speech on the lawn to the march to the Capitol to the people literally beating police officers with like sticks and pipes and Ashley Babbitt getting shot. So I think there's like that's what I would consider the entire event, and I think there could be arguments to carve portions in or out of the insurrection. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Someone else had a question. I'm sorry, I don't know who.
Yeah, I had the question for you. Can you hear me now? I don't know if I might be really quiet. Okay. So I wanted to ask Pisco. So it sounds like you're setting up. You sort of think Stanberry's opinion from when the 14th Amendment was passed isn't relevant, right? Because he specifically defines engaged in as actively participating after it started.
I don't think that it's irrelevant. Why would I think that?
Well, I'm asking because obviously he would be like the preeminent American legal opinion at the time, right? Because he's the Attorney General.
I don't think that his opinion is irrelevant. I agree that it's a relevant source of information. But to be clear, it's not constitutional law, and I've been taught by conservative jurists that what matters is the original public meaning of the.
Do you disagree that the Colorado State Supreme Court did disregard his opinion on that?
They did not disregard it. No.
Oh, how did they weigh it then? I actually don't know. I didn't read the documents. I've just read like articles on it. How did they weigh it in?
You should read it. You should read the opinion.
It's
how
like
can you
140 pages. I just haven't had time.
I'm sorry it's long. I'm sorry it's long. But
I'm just asking. So if you could just tell me how they weighed it, I would love to know.
They weighed it for the purposes of engage in. They cited specific language of overt acts. And voluntary acts. So for the elements for engage in, which require both voluntariness and overtness and actual actions as opposed to acquiescence, as opposed to just abiding, right? Something deliberate, intentional, and voluntary, not something that's forced. They use that opinion to inform the elements of engage.
Sure, but aren't there actually writings from Stanbury from that period where he says that he's actually kind of annoyed that they required active participation, like he wanted less than active participation? So his interpretation of engaged in that case would obviously mean like actively participating.
Well, if you're saying that there's, maybe I'm not understanding it correctly. If you're saying he was mad that they required active participation or active overt acts, it sounds like he would have wanted the standard to be lower.
Yeah, his problem was that he wanted the standard lower because he thought people.
Okay, that doesn't help Trump at all.
I know it doesn't. So I've just read an article, but sorry, it does help Trump in this case. He wanted it to be that you have to do less, but it wasn't. He's saying, oh, but the actual amendment they passed is not that strong. It's requiring active engagement instead of just. So they wanted to go after. I think he wanted to go after people who had like sort of fomented the rebellion, and under. The 14th Amendment, Section 3, they couldn't do that. They could only go after people who had participated in the war.
The Colorado Supreme Court agreed that you need a voluntary, active, overt act to be engaging, and it's not enough to acquiesce. It's not enough to just voice support for in terms of like generally. You need to have an intentionality. You need to have an active, voluntary act.
Okay, so then I guess it's the tweets.
Well, okay, so now you're getting into the weeds about what Trump actually did and what they considered.
I am a little bit.
I also think that's the entire argument. Is
it's a little frustrating. It's a little frustrating. Like we're going all over the place, going back and forth on different things at different times. We're talking about insurrection. Now we're talking about like the definition of engage and Attorney Stanbury's opinion, and then we're talking about like the actual evidence in this case.
That's the strongest legal argument I've heard against it. So I just wanted to ask you about it explicitly.
Oh, so I actually wanted to.
I'm gonna peace out. I'll let Mike. Okay. You can answer me. I can hear you on the stream, but I'm gonna leave the call. See ya.
Okay. Hey, so thanks for having me. And thanks for being willing to chat, Pisco. So I wanted to push back on earlier when you were talking about, we have to uphold the Constitution, and if the Constitution says X, then we should do it. And I mean, I completely agree with that, but I don't think that is support for the Colorado Supreme Court's decision here, because really it hinges on state law, right? It hinges on Colorado's Uniform Election Code, and the initial table setting question of whether the electors can even bring the case or not hinges on the election code.
Well, right? The question of whether it's a requirement that they need to have that. Yes, you need to have some kind of legal authority to enforce.
Yes,
Section 3,
and that legal authority comes from state law, not constitutional law, right? Because the Constitution doesn't actually prescribe any procedures or any rights to
it does come from state law, but you're suggesting, or I guess what you're implying, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that enforcing via state law is unconstitutional.
No, not that enforcing via state law is unconstitutional. That the state law doesn't actually enable this type of claim, right? The state law doesn't actually grant the electors.
As a matter of law, it does, because that question isn't even up for review. I mean, as a matter of state law, Colorado Supreme Court is the final arbiter on what Colorado law says, and four judges, count them, 4 justices, ruled that it does enable enforcement of Section 3.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask a question on that? Wait, I thought that was up for contention. I thought that's why this has been brought up before and shot down in front of other state Supreme Courts, because they said they didn't have standing or they didn't even have the ability to rule on it.
Right. So in Michigan, or either Michigan or Minnesota, it might have been Minnesota.
Okay.
In Minnesota, they decided the court of the highest court of Minnesota, I think it's the Supreme Court of Minnesota, decided that their election challenge law does not allow Section 3 challenges for primary ballots. And you have to wait until the general.
But you just said that that's not even a factor in considering it, but it seems like that was such an important factor that for some people they wouldn't even be able to rule on it, no? Or
maybe I'll try to make myself
understood. The Supreme Court could reverse on this issue, but I think they
could not reverse on that issue. They could not reverse the issue of whether Colorado law allows for the enforcement of Section 3 claims.
Well, they could reverse on the due process argument,
but that's separate. That's a due process challenge.
And that is Trump's challenge. So I just want to clarify before I go further. I'm a Democrat. I support the outcome of this opinion, right? I don't want Trump to be president, but I do think that there are reasonable legal
arguments against this decision, and I think this is a hole that the Supreme Court can attack, right? Hole in the opinion, being that the election code doesn't offer sufficient due process because
Yeah, wait, I just want to. I'm sorry, I'm stopping you right there, but it is not a question of Colorado state law, though. That would be a question of procedural due process with respect to the
that's right.
Fourteenth
No,
and Fifth Amendment.
That's a constitutional issue. No, you're right about that. I just wanted to clarify that the right arises under state law, not the Constitution.
Wait, the right arises or the cause of action arises under state
the cause of action, the right to sue, the right to bring the claim.
Yep. And under Colorado law, it does.
Yeah, but on the due process issue, or the question of whether the Colorado law provides sufficient due process, like I don't think that is clear.
Well, we don't really have yeah, I understand that there was one justice who raised that as their main contention, and I don't think that the Supreme Court that it's impossible that they bite on that actual thing. Not because I think it has any merit, but because I think that it's a way out and a way for the court to rule that he's not disqualified because the
that's the narrow way out for the Supreme Court to basically rule in favor of Trump.
BS position. I don't think it stands scrutiny, and I have some reason for that. But I just want to let you have your full say and your full question.
Yeah. So, like my argument, I suppose, for why the due process issue isn't sufficient is because, well, for one, the election code doesn't actually offer sufficient due process in and of itself, right? That the election code
it's circular. It doesn't have due process.
Okay, well, the election. Like what the election code actually says is you have 5 days, more or less, right? And the way the district court got around it was, well, you brought the hearing, the initial status conference happened within the first 5 days. And sure, the adjudication happened 2 months later, right? The entire trial was around 2 months, and they issued the order within 48 hours. So because the status conference happened 5 days after the candidates were, the inception, and then the court had 48 hours to issue the ruling that they met the election code requirements. However, like that's complete fiction, right? Like they're just saying that the due process here is sufficient because we gave them 2 months, even though really we didn't actually follow the rule under the election code.
That's a matter of state law, right? If there's a problem that like procedurally they did, the state law said one thing and you think that they didn't follow that state law, that's not what the Colorado Supreme Court said. The Colorado Supreme Court, which is the last word on issues of Colorado state law, they issued as a matter of law that there was substantial compliance with the election code in that proceeding.
As a matter of state law, but they can't say that was sufficient due process, right? That the election code offers.
You can't use that hook, or I don't think you can use that hook of not complying with Colorado law to be like, therefore not complying with procedural.
No, not that the failure to comply is failure to provide due process, but that the law itself, if complied with, doesn't offer sufficient due process. Right? Like that the law as drafted.
What about as applied? Isn't that the only thing that matters here? I mean, here, if the court is able to at some point give and clearly sanction as lawful what happened here, then the law itself, as enforced in this particular proceeding, that's what needs to be viewed from a procedural due process lens. I don't know why you want to look at the law in its strictest construction when we can just analyze what happened here.
I mean, so we could do both, right? But I would say that even as applied, that there isn't sufficient due process, because then why don't we stick with that? Okay, we could talk about that and not deal with the letter of the law for now.
Well, no, because the letter of the law includes what was done here, as the Supreme Court of Colorado has ruled. They've ruled that what happened here was according to Colorado state law, and so whatever the letter of the law includes what happened here. So you can't just be like, well, I disagree with what the Colorado Supreme Court said about whether it actually complied with the Colorado state law, and therefore we're going to think about the hypothetical case that didn't happen.
Hold
Well,
on.
that's
So
my
you're saying that if the Colorado Supreme Court, let's say that there's a state law that offers, that does not provide sufficient due process, and the Colorado Supreme Court says that this is, this is what the state law says. Okay, that's fine. The Supreme Court can't overrule on that issue, but the Supreme Court can challenge the law itself as not offering sufficient due process.
To the extent that what the law means, right? The Supreme Court can't just disagree with the state court's interpretation of what state law says.
Yes.
So they have to accept the state law as given. And if the state law is interpreted to be this letter of the law plus our reasonable interpretation or reasonable accommodation such to comply with due process, then it's an as applied. Or like, imagine that there was something that was like, criminal process takes 1 day. But the Supreme Court of Colorado says 1 day or whatever is a reasonable amount of time to accommodate the Constitution, and they interpret that proviso in their law. Then if that came up to the Supreme Court of the United States, they would not strike down that law as written, but as you could say amended or interpreted by the state court.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's why I'm saying. So they can't strike down the interpretation, right? They can't say that your interpretation of your state law is wrong.
Yeah.
But they can say that, okay, if we accept your interpretation, the state law by itself, as interpreted by you, the Colorado Supreme Court, doesn't offer sufficient due process.
Yeah, but that just grounds down into what actually happened. It doesn't.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yeah. No. I agree with that, but that's why I was saying we could focus on what actually happened.
But you were kind of implying that there were two different things, that they could take a fresh look at the law itself as written, as opposed to as interpreted. What I'm saying is that no, I think that the Supreme Court is going to have to take the law as interpreted, which includes what happened here.
I see. I understand why you say that. I was talking about the difference of the legal analysis of a law from, whether it's constitutional as applied versus whether it's constitutional as written.
Yeah, I mean,
but
they could strike it down, or strike it down to the extent that it conflicts with to the extent that it doesn't give certain procedures or whatever. I'm sure they could do that. I'm just saying that the actual meat and bones here of the analysis is going to be, was what was given to Trump enough process?
That's fair, and I still think it wasn't, right?
Okay.
I mean,
that's why I think that we should have gotten there.
Okay, and I mean, so you think it was, like, you think that the 2 months was?
Yeah, I do.
I'll start with why I don't think it was, and then I'll ask you why you think so. Because I mean, first of all, a typical case, right, that involves discovery, where you have witnesses that you need to subpoena, that you need to depose, right, where you have motions, discovery motions you have to go through, motions eliminate, trial motions, evidentiary motions, everything. Like, each of these things.
There were evidentiary motions here. There were pretrial motions.
There were pretrial motions, but they're like, I mean, I haven't gone through the docket of the case, but I am confident that the sheer quantity of motions and the evidentiary and the discovery disputes just are not anywhere near the amount of a case of similar complexity.
Yeah, but these election cases, they're in their very nature, they're done way faster than other cases. Look at Bush v. Gore, and how much of a factual record was it there? Most of the facts here aren't even at issue. It's just looking at statements made that aren't even argued. I think that the Trump lawyers, they rested their case early. Like, I'm not so sure that what additional discovery.
Just because they rested the case early, like, if they didn't have the opportunity to actually look for witnesses, right, to depose them, because if you can't depose a witness, you can't call them, right? Like, that's just not possible. So how do you, as the defense, right, without being given enough time to investigate, to look for people, to get testimony, and then to depose them, how could you possibly even prepare? Like, they're forced to rest early. They're not going to call a witness without a deposition, right?
Let's think about it. So, like, what is the basis to think that what are the baseline assumptions that for a qualification case you get access to some certain amount of procedural rights? Where does that derive from?
That derives from the substantive due process.
From
or
substantive
sorry,
due process?
no, sorry, procedural due process from the general like due process clauses in the Constitution, or the
Okay,
same way
so
you have due process for really anything.
So in 2000, when the election was happening, Bush v. Gore, and that case was sort of getting funneled, and did Gore have the opportunity to depose everyone he wanted and to talk about the butterfly ballots and to get the email communications from the Florida administrative state? Did that violate Al Gore's procedural due process rights?
I mean, did he have more due process rights than Trump did here?
No. I'm asking, absent this, forget this ever happened, would you think that there's a procedural due process issue given Al Gore's lack of time to use discovery procedures and to do motions and all sorts of different interesting things?
Well, I don't know off the top of my head exactly how many procedural rights Gore had at the time. Like I'd have to again look at the docket and see the time frames of what he was allowed to do.
Well,
but I would say that it's at least more than what Trump had here, right?
No, I don't agree with that. No, of course not. The election happened in November. We didn't know who the president was, and when did the decision come down? In December. Here we had a whole. When was this filed? In September. The trial happened in November. It was a week-long trial with expert testimony. There was pretrial motioning.
I guess is your argument here that because if we're gonna, because I mean candidly, I'm not that well read on Bush v. Gore, at least procedurally. Right? I mean, I could look it up, but off the top of my head, like I can't really argue whether comparatively there was or was not enough due process there. But is your position that basically there was enough due process in Bush v. Gore, therefore there was enough due process here?
No, my point in bringing up Bush v. Gore, and I'm also going to bring up the Trump election dispute cases where there were similar concerns about, we want to depose all the secretaries, is that election cases in their nature happen much, much, much faster, and they need to happen much faster.
I don't disagree that they can happen quickly, right? But even if they happen quickly, you can still offer the right to subpoena witnesses and depose witnesses on an expedited timeline, right? Like that.
You just said you can still, right? You can still offer that opportunity.
I mean that you can prescribe, like you being the state or the government can prescribe additional rights for litigants to be able to subpoena
you need to be arguing is not that
witnesses
they
in
can. What you need to be arguing is not that they can.
I'm saying they should. I'm saying they should be able to.
If they don't, it violates the Constitution, is what you need to be saying. If you
don't have the right to subpoena,
it violates the Constitution.
Yeah, when I say you can, I mean that in order to make it constitutional or in order to provide enough due process, right, the state is able to do this, right? Because you're saying election cases happen quickly, therefore, you have to expedite the process. And what I'm saying is, yes, they do need to happen quickly. But even though they have to happen quickly, you can still offer due process rights that weren't offered here, right? That you can still have an expedited trial.
Okay, so what you're saying is if you don't have subpoena power, to the extent, whatever extent, undefined extent of subpoena power, it is unconstitutional for a qualification case.
Just as an example, like there are a lot of other things but short subpoena power.
Okay, so if Cenk Uygur gets disqualified in a trial that lasts a week because he's not a natural born citizen, do you think, and he says, well, I want subpoena power to do this and that, to question people who think that I was born in Turkey because I was actually born in Detroit. Mm-hmm. You think that would violate his due process rights if he did that? If he was disqualified without the opportunity to subpoena doctors in Detroit to say he was born someplace?
Well, I mean, he needs opportunity to subpoena enough witnesses to make his case, right? Like, I'm not saying that they have to have the right to subpoena literally everyone under the sun who might have one iota of knowledge.
What if the court says, no, Mr. Uygur, we're not going to let you use subpoena power here. It's a well-known public fact. You've stated it on your show before that you were born in Turkey. And so we're not going to play this game. This is an issue that is largely about the law. It's largely a legal challenge, not really factual in nature. And so this case doesn't really turn on you subpoenaing random doctors in Detroit for them to say that they don't have access to.
Then that's fair.
certain
That's
birth
fine. He has enough due process, right? Because the issue of whether he was born in the U.S.
you
or
go,
not
same case.
is simpler. Yeah, but here the issue is not. The issue is more complex than whether Trump was born in the U.S. or not.
What additional factual information did Trump need for his defense that he didn't get access to?
Well, if he wanted to, I mean, the biggest factual issue for Trump to be worried about is engaged in, right? Whether he actually engaged in the insurrection.
Yeah, he's in control of
I mean,
all the witnesses. He has access to everyone. They all work for his administration. To the extent that there was any knowledge on his end, he would know, because guess what? He is himself. And if there are records that exist that relate to his knowledge or non-knowledge, he would have access to them, wouldn't he?
I mean, there could easily be witnesses that he doesn't control that have relevant knowledge, right, to the issue. Some of them might be people who listen to his statements, right, and how they perceived it. Some of them might even be Democratic Party witnesses.
I think they put on witnesses to that effect, that people who denied the fact that they were inspired by Trump. If they had put on that evidence, would your opinion change?
No, I'm just using that as an example of witnesses that he doesn't control. That by itself, no, right? But I'm just saying he didn't really have the opportunity to even try.
So he should have had how many years? Because a normal civil litigation takes
2 years about, right? I mean, it depends on the amount of controversy. No, but if you expedite an election trial, right, it could even happen in 2 months. But if you give increase elevated subpoena powers, right, or even unique procedures, right, that enable depositions or enable expedited motions. I mean, they probably did have expedited motions here, right?
I mean, were you crying about the procedural rights of the assembly person or whoever that was in New Mexico when they were disqualified? Are you crying whenever some individual who is not of age gets disqualified summarily? What about all the people during the Civil War, after the Civil War, who were summarily disqualified or
so on the age-based on the age and the birthplace disqualifications, right? If they had, let's say there's some factual issue about the time they were born, right? And it literally comes down to the minute they were born, whether they're 34 or 35.
Sure.
And they need to, bring in witnesses from the hospital, right? They have to track down the nurse, and they need to find evidence of a clock or some shit, right? Then they should have enough opportunity to do that. However, if that's not even the case, if they're like 20 years old, right, and there's no possible witness that could change the issue here, then a summary disqualification is fine, right? That their due process rights aren't infringed. So it does depend on the complexity of the case here, right? What procedures they're allowed and what procedures they should have to have.
This doesn't strike me as a factually complicated decision. This is a mostly legal one. Everyone knows exactly the kind of facts that are on the record. There was an extensive investigation into this matter by, as you know, a House committee that made enormous amounts of findings of fact with staffers from both political parties. What else do we need to know? Well, they did not, rely on secret evidence that was unknown to Trump. They relied on what was open and notorious and available for everyone to see.
In order for the plaintiffs, sure, right? But I'm talking about, Trump can't rely on evidence or can't rely on witnesses that he never had the opportunity to track down or depose. So you can't just say just because.
Anything. I mean, what would change? What witness even? You could say that there's some witness there that he has masterminded the whole thing somewhere, and so we should be able to spend 2 years.
No, on the defense, on the defense side, right?
So on the defense side, Trump could say, "Hey, there's some guy out there who did this whole thing, and it wasn't me, and he actually made me say those things, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this, but we need a year and a half to to really go through every single FBI agent who was there on the scene and depose each one of them.
I mean, it doesn't have to be
Where
a
does
year
this
and a
end?
half, right? It could
No,
be.
the
I mean,
issues
okay,
in this
yeah,
case-
line drawing is always difficult, but just because
the
it's difficult
issues
to
in
draw
this
the
case-
line doesn't mean.
Yeah, but you're drawing it in an absurd place, which is you should have. Who did you want him to subpoena? What factual dispute is there that is at issue in this case? Everything that is being argued about is really not up for debate except for the underlying legal questions. The most relevant evidence in this case is what did Section 3 mean back in 1860,
I mean,
and
I
what
would
does it mean
say
today?
that the fact that the Trump's lawyers challenged the admissibility of the Jan 6 committee means that there were disputes.
issue.
No,
That-
I'm just saying. I'm
hearsay.
saying that's evidence that there's a dispute about the factual record, right? If you only read the
That's a
opinion,
hearsay issue.
sure. Yeah, I'm using that as an example of a dispute about the admissible facts, right? If you only read the opinion, sure, you can say, well, all the facts are not in controversy because we have that's where we're at now. We have to accept the facts we have to accept the evidence that is admitted, right, and accept the factual findings that the
Come
district
on,
court.
dog. Are you serious? Like, imagine that my case against Destiny, let's say I'm suing Destiny for like misconduct of some kind, and my facts in the record are that Destiny live streamed something where he admitted it, whatever the thing is, and you're arguing about whether that's hearsay or an adoptive statement or a party admission or whatever, and then you're like, therefore, there's a huge factual dispute when you resolve.
No, I'm saying
the hearsay.
that's evidence that there is some factual dispute that they didn't have an opportunity to fully resolve and investigate. Right?
What fact did they dispute? Did they dispute the fact that people were violent that day? Did they dispute the fact that any of the factual things that were brought forth by?
I mean, they're
petitioners?
like other people that may have orchestrated the event, right? That had far more.
There we go. Orchestrated event, like it was a plot.
No, I mean like individual. Again, I'm not a Jan 6 insurrectionist, right? Like I need to reiterate, like I do not support Trump. I am a Democrat, right? I'm just saying from a legal perspective, or if you want to offer sufficient due process, right? That Trump needed the opportunity to run down those threads, and it doesn't take 2 years, right? It might take an extra couple
He needed
weeks,
time to
right?
run
Or
down
even
the threads of
additional
whether or not
subpoena.
Jan 6 was an inside job. That's what he needed time
No,
for.
not whether it's an inside job, but whether there were other third parties that had far more control over what was happening, right? It could have been, let's say, like there's some crazy alt-right militia group, right, on the internet, on 4chan or whatever, right, that decided, hey, let's get together and do this, completely independent of Trump's involvement. And he uses that as evidence to say that, okay, well, all the shit I said, right, that you have on the record, that you have video of, really had nothing to do with
Didn't
this.
inspire this one guy.
Because
what does
this
that
one
matter?
guy was the one who inspired. Yeah, the one guy
that's not an
who
issue.
called everyone there and organized. Well, the issue is whether he engaged in the insurrection or not.
Do you think it's reasonably in dispute whether or not Trump actually motivated at least one person who was engaged in the insurrection?
But one
Is that
person alone
reasonably in
isn't
dispute?
sufficient for an insurrection.
2 people? Is it reasonably in doubt that Trump inspired at least 2 people to do Jan 6? Yes
I mean, for my opinion, no, right? But I'm just saying he could have.
From every reasonable person. Guess what? Probably 98% of them. No, I'm going to go out on a limb and say every single insurrectionist was inspired by Trump. In terms of the specific inciting statement, maybe not, but there's enough. There's a sufficient basis to say that there's some substantial amount of people who were absolutely inspired by Trump's statements to attack the Capitol. And for anyone to dispute that, I think
but if Trump was to inspire somebody and they went and they killed Joe Biden, I don't think he would be criminally responsible for that off the statements that he made in the same way.
No, but no one's.
No, that's a
saying that,
legal
right?
question of whether that counts as engaged in murdering Joe Biden or not. Right?
Yeah,
So,
that's a legal question first and foremost, and then it would be then if they didn't get a chance to like depose or interview that one guy who did the killing, then I would say, yeah, then they should have had that
So
opportunity.
I guess like
Here, it's not
specifically
reasonably
why in this. So I guess why in this case is it not allowed to go through those threads in the same way that it would if it was for the murder of Joe Biden?
There's no reasonable disputes.
So Pisco's point. Yeah, Pisco's procedural due process is only about whether Trump, the defense, had an opportunity to develop the facts in the case, right? And Pisco's saying that there are no additional facts to develop, that this is all there is. And I don't know what facts. Oh, okay, that's a hyperbole.
We've totally like got the universe of things that happened January 6th. No, I'm betting that there's probably worse things involving Trump, worse for Trump. And that is he is more involved than even as he appears now. That's what I think is out there. So I don't think that we've covered the field, but in terms of what's relevant in this case for this disqualification proceeding, it's not reasonably up to dispute the underlying facts that there was an attack, that people were inspired to go there because of Trump. And anyone who denies that is just denying their eyes, ears, and rational thoughts.
So I guess what would be the differentiating thing between the people and Trump going in the Capitol and Biden inspiring BLM protesters to go attack federal buildings? Like, what's the differentiation there?
You're talking about legal distinctions.
Yeah, that's a legal question. Okay, even if I see it's hard for me to steelman that position, right? Because I do think Trump engaged in an insurrection as a personal opinion. So I'm struggling to steelman. What facts could there possibly be
if you're struggling, I love
wait. I'm so curious. I'm sorry. I need to reiterate that question. I'm curious. What was the answer? Why is it easy to dismiss the BLM thing?
No, okay, it's easy to dismiss the BLM thing because what I'm responding to is a critique about procedure and the right that was denied Trump to use certain procedures or to be able to subpoena everyone he wanted to subpoena.
Okay.
And people are saying that's a constitutional violation. And what Rachel brought up is well, what about Biden? Like, how can we distinguish his acts?
It's not related to the procedural.
Never mind. Okay, gotcha. This is only a procedure thing. Yes. Subpoenaing somebody wouldn't change the outcome of any because who the fuck is he going to subpoena? Because it's all like a matter of public record or whatever. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Okay. But I do want to rewind a bit though, Pisco. So back to the as applied issue. Even if we assume for a second here that let's accept that as applied to Trump there is sufficient due process. If the Supreme Court says that we could easily imagine insurrection claims that for which there is much greater need of subpoena power, that here it's obvious because everything's on camera, but you could easily imagine a far more secret insurrection that the defense would need time to develop. That as applied in this specific scenario, there's sufficient due process, but we the Supreme Court think that broadly, as applied in general, that there just isn't enough due process rights offered by the election code. Period.
Well, no, I don't necessarily agree with that because I think that just like isn't this the whole Ellsberg balancing, right? People get their kids taken away on sometimes in ex-party proceedings because the need is so great and it's so different. Right? You don't get a hearing all the time when your Social Security benefits go away. The amount of process you get, there's a balance that the courts strike. And here, right, it's not a criminal procedure. So we don't get to plug into all the amazing rights of criminal process that we love.
Yes, but if we're going to do the balancing test, we have to factor in the fact that Trump has a significant shot at winning the presidency, right? That he's already been president.
So
if you're just doing the balancing,
no, that cannot be a consideration. Come on.
Isn't this also labeling him as a traitor to America without process by stripping him from the ballot?
I don't know why that's relevant.
Yeah, there's no other significant consequence to that's just calling him a traitor. That's fine, right? But
I just want to address what Rachel was saying because Rachel, I really am asking.
How is
not what?
How is removing him from the ballot not disqualification?
It is the definition of disqualification. But you just said that isn't it labeling him a traitor?
Well, it is.
That was anything.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
Does it not have profound consequences that the state is saying this guy is a persona non grata? You don't think that there's any implications if the state was to label PCOU as a traitor tomorrow, and that there wouldn't be any professional or personal implications of that?
If there's implications or if there's not implications, why does it matter? Why does it matter if there are implications?
Because for protecting your due process rights as a citizen, if there's going to be something that the government's going to do, you should have all the protections against it, right?
So you should have a
Because like
protection.
this is significantly going above and beyond just like having your social security benefits changed, right?
When someone brings, let's say someone, I don't know, opens a criminal case against you or issues a lawsuit, opens a lawsuit against you for whatever reason, right? That can have some implications to them, but you don't have a procedural right to like have a hearing before someone even files a lawsuit against you, or to have a hearing before they announce charges against you. Okay, that's not. You don't have an entitlement to the lack of implications in the world.
Yeah, like due process is generally a super fuzzy line drawing where you're balancing a right to procedural due process and the need to actually get things done. And I understand that in the case of an election case, the need to get things done is huge, right? Because there's an election coming.
Yup.
But I think that stepping back from as applied to Trump specifically, I think that the election code's procedures are so restrictive, and that in general, as applied to any typical claim that someone is an insurrectionist, that there just isn't enough due process here. And that might be where the Supreme Court goes with this, without reaching the questions of defining insurrection and defining engaged in.
Well, they might. I mean, I listen. I've put always that the chances that the Supreme Court do the right thing and uphold and affirm the finding in the Colorado Supreme Court, I put that about 25-30%. So I don't have no doubt that the Supreme Court could hold and, I don't know, agree with this fatuous due process point. That wouldn't surprise me. I think the court has done some pretty weird stuff recently, including a lot of cases that I disagree with. The student loan case, the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
But do you think, I guess my question for you is, do you think that the election code as applied, in general, offers enough due process? Just, let's say like there is a Black Lives Matter insurrection claim, and it's not nearly as cut and dry as this, right? It's, there's an allegation that someone, orchestrated some conspiracy to bomb
if
something.
there's some big questions, right? If there's some big factual disputes, big factual questions, my position could absolutely change for sure. But
because of the likelihood, I mean, I frankly, like, that's certainly possible, right? That there is a factually complex insurrection issue.
It could always be possible that there's some incredibly complicated thing that really does require 8 months of depositions. I don't disagree that that kind of thing is conceivable to me. That's not this case. And this is the kind of boring part of this whole thing. I think that now people are totally lost about the fundamentals of the claim.
I mean, I agree it's the boring part to the general populace, but I think it's probably the most important part, and probably where the Supreme Court is going to leverage its decision.
No. I think that it's much more likely the Supreme Court's going to say that what Trump did was an engagement, or that the First Amendment standard of incitement wasn't met. I think that those are the much likelier ways that the court will rule on it. I don't think the court will rule on the political question thing. I don't think that they're going to say that president's not an officer, and I it's possible they do the due process one, but I think it's much more likely that they do the engagement one or the First Amendment.
I agree.
That's my opinion. Again, I'm just reading tea leaves.
Yeah, I mean, my tea leaf reading is that I do think that if the Supreme Court doesn't do the due process, and the Supreme Court says that there is enough due process here, the other weakest parts of the Colorado Supreme Court decision is defining engaged in and the First Amendment argument.
Wait, was it you or the other person who said they didn't read it?
I read the opinion. I haven't read the the citations. I've read the opinion. I haven't read the citations.
Okay. Wait, the weakest part was what? Sorry, say it again.
Is the engaged in section, right? Whether Trump engaged, or I wouldn't call it weak, but I think it's the easiest place.
To that, by the way, just to be clear, the trial court held that he engaged, and no one dissented on whether or not Trump engaged. Just to be clear.
Yeah, well, like I said, they dissented on the due process issue, which I think is the weakest link, right, that the Supreme Court can argue. But outside of that, I agree that The political question is pretty straightforward. The president in office thing is pretty straightforward, and the did an insurrection happen thing is pretty straightforward. So I'm just saying, if the Supreme Court doesn't decide on due process and it
They
chooses
got
to
a lot
favor
of
Trump,
ways to. They have a lot of ways to weasel out.
yeah, they're gonna attack engaged in, and then the First Amendment incitement.
Listen, I do not think that it's a sure thing that the Supreme Court's going to affirm this. They should, though. And my point of being here is to advocate that people give this argument its fair due, and that this is
This
the correct
argument
legal
being
opinion.
the Colorado Supreme Court opinion.
Yes,
You mean?
this is correct. It was a correct decision. And even you, by the way, you might think that they didn't have enough process, but you just told us all that you agree that Trump engaged in insurrection. You say it's the weakest part of their opinion, but it was enough to convince you.
Can you give the facts of the
but
matter?
I'm biased here because I hate Donald Trump. So
Can you give the facts of the matter
Wait,
that
come
led
on.
Trump to
You
be
can't
engaged in
say
the
that.
insurrection?
You can't say that. You can't say that because you're biased.
I'm just saying it's hard for me to steelman the opposite side because I hate Donald Trump. But
Wait, it's hard to steelman the other side of Trump didn't engage in insurrection?
It's hard to steelman the position that Trump did not engage in insurrection.
I feel like that's not only is that an easy steelman, I think I would agree with that position based on what I've seen so far. To engage in insurrection, don't you have to have some communication or be directly involved with the planning or arming or whatever? No?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Definition. So that is a legal question of how do you define engaged in? And if we accept the Colorado Supreme Court's definition of engaged in, you don't have to arm people.
What was the last case of somebody engaging in insurrection that we have in the United States, in any state? Do we have any?
Mexico 2022. For Jan 6, the guy was given a trespassing conviction, and they removed him from office.
Okay, not interested because he was. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say not interested. But so that seems he was literally there, physically there. Anything else that even comes remotely?
Wait, hang on a second.
Yep.
You just asked when was the last time this happened?
I did.
So
Obviously, hold on. Stop. Wait.
This one I'm just about to say. I answered it, and you said I'm not interested.
Sorry, Pisco. Why do you think I asked that question?
You asked when's the last time that someone's been disqualified.
Yeah. Why did I ask that? Wait. Why did I ask that question?
Well, I have no earthly idea why I asked that question.
You can't even possibly imagine why I would ask for other applications of this law when we're talking about potentially applying it to Donald Trump. You don't think it's because I'm looking for maybe how would it be applied to Donald Trump?
The last time it happened.
Okay.
I don't know why you don't understand. Thank you, Destiny. You've inspired me. Here's why I think the engaged in argument is the second weakest link.
Oh wait, hold on, wait, real quick. I'm sorry, I need a quick answer. I'm so curious. Has any insurrection or engagement argument in state law ever happened where the engagement is like speech?
Incitement?
Engagement in an insurrection has been speech. Because the person you said they were there, they were trespassing.
So, agreed. In terms of whether or not incitement, this, by the way, just so you know, incitement is not protected speech.
I understand that. Wait, why are we saying incitement? I thought, isn't the phrasing of the 14th Amendment engagement?
The court found that the way that Trump engaged in insurrection was via incitement.
Oh, that's wild. Okay. Has any comparable case? Because I had never heard any direct incitement from Donald Trump. What statements were they using? I read the court's opinion. What statements were they using for this?
Yeah, so
it's like the fight like hell stuff and etc.
Yeah, so
basically when he showed up. Yeah.
Well, wait, don't say showed up because he didn't show up to the protest on January 6th. That's not true.
No, he showed up to speak to the people who he wasn't on the property,
people who
right?
subsequently went to protest. He wasn't speaking to protesters. He was just speaking to his fans. What do you mean?
Well, okay, when he speaks to fucking everybody, right? It's broadcasted everywhere. So he was speaking to the people at Jan 6.
Yeah, but he was speaking to other people too. Does he have any responsibility? If the Jan 6ers showed up to a Joe Biden speech and then went to the Capitol, would Joe Biden be responsible for inciting them?
You guys are buying into the Trumpist narrative, and it's
stop.
It's
no, wait, hold on. Buying into a narrative is not. That's not an argument. That's not a response to anything. That makes me think that you're insane on this point. Okay, wait. Then next time, just elaborate. Don't use such a retarded fucking statement because we're talking about First Amendment. We're talking about arguably one of the most important parts of. Hold on, these are the most important parts of speech in the United States, and you're like, oh, it's so ridiculous.
You and your audience, you get a lot of privilege and room to start off your statements with some kind of colorful thing, okay? And no one calls you out on that shit. Whenever you want to start off saying you guys are being stupid, it's the first sentence. I'm saying that you guys are buying into a narrative and you're ignoring the context of what was happening.
Yeah, but why is Newsmax responsible?
I have the opinion in front of me. I can read to you the words that the court relied on, right?
Okay, yeah.
That for saying that Trump engaged in it. So one, Trump says, we've gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital for one very, very basic reason: to save our democracy. Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer. It's like a boxer, and we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. We're going to have to fight much harder.
Why did you just skip the very important part?
Well, he just said with his hands tied behind his back, right? He goes on to say, now it's up to Congress to confront the...
You omitting that part is super sus. Why
with
do you
his
think
hands tied behind his back?
Yeah. Why did you omit that?
I'm just trying to, because it's a long sentence. I mean, I can add it in, right? I was just trying to be quick.
Here, can you link? Wait, real quick. Can you link this to DGG and I'll just read it?
Page 112 of the opinion.
I'll screenshot it and then I'll put it in the. I'll DM it to you.
And you can't do it because we're not friends, and I can't add you because I got too many people on my friends list.
Okay.
So it's hold on.
Okay, I'll DM it to Pisco. Is that gonna work?
I can send it to you, Steve.
Yeah, I'll DM it to Pisco. Pisco, you DM it to Destiny.
Well, they put in. They linked it in the chat. You can just click that link and go to.
Well, I have a screenshot.
I'm just reading this. Okay, page 112. We're gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital for one very, very basic reason: to save our democracy. Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer, and we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people, and we're going to have to fight much harder. Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy, and after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. We're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and have to be strong. When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. This is the most corrupt election in the history, maybe of the world. This is not just a matter of domestic politics. It's a matter of national security, and we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Okay, these are the comments.
Wait. Those are the statements.
Yep.
Those are among some of the statements. And additionally, the court considers the buildup, right, towards what it meant for him to say those things at that time.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one who started this whole thing. He gathered everybody in this place, and sure, he had some self.
If he was so involved in it, why is there no criminal trial for seditious conspiracy against Trump?
What do you mean? Like, why is no one prosecuting?
Every time you speak, Rage Pope.
So if there's sufficient, no, it is relevant. If they think that if these words are so strongly relevant to Donald Trump doing an insurrection against the United States, such that you would strip him without even the normal set of due process or anything else, you would think that there would at least be some sort of pending criminal charge where any reasonable prosecutor would think that they would be able to have a case against him no matter what. Especially when you have a president who is undermining the very fabric of democracy itself. The fact that it doesn't have a criminal trial, I think, kind of goes to the evidence that this is.
I'm going to respond to this with numerous points, and none of them you can contest with. Number one, it's your incorrect assumption that, quote, seditious conspiracy is the same as insurrection and engagement in insurrection. And so what you just said now is nonsense, because we're under your proprietary definition of seditious conspiracy. They're the same thing. They're not the same thing under everyone's vision of what those things mean. And so
I think that there's some sort of illegality that's being implied there.
Excuse me. The fact that Trump wasn't charged with seditious conspiracy has nothing to do with whether or not, for purposes of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, he engaged in insurrection, because they're different things. Also, there is also an insurrection statute in the U.S. Code. Section 3 is not a criminal sanction. And there's reasons why prosecutors may choose to bring certain charges and not bring certain charges. The burdens of proof are different. The procedures are different. Jack Smith could have wanted to streamline and do things that are faster, i.e. do the election theft stuff as opposed to the insurrection. There are a lot of things that go into a decision to prosecute or not prosecute. Obviously, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil cases, you don't. So there's a lot of reasons why this is not tied to any kind of criminal sanction. And you want to just not analyze it and be like, well, if he wasn't charged, then he didn't do it. That's bullshit. Because if he was charged, what would you say?
I'm not. I would say that's clearly I would say it's clearly strong evidence, because the way that it's being used in that document is that it's very clear, cut and dry, that he did engage with it and he did cause it and he did do all these things. And the fact that there's not anything at all illegal, or I don't want to say not illegal, but because there's no charges or anything else, it just seems insane to me that they can just say, based on these facts, that this very clearly happened when it's very clearly in a lot of hot contention.
Yeah. So you're saying that there's a necessary connection between criminal charges and disqualification under Section 3. There's not. There's no evidence that that was ever intended to be mapped on to the Section 3
because when Section 3 came out, there literally wasn't a civil war when it was very clearly cut and dry
you
through the people
repeating
who
yourself. You keep repeating irrelevant facts.
You keep repeating the same irrelevant facts too. What do you mean?
The question isn't was it obvious back then, whatever. The question is this criminal or not? And the answer is, this is not criminal. And you want to keep bringing up irrelevant points about it's so obvious that the Civil War people were guilty.
So I can put it another way, Rage Pope. Like, I understand intuitively why people think that you need a criminal conviction here, but there's really just nothing in the Constitution that suggests a criminal conviction is required. There's also nothing in the election code that suggests a criminal conviction is required.
When you say suggest a criminal conviction, are you saying with specific regards to Section 3 of 14? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that disqualification under Section 3 requires a criminal conviction. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that. There's nothing in the election code that says that.
Can
There's
I ask,
nothing in the
what is
legislative history that suggests
how do you
that.
make that determination then? I think this is another part of the conversation. Like, how do you make the determination then if this particular thing had happened without a conviction in a court?
You have a trial.
You do it here, and that's the whole due process fight we had. That is my argument, is that you need sufficient due process to make that determination without a criminal trial. It doesn't have to be like a criminal trial.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be 2 years, but it needs to be. So
the trial is essentially just the court deciding whether or not they believe you've done. So like what the Colorado Supreme Court, you would say that would rise, or I guess you and Pisco are disagreeing. Pisco would say that rises to the level of now it's been evaluated and you have engaged in it, and you're saying that you don't believe that due process was met there. But that's your disagreement.
The court had a trial, right?
Yeah. I'm saying I could be convinced that. I mean, I'd have to look into the factual record, right? I might disagree later. I could be convinced that here due process may have been met, but I need to clarify the election code, which is what the plaintiffs are bringing this case under, offers only 5 days and 48 hours, right? So
why do you
7
keep
days.
repeating that?
I'm just saying that the code itself doesn't provide much due process at all. And even as applied, and sure, the Colorado Supreme Court said, okay, this is what the law actually says, that 2 months is what the election code offers, that's still not enough.
Real quick,
right?
Can I ask in the Colorado Supreme Court stuff? Sorry, I'm paying more attention now. If you've covered this, tell me to fuck off. Wait, so did Trump have any input at all in this Colorado Supreme Court decision?
He did. Yep. He was an intervener.
He could
had several motions, those pretrial motions to dismiss. There were other interveners as well, the Republican.
And did all of this happen in the course of 5 days? Is that what I'm being?
No, 2 months.
No,
2 months.
No.
2 months. Okay, gotcha.
This happened in 2 months.
The trial was a week. The trial was a week long, and we're gonna sit here and act like that's not an unusual time for a trial. There are trials that last a week.
A week long for a trial it's really the discovery process. I mean, in a case, right? The discovery process is like
talking about. We spent all that time talking about.
So I can be convinced that the discovery process here was sufficient, but I don't think that even as
that's
applied.
all that matters. Either his rights were, either he it violated the Constitution to Trump, or it didn't. And if you want to say that the Supreme Court could sua sponte review state law for its substantial compliance and overrule the Colorado Supreme Court's interpretation of its own law, I'm going to disagree with you there, because I think that that's absolutely absurd. But he had
but going back
to
the
opportunity to be involved, and there were factual witnesses, there were expert testimony, there was tons of cross-examination. I listened to the proceedings; they were long, and they ended. And Trump rested early, and so I think it's preposterous to suggest that he did not have his opportunity to argue his case vigorously. And on a lot of these issues, he had nothing to say, nothing to contest in terms of the facts or the evidence with respect to the law.
And with certain things in question in the case, like his own expert witness, like the constitutional scholar that he supposedly, I mean, the guy's an attorney. I don't know if he's like a Section 3 14th Amendment scholar, but the guy actually conceded to the pro-kicking Trump off the ballot side multiple times, that, the presidency is an office and all these things. Like even Trump's own witnesses very often works against him in that Colorado trial.
I mean, the argument there is, well, he just didn't have enough time to find a good witness, right? Like the due process issue goes to the discovery, not the actual trial, right? The trial was sufficient, right? He had enough time in front of the judge, but the hard part of a case is always developing the case, right? Finding the witnesses, deposing them.
What's the category of thing that he did not have access to?
Could you theoretically, theoretically, what if it was the case that if you look at January 6th and you have an analysis of every single person present, what if you find that for January 6th, all of the people that had initially broken in and committed the violent acts were all led by and directed by the oath breakers or whatever? In that case, could not Trump try to build some legal argument off the idea that, yeah, I said things, but I was executing my First Amendment right. It's not fair to blame me for the invasion of Congress when there's another group of people that were literally, or the Capitol building, when another group of people were literally leading the charge. They were the ones that were literally physically planning and doing everything.
I agree. If he could produce some threshold amount of evidence that showed that there was even a chance that that was the case, then I would be like, yeah.
Why wouldn't they have to show that Trump has some sort of reasonable connection to the people engaging in the insurrection? Like, because I could follow the same logic and say that Fox News, Newsmax.
What did Destiny just ask, and how did I respond? I want you to summarize the exchange that just happened and how you think your question relates to it.
Okay, so he was saying that if I could go
Hold
to
on,
January
Rage Pope,
6th,
Rage Pope, real quick. I'm sorry, because I looked this up because I hadn't heard the story. Let me read this because I think, okay. So this is the definition of seditious conspiracy, okay? If two or more persons in any state or territory or in any place subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. government conspire to overthrow, put down, or to destroy by force the government of the United States, or to levy war against them, or to oppose by force the authority thereof, or by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States, or by force to seize, take, or possess any property of the United States contrary to the authority thereof, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. So this is seditious conspiracy. Yes. So the argument being made is that when Trump is making these speeches saying you need to fight, you need to take it back, we're going to go watch these people in Congress, that those people that march down and then do that, that is seditious conspiracy. He's literally with there, like telling them, plotting with them to go and prevent the implementation of whatever Congress is doing for voting for president, right?
Yeah, I mean, to respond to Destiny's question earlier about the oath breakers, the problem is that would not be probative of whether Donald Trump himself engaged in the insurrection, because engaged in doesn't require leading. So I think it's important.
Yeah, but now
to know
I think
that,
I understand what you're saying there for engaged in, but then this is an interesting thing then on what Rage Pope asked earlier, because now, like, is this like a retrospective criminal charge, or it just depends on if the group that you're talking to happens to go out and do something? Like, let's say, for instance, I gave the same speech and I was in a church nearby the Capitol,
Fox News,
and I'm like, no, fuck, I'm giving a speech to my people, like, guys, we need to fight for the election, we need to do this, blah 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 blah. If they decide to go down and do that, or if they don't, like, is that the difference in me getting charged with something if I gave the exact same speech both times, or?
So there's two responses to that. Number one is this isn't a criminal anything. So the words charges, criminal, anything implying criminality should never be in your lexicon when you're talking about this thing. So
I'm sorry. What is the 18? When we talk about 18 USC, like the U.S. code, I thought this was like the criminal code. Is this not? Or
but he's not being charged with seditious conspiracy. I actually don't even think the seditious conspiracy charge is necessarily applicable.
Well, but I'm getting my definition of seditious conspiracy from the criminal code.
But why are we talking about seditious conspiracy?
Oh, I'm sorry. What is it? Wait, what is it? What is
insurrection? We're talking about insurrection or rebellion under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
I thought that the way that we said that he engaged in insurrection was via seditious conspiracy.
That's Rage Pope being just totally irrelevant every time he talks. He's talking about seditious conspiracy and things that don't matter at all.
Then what is Trump's engagement with the insurrection then? Is it just that
he tweeted some bad things?
No. You should kick Rage Pope.
Wait. When you say incitement, what are we are we using any criminal terms here? Or are we literally just in Webster's dictionary right now? What does that mean? Incitement.
Incitement is a legal term of art in the law, in American law, that's referencing a particular First Amendment standard, which was enunciated in Brandenburg versus Ohio, a case out of the 60s. And there's a standard to show incitement. Now, incitement could be a criminal charge, but it doesn't only arise in the criminal context. There could be
in plain English, incitement is only relevant here because that's Donald Trump's defense is all of this is protected under the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And there's an exception to that, which is if your language is incitement, then it's not protected by the First Amendment. So it's like an exception to his defense. He's not actually being charged with inciting anything.
Yes. He's not being charged with crimes that are at issue for the disqualification.
Yeah, he's not being disqualified for inciting anything.
Wait,
Inciting.
I'm sorry. I
being
don't understand.
disqualified
Isn't he?
for inciting.
Yeah, because
He is being
inciting is the
disqualified for inciting.
engagement that he has, right? We're
Correct.
saying that he did
Yes.
engage
Yes.
with the insurrection. The way he engaged was via incitement.
By incitement.
And we're using this
Yeah,
legal
but the
definition of
legal-
incitement that is, applied here.
Yeah.
Which is it's a hard test, no doubt.
Yeah.
And
engaged
I've made
in
that
is
clear.
the court defined engaged in, and the Supreme Court might disagree here, right? That engagement requires
yes.
it's
But
just
what
a
are we talking about
overt
here?
and voluntary
Whether or not
act.
The Supreme Court could overrule this on many counts. So we shouldn't
Yeah.
bring up they could overrule. Yes, they could overrule. They could not affirm. They could reverse 100%.
But
that's not what
I
we're
mean,
talking
how convinced are you, Pisco, of the
I'm
definition of
convinced,
engaged in here? You think that this is
100% I'm
the right
convinced.
definition?
Yes. Yeah.
Overt
So
and
if-
voluntary act
if
done with
you
the
look-
intent.
If we look back at the time of the founders, right? And what I'm going to do, instead of referring to the first-hand documents or the primary source or whatever, is to just give you guys a practical example. This would not substitute for the actual legal analysis, but just to help you. If during the Civil War era, someone said more or less what Trump said with respect to Fort Sumter and what happened there, and there was an attack on Fort Sumter, do you think the framers of the 14th Amendment would have considered the person making those statements as to Fort Sumter to have engaged in insurrection or rebellion?
It depends on how far before Fort Sumter there was, and whether or not they had any connections to the other
My
groups.
questions aren't for you.
I mean, I'm challenging the definition. I agree that they would find that to be engaging in insurrection, but I'm talking about the definition here, which is short, right? Overt or voluntary act done with the intent of aiding or
Let's
furthering the
just do that
crime.
as apply. I mean, why not? If this is 1-to-1, I'm telling you essentially the same kind of language at issue. The only thing I'm changing is Fort Sumter versus the Capitol. And I'm changing the time period from 2021 to 1860. Don't you think they would have considered that to be engagement?
Again, it's hard for me to say no because I don't like Trump, and I personally disagree. Give me a second. Let me think of what a MAGA person might say to this. Right.
Wait, how old are you?
I am 32.
When you say, you keep saying I disagree, so I can't fathom it. I'm sure in law school, don't you guys have to argue both sides? Are you given sample cases we have to argue different sides all the time? No? What do you mean you can't even fathom what the argument would be on the other side? I can't understand that.
Well, I can't fathom a cogent art. I mean, I can imagine what someone would say.
Wait. What was the question that Pisco asked?
If in 1860, there was someone who said the exact same kind of thing, you don't need me to do the parallels.
Yeah.
That Donald Trump said with respect to Fort Sumter, and then people went and stormed Fort Sumter and took it over at least for some time. Do you think the framers of Section 3 would have considered that actor, that is the inciter, to have engaged in insurrection?
And I need to be clear here that engaged in is actually a really easy bar to meet because, again, you don't have to lead the insurrection, right? If you just so it's hard for what would a reasonable argument be that Donald Trump didn't even engage in? You could argue Donald Trump didn't lead.
You know what? Could I ask a question
didn't.
on this Fort Sumter stuff? I think this would be a really illustrative question. Okay, so the Fort Sumter one is easy because then the Civil War happened, right? And now everybody associated with this, we can say, clearly falls under this engaged in insurrection. But prior to Fort Sumter, were there other sorts of speeches given where people prior to the Civil War were protesting or breaking into federal buildings? Did this happen at all? Or was Fort Sumter literally the first one and then boom, that was the Civil War?
There was a bunch of violence in the build up to the Civil War. Bleeding Kansas, the attack from the slave revolt that happened. There were tons involving government property and government institutions. I think there were 2 competing state governments at one point from one place, just essentially a civil war in certain places. So yes, it was a very dark time in this country's history in the build up to the Civil War.
So during the Bleeding Kansas stuff, did anybody talk about any of that being considered like an insurrection? If any of these attacks were against politicians or on federal property?
Again, we're not looking right now at the definition of insurrection. We're talking about the definition of engaged in.
Engaged in what?
If you assume an insurrection has happened, what do you have to do to count as having been engaged in it? So we're already accepting for now that an insurrection did happen.
Yeah, but the only issue with the Fort Sumter stuff is I'm trying to think of because for Fort Sumter you can say engaged in for the insurrection. I know you're not saying it's insurrection because afterwards it was a civil war and they joined the South, right? But let's say that had just been a protest and they did that or whatever, and people died or whatever. Would we say afterwards that they had engaged in something sufficiently to for the 14th Amendment to bar them from all public office, assuming they'd already held office?
What you're saying is well, we know it led to a rebellion, a broader rebellion, and so therefore, obviously, they would have considered it engagement in insurrection, right? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, because of the Civil War afterwards. Yeah,
okay.
And there were
if that's what your position is that the same exact statements, hypothetical statements, that would have led to a broader civil war, that conduct would have been considered engagement.
Oh yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't know if they would consider that conduct engagement or if they would use the post Civil War stuff to say well, look, obviously it was he joined the South afterwards. I'm saying that would be a big part that would weigh that.
Looking back, would you think that if at the time they framed this amendment, looking back, they'd be that was engagement, and so we're gonna put and that's our understanding of engagement. Look at what happened. That was engagement.
Sure.
So,
I don't
do you
know.
That looking back on it.
So the issue here is a MAGA argument is going to focus on Trump. These people acted on their own. Trump didn't even encourage it. He didn't tell them. He told them to be peaceful, right? That Trump basically did not orchestrate Jan 6, but engaged in does not require orchestration. It doesn't require leadership. It's really just participate in. And how the hell do you argue that Trump, through his words, did not participate in, right? That he didn't commit an act with the intent of furthering the insurrection, which we're assuming for the sake of argument here.
Because he might not have even known the insurrection even existed. In the same way that Newsmax and Fox did, and the same way that you could argue that Biden did. What separates it out?
What you're now arguing is the facts about
whether.
Wait,
that actually makes it. So, Pisco, what he's saying is you attack the intent element. Right? Donald Trump did not intend
that attack
to further. Okay.
I understand that.
Yeah. So I guess I'm struggling to see how Trump could have pushed it while Fox and Newsmax and Alex Jones didn't, and how Biden doesn't do it. If you have a definition.
They arguably. We're not saying they didn't. Right?
Right. Correct.
Who knows whether Alex Jones can run for president or not?
Yeah. Hold on. I can answer this real quickly because I feel like it's going to take 12 hours. So I believe that the answer is Rage Pope. 1, these people didn't hold prior office. They're not oath takers, so this doesn't apply. And 2, we're not talking about charging these people with criminal charges. We're just talking about this particular thing of the 14th Amendment. So it's not applicable or relevant.
It's not relevant. It's not applicable. It doesn't matter. And even if, by the way, even if they were, if that's what our understanding of Section 3 is, and it applies to those people, then that's just what it means. I thought we started this conversation by acknowledging that even if there are some disturbing consequences from our interpretations, whatever the interpretation is, that has to be the case, right? So
yes, yeah, I think this further discussion is to be had if it's that broad. I'm just trying to clarify, I guess. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily that broad because I do think there's an intent requirement.
Pisco, what's your argument then? What's your counter argument to the position that Donald Trump didn't intend because he couldn't have known?
I will address that, but I just want to be clear that we're now going into the facts. But before we were disputing, assume his intent was X and assume he said only the things he said then. Would the framers have considered that to be engagement? And we haven't answered that. I haven't heard answers from anyone other than myself to say obviously yes.
I would say yes. No, I agree with that.
I would
That's
say
the
just
legal
off the
question
words.
of defining engaged in.
Because I'm not, because if Rage Pope says no, that even if you intend,
I don't think the specific words in the document are enough for me to say yes, because I think you have more inflammatory speech otherwise. But
wait,
to be fair, it's not just the words. It's not just the words in the document. To be fair,
it's the surrounding context they argue as well.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And talks about his
I think that's fair, but I think that's a fact.
Wait, what was your rationale? What's your rationale? Why not?
So I think you're missing a direct call for action or violence or in planning to it, because I feel like that's protected speech. Yeah, I think it's legally protected speech. It's First Amendment protected speech that we can say, look, we got to fight for our rights. I don't think that's calling for violence. I don't think that's calling for.
You're addressing the facts. What I'm telling you is assume that the intent was to further.
Yeah. If Donald Trump's intent was with that speech to get people to stir and go to the Capitol, then yes, I think I would agree. Yes, but on the facts thing, I wouldn't say.
So I just want to be clear then. If it's true that if the incitement standard is met out, you agree that would be engagement. The incitement standard, just so you know, has an intent component to it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So now we agree, everyone seems, I haven't heard from Stephen, that incitement is engagement.
Incitement, I think so. I don't think anybody disagrees, right? Incitement would almost certainly be some kind of engagement, right?
Right. So the only question left is, did Trump actually incite? That's the question.
That's why I was asking earlier what the definition of incitement was, or if we were just going on
Let's be clear about the import of this, what we're going to analyze. If Trump actually incited an insurrection, then we all should agree he is disqualified.
Absolutely, yes.
Wait, I think all of us absolutely agree with that. I think the argument from the start has been like, what does the process look like for that determination? I think that's always been the question.
Assuming due process was met here, then yes, we agree.
Okay.
Right.
I think even conservatives would agree with that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't think that Trump would concede that. I think Trump would say.
I didn't say Trump. I said even conservatives would say if a court of justice fairly ruled that you engaged in like insurrection in the United States should be banned from like participating in an election. I think even conservatives say, well, yeah, of course, obviously, but they would say Trump.
I'm not so sure about that. Okay. I've heard Democrats say that even if he did it, he shouldn't be disqualified, and we should just ignore that. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing.
And there are conservatives right now who are saying even if he incited, he shouldn't be disqualified because the presidency isn't in office. So they appeal to other alleged
I think that's the stupidest fucking argument I've heard in my
100%, bro. 100%.
Right. So look at the context of how this is occurring. Trump has, since before the election, been saying the election is stolen. I don't need to go all into this, right? But it is astounding that the night of the election, he declares there's a fraud on the American people and declares victory, even before any evidence of fraud could conceivably be, at least sufficient to change the result of the election, could have reached his ears. It was that very night. He was actually in the lead when he said it in those states. And throughout this time, he's engaged in multiple conspiracies to try to
actually, hang on. I want to interrupt you. Because I think it goes before that. He was even saying in the lead up before November 4th that if he loses, the only way would be fraud. So not even the night of, even in the weeks and months prior to. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Correct. And so he rejected also the possibility that he would accept the results of the election. And so this is a person, even into the lead up, we have a sense of his mind, which is there's any contest really that he's ever lost that he said is fair. He said 2012 was rigged. He said 2016 was rigged, even though he won it, right? So this is someone who has shown an unwillingness to accept loss. Going into December, he is now engaged in multiple conspiracies to try to steal the election. And when all of his court cases and his conspiracies begin to unravel and fail, except the last one he has in the bank, which is this fraudulent elector Mike Pence scheme, he calls forth his people to come to January 6th. And you can read the opinion, all the kinds of things he's saying that make it clear that what his intent is, right? His intent is very clearly to stop Joe Biden from becoming the president. Can anyone disagree with that?
Yeah, but if he's doing it legally versus illegally, I think is...
No, fair. But do we all agree that the intent of bringing people to January 6th was to stop the steal?
I think we can agree with that, but that's a really loaded statement, right? Yeah.
I think, well, okay, so I personally agree, yes, but if I had to steal him on the opposite side, I would say that his intent was to stop the steal, but not to violently stop the steal.
Well, yeah, that's what Pisco's saying. But he's saying he's just trying to get us to right there on the stop the steal thing, right? I think we all agree with that.
Yeah,
right? But like saying like we all need to get out and vote could literally be like stop the steal, right? But I think we can all agree with that.
Yeah. So I would say that the MAGA counter argument is that he did not intend to violently stop the steal, or he did not intend to stop the steal through force. He wanted to protest. He wanted to organize a protest to get the people in the Capitol building to change their mind without, basically putting a gun to their head.
But the plaintiff, the district court, and the Supreme Court address that. I don't know if I'm getting ahead of Pisco there, but they talk about, that's part of their determination. They talk about the months and months and months of Trump's increasing adoption of like violent rhetoric and not reacting to the violent rhetoric of his base. Like these two things are running in parallel. I don't know if Pisco's getting there, but.
Yeah, no, 100% that plays a role into the fact that this is developing, it's escalating. He's aware of these threats. He's absolutely aware that people are getting violent, that there's actually multiple instances of violence. So he's knowledgeable. He's the president of the United States. He has access to the information. He has access to the threat assessments about what's going on. So all we're doing now is just building building a wall, a metaphoric wall, brick by brick.
But didn't he?
So that,
didn't he also get access to a ton of stuff that he just never chose to look at? Like,
like keeping my
just
MAGA
never read those threat assessments.
Keeping my MAGA hat on, right? That the Trump,
So
go on, Rachel. I'll let you finish.
So because you're saying like he had access to these threat assessments, he had access to these things, he should have known that there was violence happening. He could have just been retarded and not read any of this stuff. He could have had no idea that it's based. Did he? How?
He tweeted in response, at least to some of these events, and he was aware also that there have been multiple instances of violence related to his people. That just goes. It's obvious.
There's also, I'm pretty sure there was testimony from one of his witnesses under cross-examination that Trump pre-selected, like he omitted certain people from the speech on January 6th. Like he said, this person, this person can't show up because there was the increased risk of violence or something like that. Like he chose certain people that he thought would be more extreme. Oh, so he chose people specifically to increase the chance of violence, not decrease. Let me find the document itself. I'll send you the screenshot.
I'll keep my MAGA.
That's fine. I'll accept that. I was just curious to the specific examples of him knowing that these people are getting more violent and choosing to continue down the violent path. That's something that I'm missing.
And he's raising the stakes here, right? He's raising the stakes in a way that we all understand. This is a battle for our democracy. This is a theft of your country. This is the end of America.
To respond to that, right? Like, again, MAGA hat on here, so not my personal opinion. That Trump is, let's not hold his incompetence against him here, right? He is just picking people that he knows likes him. And he wants to pick the people that he thinks are going to protest the most fervently for what he believes is to be, the end of American democracy. Right? He genuinely believes in his heart that there was fraud here, and he genuinely believes that this is the most important thing for Americans to protest peacefully about.
There's no exception. Okay. There's no exception for incitement or insurrection based on good faith, right?
No, we're talking about intent here. We're talking about intent.
I understand that. I will get across what I'm trying to say, and you'll understand it. There were people in the Civil War who genuinely thought that what they were doing was legal, that it was ethical, that it was supported by the record, and that they had every right to try to secede. That does not insulate you from being an insurrectionist. Your good faith belief about X, okay?
Well,
but the insurrection could be done by the Proud Boys, which Trump has no connection to, and his genuine good faith belief is his 57 insane court cases are going to win. He just needs to stall for time by having people
What did I just say?
Well, I think we have to be technical here, right? Because
you're saying that there's no good faith clause. If you were in the Civil War and you supported the Confederate government, you are an insurrectionist. Yes.
That there is no good faith exception, that you believe that the law says,
but he's not part of it. Yes, but he's not part of the insurrection at all, because the things that he's talking about are separate, legal, normal processes available to the American citizens. And just because you have extremists hijack it and do an insurrection on their own doesn't mean that you're.
Wait, let me take the contrary side. Okay, before our piece takes 30 minutes to insult and figure it. Okay, so it doesn't really matter, like whether or not the other people were involved, the oathbreakers, whatever, is irrelevant. There's going to be an analysis done. Or imagine the Supreme Court the Colorado Supreme Court did an analysis on the things Trump said in the setting that he said it to see if that would amount to incitement. That's all that matters. What happened past, I believe, is not. Well, they analyzed it afterwards, but that's not whether or not the oathbreakers were involved or not. I don't think was the more relevant part. I think it was analyzing the things that he said in the context they were said. Does that make sense?
And the context, I don't pretend that just because you're Trump is there's no good faith exception that therefore Trump committed engagement in insurrection or that something like that happened. I'm responding to what was said, which is like, well, he actually thought the election was stolen. Well, whether he thought it was stolen or not doesn't give him the right to engage in insurrection. Agree?
No. What I'm talking about is whether he intended for the insurrection to happen or whether he intended to participate in it. Because remember, insurrection requires some use of force, right? If President Trump, regardless of whether it was good faith or not, if President Trump did not intend for for the people listening to his words to use any amount of force, that his subjective intent, then that would mean that he didn't engage in the insurrection.
No, I 100% agree. Yeah.
So what I'm talking about is not whether he had a good faith belief on whether it was legal or not, but that whether he subjectively, like the defense argument.
You said that he actually thought it was stolen, but that doesn't matter.
Well, I would say that is relevant to his subjective intent, right? His subjective intent as to whether he wanted it to be peaceful or violent.
Okay, what?
I don't think there's a relationship there.
Yeah, why is it that if you think it was actually stolen,
because it's relevant to the strength of his words. So because he had, if he had a good faith belief that this was legitimately fraud, it would explain why he used such strong language, even though he intended for it to be a peaceful protest.
I mean,
right? He's just not.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So
yeah, and so President Trump's an idiot, right? He's not a good orator, so he can't articulate well. But if his defense is that I did not intend for it to be violent, I intended it for it to be a peaceful protest, I just use such strong language because I genuinely believe.
Wait, real quick, does intention matter there?
To engagement, it does. Yeah.
Wait, no, to incitement. Does intention matter? Does intention matter to incitement?
Yes.
Yes.
So if I'm at a church if I'm at like a political rally or whatever, and I'm like, we're gonna kill those Democrats, let's go, and people walk out and they pull out guns, like, oh shit, I didn't mean like that, and they start shooting people. Can I say, like, why I didn't mean it? Yeah.
Yeah. If it was actually subjectively a joke, then it wasn't incitement.
Yeah.
Right.
Does it matter? Does it matter what your intention is, or does it matter what a reasonable interpretation would be?
Well, okay, so people, when they're reviewing the evidence, right, and you say it was all just a joke and it was memes, they'll probably consider what your words mean to an objective person, and so that'll be priced in somewhere in the analysis. But if the jury or whoever the fact finder is genuinely convinced that you actually thought it was a joke, even though it was fucking stupid, you would be not incitement.
What if it's
under the legal standard?
What if it's something intentional? Like, let's say that you're the attorney general and I have a case against you to get you impeached. And I go tell my crowd, we need to get Pisco out of office. And what I mean is that we need the impeachment process to go through. But what they do is go to your office and lynch you. Like, am I inciting them, or am I just
If you subjectively did not, if it was not your intention to bring about lawless or violent action, then you are not guilty of incitement under the current law.
Yeah.
You get if you, let's say that it was extremely dangerous for you to have said that, and your words actually incited people, and they were actually words of incitement, but you just didn't mean it. Then you're not guilty of it.
That I meant
you're not liable for it. Even though, just keep in mind, if all we have on the record are your words, it's going to be hard to rebut the presumption that you didn't mean the ordinary meaning of your words, and you didn't have an awareness of it. So as a matter of just practicality, we're going to import the typical meaning there.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess if we take a look at what the tweets again that they used, how do you show that Trump knew that this was enough to cause violence when we've seen other similar levels of rhetoric from people, I guess? How do you establish Trump is his intention there with all the stuff that he's doing versus it just happened to coincide?
All the buildup is context. This is a totality of circumstances approach, right? If you removed all the context from his words and just looked at the objective words themselves in isolation, you could make an argument that there's no way that this is incitement. I could make that argument beautifully, right? If we just were in a room together and I said the same things, or if we were saying it as part of a play and it was all just a farce or whatever, then there's no way that those words would have.
Yeah, but I guess how do you show directly that it was to incite violence versus? Okay.
So obviously, when we look at words, their meaning and how you react to them depends on context. So you saying something, those same exact words in one context versus another, is very indicative of both your intent and the likelihood that's going to actually arise, which is another factor in lawless or violent behavior. So everything leading up, right? The tweets, the statements, which are legal statements. It's legal for him to say the election was stolen. It's totally fine for him to say, in terms of legality, that we're going to fight this, that this is a fraud on the country. All of that is fine, but it's not in and of itself incitement. The reason the court brings it up is as context for the ultimate determination when he gives the speech, right? It's context that informs it. Just right? If I tell you, hey, I hate Steven, someone needs to take care of him, that's legal for me to say that, right? If later Steven is murdered, even though it was First Amendment protected for me to say those words to you, that someone needs to take care of Steven, those words could be used against me as an inference that A, I was involved in somehow, or B, that I had a motive to kill Steven, right? You understand that? Even though those words are protected, they lend to factual inferences that reasonable people will make about any given legal analysis, right?
Sure.
Does that make sense? So those
Yeah, it
tweets in
does,
and of
but
themselves are not being
so
banned.
yeah, so I guess what I'm asking you specifically is with those tweets is how do you show that it's for the purpose of the violent stuff as opposed to for the stupid, retarded criminal trials that he has going?
So
Or not
in
criminal
the
trials, civil trials, his million whatever fucking bullshit lawsuits. Like how do you
right.
show that it's for the violence?
With respect to the January 6th tweets and all that stuff, I don't even think Josiah, you're still here?
Yeah.
I think that you and I would both argue that, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that Trump's like ideal situation would be peaceful, and that Mike Pence would have just
Sure, yeah. I think the violence is probably a last resort measure for him. If he could just snap his fingers and the pressure campaign against Pence, which was conducted mostly behind the scenes, was successful, then January 6th was
there
never
would have been no
happening.
need, right?
Yeah,
So
precisely.
nothing about the buildup
Yes.
there
Yeah,
is necessarily tied to violence or incitement, but it shows you his state of mind about what his goals were, what his knowledge was. That's why they cite it, and not because those statements by themselves are not protected statements. They are protected statements, but merely that those show you his state of mind going into January 6th, for which other tests are contingent on, right? If we didn't have any of that buildup, it would be a much tougher case to prove that Trump actually intended to do X.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can
we
hear
can
you.
Oh, you can? Well, thanks for having me in here, brother. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Just real quick to summarize what Pisco was saying. So Pisco was saying that, like, okay, I just looked up the Brandenburg test. Okay, so I understand a little bit better. And then for the incitement thing, the mens rea for incitement does require intent. And the being grossly careless or whatever doesn't actually rise to that threshold of inciting to violent action. So different statements that Donald Trump had made to, like, Pence saying don't certify the election, blah, 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 could arguably be used to show the mens rea for an incitement later on to this activity is what Pisco is saying.
Right. Even if by themselves, they're not, the statements themselves are not the smoking gun.
Correct. Yeah. So, for instance, if I were to go somewhere and I were to say, everybody, just so you know, the president is Agent Smith. If I had spoken privately to someone earlier and I said, I know that these guys are crazy, and if I tell them they're Agent Smith, they'll go kill him, you could use that statement to prove the mens rea of what I was saying because I know what kind of an outcome I'm going to produce. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. Steven, you got it.
Yeah,
okay,
that part I agree with.
Or good logic. Yeah, go for it. Okay.
No, that part, as far as understanding Brandenburg, that I agree with. And the point to Trump bringing up Brandenburg is that since he's not doing anything wrong until he crosses that Brandenburg threshold, to hold him accountable for engaging in insurrection by using his voice to do something is a direct violation of his free speech rights. I mean, it's a pretty clear, blatant violation. If the point is you can't be punished for what you say, and all of a sudden he's clearly being punished for what he's saying.
Well, wait, can I ask just wait, super quick question, on this, okay, before because
he's not.
Wait, real quick. So the question is whether or not he's engaged in the insurrection. Good logic. Do you agree that if he incited the insurrection, then he's engaged in it? Yes or no?
Do I agree that if he incited, then he engaged in it?
Yes.
I think that's an interesting question that no court has ever decided yet. No court has ever decided.
Well, that's what the Colorado Supreme Court decided.
Two courts have decided it: the Colorado Trial Court and the Colorado Supreme Court. They both decided it.
Okay, yeah, but prior to that, then we don't have incitement as counting as engagement. This is a new.
Not on. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. You're starting with the premise that a state has a capacity to do this, which is thoroughly illogical to assume that a state would have that power.
Are we going to get into procedural questions, or are we going to talk about insurrection and incitement?
I'm just saying, but you're saying it has been decided, and I'm saying is, so if you three sitting here decide...
You said no court had found it, and I was just telling you there have been courts that have now found it.
No, but I'm saying no court that has a capacity to decide this had decided.
Okay, that's a separate thing. You can say that they're lawless and coming to that.
So if the three of you decide to call yourself the court of destiny, and then you decide that engaging the incitement is a form of engagement,
this is an actual court with actual power under state law, and you said that no court had said that incitement is engagement, and I was just informing the audience that this court, in fact, found
let's move on from this pedantic argument. Good logic. What's your point? Is it a constitutional issue?
No, it's not. It's not a constitutional issue. I'm saying it's just stop for a second and ask yourself: when the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments were being ratified, what was the point? What was the point behind it? The point was that we just come out of Civil War. We just come out of Civil War, and one of the primary issues in this war is who trumps who. Do individual state rights overcome federal power, or does federal power trump? Can they basically tell states what to do? After the North won, they decided to ratify these amendments. They basically said, you can't just decide to do whatever the hell you want in your state just because you're a state. You can't have slavery in your states just because that's what your people want. There's certain rights that are inherent. And you also can't decide that, hey, this person who swore an oath to uphold the Constitution can now come back and then engage in insurrection, which that clearly, the Civil War was clearly an insurrection at the very least, that now they're going to come back and promise to uphold the Constitution again, which would seem ridiculous. So now we have a question. Who's deciding whether or not someone engaged in insurrection? Who should have that power? So ask yourself this question for a moment, gentlemen, and think about this. Would it make any sense in 1868 and 1870 for the individual state of South Carolina to have the power, alongside Congress to decide also, but they also have the power to decide whether someone engaged in insurrection, that they can say, oh, this person here who killed 40 members of the Union Army, he didn't engage in insurrection because we're a state court. We just decided that. Do you think that there's any logic in saying that when they say that Congress shall adopt appropriate legislation, that opens a doorway for anyone besides Congress to weigh in on this?
Well, I don't think that's the right. I don't think that's the right question because states.
No, question that deserves answer. No, we're going to answer the question. It is a question that needs to be answered. And the answer is, of course, it makes sense. The provisions of the Reconstruction Amendments have all historically been applied, not just by federal courts. As you well know, Section 1, equal protection claims are heard in state courts all the time. Due process claims are heard in state courts all the time. There's no presumption these other claims are that there's exclusive federal jurisdiction to those types of claims. And in fact, as you know, the case law is extremely clear that state courts are assumed to be able to enforce federal law until and unless Congress displaces them. And so absolutely, unless you're willing to say here right now that the Second Amendment is not going to be applied as to the states, or that we're not going to hear state equal protection claims arising from the U.S. Constitution, it's absurd. They're all enforceable only through federal, or there's multiple jurisdictions here.
So there's no exclusive.
That's an illogical counterpoint. I'll explain to you why.
Well, give me a turn too. So Pisco's right that there's no exclusive federal jurisdiction, but to zoom out, to address your larger issue, I guess, which is you're saying, how does it make sense for states to have the right to basically impact this or have any say in this amendment that was ratified to deal with states having too much power, right? Is that inaccurate?
That's not completely accurate because
if you could do in one sentence, what's your?
No, well, Justice Samara in his dissent basically made a distinction between portions of these amendments that are taking off shackles from people and protecting people versus those that are punishing people.
Which you can understand, not for jurisdictional purposes, for due process purposes.
Because we can all agree that
that's a very important distinction, which is very logical. Because if you think about the basic civil rights, that in order for Congress to come along now and pass some sort of amendment, which is going to be broadening people's civil rights, yeah, that makes sense that they can do that, and you don't need to have Congress alone affecting that. So if it comes to broadening people's rights, that they're not going to be discriminated, yeah, individual states, Pisco is correct. Plenty of times we see that individual states can broaden people's rights. But if you want to restrict someone, take away their rights, that is a whole different story. And you're trying to
wait a second. These are limitations, just like Section 3 is. These other provisions are also limitations. When you say that they, of course, they're limitations. When you say
it's not limitations, it's protecting individual liberty. It's protecting civil liberties from the states. It's saying that the state can't punish.
You can frame it however you want. Those basic provisions of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, Due Process Clause, basically say that the government can't do certain things. It's a limitation on the ability of individuals, and for the 13th Amendment on private citizens, in fact, there are limitations. There are additional constraints on the democracy. And in that
That came
vein,
along. That came along decades later.
is also an additional constraint. And I would say, just like the other provisions of the 14th Amendment, they are protecting our liberty. That is, our liberty to be free from insurrectionists and rebellionists and rebels from being our.
I guess I just want to clarify, Good Logic, what your position is. Like, do you think that the right to run for president is a fundamental civil right that needs to be protected by the Constitution?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I think one can make an argument that it falls under First Amendment freedom of association issue. But
the Constitution does pose arbitrary limitations.
I'm very loath to label something a fundamental right. I mean, that's a very strong term.
Well, yeah.
So
if you could clarify, because
would I label that a fundamental right? I don't know that I'm an authority to tell you that this is or is not a fundamental right. Is there anywhere expressed that the right to run for office is a fundamental right?
Well, did you also refer to it as a punishment? I'm not an attorney. I'm hoping you can clarify here, because my understanding is they're making the case that it's a disqualification, just like a 34-year-old is not being punished because they're constitutionally ineligible to run for president. So too is an insurrectionist.
But the state courts enforce those qualifications all the time.
Yeah, okay, but there's a difference between someone who has entered into the category of someone who's eligible and then being punished that you are now disqualified from that, irrespective of anything. What do you mean?
Sorry, could you clarify? Well, no, hang on. Wait a minute.
You're saying that there's a distinction between qualification and disqualification that matters. There is no distinction that matters. It's the same exact thing. It's looking at a glass half empty and half full. The disqualification of Section 3 is assumed to apply instantly. That's why Congress, in the first instance, has to actively do something to undo it. Right? I mean, that is the same.
No. What do you think appropriate legislation? What is it? Why do they write that Congress shall enact appropriate legislation? Why bother writing that? Why write appropriate legislation? Why
because, as you know, all of the Reconstruction amendments have express grants of congressional authority, but no one sits here and says, well, if Congress never passed a law banning slavery, slavery wouldn't have been banned. Those are permissive grants of congressional authority in addition to the self-execution. Wait, hang on 1 second. Do you think that the 13th Amendment was self-executing?
To the extent that it's broadening anyone's civil liberties, yes.
Okay, wait.
You can't put that qualifier. Yeah, you can't put that qualifier on.
I don't know. Justice Tamara put that qualification in, and he said that's consistent with. And he pointed out, if you went through his dissent,
for purposes of due process,
every single time that any court has before the Colorado court, that any court has tried to apply. If you look at it from this perspective, if you understand the 14th Amendment to be self-effective with respect to wherever it's broadening and protecting people's civil liberties, but not self-affecting if it's restricting people's civil liberties, then every decision we've ever seen in the 14th Amendment is consistent. And if you try doing it your way or any other way, they're inconsistent.
So I guess the question goes back to, is Section 3 restricting...
Very, very quickly, for the 13th Amendment, did people have a right to property with respect to slaves?
No, of course not.
What do you mean?
That was
as a legal matter, were they property?
As a legal matter. Now, I'm sure the people trying to
will you answer that question? Will you answer that question?
Laws, but yeah, I'm saying as a legal matter, do I think that right? No, I agree with you that the moment it was ratified, every slave was legally freed.
I understand that you say that that's the result you like, but I'm attacking your analysis, which is you say that anything that promotes freedom, that's self-executing, but things that don't promote freedom are not self-executing.
Individual civil liberty.
What I'm trying to suggest to you is that there were individuals who had property rights, the most sacred right of the English common law, of property
individual
rights,
civil liberties.
With respect to people, and the 13th Amendment immediately extinguished those rights.
Yeah, and your property rights don't mean jack compared to individual civil liberties. That's the point.
I mean, a property right is an individual civil. The right to own property is individual.
You contrast that. So someone by your logic, if I decide to buy someone's heart In that case, so I bought his heart so I can rip it out of his chest while it's still alive because that's my property. That's such an asinine.
Well,
no one's looking at the way anyone understands constitutional
law. No one's
law.
defending that. I think what Pisco's going after is your characterization of a civil liberty or characterization of removing civil liberties, right? Because the 13th Amendment at the same time removed the right to own human beings as property, right? While granting human beings the right to not be owned as property. So, your distinction,
liberty from some people and giving liberty to others, for sure.
Yeah. So your distinction of
removing civil liberties, for sure.
And precise. You asked me earlier whether it's a fundamental right. I was just sitting there and I was telling you I'm loath to qualify right to run for president as a fundamental right because it is self-evident that certain fundamental rights trump other fundamental, what we would classify as other rights. Whether you want to call it, and that's why I'm like, you want to call it fundamental right. Fundamental right versus a right, those are two different things. And that's what I'm saying. It's a property right. To call property right the same fundamental right as a basic right to liberty, I think is a joke.
Well, we're not calling it the same. You said that when the Constitution removes civil liberties, right, that it requires an affirmative law.
No, I'm saying it's broadening civil liberties.
Yeah, you're saying when it's broadening civil liberties, but you didn't specify broadening fundamental civil liberties, and no one has specified the distinction between civil liberties, ones that are more important than others, right? And what Pisco's getting at,
I did not clarify that. I thought that was so implicit that I didn't have to. But if you need me to actually if Pisco needs me to actually specify that a fundamental right is going to trump a non-fundamental right.
Property is a fundamental liberty, isn't it?
And it's not a fundamental liberty the same way your right to life and liberty are. It's not.
Wait. The Due Process Clause says life, liberty, and property, doesn't it? That it's a property is textually specified as a civil right.
It's like, Pisco, I love you. You're arguing like a 10th grader here. I mean, you're basically pretending you don't understand.
How am I arguing like a 10th grader?
Because what I'm saying is because you're trying to do a gotcha on something that everyone who's listening to this understands that your right to your life is more important than your right to your property. Your right to your own person is more trumps anyone else's right to their property.
No one's saying that.
What's the relationship this has with the disqualification?
No one's because this entire dispute is about whether the disqualification provision is self-executing. And Good Logic was saying that constitutional provisions that broaden civil liberties are self-executing, but constitutional provisions that narrow civil liberties are not self-executing. You have to affirmatively pass a law for that to happen. And Pisco pointed at
that it makes sense. There are a few reasons that it makes sense, because think about this for a second. What is the yardstick? Let's say you come along and you say, I engage in insurrection. And after I took an oath and that I engaged in insurrection. And I say, that's a lie. I never did. Who's the burden of proof on? Is it on you? Is it on me?
Different question. So now we're moving off of the.
Well,
because it's a pragmatic way of looking at this situation, trying to understand what's happening.
Question. We're just moving off the self-executing thing. We can talk about this too.
When they're ratifying this amendment, they sort of have to think to themselves, okay, how's this actually going to work? Right? I mean, that you think that they weren't being stupid and just saying, well, this sounds like high.
Well, yeah, and how it actually worked is that state actors and there was federal enforcement for sure, but there was also state enforcement.
Well, Marshmallow, thanks. I love you.
Really? That's fascinating.
So is this out of curiosity?
Does that change your mind?
I'm asking you this. How would you determine? How would anyone determine? Let me ask you, do we have to prove that Trump engaged in insurrection by preponderance of evidence, by clear and convincing evidence?
That's a separate question to self-executing. We can move on if you want, but I just want you to notice that we're moving on.
How could we self-executing when we don't even know what the yardstick is as far as determining that someone falls into this category of people qualified?
Self-execution doesn't rely on a particular burden of proof. Self-execution could imply. I mean, think about this. Section 3 was enforced through expulsion votes. What's the burden of proof for convincing a congressperson to get rid of George Santos or something? Is there any particular standard of proof there that's specified? No, but they enforced it through expulsion. And so for you to say that there's something incompatible about not specifying a burden of proof, self-execution is preposterous. Additionally, just so you know, your burden of proof argument applies to the other provisions of the Reconstruction Amendments as well. What's the burden of proof for showing an equal protection violation? What's a burden of proof for showing a procedural due process violation. Courts figure it out. They apply it.
What does Bubala? Think to yourself. Like I'm just trying to understand. First and foremost, you're comparing the way Congress self-regulates their own body to any other sphere of judicial decision making is absurd, because we see that the way Congress actually goes through their processes has no relationship to the way any other court would operate itself. Look at the impeachment proceedings that we had, both impeachment proceedings that we had for Trump. Not a single piece of evidence was introduced in a way which would be accepted in a place that you're trying to get out of a parking ticket. I mean, there was zero testimony under oath that's trying to support any evidence in the second impeachment.
Well, but wouldn't that be real quick? Wouldn't that be
this is evidence? That's evidence. My point, the reason I bring this up, and I don't want to get into the whole impeachment issue, but the point I want to make to you here is that Congress operates by a completely different yardstick with respect to how they regulate their own bodies. You're coming here with evidence as to, well, look at what happened.
More points in my favor. That's an argument in my favor.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Real quick question. Wait. Real quick question. If Congress wanted to impeach Trump for something that was like a crime, right? We wouldn't use the statement, well, hold on, was there a criminal charge first? We would say that Congress has a way of going through this process, right? So if we say that like Section 3 of Amendment 14 is self-executing, and then you say, well, what would the standard be, or whatever question you would ask, well, it would depend upon which body it was that was reviewing this particular thing. So if for some reason it came up in a criminal court, well, then the standard there, I guess, would be a criminal beyond a reasonable doubt. But if this came up in terms of like, does somebody get on a ballot? Well, how does somebody on a ballot determine your age? Right? There's not a criminal conviction required or any kind of probability, whatever. They would probably just look at a document and say, oh, well, look, boom. And then they would make that decision. Now, if we feel like the decision is unfair, then you would appeal it up the chain, which is what's happening. But nothing about a self-executing thing necessarily implies the need for a criminal charge or conviction prior to that. And I feel like the congressional example in impeachment just like makes the argument even a stronger case in favor of that, right?
Well, it was also understood at the time, unless, wait a minute. Here's where I'm... Good logic. Wasn't it understood? Wasn't it understood?
Let Logic talk real quick because he's being attacked by multiple people. But then I won't talk as much. Renee, sorry.
No, what I'm asking is, then you're left asking, why is it that the amendment itself says that Congress shall enact appropriate legislation? Why does it say anything about that? I understand Pisco said earlier in response to this. He said, well, frequently we'll see in amendments that they'll sort of give Congress the opening of power in order to legislate in a particular area, especially when it's an area of law. And this does make sense. And when it's an area of law where they might not otherwise have a power to legislate, because while we tend to lose sight of this, there are federal Congress is supposed to be limited, even though they seemingly never are, as the areas of their purview. But so you can understand why
I don't disagree.
However, it would not have to say; it would just say legislate. The phrase appropriate legislation is designed to basically spell out what is, as Justice Samara, I'm not making up this language. This was a Democrat judge who dissented, who wrote rather eloquently in destroying the majority's logic and saying, why are they specifically using a phrase in this amendment of appropriate legislation unless it means that Congress is supposed to provide the scaffolding, the outer framework as to how this thing is supposed to operate. And for some single district judge out of the tens of thousands of judges across this country to say, oh, I'm the one who's going to sit here and come up with exactly what yardstick is appropriate. Let's see.
Hold on. Wait. Can I ask a question though? Because you're saying Congress. Wait. You're saying that Congress is supposed to provide the framework, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Are you not biased a bit by the current composition of Congress? Like, because these particular amendment things, these Section 3 things, you said it yourself, they went to Congress and they were evaluated. You're saying, well, Congress has their whole way of doing things. If it was like evaluated by like a simple majority for whatever the expulsion rules were, or even like 2/3, if the House was like 2/3, would you still be happy with that process that Congress is going through? Or would you say, well, hold on, we need like a different body to evaluate?
Congress was supposed to be doing this. Congress was supposed to do this 150 years ago.
No. But I'm saying that particularly for for Amendment 14 things, or when you want to expel people from Congress with relation to a Section 3 thing, you don't need like a criminal conviction or anything, right? These are just like expulsions that happen in Congress with their own process, right?
Are you saying to expel Santos? You're saying?
Or
No.
You can expel people in relating to the Section 3 part of the Amendment 14. I believe that happened in the past where people were expelled from Congress or something on it, or no?
Right, they were. There were 3 people kicked out under Section 3.
Yeah, but none of those things required a criminal conviction, right?
I don't believe they did require it.
Well, obviously they didn't, because if they did, everybody would just be citing that, and this argument would be over.
Again, that's Congress self-regulating.
Yeah, but like, don't all of these, but doesn't, but I agree with you, but doesn't every single stage of like all of these processes have like at least a little bit of self-regulating? Like, it's not like every single decision that you make in terms of like who goes on a ballot requires it to be like ran through a court, right? So again, I would go for the age thing. Like, if you're 33 and you're going to put yourself on a ballot and like, sorry, bro, you're 33. Like, do I have to say, like, well, you need to prove that in court first? Or does that person just have the self-executing ability to say, no, sorry, like, I can make this determination for myself. The process is me looking at it. Or maybe the process is a city court or a state court or whatever, and they decided, like, why would you not say that that's a legitimate way for them to review it?
Like, Cenk Uygur should be disqualified. Everyone agrees here, right? He should be disqualified. Cenk Uygur, the TYT.
The Young Turks, he's a non-citizen running for president.
He was born in Turkey.
Yeah.
He wasn't born here. So you agree he should be disqualified, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but does Congress need to pass some implementing legislation?
I think Elon Musk, I'm not going to say because of political, I don't want people to interpret it based on political basis. I think Elon Musk should be disqualified also. He's born in South Africa. He's disqualified.
So, but like, does that require implementing legislation? And if Congress never implements something for the qualification then we just have to accept it?
You're comparing Article 2 of the Constitution to the 14th Amendment, which is such a ridiculous comparison.
I am. They're both qualifications.
So, you know what? By your argument, to the 25th Amendment, so I can come forward and petition that in my state that we should keep Biden off, that the Democratic Party should be obligated to keep Biden off because of the 25th Amendment. Let's go now have a whole procedure to determine whether or not he's sufficiently cognitive in order to qualify as being eligible. Under your argument, that's completely foreign argument for you to bring. Let's have it in all 50 states now. Let's start having each state determine for themselves whether or not he's had sufficient cognitive abilities to run the president. To sit as president.
I'm totally consistent on this. I'm totally consistent on this point.
Much like the 14th Amendment, is not the same as Article 2. It's just not. And to say that, disqualifications of president sounds so asinine. Like you're buried. You have your head buried so deep up your own sphincter that you can't even realize that you're.
Come on now, good logic. We had some good talks before. I know.
Wait. Can I just ask a quick question before this goes on? Wait, when you say that like you want to make this evaluation relating to his mental health or whatever, where is your source for that? Like what is the source of law or what piece of amendment or whatever? Where are you drawing that from? That would need to be like some determination.
The 25th Amendment says that if he loses capacity, his insufficient mental capacity, that's a defect which makes him ineligible to sit as president of the United States. Vice president steps in for him. So
wait, Steve, I just want to bring up how ridiculous. I just want to say how ridiculous it is that you would bring this up, given that amendment specifies the exact procedures and who is allowed to make rules about the capacity argument and about getting rid of the president, acting president. That amendment specifies down to the body who is allowed to do what and which groups have to do it. And the fact that you would bring that up. The absence of similar type provisions in Section 3 is glaring, right? The impeachment clause and the 25th Amendment both contain particular procedures for getting rid of the president. Section 3 omits that. We should read into that, shouldn't we?
Wait, real quick. Which amendment are we talking about? Just so I can read the thing
25th Amendment.
Okay, I see. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the Congress may by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the president and vice president, declaring what officer shall then be president.
It's a commitment.
Congress may. Why can't a state also? Congress may. They can also.
I'm pretty sure the 25th Amendment specifically says the vice president and the majority of the cabinet. They're the ones who make the determination.
And Congress can specify another branch if they want. And it's very clear about the separation of powers here. I mean, there's no.
So if they didn't, so what you're saying basically is if that amendment was more generalized, in that case it would be the exact same thing, and you would think that my argument would make sense. So you're basically trying to say that because there's language in there,
100%.
It finds that out. So you're saying that's what makes it different. But you don't say the same thing.
I can say
the language of legislation, the 14th Amendment.
Wait, logic.
You ignore that with respect to the fact that they say appropriate legislation, the 14th Amendment.
It totally follows. If we pass the 25th Amendment and it's like, if the president is not in capacity, then he shall be no longer the vice president shall become acting president, and left it at that, wouldn't you agree that there's no default about who enforces that?
Well, what I'm saying is if there was something.
Wait, can you answer that? If it didn't specify anything, wouldn't you agree it seems to be a self-executing provision?
If what?
If the 25th
If it didn't
Amendment...
specify.
Give me your language again, because I'm trying to picture.
Okay, the language is this. If the president be incapacitated such that he cannot perform his duties, then the vice president shall become acting president until such time as that incapacity is removed. And left it there. And then it said,
Right.
Section 2, and Congress may, via appropriate legislation, regulate it here.
Right.
Don't you think that you could bring a claim in state court, be like, he's incapacitated?
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem, because you're basically accounting for 1,000 different scenarios here. In this type of, you're hypothetical. So then let's imagine that you literally, instead of, forget about President Biden, okay, but President Shaniqua, 30 years from now, has a stroke, okay, and basically, isn't capable of communicating with anyone. So in that case, sort of wouldn't want to have a lengthy process as far as determining whether or not that person has capacity, as opposed to completely different from a situation like we have currently with President Biden, where it's like, look, there's some people who are actually pretending that he's not weak enough for any type of level of incapacity, and others who recognize that, hey, this guy literally has no idea what question was asked to him 30 seconds ago. So that's a far closer line. So it's not something that I would say that you should have being determined by 50 different states. I think that would make it.
I agree with you. I wouldn't want that law to be in place. I'm just saying the fact that the 25th Amendment specifies procedure should counsel against us interpreting that provision to be a provision that's executable by the state governments or state courts. But the absence in Section 3 should give the opposite intuition, that unless there's some overriding evidence to the contrary, that this was never intended for that purpose.
And I've got two questions. So again, this is because not being an attorney. Doesn't the language of the 14th Amendment in Section 3, isn't it like shall be there? No person shall be, not no person may be, not in the event of Congress enacting legislation. Isn't it like pretty declarative? And wasn't it understood at the time of the framing of the amendment to be automatically self-executing to Confederates without any sort of additional mechanism or legislation? Aren't these two things fact?
No. In fact, it was actually a court case. It was actually a court case that Chief Justice Salmon Chase of the day said it's not self-executing. The Griffin case is a case that comes up frequently throughout this decision and in the dissent. So the Griffin case, just to give your listeners some context, this is what basically happened in 1870. So it was shortly after this amendment had been passed, and there's a guy by the name of Griffin who's convicted of murder, and down south, and he comes forward and he says, the judge who sat over my case is Judge Sheffy. He fought in the Civil War, and that was after he had already sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution. So I'm arguing that it's self-affecting. So since it's self-affecting, the day this was ratified, he no longer was a judge. He's ineligible to be a judge, and he's no longer a judge. And that decision he made, finding me guilty of murder, is no different than if my next-door neighbor found me guilty of murder, because he's not a proper judge. Chief Justice Salmon said that's not the way this works. He said no, he doesn't lose his position the moment that was ratified, and that's something which is wholly inconsistent with the argument that's being presented here, that there's an assumption now.
It is inconsistent, but it's not controlling. It's not a controlling opinion. It wasn't the Supreme Court.
You're right.
He was riding circuit, and it's a bad opinion.
I agree with you, but you have to ask yourself. This is what people of the day understood what this amendment was supposed to be. This is the chief legal mind of the day, Chief Justice Salmon. I mean, it's hard to come up with someone who you say this is a person who understands the law better, and he's coming to that determination. Is that binding? No. If it was binding, in that case, we never would have gone through this entire shenanigans.
All right. So wait a minute. So wait, what year was Griffin's case? Because I'm looking at Okay, well, I just dug up the law review by William Bowd and Michael Stokes Paulson, the definitive law review on this. And if you go to page 21, footnote 59, okay, well, hang on, I can't hear you. You sound like you're at the other end of a tunnel. So on page 21, footnote 59, They say that indeed,
If
for
you want
what
me to
it's
cover
worth,
audio, you can send me a link to come into to StreamYard or whatever it is, because I don't like the way I'm set up, I'm structured here. I'm much happier to come in if you want to send me a link, Destiny.
There's no StreamYard. It's just his room.
Yeah, so it
Oh,
says
okay.
the legislative history supports this understanding. Section 3's opponents criticize the proposal for its immediate consequences on former Confederates. So maybe there was a challenge to it under Griffin's case a couple of years later, but apparently the framers of this amendment understood and complained about its immediate effect on former Confederates. And again, Pisco, you correct me if I'm wrong, because you have quicker recall on this than I do. Wasn't it understood by thousands of former Confederates at the time of its ratification that they were ineligible for office? It's not like all of these.
I totally agree with Josiah. 100%. There was never this expectation that all of these people were going to be given, like, I don't know, criminal trials, or we're going to deal with thousands of these individuals in some set process. Everyone understood that they were disqualified. They didn't even choose to run. And to the extent
there was never an expectation that it would be up to the states to determine who the heck was eligible and who's not.
Says who? Says no one. Everything else is
Says anyone who understands anything about the Civil War. Have you ever
then why
heard
did they
about
do it?
the Civil War is no. What does the South call the Civil War? They call it the war between. They don't call it the Civil War. They call it the war between the states. That's what they called it. There's a whole argument that is put forward, which I personally don't agree with, but it's an argument that's put forward by many Southerners, which is basically to the effect of that this was not a war about slavery, but it was a war about the powers of
the relevance of that.
My point here is that there definitely was a strong contention that this was about the individual sovereignty of states, and now you're going to tell me that, and this is where I started at the very beginning, you're going to tell me that these sovereign states, according to Colorado now, what they're saying is that every state is sufficiently sovereign that they can determine whether or not this is applying to an individual.
That is exactly what I'm telling you. Wait, that is exactly what I'm telling you. Wait. I'll explain why. I'll explain, because you're essentially, it's absurd to think that they were going to trust this enforcement to the southern states. That's what essentially your argument, right? It's absurd to think that they would.
I think it's asinine to think that you're going to have them sit in judgment of themselves to determine who the heck is an insurrectionist.
All right, I'll respond directly to that. So point number one is, as we mentioned before, it proves too much, because of course all the other provisions of the Reconstruction Amendments are all assumed, and no one disputes that they can be enforced by the states. And so your argument proves too much because
my distinction.
Okay,
that ignores my distinction.
Yeah, your distinction is bullshit. But just to go on, move on.
Why
does it make sense?
Why do you think it's BS? Why?
We just went through the whole thing of why it's bullshit. In that you're totally made up, non-textually based, feels-based argument that rights providing or liberty expanding things, those were self-executed. Those were expected to be done by the states based on nothing, based on feels, based on no text at all to support that distinction.
No, actually, I didn't come up with an argument.
And
flies in the face because. No, you see, you're pretending that I made that up because of some sort of MAGA perspective or something like that. That helps out Trump. And what I'm saying to you is,
I didn't say MAGA. I just said not text-based.
You're saying
it's not text-based.
I don't know if you're saying feels best as it's implying that that's where my feelings are leaning.
It's
what I'm saying
implying that it's not based on any law. It's not based on text. No, there's no basis.
It's based on law. It's based on far better law than anything you have, because it's consistent.
What's the law? You're just saying it feels better. I don't know what to say. Like, what is your basis to believe that there is such a distinction, or that such a distinction was intended?
This was not my novel idea. I do recognize it as being rather insightful, but the idea that the first time I heard this argument was from Democratic Justice Samauer in his dissent. This is exactly what he opens with. He said this is
for purposes of due process.
Did you read the dissent? Did you read the dissent at all?
Of course I did. Wait, hang on a second. I read this in time. Of course I did. And that dissent is based on due process. And there, it actually, you can make sense, right? It can make sense for why certain procedures might be required for certain kinds of, because it's always been a balancing test, right? Due process has always been understood, at least, I shouldn't say that. In the 20th century was understood more and more to be a balancing test where different provisions, different rights can be played off each other. And it can be a kind of loosey-goosey balancing test. That's not a jurisdictional question. That's not a self-execution question. It's a question about due process. And essentially, my response to you is there's no basis in the text to support that. Well, for these, liberty enhancing provisions, those ones are self-executing.
Wait, real quick before you finish that. Wait, can you respond to that first part of that, Good Logic? Because it seemed like you were citing the dissent there to prove a point, but it seems like the dissent wasn't questioning whether the state had the jurisdiction, but they were just saying that it was a matter of due process. Yeah.
They may have questioned it in dicta in terms of like, well, we haven't decided this question, we don't know about this, but they didn't decide as a matter of law that state courts don't have that authority. He was saying that his whole point was the procedures we provided were not comporting with the due process clause. Assuming
I don't understand how you apply the term dicta to part of a dissent when in theory every part of a dissent is necessarily dicta. So you're saying that's part of the dicta of what he's saying. Those of you who don't understand the term dicta,
okay, yeah. What I mean to say is, it's not part of his legal conclusion. His legal conclusion is, you're right, I misspoke. His legal conclusion depends on the procedural due process question, not on because assumingly, right, and I don't know what you would think about this. If Colorado had provided much more process, he would have been in the majority, wouldn't he?
Nope. He actually says the exact opposite. You need to reread that dissent, my friend. He says the exact opposite because he questions whether or not Colorado would have that authority. He questions whether if Colorado had specifically written, this is how we would have handled. This is how he spends dozens of pages excoriating how it's impossible to use the existing Colorado statutes to try and do what this court has done and how it did.
Due process reasons.
You're correct.
What you're bringing up is self-execution. You're
right, but he also says, let me finish. He also says that even if the state of Colorado, that one questions whether Colorado ever would have had a right to do this if they were so inclined. They certainly did not. Were not so inclined. They didn't do it. And that's a problem he has. But it's a question as to whether or not they ever would have had that right if they were so inclined, because he's very hungry about that language, which you keep conveniently forgetting.
So when I said dicta, what I mean to say is he did not say there is no self-execution. He did not say that states don't have the power to enforce. What he said was what we provided was not sufficient due process rights. But you're pretending that his opinion was saying that it's obvious that Congress is the one with the exclusive authority to enforce.
So Good Logic. I asked you this earlier, and I don't think I got an answer to it. So if you don't mind just clarifying here. So I want to make sure I understand this correctly as a non-lawyer. So when Section 3 of the 14th Amendment says shall, no person shall be. And then in Section 5, it says Congress shall have the power to enforce by sufficient legislation, blah, blah, blah. You're telling me, are you telling me that in the absence of federal legislation, Section 3 is inoperative? It's just, it doesn't exist.
Yes.
What I'm saying to you is,
can you answer it? No, yes,
I'm pulling up the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment right now. So I'm going to look at what you're saying with the shall that you're reading and how you interpret it. So give me a second.
Sure.
So 14th Amendment, Section 3.
And while you're doing that, I'll also point out that in the majority opinion in the Colorado Supreme Court, they do cite cases. Apparently, I think it's like the civil rights cases, which is like in the mid 1880s, that say that that the 14th Amendment is self-executing as long as its terms are met. It does not require any ancillary legislation.
Right, but as I think I expressed earlier, that's because it's broader in civil liberties. So that's why I.
But you don't have a basis for that. There's no textual basis to distinguish.
I'm saying it's common sense dictates that cannot apply.
That's right.
Yeah, but common sense.
You're saying it's common sense.
Also says you can't. No, common sense also says you can't strip me of my basic liberties. That's the whole point.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not based on. It's based on your intuitions about common sense.
I think real quick. Yeah. So real quick, I think the issue is that like it feels like wait, real quick.
I'll answer your shall if you like.
Wait, real quick, because we kind of loop around this argument a little bit, and Pisco opened the conversation saying, like, if it's in the Constitution, we have to enforce it, right? Because it's like a founding document. I agree with you, Good Logic, and I had arguments early on with this, that like a lot of this seems kind of silly or unsatisfying, but that's not a good argument, right? Like it might be the case that it's poorly written, or it might be the fact that it's self-executing is like dumb, or it should be a different way. But we're not arguing what it should be or what the best way for it to be would be. It's how is it written and what does the actual law itself say. So I don't think the argument that like, damn, should the state Supreme Court really be making these determinations or whatever? That's not like, I don't think it's a satisfying way to evaluate it. We have to see what the Constitution says and then kind of go from there, work from there, right?
Well, I'll tell you, Destiny, that few lawyers who are worth their own salt would ever express an opinion that the Constitution is poorly written. You had the sharpest legal mind of the day, literally arguing about word by word as to what word would be the best word to be used for to express the sentiment that they were agreeing to. So I don't think Pisco or any lawyer would ever say this was poorly written, which is why.
Well, there are a couple clauses that could be
more... hold on. I'm sorry. When we say poorly written, I mean it's going to depend on what you mean by poorly written.
Poorly written.
Because I could argue from an English language point of view that if I can give you a text and there are multiple interpretations, by default that text is poorly written. And by definition, our Constitution requires an ultimate determination or interpretation. And we just literally had a watershed decision like Roe v. Wade reinterpreted by other people in the Supreme Court. So it seems to be the case that we can argue whether it's well written or not, or if a well-armed militia is an important part of keeping a gun or not. But I mean, like clearly at the very least we can say that it's written ambiguously enough that some parts are open to widely different interpretations, and that's why we have a Supreme Court in the first place, right?
Okay, so you're asking a great question, and I don't think you want me to start getting into a whole debate about Roe v. Wade and Dobbs.
No, because I'd like you to give me an answer to my question before because I'm gonna have to go here in about 20 minutes.
What I'm saying to you is the words that are chosen are precise. Now, does that mean that they cannot be interpreted in different ways? Of course, any word in the English language can be interpreted in different ways, and words evolve over time to mean very different things. Mm-hmm. So what words meant in 1868 are very different than what they mean today in many contexts, and the implications of those terms and that's a large part of the reason. And what is considered freedom and what's considered restrictive and what's considered, these are all things that do change culturally over time. So I agree with you that's why we have a Supreme Court, and I think that the language that's being used does have sufficient flexibility, arguably, to say that, you know what, this is designed to basically give us some sort of idea as to what is considered restrictive under the perspectives of the day. And that was part of the brilliance of having amendments and things being able to change, is a recognition that sometimes the entire idea that we're expressing in this amendment might need to be altogether scrapped because the cultural attitudes of the day are dictated. And when we're only going to scrap it if we know that there's a sufficient majority of Congress that says, yeah, this is just completely outdated today. So
wait, I just want to make sure I understand that you're saying that we should ignore. Maybe I misheard you.
You probably did.
Are you suggesting that if there's a sufficient majority of Congress that thinks this is outdated, that we shouldn't follow it?
You can change amendments, I'm saying. That's why they're called amendments.
Oh, but not without an amendment.
You need to have a supermajority of Congress in order to do so, and that's the reason why it has to be a supermajority.
Well, I think a supermajority of the states to ratify as well.
Yeah, but it's not like you're saying that we should ignore it if.
No, of course not. Definitely not. No, I'm a hardcore constitutionalist.
So I'm gonna redirect it. So since you pulled the 14th Amendment up, the language up, can we go back to the language of Section 3? Yeah.
You want me to go back to your shall thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what it means is if someone is labeled as falls into this disqualification, once that happens, you cannot enable this person to be a senator or a representative in Congress or an elector. Once this leprosy type of disqualification hits that person, they can no longer serve unless Congress by a 2/3 majority removes that leprosy for the Section 3 14th Amendment. That's what shall means in this context. But then the question is, how is someone determined to have this leprosy?
Right, and I think that's a perfectly legitimate question. But my understanding, again, as a layman, of what your argument was this Section 3 is inoperative until Section 5, which says the Congress shall have the power, which, by the way, it doesn't say shall enforce by appropriate legislation. It says shall have the power, which seems pretty permissive to me. The Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. So my understanding of what your argument is until Congress enacts some sort of federal mechanism to determine insurrection, be it like some sort of criminal conviction or like some sort of like insurrection board within Congress, Section 3 is inoperative. It cannot be satisfied. It just ceases to be until Congress avails itself of Section 5.
It's impossible. I'm going to ask you right now. Okay, take Trump out of this. Put yourself back in 2017. I'm going to ask you to put yourself back in 2020 and 2010.
Well, can you answer my question first? I'm not like ridiculing your argument. I'm trying to get a yes or no answer.
I know you're not. I am. Yes, I agree. I agree with the sentiment that you just expressed.
Okay.
And the reason I think that must be true is because there's no way to know what yardsticks apply. There's no way to know if there's a dispute as to whether or not someone engaged in insurrection, as we have today. Okay, what is the appropriate yardstick? Is it there are different yardsticks that we have at hearings. Okay, so if you go into a civil court, you have to show by preponderance of the evidence, which most people interpret to be 50.0001% more likely in your favor than the plaintiff's favor.
Right, in criminal, it's beyond all reasonable doubt, etc., and so forth. They're different.
And then there's a middle yardstick of clear and convincing evidence, which is somewhere between the 97% that most people attach to beyond reasonable doubt and the 50%. So what standard does someone? How far? I kind of think he did. Is that enough? If you say a gun to my head, I'll follow that, but I'm not positive that he engaged in insurrection. Is that enough that this person is disqualified? I'll ask you right now. Ask yourself whether a reasonable person could say that preponderance is enough, and a different reasonable person could say preponderance is not enough. In which case, you agree with me that.
No, I agree that reasonable people. I agree that reasonable people can disagree about that, and that's why the lower court did by both clear and convincing and preponderance of evidence. But my point is, your argument, with respect, is ridiculous. They don't put a yardstick for Section 3. They also don't give a yardstick for the Equal Protection Clause, right? They don't give they don't expound on what the standard should be for equal protection. They don't say what classes of people, what kind of burdens would apply. They don't expound and give a yardstick for the due process clause. Those are clauses that are way more broad and way more general than this. And so your whole argument that we should not interpret it to be operative absent congressional legislation because what metric could courts use to decide these cases, it flies in the face of the other provisions of the 14th Amendment, which are more general and more ambiguous than this Section 3.
And that's why Justice Sotomayor's interpretation of the 14th Amendment is so much more logical, isn't it? It's so much more logical than
I think it's illogical. No,
the reason it's logical,
Stephen.
Well,
let me. I want to ask before I head out here, because Stephen's the only other non-lawyer here, so I'm curious. Stephen, where are you on this? Based on the 14th Amendment, do you think that the amendment requires Congress to create some sort of additional legislation for Section 3 to go into effect, or is it basically just dead on arrival until that happens?
The questions that I have, and I'm half paying attention to this, the problems that I have is the questions I had were is a thing clearly defined in terms of the insurrection bit? Is that clearly defined anywhere, or is this up for interpretation?
No, that's one of the things they debated. Listen, I live streamed all 5 days of the hearing. Mm-hmm. I live streamed the arguments, and one of the things that they hotly debated is, and both sides hotly debated, is what's the definition of insurrection, and Scott Gessler, who argued for Trump, came forward, and he basically was it's a really tough question to understand exactly what an insurrection is.
He didn't even give a definition.
It's more than a riot. He struggled to give one. He said it's definitely more than a riot. It's definitely more than a riot. And it certainly seems like it's less than a rebellion.
Yeah,
Well,
so my issue is one is I don't know what the definition or what insurrection is, and that seems like pretty important if we're talking about this particular thing, especially because in my opinion, my non-legal opinion, like in really vital aspects of freedom of speech for politicians is at play here, incredibly vital ones. That's the first thing is what is an insurrection, and then the second thing would be if we had like a legal definition of insurrection, insofar as however we defined it, ultimately what does the body look like that determines whether that threshold has been met? Those are like the two really important things for me. So if both of these were like spelled out clearly, for instance, if we say like an insurrection is anything that involves treason, sedition, or whatever that third one is, right? And if the way that it's resolved is ultimately, well, the Supreme Court, I guess, will hear matters of eligibility for state ballots or something. I don't know what the process, like if these two things are like clearly called out, then I would have a stronger opinion on it. But my biggest fears are just that those two aspects are largely left, it feels to me like incredibly undecided, which means that whether or not Trump gets on the ballot could ultimately depend on the political composition of the Supreme Court, which is incredibly fucking terrifying to me. I don't like that. That's my.
I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you this much. My gut says I don't think this is going to be a 6-3 overturn. I think this is going to be at least 7-2, and it's more likely to be 9-0 than it is.
No shot.
I'm serious. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why politically. Okay, forget about legal rationale for a second. If we assume that all 9 of these justices are motivated by their own political driven issues, which I tend to assume the worst of people. So maybe you call me a cynic or whatever. I tend to assume the worst of them. Okay. So and I know I've done law for long enough to know that you can rationalize any decision you want to.
Sure. Hello. Did he cut out on us?
Yeah, he's lagging out a little.
Yeah.
They got him.
No, like you're no.
It sounds like what's happening is your thing is dying or running out of batteries. If you're using like a Bluetooth headset, that's kind of what it sounds like, but I can't tell.
Well, while he figures that out, so Steven, so my understanding is, and you did think that Trump engaged in insurrection, right? And still do?
I don't. Right. If you're talking about a legal thing, I don't think I've ever given like the incitement argument or whatever. I haven't been on board with, because I feel like the incitement in relation to freedom of speech is an incredibly important thing, and I'm just like retroactively applying that to anything that a person has said. So I'm thinking about like the totality of all the BLM stuff. Are there politicians that would be charged with incitement if they had said certain things and then people, go out and do things? I feel like,
well, for what it's worth, I'm open to that. I can't speak for Pisco, but I think there were some aspects of the BLM protests, or at least the riotous parts of it, that would you could probably easily make the case qualified as an insurrection.
100%.
And if you tied it to the rhetoric of certain politicians, you could probably make that case.
A little bit, although something I wish that fucking Pisco fucker had brought up earlier is I had never been aware of this Brandenburg test. I wasn't aware that like the incitement thing required intent, that was like a mens rea for like conviction for this crime. So with that being said, I think I'm more comfortable if there's like an investigation in the background. So like if Kamala Harris or Biden is saying like, yes, we need to protest and blah, 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 and then BLM rioters go out and blow shit up. Well, if you want to charge them with incitement, you need to actually prove to a court for a criminal conviction, you have to show that they were intending to incite like violent action there. And if that's the threshold that has to be met, and if Trump can meet that threshold, I'm okay. I'm actually 1,000,000% okay with a criminal conviction there. Because if you're knowingly saying things and people can prove that intent with other statements you've made, well then fuck you. What else would you
Well, I'm
need?
sorry, you said criminal conviction. Just to remind you, that's not what this is. This is just a disqualification. This is not.
No, I understand what you're saying, but you asked me like, do you think he engaged in insurrection? I guess I was thinking incitement to riot is what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean
engaged in insurrection. I don't know what insurrection. I mean, like morally, ethically, if we have a conversation about it, I would say undoubtedly, of course, obviously. But I feel like that's a different question, kind of, than like legally. But also, I don't know if we're asking quote unquote legally, criminally, because obviously, this is like a whole different ballpark of things. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you mad that I didn't bring up Brandenburg versus Ohio to you before?
No, I'm mad that I didn't know that. I didn't know about the intent thing for incitement. I had no idea that was part of the test for
it.
That
didn't
incitement
always
thing.
used to be.
Sure.
Have you heard the term clear and present danger? Or
Great.
Yeah, I think that's right. So, have you heard that term before?
I've heard the term before. Yeah.
Yeah. So there used to be a legal test before Brandenburg. Well, actually, more accurately said, like different tests using similar language that was much more like open to prosecutions for speech. And so
Sure.
people would like pass out leaflets saying, hey, dodge the draft, or, you should not go and sign up for Wilson's War in World War I. And they were being charged under like the Espionage Act and other kind of acts for trying to fuck with the draft. And that became a lot stricter in the 60s with the Brandenburg case.
Also, real quick, because somebody's saying this in Kick Chat. I'm sorry, can you name me a single other criminal charge someone people could claim a person is guilty of without them facing criminal charges? One, we're not talking about a criminal charge here. We're talking about something that would just disqualify him from being listed on the ballot. Two, depending on what you're talking about, like I could literally just give you the different standards between civil and criminal convictions. There are things that might not meet the threshold of a criminal conviction that would the exact same thing in like a civil court. Trump's rape thing was literally an example of that. So yeah, depending on your forum, there are absolutely charges. I'm not using it in the legal sense, but like there's a statement or a claim you can make about somebody that doesn't have to like be proven in criminal court before it's used in like a different forum. It just depends on where exactly we're talking about. Yeah.
He's being sued for civil fraud in New York, not criminal. There has no, basis. There's no way to put him in jail unless he like breaks the gag order there, on the basis of what's going on there. But there's a huge penalty associated with it. That's not criminal, but it could end his business. People have this like feeling that only criminal level prosecutions matter. In this country, you don't need to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt to get deported. You don't need to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt to have your kids taken away from you, or to have
or to be on a no-fly list, or for civil forfeiture, or for there's like I'm sure there's a million different cases where you don't even have to have a conviction necessarily.
Yeah. Stephen, let me ask you this too, because I'm curious, and because it seems like you have some anxiety about. I mean, I do too, to a certain extent, about the outcome of this. What would satisfy you, short of like a confession of Trump, like going on the record saying, yeah, I hope these fuckers burn the Capitol down, in terms of like the mens rea, in terms of the intent, what would satisfy you personally to say, you know what, this clears it up completely, kick the motherfucker off, in terms of his intent?
I mean, like, I might read this off stream tonight, the whole opinion here, the majority opinion at least. I mean, him saying to Pence in the background, stop the certification of these votes, in conjunction with making these statements about fighting to stop the steal and stop the blah, blah, blah. Like, where at the very least, just from the very little bit that I've read, I'm glad I was linked this majority opinion, by the way. Thank you, Pisco, or whoever suggested it. The fact that I've read just that, even on those statements alone, I'm like 49%. Like, I need like 2 points more to bump me over the like, yeah, this is incitement. So depending on what else is in here, like even those two things in conjunction are pretty bad for Trump, I think. Like if you're clearly trying to effect that outcome in one way and then saying to people in kind of ambiguous language to try to make that same thing happen, I think that's pretty bad. Yeah.
Well, I've got two things to ask you about then that you'll definitely, if you read the majority opinion, it gets into. But two things, one prior to January 6th and one actually as January 6th was going on, in the hours that the riot took place. Is it persuasive to you, like the relationship between Trump's rhetoric and like violence? So the fact that he's kind of had a propensity towards violent rhetoric and celebrating violent rhetoric over the years, and then it increased.
No, I think you got to be really careful. I'm always going to be an ultra super omega cuck when it comes to, because this is like a central core freedom of speech thing.
And
sure. Yeah. So
I think that there's like a limit to how much you can include prior bad statements and prior bad acts. I agree.
Well, they do in the majority opinion. That's why I'm asking. Just fair. Yeah. Just okay. So that's probably.
Wait. What kind of prior statements did they make though? Because if I had to guess, without even having read it, are they including all prior violent statements or just one specifically related to the election?
Around the election. Around the election.
Because, like, for instance, if they included in here, like, a statement of Trump saying, like, oh, you can beat that guy up and I'll pay your legal fees, I would say.
A couple of those, I think.
Do they? Because I don't know if I would be sold on, like, stuff like that being included.
They're conscious of that issue.
Sure, okay.
Yeah, they're conscious of the time frame. They try to do it as immediate as possible. Then the second thing I want to ask you about is, in terms of his intent, how much stock do you put in Trump's actions, or rather inaction, as the riot was taking place? Because some people might say, well, Stephen, if he didn't have the intent for it to be violent.
I think the situation is, I don't know if me and Pisco found out. I hold Mayor Bowser 100% responsible for what happened there. 100%.
This is propaganda.
There might be other things that I could read to persuade me off of it, but I think she's 100% responsible.
Why? Wait, why?
Horrible.
Well, hang on. Let him make his case.
Because the reading that I had of that situation after seeing the statements that she made and the rejection from the Capitol to accept more help from the National Guard or reinforcements for the Capitol Police made it sound like the Capitol was trying to avoid just it looking bad at having a lot of National Guard people there. They wanted to avoid a type of situation just in terms of optics of having like another moment where National Guard people are beating other people up or whatever. And to avoid those bad optics, they intentionally rejected, because I believe an official offer was made to reinforce and help those Capitol Police, and the Capitol refused that offer preemptively. So that
two things. And Pisco can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I am almost certain that that's actually disputed as to whether or not Trump offered the presence of the National Guard. Number one, but number
Trump
two,
never offered that.
Yeah.
Well,
he's claimed that.
Offer.
Yeah. But the reason I say it's disputed is because I don't think there's any like testimony of the relevant, like the Secretary of Defense or whatever, or any record of an order being issued. So I don't think that. Yeah,
I have to go and look in that, but my understanding is that's not true. There was her explicitly shutting down. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing is, well, hang on, just one other thing. The other thing too is, she doesn't have a say in it. He's the sole authority over the National Guard. She is not in the chain of command. Like, people also blame Nancy Pelosi for it too. Like, Speaker Pelosi.
Yeah, hold on, wait. I've heard this argument given before, and I used that argument before. But my understanding is the process. What actually happens is when the National Guard is deployed to places like D.C., it's actually essentially put under control of the Capitol Police. So, for instance, there were some National Guard people there, but those National Guard people aren't like answering up the chain of command to the federal government. They're basically working in conjunction with and basically operating as a part of the D.C. Police or whatever at that point in time. That was my understanding when I read about it.
That's not the case. The D.C. National Guard is under the control of the president, and to the extent he delegates it to the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Army. So they have absolutely no chain of command with respect to controlling those people. In fact, it's required to have the White House, in this case, or the executive branch, authorize that action. So
what's funny is, Pisco, do you remember, because I'm pretty sure in the record, Vice President Pence gave like the order to like Mark Esper,
that's
whoever
what they're alleging.
Yeah,
no,
I understand what. Yeah, so I understand what you guys are saying there. I'm almost positive I've read the opposite. So I'd be curious to see something different. But my understanding is the National Guard that was working in D.C., that was kept at a very light level, like I think operating on the streets or whatever, was essentially working under the D.C. police there. They weren't like taking separate, like there wasn't a whole separate chain of command. They're just basically integrated into the D.C. force.
Oh, I just want to be clear about a couple things.
Yeah.
Number one, the people who have control over the D.C. National Guard is not the the Capitol Police, or sorry, the Capitol Police or the Metropolitan Police. Yeah. They do not have control over them.
What do you mean when you say have control over them?
They cannot mobilize them.
That's okay. You're a misunderstanding. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let me say this one more time. Okay. I'm not saying that D.C., that the Capitol Police, that they can call on the National Guard and make them come work. What I'm saying is, once the National Guard has been deployed there, which they have been in limited numbers,
sure.
that they operate under their control. Yes. That's how that worked. Now, my understanding is, I'm reading real quick from an NPR article. If you guys have something different, link me. That'd be fine. And also, I would love to shit on Trump people over this. Okay, so if you can change my opinion, I welcome it 100%. But the former chief of U.S. Capitol Police says security officials at the House and Senate rebuffed his early request to call on the National Guard ahead of a demonstration in support of President Trump that turned into a deadly attack on Congress. Former Chief Stephen Sun, who resigned his post last week after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi called for him to step down, made the assertions in an interview with the Washington Post published Sunday. Sun contradicts claims made by officials after Wednesday's assault on Capitol Hill. Sun Superior said previously that the National Guard and other additional security support could have been provided, but no one at the Capitol requested it. Sun told the Post that House Sergeant-at-Arms Paul Irving was concerned with the optics of declaring an emergency ahead of the protest and rejected a National Guard presence. He says Senate Sergeant-at-Arms Michael Stenger recommended that he informally request the Guard to be ready in case it was needed to maintain security. Sun says he requested assistance 6 times ahead of and during the attack on the Capitol. Each of those requests was denied or delayed, he says.
That's the day of. So,
okay,
I want to be clear about what we're talking about here.
Oh, and then also, real quick here, one more paragraph. I'm sorry. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser also wanted a light police presence at the Capitol. She reportedly wanted to avoid a similar scenario as last summer when federal forces responded to demonstrators opposed to police abuses who assembled near the White House. This is what I had heard. Yes. Okay.
Let's be clear about what we're talking about, because this is a very nuanced issue that you need to separate in different buckets.
Okay.
Number one, was Mayor Bowser and the Senate Secretary at Arms and the House one should they have requested additional help? They absolutely should have, no doubt. That is a separate issue to did Trump or the DOD ever offer anything, and also a separate issue to on the day of, did they mobilize the DC National Guard in time? These are different issues. And the claim is being made by Trumples is that Trump offered some amount of presence and they rejected it. That's not the case. No assistance was ever offered by the DC National Guard, at least not from Trump or from anyone in the DOD.
On the day of?
What happened? No, before. They did not offer 10,000 troops or 5,000 troops or whatever made up number that they're at least there's no evidence for that, at least not of yet. And there's some contradictions between of the Assistant Secretary of Army or whoever, I forget his name. It might be Chris or something. I forget his actual last name, or Ryan or something. There is some contradiction in terms of like who asked for what when, but there was not any single evidence of an offer being made prior to January 6th by the Trump administration for some large amount of DC National Guard. That's just not true. And on the day of, there was a huge delay for approval from the White House and from Trump and from the Department of Defense.
Wait, hold on. Did Trump need to authorize that?
Yes.
Trump, hold on, real quick. Trump needed
the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Defense or Trump can authorize.
Okay, that's two different things. Okay. Because my understanding is,
but they're both at the control of Trump. You agree, right? Trump is the commander in chief.
That's not what I'm asking. Okay. The CEO of Amazon controls every manager. I don't have to ask the CEO of Amazon if I can take a break, right? I can ask my manager.
Yeah. Well, my understanding is that if Mayor Bowser wanted the DC National Guard, she would have had to have gotten authorization from Trump or whichever delegate, which probably would have been the Secretary of Defense. She could not ask and it be automatically given. He would have to give permission.
The point is that Trump could have authorized it and didn't. That's the point.
Hold on, wait. Just clearing up. On the day of, is that what we're talking about, or beforehand?
On the day of, and beforehand, he never made an offer.
Sure. I don't remember if an offer was made beforehand, but I know that Bowser explicitly rejected help beforehand. She said no.
Did not request. Different than we really want to offer you some amount of help. You understand that's very different.
Sure, yeah, but Bowser literally said no before anybody even. Why would you offer? She said no.
So, but that's the claim is being made that Trump offered 10,000 National Guard, 5,000 National Guard, some amount, implying that he had some foresight to try to prevent some amount of violence that's being done. Right? It would help your argument if you're mobilizing the National Guard to prevent this. That's why they say it, that he had the foresight because he wanted to prevent violence, and that's why he offered the troops.
Can you offer troops without like a request being made initially? Can you even do that? Can the National Guard say, is there...
Why couldn't you say, hey, if you need the National Guard, we'll give you 5,000, 10,000 troops?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean, I feel like I'm sure there would have to be a formal process where something's written down, but I know of no law or any sort of like provision which precludes the president or the Secretary of Defense making an offer. Hey, in the event
you're saying like an informal, like just like a communication.
Yeah, you can't necessarily impose.
Yeah,
I know this works for like. I'm not sure about. I think in DC the president's going to have a lot of latitude. It could be different, but in terms of also state National Guards, there was a delay in approving the state National Guard going to DC because in order to allow them to go into DC, they have to be approved.
You have to request, the governors. Short of like a national emergency, the governor has to agree to let the president federalize the National Guard. But my understanding is, if you read this opinion, is they had an expert on presidential powers come in and testify during the 7-day trial, and he clarified that Trump, the day of, because to me it's like whatever offer may or may not have existed prior to January 6th. Maybe that's worth addressing, maybe it's not, but the point is on the day of when he knew the riots were going on, my understanding is he had the authority right then and there, mayor or no mayor, Pelosi or no Pelosi,
1,000%.
to whip out his big fat presidential cock and say, I'm the most powerful man in the world, I am dropping the DC National Guard.
Well,
yeah.
It is absurd.
And can you, okay, wait, hold on. There's a lot of different claims you made. Okay, so number one, I don't know if I've ever heard the claim, but if somebody is saying that like they were aggressively offering help prior to January 6th, then I haven't heard that claim. I don't think I would agree with that. I don't think I've heard that. I would say, no, I don't think so. Okay.
No, wait.
Yeah.
That claim is a central conspiratorial claim that Trump offered. It changes 5,000 or 10,000 troops. If you look it up, it's well sourced. It's a constant claim. So just be aware. It's very, very prominent.
Okay, Trump offered 5,000 troops DC Jan 6th. So you think
100% you'll get articles, or 10,000.
Yeah. I think Kash Patel was the one who testified during this trial that Trump did that, but that claim, like, there's no evidence to corroborate it. Apparently, Trump just mentioned to an aide something about having 10,000 National Guardsmen there.
No credibility to that claim, and that was contradicted by the person who made it.
Yeah.
Who said there was no ever request.
But to me, like, unless I'm missing something here, even
hold on, wait, just real quick. Hold on, wait. I want to do a claim by claim. I'm sorry. We can't just skirt past these, okay? President Donald Trump wanted National Guard troops in Washington to protect his supporters on January 6th rally that ended with them attacking the U.S. Capitol, leaving 5 dead. Trump's former Pentagon chief testified on Wednesday. Former acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller told a House of Representatives panel that he spoke with Trump on January 3rd, 3 days before the now former president's fiery speech that preceded the violence and led to their second impeachment. According to Miller's testimony, Trump asked during that meeting whether the District of Columbia's mayor requested National Guard troops for January 6th, the day Congress was to ratify Joe Biden's presidential election victory. Trump told Miller to fill the request. The former defense secretary testified. Miller said Trump told him do whatever is necessary to protect demonstrators that were executing their constitutionally protected rights. Miller made the remarks during a contentious hearing held by the blah. Okay, I think that's it. Okay.
And he contradicted those later, if you look up Miller's statements. But
you're saying Miller contradicted these under oath later or in the media later?
One of them was in the media. He's contradicted himself on this. You can look it up. You can just do a fact check on Christopher Miller's statements. He's been inconsistent on it. And to be clear, even as alleged, that is not a communication of some offer to anyone, either in the Capitol or in D.C. It's an allegation of an internal deliberation between Miller and the president.
Okay, I mean, I think I agree with you there. Okay, I haven't heard this particular thing, but sure, if troops are made available by D.C., there wasn't a formal offer made, but the reason why troops weren't there was because of Bowser. She didn't want them there. If she wanted them more there, she would have gotten them.
But again, so what I guess, and again, maybe I'm just missing something spectacularly, but even if that's true, even if we give the most generous interpretation to Trump that he made an initial offer, before, right? But let's just say we do, and he made an offer before January 6th, and then January 6th happens, because to me, the ultimate question was about intent. And I think it's fair to analyze Trump's actions or inactions as the riot was taking place to malign his intent. Because if he really intended for the protest to not get violent, the second it got violent, he would have been like, no, fuck this, and dropped the boot on the rioters at the Capitol. And he didn't. He sat on his fat orange ass for 3 hours.
Can you link me or show me anything that shows that the mobilization of the National Guard was delayed because of Donald Trump?
Did you watch the House January 6th committee or no?
I don't remember. Probably.
Yeah, there was hours delay. The president is the one who has authorization to call the National Guard.
I don't think that's. I don't. He could have, but I'm asking.
He could have done it on his own at any time as soon as they entered. To think that the president wouldn't have the authorization to mobilize the National Guard, which statutorily he does, but even just think about it logically, the president wouldn't have the authority to defend the Capitol from attackers.
None of this is what I'm asking. I'll try this one more time. Okay,
asking?
I'm asking: was the mobilization of the National Guard to D.C. delayed because of Donald Trump? That's what I'm asking.
1,000%, yes.
Okay, so you're telling me that when they made the request, that Donald Trump delayed it. He either didn't respond to the request, or can you just kind of say like one one article or anything showing this? Or must
100%, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So don't pretend that I don't always bring receipts.
That's fine, but you're about to talk right now. I don't know. I literally don't care at all about what you're about to say. I know what you're gonna. Okay, yeah.
All of our conversations. Have I ever said to you something that's like unsourced and like totally?
No. But right now we're having a disagreement of fact, which is something I've looked up in the past, and I changed my opinion on this. So if you're gonna say something right now, I really don't care what you're gonna say. I just want show me an article. You might be right. If you're right, then you're right. I'm just curious.
I'm on my phone. I'm not.
Okay, but you're about to say a bunch of shit that I don't care about.
I'm trying to look it up.
You're about to say well, this happened, and I'm saying like I know I heard that happen, but I changed my opinion because I read different stuff before. So I'm just curious.
Understand the chronology. There was some delay from the actual secretaries of the Congress, the various ones, secretaries at arms, in actually formalizing the request. That is true, and that's sourced for sure. And they point fingers at each other. They point fingers at various other people. Pelosi and Schumer always were, and McConnell were always willing to grant whatever request. The minute that they were given information about it, they granted the request, obviously, because they were under attack. But even after that delayed request from Congress was given, there was like almost a 2-hour delay from a response from the White House, and even then, right, that was hours after the initial entry.
Okay, I think I'm right 100% on this, because all of your language is so vague and couched. I'm positive I'm right.
What about what I just said?
You just said there's a 2-hour delay from the White House. My question was, did Donald Trump delay the deployment of National Guard troops? And the response is, there was a 2-hour delay from the White House? I don't know what the fuck that means. The White House there could be 50 different people in the chain of command that this goes through. The fact that you're phrasing it this way makes me think, no, Donald Trump probably wasn't involved in this. That's what it feels like. Or did Donald Trump himself tell somebody not to, or intentionally ignore the phone call? He unplugged his cell phone, or what? Like, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Motherfucker. The President of the United States is the commander-in-chief. He has the authority to mobilize the National Guard in D.C. If there's a request made by Congress for help from the National Guard, and that request is not fulfilled, why do you think that it was not fulfilled?
I don't know. Is Benghazi Obama's fault for not picking up the phone fast enough? I don't know. I don't know what the chain of command looks like on our armed forces. I have no idea.
We know that the Defense Department secretaries... What?
I don't know what you're about to say. I just need an article just showing. This should be so easy. If what you're saying is true, there should be tons of articles with this as a headline. Donald Trump delayed deployment of National Guard troops. Donald Trump told Secretary of whatever, do not delay. Donald Trump ignored phone call. Troops ready to go. No order from Donald Trump. There should be a million articles saying this. It should be the easiest fucking thing in the world. But if there was a delay because of a million other dumb things that goes along with the National Guard, I don't know.
If I send you articles about the delay and about who's responsible for the delay, will you read them?
Yeah. You could be right. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I just want to show me the thing.
I have to leave the call, but I will send you the articles right now as soon as I get off the phone. Okay.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I'm looking here. I'm using Wikipedia. I'm trying to do this in real time. So, Stephen, I just linked you to an article where it said it was Pence, not Trump, that issued the order to deploy the National Guard. And then I'm looking at the Wikipedia article about January 6th.
Okay, so then if Pence was the one that issued it, is it his fault that he waited so long, or what? I don't understand.
Who says it's Pence's fault? It's Trump's fault.
Wait, hold on. Why is it Trump's fault? I don't understand.
Trump's in charge.
Trump's in charge of the entire military.
Trump is the one. He's sitting in the White House. He knows what's going on. He's watching the TV. He knows these requests are coming in. Come on,
I don't know if he knows that. Donald Trump is the chief. He's the chief general of the entire armed forces. I don't know if Donald.
Are you serious?
Bro, I don't know. I don't know if you're being retarded right now. I can't tell. What you're telling me right now, what you're telling me is the equivalent of a guy coming into class saying, I got a reckless endangerment ticket. This is bullshit. I can't wait to get Scalia's opinion on it when it goes to the Supreme Court. I don't know if Donald Trump, the chief executive of our entire armed forces, is making every single authorization for any part of our armed forces to be deployed. That sounds fucking retarded to me, Pisco. I seriously doubt that Donald Trump is like making personally every decision on how to deploy any part of our armed forces. Maybe he is. That's why I'm just looking for an article. Like, jeez.
He's the one with the authority to mobilize them.
What you just said wasn't an answer to anything I said. Donald Trump can do anything with our armed forces because he's the chief executive of the armed forces, but he doesn't. In practice, the United States president isn't the one ordering our troops around, even though he could theoretically, right?
Correct, but he's at the center of this storm. He understands what's going on in January 6th. He's the one who brought his people there, and absolutely. Do you think it's credible that Donald Trump would be unaware of the request being made to the National Guard for assistance, or that he shouldn't have known, just by virtue of watching what's going on January 6th, that sua sponte, by his own accord, he should be mobilizing them? He doesn't need to wait for a request.
Firstly, I'm almost positive that what you just said is not true. I'd be curious to otherwise.
You think the president has to wait for a request from Congress?
The mayor herself literally said, "Do not send troops." You're telling me that the National Guard?
the mayor does not get to control whether or not Trump mobilizes the National Guard.
So you're telling me the National Guard can be deployed into American cities in contravention of protests against the will of the people that have authority over that area? Is that true?
In D.C., in D.C., the person who has control of the National Guard to mobilize it is the President of the United States.
Yeah, but the National Guard isn't the D.C. police. That's the MPD.
Here's an easy question.
Oh my goodness.
Easy question, Stephen.
Okay, yeah.
If Trump wanted to mobilize the National Guard, could Bowser stop him?
I'm pretty sure they could. I don't know if you can send National Guards to areas without them being requested.
Okay, well, hang on, and I want to clear this up.
Wait, hold on. Oh my God, why are we arguing over statements of fact? Just look, somebody help me look this up. Can you send the National Guard into a state if the state says no? Can you do that? I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm telling you, I don't know. It might be the
we're not talking, wait. We're not talking about a state, correct? You agree that D.C. is not a state, yes or no?
I don't know if that's relevant in this analysis.
Is D.C. a state?
D.C. is not a state. I don't know if that changes anything here. Hold on. Is the National Guard the D.C. police?
The National Guard has a dual control system. The governors of the respective states have day-to-day usual control over the National Guard. They can be federalized by the president in times of in certain specified situations and emergencies. You understand that, correct?
I don't know why we're fact dumping, but yeah.
What do you mean fact dumping?
You're just saying a bunch of shit. This is a super easy. All of these questions are.
Wait.
What?
Did you know that there? Okay.
All right, hold on.
You have military background, don't you?
Yeah, hold on. So in any state, the commander-in-chief of the National Guard is going to be the governor. That's who's going to go ahead and deploy it. In D.C., it's Trump. If anyone believed the National Guard were needed to be deployed, they would go to Trump for the deployment. Now, I think the point Stephen is making is
wait, here's a question I have. For D.C., is Trump like the de facto or de jure governor of D.C.?
Yes, he is. He is in charge of the National Guard. He is in the way that if Ohio deploys the National Guard like they did to Kent State, that's the governor making that decision. It's going to be Trump who makes that decision for the National Guard of D.C.
And it's a moot point anyway because I just linked it to you according to the Wikipedia article, and I sent you that link too. At 1:34, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser requested that they deploy the National Guard, and it didn't come till 3 hours later.
What is? I don't. What do you?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, wait a minute. She made the request. What I'm saying is it's a moot point because she made a request.
No,
and there was still the delay.
We're not talking about this. We're talking about earlier, the day prior to that. She specifically said no. She said
off. No. That's not what we were just talking about. What we were just talking about was the day of.
Yeah. Yes. No. No. Oh my fucking God. No. You're saying, or you're making it sound like Trump could have deployed troops ahead of a request from the mayor. That's what is being argued. I don't know if that's the case or not. You guys are just saying, obviously it's true. I don't know if that's the case.
Steven,
that's what I'm asking, okay? So when you say Mayor Bowser requested troops, yeah, she did, but prior to that request, I don't know, because you made it sound like earlier, well, even if she did request, couldn't they watch the TV and see what's going on? I don't know if you could just look at the TV and send in federal troops onto D.C.
And the Capitol?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case. I don't know.
You think the mayor can be like, nah, guys, you can't come here?
I don't know why you're a lawyer and you're just saying the most retarded fuck. Do you know what procedure is? What the fuck are you saying? You don't think that they could go and do that, blah, blah. I don't know. I truly don't know, Pisco. I don't know. There's probably a whole bunch of procedure
why
around.
Are you pretending that it would be crazy that the president wouldn't have that authority?
I'm literally not pretending. I'm literally not pretending it would be crazy. I'm just asking for one citation showing that he could. You're pretending that it's fucking insane to say to the contrary. Whereas for states, I'm pretty sure if states refuse the National Guard to.
I do think it's insane.
Okay.
That even just on intuition alone, forget anything, right? Even if we're just going off intuition alone, if you had no idea what the DC National Guard is, for anyone to think as just a baseline that it's conceivable that Congress would have passed a statute that gives the DC mayor unilateral rejection authority over mobilizations of the DC National Guard, I do think that sounds facially insane. However, you don't have to believe me because we know that under the statute, the President of the United States is in charge of the DC National Guard. That's just a fact. Isn't it, Lycan?
Yes, it is. But hold on. I'm sorry. Unless I misheard. Like 6 minutes ago before I jumped in, I thought, Stephen, you said the point, you guys were arguing about whether or not Trump was watching and actually knew anything in order to deploy the National Guard. Are you guys not talking about after the event started on January 6th, whether or not he should have? Or are we talking about whether or not
after it started, should he have mobilized the DC National Guard? And my position is, the minute you had awareness that people had breached the Capitol, he should have mobilized the National Guard when it was clear they had no control over the basic security in the Capitol. I don't think that that's very controversial. Do you think so, Lycan?
No. And Josiah said at like what 1:36, 1:38, the request goes in and it doesn't get honored for 3 hours. But we know, like, when did Trump do his tweet or appearance?
Yeah. When did he say go home in love and peace and we love you?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to
like,
pull
was
the
it
time
before?
on that.
That's what I'm curious about. Like, was that before that 3 hours when the National Guard finally shows up?
No, I think it was after. I think that they mobilized DC National Guard, and it took even longer for Trump to come out and say something. Like, it was pushing him along every step of the way. They were begging him to do something. You understand that there's testimony of aides begging Trump to do something to stop him. You're not aware.
That's all I had to offer. I'll go back to listening. Bye, guys.
Bye. Yeah, I don't even know at this point what we're arguing about, because to me it's like I take the point. I'll even grant you. Let's just say that even the formal offer was made before January 6th. I'll own it. I don't think that there is actually evidence to support that, but whatever. It's the day of that matters most. If the motherfucker intended it to be peaceful and not violent, the second it got violent, he would have deployed the DC National Guard immediately because he was watching it on live TV and he's the commander-in-chief. Furthermore, even if you don't accept that and say, no, he still needs permission from the D.C. mayor, the D.C. mayor made the request at 1:30 and the guard didn't show up until like 4 o'clock.
Yeah, but we're arguing whether or not it was because of Donald Trump. Based on the argumentation that both of you guys are giving me, I'm almost positive now it wasn't. Because either I would have seen this or you guys would have something readily available. So my guess is there was probably a breakdown in a whole bunch of communication related to deploying the National Guard in D.C. And that's what, but you guys trying to make it
doubling down on some bullshit. I can't believe it, Stephen. Actually, I can't, because I think that it takes you a while to come to a change of position. But you're aware there is testimony on the record of multiple aides, including chiefs of staff, the speaker of the minority leader, McCarthy at the time, begging Trump to
his
do
own daughter,
something
Ivanka,
to help out.
I don't care. That doesn't answer any question. I don't know if Trump is the one that normally picks up the phone to deploy the National Guard.
He's aware. He has awareness of the fact that the need is there, which you're saying that he might not know because, who knows what he's doing at the time. He could be taking a shit, eating McDonald's.
No, wait. So wait a minute. I'm trying to steel man Steven's position. So Steven, what you're saying
hold on.
is,
I'm sorry. Wait, I do not need a steel man. Neither of you have even attacked my position. You guys are screaming incredulous at me, citing something that for some reason you can't find any source of. My position is super clear. My position is I don't need a steel man. I have plenty of steel on my own. My position is super clear. There was a delay in the deployment of the National Guard to D.C., to the White House. Or not to the White House, no, to the Capitol. I'm aware of that. Yes, we all agree that. That's a fact. The claim, though, that's often made is that delay was caused by, or at the very least, Donald Trump played a huge role in that delay. I have never seen that substantiated ever. And saying an aide was begging him for help doesn't get you any closer to substantiating that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so step one of substantiation. Who had the authority, right? Like, in order for Trump to be responsible in any way.
Hold on. No. Pisco. No. You already start off at a stupid point. Who had the authority? It's who has the responsibility and who has the expectation. The president of the United States has the authority to do anything he wants with the armed forces. He doesn't have the expectation to. So you're already off on the wrong foot.
No. The reason I start, Stephen, you're stupid. The reason I start on even just the power to do it, right? Before we get to the expectation, whatever. If he doesn't have the power to do it, then of course he can't be responsible. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. So that's why I started with the power question. Do you agree that's a smart place to start?
Sure.
Okay. So he had the power to do so. He's the only one who had the power to do so.
That's not. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
Do you think anyone else other than the president or his direct designee?
I think it's the entire DOD or some chain of command of the DOD has the power to do it.
By virtue of being designated by the president of the United States. And by the statute authorized.
Supplementing this legal framework for internal deployment is the Emergency Management Assistance Compact. EMAC is a congressionally ratified agreement among the 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Northern Mariana Islands that facilitates deployment of National Guard troops and other resources across jurisdictions to respond to natural disasters and other emergencies. The authority to request assistance from other states' National Guard units under EMAC lies with the mayor of the District of Columbia rather than the president. However, deployment of out-of-state Guard units on federal property requires Defense Department approval. I I don't. Can you show me something? And again, bro, I'm not even. I'll say you're right. I don't even have the strongest opinion. Just show me one thing that says only the president can do this. I've just never heard that before. I've never seen that anywhere.
Mobilize the National Guard. I'll find you a source that only the president or his designee can mobilize, and not the mayor of DC.
Okay, so Stephen, let me ask you this. Let's say we're both wrong there, just out of curiosity. Let's say that other people, could be the Secretary of Defense or whatever, could have activated the DC National Guard. Are you saying, does that absolve Trump from not acting if somebody else could have activated the National Guard in his stead and chose not to do it?
It depends on what the expectation is. I don't know if the expectation is on Donald Trump to be the one to mobilize the National Guard.
Fair enough.
Here's you love Wikipedia. Here's the line. The President of the United States is the Commander-in-Chief of the District of Columbia National Guard. Command is exercised through the Secretary of Defense and the Commanding General Joint Force Headquarters, District of Columbia National Guard. The Secretary of Defense has delegated his command authority to the Secretary of Army for the District of Columbia Army National Guard and the Secretary of the Air Force for the District of Columbia Air National Guard.
Okay.
The District of Columbia National Guard is commanded by a Major General with a Brigadier General as his or her Adjutant General.
Gotcha.
The Mayor of the District of Columbia, the United States Marshal for the District of Columbia, or the National Capital Service Director may request the Commander-in-Chief, that is the President, to aid them in suppressing insurrection and enforcement of the law. However, there is no chain of authority from the District of Columbia to the DC National Guard.
Okay, so then the question is so why wasn't the National Guard activated by the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary of the Army?
Or the President.
What?
Or the President. The President is the Commander-in-Chief.
Is the President the one that ordinarily... Well, were the other people requested? You said that request was put in, it was delayed for 3 hours. Did Donald Trump get it? Did it die on his desk?
So what I'm telling you is, regardless of even... listen, I think he received that request. I think that's...
Hold on. Are you saying that he received it and the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Army didn't get it?
No, they did get it.
Okay, so all of them got it at the same time. So then why didn't the other two authorize it immediately?
I have my own thoughts about that, and I'll
say it. What are the thoughts? No, tell me what the thoughts are.
So there's no good explanation for why the delay happened from the relevant DoD.
Wasn't there a massive congressional investigation into this?
There's limited. A lot of the people on the January 6th committee did not want to go there, in my opinion.
A lot of people on the wait, say that again?
The Jan 6 committee specifically was focusing on, based on what I've seen of the Jan 6 committee, on the insurrectionists and the activities leading up to and around January 6th, and not the culpability of the Department of Defense. There was a Defense Department internal report that says that there was no misconduct so far as the DoD was concerned, which is great, right? Like no one did anything wrong apparently. But just to be clear, even absent any action from the relevant DoD personnel, even absent a request from Mayor Bowser or from Congress, don't you think that Donald Trump had a responsibility and a duty to activate the DC National Guard, which he could have done the minute he was aware of the breach of the Capitol?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. That's it.
No, that's not. We weren't even talking about that. We weren't. No. Your claim initially. Hold on. Don't forget about your initial claim. Your initial claim was that Donald Trump delayed it. Not if he was watching TV, could he have authorized it faster?
No. Wait. If you think he had do you think he had a sacred duty to mobilize the DC
I'm more one, but I don't know how these apparently the guy that was days before the riot, the Pentagon removed General Walker's authority to quickly deploy his troops. He testified. He said he was unable to move troops even from one traffic stop to another without permission from Ryan D. McCarthy, the Army Secretary. If this is the ordinary chain of command for these things, I don't know. Why did Ryan D. McCarthy, why did he not authorize it faster? I don't know what happened.
Wait. Let's just be very clear and very easy about this. You agree that Donald Trump had a sacred duty to activate the DC National Guard when the Capitol was breached. Agreed?
I just don't know what the I think you're lost. I think you're lost in this conversation. You're just lost. I don't think you understand. I don't have any idea. I think you're so partisan brained on this. You can't even fathom what I'm saying right now.
Don't you agree that Donald Trump had a duty to mobilize the National Guard? Who cares what his
I think Donald Trump has a duty to protect our soldiers. That doesn't mean he needs to grab a sniper rifle and go out into the fucking field.
Answer the question. Do you think he had a duty, an imperative, morally, ethically, whatever you want to say it?
I don't know. I don't know what the ordinary chain.
Answer it.
I don't know. I can't. I don't know what the chain of command is here. I don't know what the expectation is.
You don't like being pushed.
You're so okay. Yeah, that's it. Yep, I just don't like being pushed. Yes, that's right. Yes.
Stevie, come on. It's easy. Of course he had a duty to protect the Capitol and to mobilize the National Guard. That's easy. Say that.
I think you're lost from the conversation. I think you hate Donald Trump and you're just lost in this conversation.
Address the issues. Address the issue. Didn't he have a duty to defend the Capitol and mobilize the National Guard?
I think his office and his seat has the duty to. Yes. I don't know if him individually does. Just like the president of the United States, the executive branch of the United States, headed by the president, has the duty to enforce the laws of the United States of America. That does not mean that he controls. That doesn't mean that he controls Merrick Garland. Correct?
That's correct.
Biden doesn't control Garland. Well, hold on. Wait. But doesn't the DOJ exist under the president? Doesn't the president have the duty to enforce laws in the United States of America? Yes or no, Pisco?
Yes, the president has a duty to enforce.
Well, then why doesn't he choose which cases to enforce? Why doesn't he choose the court decisions on what he wants to go to court for? Why doesn't he arrange for all the depositions? Because that power is delegated, Pisco. Because that power is delegated to other people under him. So even if Donald Trump is the head of the armed forces, he has delegated that power to other people. So I don't know if he's supposed to be the one. Yeah, tell me. Go ahead. Tell me. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
One is an inappropriate exercise of executive authority. Another is an appropriate exercise of executive authority. Wait, and it's going to be real easy.
Okay. Yeah.
If Donald Trump mobilized the DC National Guard, would you praise him?
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe?
You're asking me questions about a process that I don't know about. Here, Pisco, here's a really good thing if you want to argue a point, okay? And listen, by the way, this could be true. My only frustration is neither of you are linking anything. You're saying common sense, which ironic is what you just made fun of the last guy for doing.
I've been linking you shit in DMs nonstop.
Oh, okay, hold on. Whatever, you link it, a ton of random shit. Relink me one thing that you think proves your point, and I'll just read that one thing, okay? This should be really easy. Wait, hold on. Wait, really easy question. Pisco, can you show me a link to either Obama or George Bush under Katrina? You can say, show me. Does George Bush, was he the one that authorized National Guard troops or whatever to go down to Louisiana for FEMA or whatever? Or I guess, I don't know if FEMA is part of that.
I have no idea. I know that the governors themselves would have mobilized the National Guard as well. They have the authority
to do so. So all you have to do is show me, there's a case where, Obama himself mobilized it. Or was it just Obama saying it and then the Army Secretary or the DOD or whatever, somebody else?
Obfuscation. This is obfuscation. What you're saying is essentially you could never possibly comment on an invocation of National Guard or not. This is just so clear. Come on.
It's not clear. I don't know what the ordinary procedures here, and apparently you don't either. So I don't know why you keep saying it's so clear. You have no idea yourself.
So I'm going to do something real easy for you.
Go ahead.
Let's say that Russia launches a surprise attack on Maine, and in that context, the president invokes, whatever authority he has to defend the country and sends troops to defend the state of Maine. Would you praise that action? Or would you be agnostic about it?
Okay. Let's take a deep breath, okay? I'm gonna get a drink of water, okay? And then I'm gonna re-ask you your question and demonstrate my problem, okay? Ready? Okay, let me get a drink, okay?
Go, I'm gonna tinkle.
Be right back.
Hope everyone's doing good. It's got a little heated. I gotta go, guys.
Okay. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You asked me a question. You said if Russia deployed troops and invaded Maine, if Donald Trump would have sent the army to respond, would I have praised Donald Trump, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The answer is yes. Okay. However, our whole argument is what that word sent means. Okay. When George Bush sent troops to Iraq, George Bush wasn't flying a plane. He probably wasn't individually signing orders. There were people underneath George Bush that do that, right? So when Donald Trump would send troops to Maine, I don't know if Trump himself is signing the orders. I don't think that is the case. I already know that Donald Trump, ahead of the protests, wanted to make units available, wanted to make the National Guard available to DC, and they said no. So if you're telling me that on the day of, when that request was made to him, he said no, I don't have any evidence
of
it.
That he wanted to make troops available?
It seemed to be the case that he wanted to make troops available.
Based on some statement, a self-serving statement by some guy who's contradicted himself, and you've already concluded that he wanted to make troops available.
Oh,
there's no other evidence for that statement.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. There was evidence. It was a statement that he made under oath. If there's another statement he made contradicting it, I can try to find that statement. I'm sorry, I'm just looking this up on the fly. Okay, yeah,
but even assuming that, go ahead. Yeah, we can assume it.
Fine. Sure. So when you're saying on the day of, okay, we didn't get troops in the Capitol, right? And well, whose fault was it? I don't know whose fault it was. If it's the expectation that here's a question, Pisco. Let's say that we go back through all of U.S. history and we find that on National Guard deployments, about 50% of those deployments are literally like okayed by the president himself picking up the phone, and about 50% are okayed by other people in the chain of command. If that was the case, and I didn't agree with you, I'd be crazy. I'd say, okay, Pisco, yeah, there's a lot of history for this. But Pisco, let's say it was the case that 100% of every single deployment for the National Guard always happened to a delegated member of the executive branch. Would you say in that case it would be kind of weird for Donald Trump to have the expectation that he's the one making the call and signing the order for the National Guard to go to D.C.?
If there's a humongous norm against the president mobilizing or federalizing the National Guard, I wouldn't think it's weird if he's just accepting some overwhelming norm that is like based in some policy rationale that makes a ton of sense. But let's be clear here. Your answer to the main question revealed your whole hand, and it's so obvious. If there were fucking foreign troops attacking you and you in Miami right now, yes, and you found out that the president knew about it and did not mobilize any federal assets to defend you, would you think that that's good or bad, or you're not sure?
I would think that that's bad.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask the same question. If you were aware that that there were people attacking the Capitol and the president knew about it and didn't mobilize federal assets to defend it, would you think that's good, bad, or you don't know?
I'm sorry, repeat that question one more time.
It's the exact same question, just replacing your residence with the capital of the United States.
Yes.
Okay, so it was bad, right? And any delay of him mobilizing those assets is unjustified.
I don't understand how. I don't know what's happening right now.
What do you mean?
Like everything you're saying is just so stupid. Like you're completely not understanding anything I'm saying. I just don't understand. Here's a question. Here's a question. I legitimately don't know the answer to this. Can the president himself theoretically do anything that an agency or anybody in an agency underneath him can do? Like, can the president of the United States make a federal arrest?
No, not necessarily. He can't necessarily do everything in the executive branch, but we know he has this authority. We know he has the authority to mobilize the DC National Guard.
Hold on. Yeah.
So with certain, wait a minute.
Because you keep saying he has the authority. We're not talking about the authority. We're talking about the expectation. We already know that he has the authority. He's the commander-in-chief. But the commander-in-chief does not make every, or maybe even any decision with regards to our armed forces, except for when he talks to the 4-star generals or whatever about. The expectation is what matters.
If your nation's capital is under attack, don't you think the president...
I don't know how many times you can make this impassioned plea and pretend that you're doing anything. Is this like the speech you give to the jury at the end? Like, did you skip the whole fucking court part, the litigation part?
I'll just change one more time. If Russia attacked our nation's capital and there were Russian troops attacking our capital and the president did not mobilize the National Guard, would you think that's good, bad, or that he's responsible for the delay at all?
Bad. I don't know if he's responsible for the delay because I don't know what the chain of command or the expectation is.
You knew the president has the authority to defend.
I don't know if he has the expectation. That could be a delegated power that he himself doesn't ordinarily deal with.
If the president doesn't have an expectation to defend the Capitol, then there's no expectation.
Stop, dude! You're playing so fast and loose. It's disgusting. When you say the president has an expectation, that doesn't mean he has every single responsibility. Do you understand that? I'm going to repeat this statement a million times. Do you understand that? Just because somebody has the expectation doesn't mean that they have. Or I'm sorry. Just because somebody has the authority doesn't mean they have the expectation. Do you understand that? Repeat that. Repeat that to me. Repeat that to me.
I understand it. I understand it.
No, I understand. I want you to repeat what I just said.
I understand that the president, just because he has the authority on any given situation, doesn't mean that he has the expectation.
Gotcha. So when we ask if the president is going to defend the Capitol, does the president have the expectation to make the call himself?
Yes.
Okay, just show me that then. Just show me.
No. Listen.
You can't show me because you have no evidence of that. You're talking completely out your ass. That's all you have. I had a discussion. That's all you have. You're going to ask another vague question like, well, they were talking about, should the president do this? And I'm going to have the same assertion. I'm going to say, well, when you say do that, do you mean he personally has the responsibility or he has the authority to and he's delegated that to somebody else that's supposed to sign the papers? And then all you have to do is show me, oh yeah, well, here it is.
The president of the United States, his power is at its maximal and the expectations of that office are at their maximum.
The office.
When we're
and the things that exist like under his delegation. It's not him personally.
You're telling me you're not sure. You're not sure if there's an expectation that the president be involved in decisions to protect our nation's capital.
I'm sure he's involved in the conversation, but I don't know if he's like the one that's signing off on it.
Okay, I mean, we can get back to this conversation. I have to bounce, but wow, I think it's pretty.
Well, I'm curious. So in terms of the 3-hour delay and all the testimony that said that Trump didn't do anything, Stephen, are you suggesting that it might be possible that Trump was under the impression that something was being done through the normal norms with respect to deploying the National Guard?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. But basically, it's being taken care of. I don't need to worry about it. Somebody's on it.
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so here's a question. I'm just reading this article on AP News, okay? National Guard troops were already activated and deployed to checkpoints around Washington before the violence began. When the rioting started, Bowser requested more Guard help on behalf of the Capitol Police. That request was made to Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy, who then went to Miller, who approved it. The Pentagon said Miller approved the request without speaking with the White House because he had already gotten direction from the president days earlier to do whatever he deemed necessary with the Guard. Neither Pelosi nor the House Sergeant at Arms could have stopped an ordered deployment of National Guard troops because Congress doesn't control the National Guard, legal experts say. Guard troops are generally controlled by governors, blah, 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 blah. Okay, contend with these two paragraphs.
So what you're saying is that in response to a request from the D.C. mayor that the approval was given to involve the D.C. National Guard, correct?
It seems that the request was made to the Army Secretary, Ryan McCarthy, who then went to Miller, who was what, Miller Secretary of Defense? Or
yeah,
and then
Secretary.
Sure, and then Miller approved it. And then the request never even went to the White House.
So there was a delay in approving the request to mobilize the D.C. National Guard and to get them involved in what was happening. And we're arguing right now not about the response to the specific request from Congress, but about what duty President Trump had.
No, we're not talking about any of that. You're in a separate Discord call. The conversation we were having was, did Donald Trump delay the National Guard by 3 hours? Yes. And now I'm finding out that they were actually approved and sent without a call ever even being made to the White House because Donald Trump had already authorized them or approved them to do with whatever they needed they thought they had to. So where is Donald Trump delaying anything here? Yeah.
First of all, there's a great deal of he said, she said in this entire record about when requests were made, about big disagreements between the fired secretaries of the Congress. And so I do not take at good faith the self-contradictory words of people who have already made mistakes about their testimony previously. And I'm including Miller in that conversation. Second of all, what we were just talking about, and you can't even deny that, was the president's authority and duty.
You're so wrong. I'm not going to get gaslit on this. Nobody here has talked about the authority. We all agree as the authority is the commander-in-chief. It's where the duty is. It's where the expectation is.
Yeah, so we were just talking, when I say we were talking about it, it means in the scope of our conversation were questions about authority, questions about duty, unconnected to specific requests made by the DC mayor or by Congress, and whether or not the president has his own responsibility to come to the determination independently that DC National Guard needs to be mobilized.
I don't know.
You think the president has that responsibility?
No, I don't think so.
So Trump is not responsible for not mobilizing the DC National Guard.
Do you think George Bush,
Will you answer that question? Responsibility?
It doesn't seem like it. No, it seems like that responsibility is delegated.
Okay, so Trump
can you go with your George Bush thing?
Trump has no responsibility for the delayed response in mobilizing the DC National Guard. That's your position?
I haven't seen any evidence of that. Correct.
Okay.
Stephen, can you do your George Bush thing?
Yeah, did George Bush have the responsibility to mobilize our armed forces in response to 9/11? I don't think he did. I'm pretty sure he kept reading the book. Isn't that like a... Oh my God. Hold on, wait. I want to ask Pisco. Wait, do you think George Bush was flying our Air Force around and controlling fucking everything while he was reading to the kids at the same time?
We're not saying that George Bush is literally flying airplanes, although I believe he was a pilot, but we're not talking about...
No, I'm not on 9/11. He wasn't flying around when the planes were being hijacked.
He was literally in the air, just so you know, but he was in Air Force One.
Right after after the towers were hit, they were taken off.
What I'm saying is that the president's authority...
Hold on, I'm sorry, wait, I'm 35. My recollection is the classic image of George Bush being informed that a second tower had been hit and he was still reading the fucking book. Are you both trying to gaslight me on U.S. history? Or am I losing my fucking mind for doing too many drugs?
I think they rushed him to Air Force One.
Okay, so what you just said was totally fucking not true. There were two towers hit in the United States before Bush got into a fucking plane, okay? Thank you. Go ahead. Jesus Christ. My God.
That was a joke because I was saying that I didn't expect George Bush to literally have to be driving around a plane, although he wasn't in the air during the response to 9/11. That's all I was saying. It wasn't any important point. You're so riled up that you accuse me of lying on a joke that I made about whether or not the president should be expected to do some kind of menial task for the Army. Or for the Air Force in this case. That's where you're at right now and how rustled you are.
I'm not rustled though, because what you're describing, the approval of those troops, is a menial task. Approving it seems to be a menial task, and it seems like Donald Trump already had.
No. It's a major decision, a weighty decision to mobilize the National Guard to defend the capital of the United States. It's not a controversial take. Just like it would be a weighty and important decision if you were being attacked by a foreign nation. If we were being attacked by a foreign nation and you found out that the president knew about it and did not mobilize federal assets, you would say, of course he's responsible.
Well, and even as far as we know, and this is what I was trying to get at to answer Stephen's analogy, even if the norm is for the president not to issue the command directly, which fair enough, maybe that is the norm. I would imagine in a situation like a riot at the Capitol or Hurricane Katrina or whatever event you want to say, that if the president knew about it, he would be profoundly curious that it was being addressed, right? He would be like, hey, is somebody taking care of this? Are we deploying the Guard?
Yes, I agree with you. But now you're making the argument of, is it possible that Donald Trump could have taken extraordinary steps to mobilize the National Guard ahead of whatever schedule they would have been on? Maybe. I don't know. But that's a profoundly different question than, was Donald Trump responsible for the 3-hour delay of the mobilization of the National Guard? Which is the initial claim you both made, and you have zero evidence of any of that.
No, 100% he is.
Okay.
The fact that he had a responsibility, and tell me which part of this you disagree. Donald Trump had a responsibility the moment he was aware that the Capitol was breached and under attack to mobilize the National Guard.
Doesn't seem like it. Seems like that responsibility was with Miller and the DOD. Yeah, that responsibility was Miller.
May I give a caveat there, Pisco, or ensure that it's being done, right?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, that's the break.
So the Trump has no responsibility for the defense of the Capitol.
He does. That responsibility has been delegated to Miller, it sounds like. Yeah.
Okay, so nothing can arise, no situation can arise that would make Trump responsible for, apart from like evidence of that you would have of like knowingly trying
if Donald Trump was obstructing the process, which is your original claim, to be clear, both of you made that original claim.
He has an affirmative duty. So he's responsible for the delay. He is, because he's the person who should be, he has an affirmative duty to act.
But it sounds like he already satisfied that duty by saying, he already approved it ahead of time. He said, yeah, use whatever you need.
He needs to mobilize them himself.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Your statement, you agree that your statement was just wrong. He needs to. He doesn't need to. Miller can authorize it, or the Secretary of Defense can authorize it. He doesn't need to. You're wrong, right? You admit that. You're wrong.
You're talking about a moral imperative, right?
I'm talking about a moral imperative. He needs to, in the sense of he has a responsibility. He has an ethical responsibility to respond the moment he's aware of it, or to make sure that it's being dealt with. But the fact that there's no response for hours, the buck stops with the President of the United States. He was elected by the people to be our sword and shield. How can you sit there and say,
wait, I agree. Hold on. You want to say the buck stops? That's fine. If you want to say Donald Trump made a bad decision, having Miller in his cabinet or whatever, that Miller should not have been the head of the DOD, okay? And that was a bad decision by him. Therefore, he's at least partially responsible for the delay in authorization. I would agree with you. That's fine. Sure. That's what you realize that, Pisco, that's what the buck stops mean. The buck stops doesn't mean that the manager or the CEO is making every single individual decision. It means they're responsible for the decisions of the people under them. So you're going to say Donald Trump was responsible because Miller failed in his duties or something else happened, well, then sure, I can maybe hear that argument, but that is far different than the first argument you made.
If defending the Capitol isn't a responsibility of the president, I don't know what else is. It's hard for me to think of something that is more his responsibility than defending the nation's capital.
Would you agree? Here's a question. Would you agree that if Donald Trump said ahead of time, hey, listen, whatever troops they need, I'm clear with it. I'm good with it. Is that not him satisfying that?
So no. If he made that statement, if that were true, and he was aware that troops were not going to defend the Capitol, and he just, I already told him. I told him that they could have all the troops that they requested, so I'm just going to sit here because I already told him before. By the way, the only thing that's alleged is an internal communication as between him and the acting Secretary of Defense. But no, the mere fact that he said, well, if they ask for troops, give it to them, that does not relieve him of the responsibility to, on his own, defend the nation's capital. And I want you to answer this question. Is there a duty that you think is more relevant to the presidency other than defending the nation's capital? Can you think of a more important duty that the president has?
I don't know if there's a more, but yeah, I'm sure, of course, that's an important duty. Yes.
Yes, he has a responsibility to do it. He was aware of what was going on, and he did not act.
Wait, no, you say he didn't act, but oh my God, we're just looping. I don't think he should show up in an assault rifle. Do you agree that even though the president has a duty, should he show up?
No, he should not show up with a assault rifle.
So if he authorizes it ahead of time, should he be the one that makes the phone call? Does he need to be the one that speaks directly to Bowser? Does he? I don't know if the president's responsibility
to mobilize. He can make an executive action, an order. He can give an order. Agreed?
Okay. I don't know. Listen, for either of you, I'm like 99% confident that my original, well, not my original, but my secondary assessment was correct. If either of you want to link me anything later that points to, because you guys have nothing. If you want to link me something later, I tried to read what you sent me, Josiah, but I don't see anything. If there's anything that shows that Donald Trump was responsible for the delay in deploying troops, I'd be curious to see it, because it's
wait, you don't believe he has a responsibility to defend it?
I think you're lost in this conversation.
Wait. You agree with this statement? Donald Trump does not have a responsibility to defend the Capitol.
No, he does have that responsibility.
Okay, if he has that responsibility, do you think that he fulfilled his responsibility to defend the Capitol that day?
If the ordinary procedure is to delegate the ultimate yes. What?
Did he fulfill his responsibility to defend the Capitol?
From what I've seen, yes, it seems like he did what was the general expectations of him.
Okay. Listen,
and you're laughing, and you're saying, well, what they said under oath was wrong, but my conspiracy theory about him delaying it because I saw pictures of him being grumpy in his room is true. If you have any evidence of it, I'd love to see it, but like...
A conspiracy theory implies what? It implies that there was some...
premeditated action. There was some plan to fuck over. Yeah. So you're making it sound like your initial claim was Donald Trump got the request. He's like, fuck these guys, let them burn. That's what you're making it sound like happened. But you have no evidence. You admit that you have zero evidence of that?
Of what?
Do you have any evidence that Donald Trump delayed the deployment of the National Guard? Anything?
Yes.
What? Please don't just say it wasn't deployed for 3 hours. The fact that it was delayed. Please don't tell me that's the only thing you're going to say, right? Oh my God, that's the only thing you're going to say. Oh God.
What would be evidence of that for you, Stephen?
It could be a statement by Miller saying Donald Trump didn't respond in time. It could be a statement by somebody at the White House saying that people were requesting authorization to do this and he was either denying it or delaying a response. It could be a statement by anybody involved in the chain of command of the deployment of the National Guard. We're ready to go, and all we're waiting on is the final okay from Donald Trump, and he's not doing it. Any of that would be, would be evidence.
If there was evidence in the record, that he had multiple aides telling him to please help.
What the fuck is an aide? I'm sorry, do aides deploy troops? No, I don't give a fuck what an aide says or what an aide says.
I think the confusion is, and it's been so long, I can't even remember what my original claim was. I think we gave Stephen the impression that we're saying that Trump deliberately gummed up the system to prevent the National Guard from being deployed.
That's what Pisco's saying, yes.
No.
Oh my God. Gaslight me, yes. Wait, I'm ready for it. Gaslight me, yes.
I am not saying that Donald Trump came to some corrupt bargain with the Secretary of Defense, the acting Secretary of Defense, and said, whatever they say, don't listen to them. I am not saying that. What I'm saying is he's responsible for the delay. Do you understand that?
How is he responsible for the delay? Can you explain that part?
Yes, because he was well aware of the need for DC National Guard to be mobilized. He was well aware that the Capitol was under attack, and he did not mobilize the DC National Guard.
Okay, but if the ultimate weight or approval was just waiting to come from Miller, why didn't Miller respond quicker?
I think it would be direct. Well, I think can it be, Stephen, that they're both responsible? Can't they share a degree of responsibility? Let's say that Miller was derelict in his duty for not acting more decisively as the president's delegate. the responsibility isn't exclusive.
Then
right?
there's a few things that I would expect to happen. If Miller literally wasn't responding or was derelict in his duty, then I imagine whoever would be beneath Miller, the army general or whatever, would call the president next, be like, hey, Miller's not responding, help us. And if Donald Trump's like, fuck you, find Miller, then I would say, fuck Donald Trump. He's responsible in that sense. But if this is a power that has been pretty expressly delegated to the Secretary of Defense, which everything I'm reading seems to be the case, that this is the Secretary of Defense, the one that basically makes the final call on this, and he's delayed for some reason.
Presidents have mobilized the National Guard before, and that's just a fact.
I don't know what you just said. When you say presidents have mobilized the National Guard, we're not asking if the office has done this. We're asking, do they call the president of the United States to do it?
Presidents as presidents. Presidents as presidents.
So not the Secretary of Defense for D.C. We're talking about D.C.
Okay, so I will bring you instances of the mobilization of the D.C. National Guard. I don't have them recalled to memory, and so I will do my best to bring that to your attention. But like right now, what you're essentially saying is the president has no independent, freestanding duty to defend the country, that he can be called to account for, and that he can be assessed against. And really, you have to think about it and think like, do you even think he had a duty to tell his people to get out? Did he have a duty to request his supporters get out of the Capitol? Do you think he had that duty?
That's a fundamentally different question.
Wait, it might be different. Do you think he had a duty?
I'm not even answering. That is a completely different question.
Why are you not answering?
Because now we're talking his role as like a cheerleader of an insurrection or whatever.
I think now Steve, we're getting away from legal and moral authority and responsibility to moral.
No. The issue is that let's say there are special forces troops pinned down in fucking Kabul or some shit, and they're waiting on an airstrike, and it doesn't come because the guy ahead of them doesn't pick up the phone. Is this the fault of the president of the United States that they didn't get the airstrike they needed?
No. Right. So like,
wait. Can you answer me? What? Can you answer me? Yes or no? I want to hear you.
No. It's not the responsibility. If it's a day-to-day thing where it's not of a magnitude that the president would be involved, such that it's like it would be weird actually for the president to be doing the
minutia,
tell these people to pick up this person. I totally understand your point. I have granted it now, I think 4 or 5 times, that there are certain places where the role of the president, it is too minor, or there's some institutional or normative reason we want to prevent the president from taking action, despite the fact that they have technically the authority. My proposition to you is not that those cases don't exist, but that this is the most obvious domain of the president possible, where a mere order to activate. I mean, no one else other than his direct designees who are not acting in this moment has that authority. That this is, if anything, is within the operational responsibility of the president. Surely this is, right? Can you think of anything that is in the operational responsibility of the
truthfully, I don't even know if Donald Trump knows this. I don't know if he knows it. It's ultimately
whether he knows it or not is irrelevant.
If it's already been delegated to the DOD, then it's on Miller. If there was a delay and it fucked up, it's on Miller. I don't know if it's Donald Trump's responsibility to be making phone calls like, hey, just checking, is the National Guard on the way? Hey, just checking, what's the deployment looking like? Hey, I don't know if the president of the United States is ever in the business of doing that ever.
What responsibility does the president have?
In regards to deploying the National Guard, I don't know if any.
The military, any?
Wait, for what?
To go to war?
For
does
what?
The president have the responsibility? What responsibilities would you impose on the president with respect to the military at all?
His authority and responsibility are everything, but he delegates those to other people. Wait, why are you laughing? Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, do you think the president goes to the fucking war on the ground like it's fucking 1555 with a sword in his hand, Pisco? What are you talking about?
What Pisco's saying,
to go to war, the decision to go to war. You would agree, right? That's in weighty enough.
That's a congressional power. But hang on.
I'm sorry. The decision to take military action.
Right? I think you could argue ultimately rests with the president. But the delay here wasn't the decision to send the National Guard. It appears to be the case that decision was already made. We're not waiting on the president to decide. Okay, then I just need proof of that, and then boom, we're good.
With the D.C. National Guard were not mobilized. That's we understand for some time. You agree with that?
Yes, they correct. Were not. But we don't know why.
We know that the president had. You contest. The president had a responsibility to independently defend the Capitol.
No,
in terms
absolutely
of
not. It seems to be it seems that you're expressly wrong. The president has expressly delegated the mobilization of the National Guard to the DOD. Expressly.
Does the president have any responsibility to defend the country?
Yeah, Pisco.
And that's what I'm trying to fit. The way is there?
Give one example in which the president you would impose some kind of responsibility for the president to defend the country.
The only thing that I could possibly think of like the president of the United States needs to make like on his own or like in like an actual decision is probably turning the key to fire a nuke. That's the only thing I can think of where like
you're insane, bro. I mean, you're so debate brained right now. It's crazy that you're not going to concede on a basic principle.
Gotcha. Well, then here's an easy debate brain check right now to prove that you're the debate brain one. I'm telling you right now, what would it take to convince me I'm wrong? Show me one example of the president of the United States making a military decision above his generals to do something, and I'll be like, oh, okay, well, that's the president. Oh, wait, right now, Pisco, link me one thing, and I'll be like, oh, okay, I didn't know that.
How about the decision of Joe Biden to leave Afghanistan? What do you think about that?
Oh, Joe Biden was the one calling the troops and saying, okay, you can take off right now?
No, come on, man. He made the decision to leave, didn't he?
Yes, but he's not the one like doing the on the ground coordination. He's not the one making.
He is. He is the one who has the responsibility to make that decision.
Is it possible, guys? Is it possible that we're conflating expectation with responsibility? Do you think there's a meaningful difference there?
The comparisons that Pisco's making here, where he's saying like the president is making the decision to leave Afghanistan. We didn't need the president to make the decision to protect the capital. We just needed the execution of it. That's what we're talking about.
No, we did need him. We did need him to make the decision that day, and he fucked us over.
Then why was the decision made without the White House even being called?
It was critical. You know what we needed that day? We needed a brave president with the responsibility to make that decision, and he failed. And I've heard you before cite his massive responsibility on January 6th. It sounds like today you're giving him a free pass, and what your position is that Trump bears no responsibility for the ramshackle response to what happened that day.
Correct.
That's
right. Originally, I did have that opinion because I'd heard it repeated so many fucking times. And then when I actually started to read into, well, what actually happened, especially when all those Senate judiciary hearings and all the Capitol Police reports came, I was like, oh, doesn't seem like the muck-up had anything to do with Donald Trump at all, because if it did, both of you would be screaming from the rooftops a single shred of evidence pointing to it. It seems like the issue was there was a whole muck-up of the process of actually coordinating the National Guard and getting them to D.C. and authorizing it, and it seems like a lot of this had to do with Bowser wanting to avoid bad optics the day before by explicitly saying, do not send extra fucking police here.
He's elected with an affirmative duty in an office.
That's great. It doesn't change. You can impassionately plea all the word, but nothing just changes what I just said.
Stephen, can I ask you, if the Colorado court found that, it says the court finds that Trump had the authority to call in reinforcements on January 6th and chose not to exercise it, thereby recklessly endangering the lives of law enforcement, Congress, and the attackers on January 6th, and I'll give you the link in the quote. Would you find that sufficient? That's just, but the reason I didn't link it earlier is because it's a fact-finding report.
He disagrees with it. I mean, why are you asking him? He disagrees with that.
Well, I don't know. To be clear,
Stephen.
No. I don't even necessarily disagree with that. I'm asking for a single shred of evidence. Oh my God. I'm asking you for a single shred of evidence in the 15-minute time to prove it. I've told you 15 times that if you can just show me that like, oh, well, in this particular point of time, we were waiting on Donald Trump, or Donald Trump was supposed to make this call, then I'd be like, oh, well, in that case, yeah, it's 100% Donald Trump's fault. I've said that literally since the beginning. I've maintained that position.
Right, but to my point, so what I just read you is not in and of itself sufficient evidence that that's a court finding.
I want to know the underlying rationale for the court finding.
I'll link.
Okay, just link me the thing.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So for here, you've got, all I'm seeing is fact 185. The court finds that Trump had the authority to call in reinforcements on January 6, 2021 and chose not to exercise it, thereby recklessly endangering the lives of law enforcement, Congress, and the attackers on January 6, 2021. So if they have yes, so this is an opinion of a court. So if the court found that he somehow mucked up the process or did something, first of all, I don't know why you guys didn't just say this 2 hours ago, but then I would say, oh, well, in that case, look, Donald Trump is responsible.
The only I can.
The Colorado Supreme Court to tell us that he bears responsibility for his inaction. The fact that you're waiting to find what these 7 Democrat judges to say that he had a duty. No, we know he had a duty.
The reason I didn't bring it up earlier is I didn't even know if you would accept it because it's a court finding in Colorado and not like a primary source from, you know, the acting Secretary of Defense or whatever. I didn't think it'd be sufficient. But there's the link and there's the paragraph. So
I love you guys so much. And Stephen, I love you too.
I love you too. Be careful,
I have to go. But be careful. Just I love you, Doc. Peace.
All right, see you, buddy. All right. Well, Stephen, before I hit the road, how you doing, buddy?
Okay.
Are you going to be covering this particular topic as far as like the disqualification?
Technically, probably actually hardcore. I'll probably in a day or two. in the because on January 6th I'm debating Glenn Greenwald and Alex Jones in Austin.
Oh, shot! Are you serious?
Yeah, over Jan 6 related shit. And it's on January 6th in Austin, so that'll be a.
Oh shit! Is it gonna be a public thing?
I think so. Yeah.
I might go sit in the audience for that. Wait, it's gonna be a 2-on-1, isn't it?
No, I've got two brothers that were with. Hold on, let me check. Wait, fuck. I wonder if this has been announced. I might be fucking announcing this ahead of time. The Krasenstein brothers. Have you ever heard of them?
Yeah, they're big on Twitter. Ed and something or
yeah,
another.
Brian and Ed apparently
Dick.
on my side as well.
Dude, good for you. What about the Shapiro thing? Is that still
supposedly the 13th of next month? I think.
Okay. And is that when?
Remember, Alex talked about your wife. Alex Jones made that comment when he came up. I sincerely and legitimately don't believe he had any idea about any of my personal stuff. I think he was just making. Oh no, I found this afterwards because him and Melina were just chatting upstairs beforehand. I don't think he was like, there was no like cuck joke that some people interpreted that as. He was just like, but Alex Jones is also like a super friendly dude. Like, if you're talking about real life, he'll like chat with you and like laugh with you and shit and like hang out. Yeah. Okay.
Is the Shapiro thing going to be about Biden v. Trump, or is it Israel Palestine?
Wait, in the Austin thing?
No, the Shapiro conversation.
Oh, I'm hoping it's related to Biden or whatever.
Cool.
Other than sending the 2 tweets at 2:38, which did not call off the attack, Trump did nothing between being informed of the attack at 1:21 p.m. and 4:17 p.m. Instead, Trump ignored pleas to intervene and instead called senators urging them to help delay the electoral count. When told the mob was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," Trump responded that perhaps the vice president deserved to be hanged. Trump also rebuffed pleas from Leader McCarthy to ask that his supporters leave the Capitol, stating, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." The court finds that Trump, as the commander of the D.C. National Guard, had law enforcement entities at this disposal to help stop the attack without any further approval. Wait. Trump could have redeployed the 340 National Guard troops already activated in Washington, D.C. to assist with traffic and other duties on January 6th. The group could have rapidly responded because riot gear is already stored. There's no evidence that Trump made any effort to redeploy these troops to the Capitol once he knew the attack was underway. Trump could have ordered deployment of additional... Is this the... Trump provided no evidence that he took any action to deploy any of these authorities after learning of the attack on the Capitol. The court finds had the authority to call reinforcements and chose not to exercise it, thereby recklessly endangering the lives of law enforcement. It's just these statements, right?
Yeah, I mean the citations. Like, to be honest with you, because I'm not an attorney, I don't even know how to understand the citations outside the footnotes, like the 1031 TR.246:2. Like, I don't understand what the fuck any of that is. So we need Pisco for that, which is yet another reason why I didn't bring this up.
Gotcha.
Because these are findings of fact from a Colorado judge. I didn't know if you'd find that sufficient. And look, trying to find these primary documents, they are a pain in the ass. I was trying to do like Google foo while you guys were having this conversation.
Sure.
And
yeah, I mean, because I had the opinion on this and I looked it up a ton afterwards. And when I looked up afterwards, because my initial interpretation was also that Donald Trump was either refusing to pick up the phone, wasn't authorizing for hours, was mucking up the process. That was my initial understanding. But after all of the hearings and the investigations and everything came out, it seemed to be the case that there was just some dog shit process for deploying the troops. And for some reason, Miller took however fucking long to respond to shit. Or I don't know it seems like something was fucked up in the process. And I couldn't find any piece of information. And you agree that if there was this piece of information out there, we'd probably be screaming it from the rooftops. Like, oh, here's the proof that Donald Trump fucked everything up. But it doesn't seem like that has ever been the case. I can't find it.
Well, and to clarify, and that's when you finally, I guess it finally broke through that either I miscommunicated or you misunderstood, but I'll just go ahead and concede. If I ever said that Donald Trump, or suggested that Donald Trump like deliberately gummed up the system or fucked it up in some way, happy to concede that. My point was his inaction. I was trying to make the case that, to me, that suggests that his intent was to allow the violence at the Capitol to unfold because he didn't take any affirmative action to step in, even though he had the ultimate authority, and I would argue the ultimate command responsibility to do it, even if the day-to-day stuff is delegated. That was my point. And I don't even know if you agree with that or not, and maybe you're sympathetic to it. Because to me, there's a difference between responsibility and expectation. I agree with you that the day-to-day stuff is delegated to the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Army. But when Trump is watching this unfold, I would think, like you gave the example with Bush, if Bush was watching Katrina happen, even if like the activation of FEMA goes to, I don't know, the DHS or whoever, you would think, be like, hey, are we on this? Is somebody doing something about this? And it seems like the evidence.
I don't know if, again, I can't, I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. You keep saying that like that's so obvious. I don't know if that's the case. The office of the presidency probably has 50 billion different things going on. I don't know if it would be normal for the president to be like, hey, I just want to make a call and check to make sure that like the National Guard is actually deployed. Because if that was the case, there might be 50 million different things that the president could be making phone calls to check in on. I don't know if that's like an expectation. But that's what I was saying earlier. Like if it was the case that like George Bush was making phone calls and he was like, hey, I need to know what the fuck the National Guard is doing. And I'm like, okay, fuck, that would be an expectation, right? Or if, I don't know, was there a National Guard shit under fucking Obama?
I'm sure at some point. I can't think of anything off the top of my head in terms of like a crisis in which he'd have to deploy it, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, so if this was like a delegated thing and Trump was just sitting there stewing at the TV, right? If we're saying like Donald Trump had this extra, fucking Donald Trump, I legitimately don't know if Donald Trump knew that Puerto Rico was a U.S. territory. I don't know if Trump knew that Puerto Rico was a U.S. territory. I really don't know that. Or if he thought it was a separate country. I have no fucking idea, okay? Because he said president of Puerto Rico, which is him. I don't know if he knew that or not, right? So to say like Donald Trump should have been making phone, I don't know if that's the case. If that was his I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this out of curiosity. Are you persuaded at all then? Does it give any credence to what I'm suggesting, the fact that so many people in government were outraged that Donald Trump didn't step in? So not just laymen like you and me, but like Congress people and senators like Trump, where the fuck are you? Why aren't you doing anything? Do you find that persuasive? Like it seems to suggest that they were under the expectation.
I think there's a conflation going on with what Donald Trump should have been doing, which is why I didn't answer Pisco's other question. I don't believe that Donald Trump's failure was to activate the National Guard with his own phone. I think his failure was to not fucking call off his rabid mob immediately. That was his huge failure. So I think when people are looking at Donald Trump like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Even for the politicians themselves, I doubt they're thinking like, Donald Trump, why aren't you authorizing the National Guard? They're probably thinking, Donald Trump, why the fuck aren't you on Twitter telling your people, your rabid fucking dogs, get the fuck out? That's, I think, the conflation that's happening. And I think that's what Pisco's fallen into and everybody else. Like, oh, Donald Trump failed to act and blah, blah. His failure to act was that he mobilized his fucking army of rabid sycophants and that he didn't call them off until like 3 hours in or whatever. That was Donald Trump's failure. I think that's what people want him to speak out against, not mobilizing the National Guard faster.
I think it's both. I agree with you that obviously the primary one is the fact that the rioters were obviously personally loyal to him and he made no effort to call them off. But like in the first article I linked you, the Salon article, Liz Cheney, and again, I'm not saying this is proof. I'm just saying it seems to be the expectation of other informed government actors. She says not only did President Trump refuse to tell the mob to leave the Capitol, which is your point, he placed
you said
no
Salon?
call. Yeah, the Salon article I linked you to. It's the first paragraph. The first sentence of the second paragraph.
Place no call to any element of the United States government to instruct that the Capitol be defended. Yeah, but it sounds like he doesn't have to do that. It's already an assumed role.
I hear you. I will cop to that. What I'm saying is, do you think it matters that clearly Liz Cheney, a Republican member of Congress, who again is informed in the intricacies and the chain.
Wait, hold on, chill. When you say a Republican member, like that's supposed to have her, she was also like an anti-Trump, right? And got crucified.
No, she voted with Trump 93% of the time prior to January 6th.
Didn't she lose her seat because she was critical of Trump so much?
After January 6th. What I'm saying is she was devoutly loyal to Trump until January 6th, and that was what snapped it for her because of his actions and inactions. That's why I brought that up. So what I'm saying is, I take your point that, again, the day-to-day exercise of authority is to the Secretary of Defense and to the Secretary of Army. But do you think it matters at all that she and others in government are pissed off that Trump still didn't do anything? That they're not saying,
I don't know why, but like, so here's a question, right? So, and then again, I don't know. So here's her saying this. Okay, this is my question. So she says he did not call his Secretary of Defense on January 6th. That's one of her statements, right? Mm-hmm. Here's a question for you. If he would have called him ahead of time and said, authorize this, is it still possible that it might have taken 3 hours for Miller to do so?
Yeah, you would think not, right? But
why did it take so long for him to authorize it? Did Miller think that he wasn't supposed to deploy the National Guard?
See, This is where Peace goes right. This is where as far as I can remember from the House January 6th Select Committee, I think this is an entire section of the final report. They still don't have any satisfying answers as to why the fucking delay. I can't, so to your point, it's a great question. I can't answer it. They don't have a concrete answer what caused the 3-hour delay.
Okay, can we, like, what are you doing right now?
I'm going to leave in about 20 minutes.
Okay, we got 20 minutes. Can we, like, can we just Google around right now and try to find an answer to this?
That's what I've been doing. I'm telling you.
Okay, so then at the very least then, because I've been in your position, because that's why my opinion on this changed, if you can't find the answer, at the very least, we know there's no clear-cut way to blame Trump, unless we're saying that Trump should have made an extraordinary call or something to Miller? Who should Trump have called?
So I think she gives the answer in the statement that he should have called the Secretary of Defense on January 6th. He should have called the Attorney General. He should have called the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, but it seemed like the chain of command for this, it seemed like I keep forgetting. Was it the lieutenant? Lieutenant of the President?
It goes President to Secretary of Defense to Secretary of the Army.
Yes, okay.
To Lieutenant Commander.
Let's say that he called the Secretary of Defense, okay, and he said, yeah, you're good to go, whatever you guys need. It seems to be the case that Miller took 3 hours to approve the request from the Lieutenant Secretary of the Army. Why?
We don't know. I'm telling you, I vividly recall, and I think even it's in the report, the however many page report, I'll link it to you, where they said they don't have like an answer to this.
Which is fine.
Or they don't, yeah. But yeah, I think that's what it is for me. It's just I do expect an extraordinary and affirmative response from the sitting president during these situations, even if the normative day-to-day stuff would usually not require it.
Okay.
I guess that's.
And if I'm able to find in some report or some other statement besides what Miller said, okay, if it was the case that Donald Trump ahead of time explicitly authorized whatever they needed for the Capitol, would you then say that the responsibility for this fuck up is on Miller? Or is it always on Donald Trump?
I would say it is shared at that point because, and here's why I say that. I think all presidents, including, for example, President Biden, with the 13 servicemen deaths, which happened in the evacuation of Kabul, I do think that a sitting president bears command responsibility for all that happens on his watch with the military.
Sure, and I could listen, and I even granted you guys earlier because Pisco unwittingly used the phrase "the buck stops." If you want to say that, I can probably agree with you there, that to some extent the head of the armed forces, our commander-in-chief, ultimately has responsibility for what happens with the military. But that's way different than this individual mucked up the process, right?
Yeah, and that's why I said I want to be very clear, and I think even Pisco copped to that to the end. I have no evidence, none, that Trump deliberately and nefariously mucked it up. I think it was based on the evidence we've seen. It was a dereliction. He just stayed out of it when he had an affirmative duty, in my opinion, to stay on it. That's, I think, the disconnect. I just want to be very clear. I don't think he was getting requests from Miller and Trump's like saying, no, let him hang Mike Pence. I don't think that's we have no evidence of that, none. So I want to be very clear.
Okay, am I looking at 750 on the PDF or like 750 in the actual document itself?
Which one did I just link you?
Somebody linked me I think this is the whole Jan 6 review or whatever. Who's saying 750? For guys that are saying 750, hello? The file, not the page number. Okay. 750 directs the Select Committee to examine the facts, circumstances, and causes relating to domestic terrorist attacks on the Capitol, including the activities of intelligence agencies, law enforcement. Okay. A gut-wrenching summer. The approval process for the deployment of the DC National Guard is unique. Unlike any of the other 50 states or their territories across the country where ultimate authority rests in the hands of the governor and the nation's capital where no government should rest, the Guard is ultimately under the command of the President of the United States when acting in its militia capacity to support civil authorities. By executive order, however, President Richard Nixon delegated the President's day-to-day control of the DC Guard to the Secretary of Defense and specified that its commanding general should report to the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary's designee. By memorandum, the Secretary of Defense in turn delegated day-to-day control of the DC Guard to the Secretary of the Army. The commander of the DC Guard reported directly to the Secretary of the Army on January 6, 2021. During the 2020 summer protests in response to the murder of George Floyd, the approval process for Guard deployment ran smoothly, very, very proactively. Then Commanding General of the D.C. Guard, William Walker, said, Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy really wanted us out there. Secretary McCarthy, with all his authorities, was physically beside Major General Walker throughout the summer. He was with me for all of it. He came to the Army every day. It's been widely reported a number of President Trump's senior advisors, including Attorney General Bill Barr, resisted President Trump's request to deploy the Guard or other troops in various states and cities where violence had occurred or was underway. Including had resisted Trump's request. What does this mean? Does this mean Donald Trump wanted to deploy the National Guard and actually made the request and it got rebuffed, or that he just wanted to and they talked him out of it?
Can you, I'm trying to find where you are in this PDF.
I'm on page 7, file page 751. In the summer of 2020, nothing was being written down. It was all just a verbal back and forth. That approach sped up response times, but as the D.C. Guard footprint grew and controversy began plaguing the operation, Secretary McCarthy came away with a lesson: the deliberative and by written order beat fast and by oral command. The conclusion is on page 748, but 774 in the PDF. Okay. 774. We're getting there, okay? We got time. Summer 20, that approach is sped up. What we learned in the process was we were not capturing a lot of the information in writing in the orders process, which is fundamental, foundational. The concept of operations conduct was developed at the lower level during the summer 2020 operations. It did not require approval or input at the secretary level. That approach came to be seen as a mistake that should not be replicated the next time there was civil disturbance crisis in the nation's capital. Okay.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we're talking about the George Floyd protests. That was when he apparently was giving orders to a request to deploy the Guard, and there was resistance. I thought you found something which indicated that he gave the orders affirmatively multiple times on January 6th. I was like, oh shit, that contradicts everything.
No, that was people have said ahead of time that he authorized troops or something, but supposedly, according to Pisco, Miller contradicted that testimony later under oath. Okay. Okay, 2020, on June 1st, the Guard presence tripled overnight. The embarrassment of the low-flying affected center. Got the request next time. We'd be absolutely certain that we understand the mission clearly and that there is no civil authority could remission off that support without the approval of either the Secretary of the Army or, in certain circumstances, the Secretary of Defense. In mid-June of 2020, then Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, Secretary McCarthy, Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, huddled to talk about what went wrong in the preceding week. Senior defense officials then decided that they would take a more active role in directing the force. As a result, we all took more active interest in what was happening. Major General Walker said that he was not told about that shift in perspective. A tailored request for Guard resistance by December 19. Big DC protest January 6th. Be there, be wild. Mayor Bowser sent a letter to Major General Walker requesting Guard assistance for January 5th and January 6th. The second letter specified the district's request as limited to 2 forms of assistance: crowd manager at metro stations and block and blah, blah, blah. Pretty good tailored mission that was not vague. According to something we requested. Okay. 5 days of tremendous resistance. Okay. Fears of police and military in an anti-democratic manner. Both Acting Secretary Miller and Secretary McCarthy were sensitive to the sight of troops near the site of the congressional certification of electoral votes because of President Trump's previous expressions of interest in using federal troops in civilian situations. Again, Attorney General Barr and other members of the Trump administration had resisted President Trump's desire to deploy such troops. Secretary Esper said it tended to be the case that the president was inclined to use the military, contrary to longstanding principles of reserving the armed forces as a last resort. This is, by the way, consistent with everything we've seen of Donald Trump. The idea that he's the one saying, don't send in the National Guard, it doesn't make any sense because at this point in time, I'm pretty sure conservatives have very favorable views of police, right? I don't know why Trump would say no, because it wasn't until January 6th that conservatives started to hate police, I think. And that's at least my recollection of things, but whatever. According to his testimony, Acting Secretary Miller's expressed first priority after being installed with just 2 months left in the Trump administration was to make every effort to return the Department of Defense to a non-politicized entity, because previously the department was being showcased too much in testimony. Fears that the president would invoke the Insurrection Act to politicize the military and anti-democratic. He wrote, later adding that if I would have put troops on Capitol Hill before the attack and without a request from civil authorities, that would have been seen as extremely provocative, if not supporting that crazy narrative that the military was going to try to overturn the election. Secretary McCarthy felt similar pressure. He'd always been taken aback when, as he was walking down the Pentagon's hallways, one of the most seasoned reporters asked him whether the Army was planning to seize ballot boxes. Wait, Destiny, just a question. Why did Miller get authorization from Pence if he was instructed to do so as needed? Major Arcana, can you link me that he needed to get authorization from Pence?
Well, and this is the problem. I'll say this. Mike Pence is technically not in the chain of command. This is the problem. We do have reporting that he tried to give orders to for the National Guard to be deployed. And I think it even says here in this article, once we get down a couple of paragraphs, that the acting Secretary of Defense said, well, I wasn't ordered. And part of it is because the Vice President is not in the chain of command, which is technically true.
Okay, on January 1st, we want everybody to know that. Okay, hold on. By Monday, January 4th, with Secretary McCarthy now backing the operation, Acting Secretary Miller was briefed. He told the Select Committee that he made the right decision there to honor the request, that approval came with strings attached. The role of the DC Guard would be spelled out and tightly circumscribed in a memorandum that, as characterized by General Milley, was very strict on the use of the military. It decreed that without the acting secretary's subsequent personal authorization, the Guard would not be issued batons, helmets, or body armor, could not interact physically with protesters except in self-defense, and that the Quick Reaction Force, 40 service members staged in case of an emergency at Joint Base Andrews and Prince George's County, Maryland, could be deployed only as a last resort. This is all consistent with when I was doing research that, it seemed like the really big things leading up to January 6th was people were really fucking scared of this impression, especially because of what happened the prior summer of the National Guard being there. And this was a huge pushback that Bowser and everybody else felt like. And that was my understanding of why things kind of got mucked up. But we'll keep reading. To district officials, it seemed new and unnecessary. The secretary told us, if you send them to any other kind of mission, this has to get approval from me. And I just think that those were unnecessary restrictions, Chief Conti said. Let's see. The Army and the DC Guard appeared to have had different understandings. The intent of the Quick Reaction Force was really to send these troops over to force or to help if they had a problem at one of the traffic command posts. General McConville said there was never an intent for a Quick Reaction Force to go to the Capitol, according to Army officials. Without a con-op and a formal change in mission, the QRF could do traffic control and no more. That was not how others imagined an emergency unit would or should operate. According to Major General Walker, a quick reaction force, something's happening. Do I have time to find you and call you and ask you? He called the pre-approval language highly unusual, particularly as their name already implied that it's a last resort. Prepared without guard help. Okay. Let's see. On the morning of January 3rd, Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund approached two members of the board of the Capitol Police Board, and reportedly requested but concededly did not push for guard resources. The Capitol, Irving told Chief Sund he did not like the optics of asking for the guard in advance and that the intelligence did not support it. Chief Sund said that he did not push back on either point. In fact, he agreed that his reading of the intelligence, despite a forewarning put out by his own intelligence unit, Congress was to self the target on January 6th, did not call for the guard support, only that having more personnel on his perimeter would make him more comfortable. It's 774.
The page?
It's people saying that's where the conclusion is.
Oh, God damn. I see a conclusion on 748, but the for the full report it might be 77 or 777 or whatever. 748 at the bottom it says conclusion.
Chief Sund said he reached out to the House Sergeant at Arms Irving's at 12:57 and 12:58 and told him, we are getting overrun on the West Front by thousands. We need the National Guard now. Irving recalled the call coming from before a break in the electoral certification just short of 1:30 p.m. The chief said that conditions were deteriorating outside and he might be making requests for the National Guard. Although Irving was firm in his stance that only the Capitol Police Board had the authority to request National Guard assistance, he nonetheless sought out the Chief of Staff to the Speaker to inform her of the impending request. He did not need her to sign off, but any change in security posture given the time would have given them a heads up. The Speaker's Chief of Staff immediately scribbled down a note and went over to inform the Speaker, who was in the chair presiding over the floor, about the request. Absolutely go, Speaker Nancy Pelosi said. Later, as they were evacuating the floor to an undisclosed location, the Speaker asked her, is the National Guard coming? The Speaker's Chief of Staff said, yes, we asked them. Irving said the formal request for guard assistance came in a call after 2 p.m. from Chief Sund, and of course we said absolutely. Chief Sund said he made the request and that earlier 12:57 or 12:58 call and had been waiting for 71 minutes. I hung up the phone. I yelled across the command center, mark the time, 2:10. I finally got approval from the Capitol Police Board for the use of the National Guard, Chief Sun said. Around 2:30, Director Rodriguez patched Chief Conti and a largely silent Mayor Bowser listening in into the conference call with Chief Sun and Major General Walker, who brought in General Pyatt. Pyatt, right? To take handwritten notes on the call and the rest of the day. On the line, the Pentagon gathered around the Speaker of the Secretary of the Army desk's phone were General Pyatt, General McConville, and Secretary McCarthy. According to Secretary McCarthy, it was during that call that he learned the Capitol had been breached. It was during that call at 2:30 that he learned the Capitol had been breached. That's worrying. I don't know why it took so long for him to know if the call was made at 2:10, considering he's the one that needs to be the final approval, or at least it has to pass through him to get to Miller, but okay. So according to General McCarthy, it was during that call that he learned the Capitol had been breached, watching it unfold in real time on television. And he saw it on TV. He didn't recall hearing Chief Sun's voice on the call, but said we were trying to get what we call the operational site picture, what's going on, how big is the crowd, how violent is the crowd. They started laying out really just how bad it was. Secretary McCarthy's resolved to run to the office of Acting Secretary of Defense Miller, leaving behind instructions to General Pyatt to find out the requirements as he was going to get the authority. We go zipping down there, General McConville said. As they were leaving, General Flynn showed up. Wait, do these guys not have phones? Why does he have to run to the office? How far is his office away? General Flynn, or maybe it's like right down the hall. General Flynn said, I don't know. General Flynn said, when I came by the phone, he heard voices screaming on the end. He called the tones of their voices as chaotic and said you couldn't tell who was talking sometimes. Chief Sun was pleading for help. I want to say he even used the word like, I am pleading, Chief Conti said. Colonel Matthews, listening in beside Major General Walker, instead of Chief Sun, his voice was cracking. He was almost crying. According to Chief Conti, the reaction to his pleas was tepid. It was a very sluggish response. Chief Conti said, I remember just, with all that was going on, not hearing a yes, just what I would, in my mind, qualify as like excuses and not decisive action. I was hearing like all the reasons, why we shouldn't be doing this. Director Rodriguez called it kind of a bureaucratic response in the midst of a rapidly evolving situation where literally the Capitol is being overrun. He added, I don't want to use the word disinterested, but more just, let's hold on, let's just wait, let's just kind of calm down for a second while literally Rome is burning. For his part, General Flynn depicted General Pyatt, the main interlocutor, as the calming voice in an otherwise chaotic situation. General McConville agreed. I talked to some of my staff, and they said that General Pyatt did an incredible job. He was like, in a very calm voice, just saying, let's just settle down. But Major General Walker said he just couldn't believe nobody's saying, hey, go. He asked the generals on the line, aren't you watching the news? Can't you see what's going on? We need to get there. And I was cognizant of the fact that I'm talking to senior people, but I could see what was happening. Chief Sun was perplexed and dumbfounded. It wasn't what I expected of, the cavalry's commanding. It was a bunch of round the house, oh, hey, let's do this, let's do that, he said. I was borderline getting pretty pissed off. Many participants in the call said General Pyatt's stated concern was the optics of sending troops to the site of the democratic process. The infamous talk of optics, that came up again. There was talk about boots on the ground again. That's not good optics, having boots on the ground, Chief Conti said. He recalled how Secretary McCarthy had vocalized the same hesitance during the 5-day deliberation preceding January 6th. Okay, I'm just going to scroll down. On the call, talk of needing a plan, the so-called con-op that had been a lesson learned from the summer, emerged after the optics. Then it was like, they wanted like specific information. There was something they were talking about, like mission and what exactly they're going to do when they get there. Top of page 741 is the Pence request. The doc or the... Okay, hold on. Chief Conti interrupted Chief Sun mid-sentence and said, wait a minute, hold up. Let's make sure I understand this correctly. Are you asking for support from the National Guard at the U.S. Capitol? Chief Sun said yes. General Pyatt said he was clear on response and I have authority to deny or approve. The secretary is getting approval. The third time when they said, you're denying our request, they also said, and we're going to go to the media. General Pyatt said, we were desperate. Everyone was desperate. So I'm not angry at that, but I just knew it wasn't helpful. So we told that to General McCarthy, or Secretary McCarthy. As for the threat to go public, Major General Walker said, I remember that very clearly. According to him, after the generals would not say yes or no. In the end, the call sort of ended abruptly. The DC head of Homeland Security and Emergency Management left the call thinking that help was not coming, and at least not from the National Guard. How long did Major General hold? 3 hours and 19 minutes. Okay. What did Major General Walker think was happening with an absent Commander-in-Chief? Vice President Mike Pence called several times to check in on the delayed response of the Guard. President Trump did not. Vice President Pence called Acting Secretary Miller at least 2 times. He was very animated and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that. General Milley said, and he said, get the National Guard down there, get them down there now, and clear the Capitol, and this was the Vice President of the United States, and there was other forceful language. Acting Secretary Miller clarified that he did not order me, as he's not the chain of command, but he considered the talk with the vice president hyper-professional and very focused, in which the secretary highlighted the District of Columbia National Guard was activated and we were throwing every asset we could marshal to support law enforcement. In contrast, according to General Milley, Chief of State Meadows, Collins said, "We have to kill the narrative that the vice president is making all decisions. We need to stop showing everyone know that the president's still in charge and things are already stable." President Donald Trump himself did not call the Sports Department's defense denials and delays were echoing the media. No high-level defense official, including Secretary Miller and McCarthy, received a call from him that day. At the time, General Milley thought that was absolutely highly unusual. You're the commander-in-chief. You've got an assault going on the Capitol of the United States, and there's nothing, no call, nothing, zero, he said. I grew up in an organization where commanders are responsible and take charge, and they see situations unfolding, and they issue orders and take charge. On January 3rd, at the end of the National Security meeting concerning a foreign threat, the president asked in passing about January 6th preparations. Acting Secretary Miller informed him that they'd be fulfilling Mayor Bowser's request for D.C. support. From then on, if not earlier, the secretary felt like I had all the authorities I needed, and I did not need to discuss anything with the president regarding authorities. The conversation lasted all of 30 seconds to a minute. Secretary Miller testified that he had never received any order at any time from President Trump to deploy the National Guard on January 6th. There was no order from the president. On January 5th, as demonstrators rallied in support for the president, Acting Secretary Miller received a call from the commander-in-chief. The president asked him if he was watching the events on television. The secretary told him that he had caught some of the coverage. Unprompted, President Trump then said, "You're going to need 10,000 people." The following day, as in troops, an email sent by Chief of Staff Meadows on January 5th explicitly noted the D.C. Guard would be on hand to protect pro-Trump people. The president and his staff appeared to be aware of the likelihood of violence on the day of the election certification of his loss was slated to transpire. This communication from President Trump contemplated that the Guard could support and secure the safety of Trump supporters, not protect the Capitol. At that time, Secretary Miller apparently had no information on what Donald Trump planned for January 6th. Acting Secretary Miller thought that 10,000 was astronomical. We expected 35,000 protesters, and even if there were more protesters than expected, we thought the local law enforcement would handle that. But again, this was no order from the president, just President Trump banter that you're all familiar with. Okay. Yeah. I feel like now I feel super strong. I think Miller was the one at fault here. Or not even necessarily Miller. I think it was the whole bureaucratic muck-up of them trying to avoid the look of impropriety by deploying the National Guard, the military, during the certification of the election. Now I feel even more. I've never actually read this document before. I've just read articles about this. But it seems like even more, that is exactly what happened on this day.
Can you go to the bottom of page, the last thing that read is the conclusion part. And so in the file, it's 740F or 748.
Wait, what page are you on?
It's 748 of the document, but my file, my PDF says 774. But if you look at the top of the page, it says 748.
Okay, 748. Okay.
And look at the bottom, it says conclusion.
Former President Trump's eagerness to engage the U.S. military to play a visible role in addressing domestic unrest during the late spring and summer of 2020 does appear to have prompted senior military leadership to take precautions in preparing for the joint session against the impossibility that the D.C. Guard might be ordered to deploy for an improper purpose. These precautions seem to have been prudential as much as legal in nature. What that entailed is the unprecedented circumstances of the January 6th attack on the Capitol is, however, harder to accept. A 3-hour and 19-minute lag time in making a relatively small but riot-trained and highly capable military unit available to conduct one of its statutory support missions. While the delay seems unnecessary and unacceptable, it was the byproduct of military processes, institutional caution, and a revised deployment approval process. We have no evidence that the delay was intentional. Likewise, it appears that none of the individuals involved understood what President Trump planned for January 6th and how he would behave during the violence. Imperfect intergovernment and intra-military communications as the January 6th rally morphed with President Trump's active encouragement into a full-blown riot at the Capitol also helped explain the time it took to deploy the Guard troops to the Capitol after their assistance that was requested and approved. Post hoc evaluation of real-time communication during an unprecedented evolving crisis and limited tactical intelligence nevertheless carries the risk of a precision that was unrealistic at the time. It was also clear from testimony provided to the Select Committee that DoD and DC National Guard leaders have differing perspectives that are not reconcilable regarding the timing of deployment authorization. Where the DC Guard's deployment on January 6th is concerned then, the lesson learned at this juncture include careful evaluation of the base of limited information may take time, statutory constrained intergovernmental requests for assistance, and multi-level approval process are complex and may be time-consuming. Any visible military presence in the domestic setting is circumscribed by law and triggers considerable constitutionally driven sensitivities, and crisis communications are often imperfect, especially in unforeseen and rapidly evolving situations.
Yeah, so that's the conclusion of that. So your conclusion is, after what you read?
I think every single thing I said was completely and totally correct, and I feel vindicated. Fuck Pisco, and fuck you, a little bit. But Pisco made the stronger claim, so not fuck you.
Okay, so, I'm just going to ask you one question. Does it matter at all to you what Chairman Milley said about how unusual the president's silence was? This is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
When was this statement made?
fuck, we read this one. We read it.
Or, I'm sorry. I remember the page, but I'm saying, like, was this a statement that he like made to the media, or was this like a statement that he's making in a closed session to? Yeah,
I think it was during an interview to the House January 6th Select Committee. Milley was not the kind of guy to say this to the press. He kept his opinions to himself. I think it was in the interview.
Yeah, I mean, from everything that I'm hearing, it doesn't sound like a call from Donald Trump would have changed anything. If Pence himself is literally making calls and nothing is happening, and it seems like, luckily we read in here, apparently Donald Trump's request for National Guard deployment to states had literally been denied in the past because Barr is saying, you're a fucking idiot, like shut the fuck up.
Sure, but I think the summary we read also said that it's different, that the deployment is different with respect to the Capitol, because when it comes to the 50 states, it is true that the president can't.
Sure, the deployment can be different, but I'm just saying that in reading all of this, like, aside from that one statement where Milley's like, it's kind of weird that Trump wasn't calling to find out what's going on, right? Keep in mind, Milley and Trump also fucking hated each other at this time, right? But, like, aside from that one statement, every other part in here seems to reinforce, and even that statement doesn't say if Trump would have called it, all would have been fixed.
No, and you know what? Here's another opportunity. Maybe I can give you like an example. You tell me if my thinking's wrong here.
Sure.
So when people ask me, like when I have debates with other people about Trump's COVID response, when people say, "Do you blame Trump for the COVID pandemic?" I'm like, in part, with respect to the United States. And obviously, no matter who was president, there was going to be a COVID outbreak at some point. The question is, what did the commander-in-chief, the head of state, head of government, the most powerful man in the world, do to try to address the situation? And I tell people that if Trump had made different decisions, if he had taken the virus more seriously, if he would have not undercut his medical advisors, if he tried to rally, Republican governors and officials basically to take it more seriously, and then shit still hit the fan, I would not blame Trump, because then I could say he did everything in his power to address a crisis. But because he didn't do that, and because he fucked up so spectacularly, and I'm using COVID as an example, and I again would argue derelict in his duty and all the things, I do blame Trump in part for the pandemic. So taking it to January 6th, do you think it's reasonable at all for me to apply that logic here? That maybe you're right. Maybe if he was on the horn with everybody and said, guys, get somebody the fuck down there, it would have taken it from 3 hours to 2.5 for all we know. Or maybe it would have taken it to 0 because maybe they would have been like...
Yeah, I think your analysis, you're in the right area, but I think you're exactly wrong. I think that it's possible that if Donald Trump would have made the call, it might have taken even longer. If you want to blame this particular scenario on Donald Trump, I think you could do it, but you have to make the exact opposite argument, because it seems like the issue relating to the deployment of the National Guard in D.C. wasn't because Donald Trump was trying to keep everybody back and fuck everything up. It seems like the issue is Donald Trump's over-eagerness to rely on the military and the perception of him as being an authoritarian leader, and the worries that if the DC police were seen with the National Guard in the background, that I think the quote in here was that people they were worried that the National Guard is going to be stealing election boxes, ballot boxes, right?
Sure.
So if you want to say that the Guard wasn't deployed here, it seems to be because Donald Trump leaned into the military way too much, and that's been affirmed 15 different times in here, that now people are creating a ton of different processes saying, like, if you want to deploy the National Guard, we need to know the exact scope of the mission. We need to know exactly what the situation is. You need to get authorization from Miller himself, okay? We need to, like it seems like there were so many restrictions put on because Donald Trump. So if you wanted to blame Donald Trump, that would be the reason why. But then to say that Donald Trump making the call would have fixed this, it might have been the case that if Trump made the call, Miller or somebody else would be like, hold the fuck on, because if Trump is making the call, it's because he wants the National Guard there to protect his fucking protesters. So hold on. So I reject that he could have cleared it up. I think if anything, he would have delayed it. And that seems to be reinforced by every single part that I read in here. And if you want to source this material and give me something different, then I would be curious here. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because I guess I got a different interpretation from what we read. I thought that the ambiguities and the complexities and nobody like taking an affirmative action was precisely because they didn't know Trump's intent. That the absence of him making taking charge and giving an affirmative an agenda or affirmative orders caused everybody around him to go, what the fuck should we do? Because we don't want to give bad optics. We don't want to misinterpret what his intent is. We want to do this. We want to do that. I guess I was
under the impression that yeah, but the intent, what they're worried about is the authoritarian appearance of the National Guard in D.C. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I think that is one of the concerns.
That is the primary concern. That's why the mission
for the optics.
Yes, the mission scope was so narrow. The bureaucratic process became so high, and the goal of that was to make sure if we're deploying the National Guard, it better be for a good fucking reason, and that scope needs to be incredibly narrow for whatever the mission is, right?
But but again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying that if Trump, you think if Trump had gotten on the phone to Miller or to whomever, the Secretary of the Army, and said, get the Guard in there now, do you think they would have disobeyed his commands, or what are you thinking?
Here's what I want to know, what I'm curious about, because earlier we read that, like, when Donald Trump was talking about how he wanted to send the National Guard into Georgia, that, like, Barr was literally saying no. Fuck, does anybody remember what page that was on?
Right, but the reason, so the reason that he said that, I remember what you're talking about, is because it's illegal for the president to do that unless the governor of Georgia makes the request.
Well, but hold on, wait, I want to find this. I want to find this.
Sure.
Fuck. What page was it? Somebody said 126? Like in the document or on the...
126? Were we that far up?
No, we weren't, but somebody's saying that it's, Control F rebuffed? I don't think rebuffed was a word, was it? Oh.
I'm getting one. We're on page.
No, I don't think that's
President Trump rebuffed, please.
Search for the word resisted?
Definitely don't do a search for Barr because you'll get 8 million.
Yeah, I did that earlier, didn't.
Yeah. As has been, 725 on the document, and I don't know what the page that is in the file.
Yeah, I see it.
751.
Okay. Yeah. He came to the Armory every day. So this is what I'm talking about when I'm saying it seems like one of the big issues was Donald Trump leaning too much into the military. During the 2020 summer protests in response to the murder of George Floyd, the approval process for Guard deployment ran smoothly, very, very proactively, then Commanding General of the DC Guard William Walker said. Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy really wanted us out there. Secretary McCarthy, with all of his authorities, was physically beside Major General Walker throughout the summer. He was with me for all of it, Major General Walker said. He came to the Armory every day. He brought his staff with him. As has been widely reported, a number of President Trump's senior advisors, including Attorney General Bill Barr, resisted President Trump's requests to deploy the Guard or other troops in various states and cities where violence had occurred or was underway. So it seems like Donald Trump is like overactive in using like military anything, and that seems to be the impression that everybody has. And so all of these bureaucratic structures were essentially created to like slow down any deployment of the National Guard to DC because they didn't want to give the appearance of it like deploying like a militaristic authoritarian thing relating to the election day. And Bowser herself said as much on the 5th. And when I'm reading through everything in here, that seems to be the case. Nobody's like, where's the president? Why isn't the president authorized? What's going on? It seems like what's happening is everybody's arguing. It's like, well, hold on. Well, what's going on? We're trying to give us, what's the situation? Like, give us a report. Like, do we really need this? Blah, 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 blah. And that's where the delay's coming because they want to be really sure. And that seems to be the big error. So that's why I'm saying if you want to blame Trump, you can. But the really roundabout argument you have to make is Trump's fault was his overuse of authoritarian or militaristic measures earlier that made it more complicated or optically troubling to deploy the National Guard, which led to the bureaucratic controls that were in place that caused this 3-hour plus delay in getting the National Guard to the Capitol.
So 2 points I want to make real quick. I'll concede to one thing, but I'm going to push back on the other. Let me push back first. Again, I think Barr was pushing back, and if you look at the footnotes, I think it's like footnote 11, which is on page 751, 771, or 777 in the document, 751 on the file. But it's
wait, seven what? Trump, did you get those backwards?
751. I'm sorry, on the document, and in the PDF it's 777. So if for Trump to deploy the National Guard in states, that would require him to either get permission from the governors or invoke the Insurrection Act, which basically allows him like extraordinary...
Which photo am I reading?
11, okay? And so it's Barr explaining why he kind of resisted Trump's efforts. And so he talks about, how much Trump waved his finger around the semicircle saying we were losers, we're all fucking losers. He then raised, he talked about whether we should invoke the Insurrection Act. And, my position was that the Insurrection Act should only be invoked when you really need to invoke it as a last resort, when you don't really have any other assets that can deal with the civil unrest. So what he was saying is basically Trump would have to invoke that authority. He was kind of pushing back, no, sir, don't do that. It's really a mistake. But it's not. Trump would have had to take extra steps to try to assume the authority, like extraordinary steps, to deploy the National Guard in cities and states when the authority usually resides with the governor. I think in D.C., it's relatively straightforward. He had much more discretion to do it himself without invoking any sort of extraordinary authority. So I think it's apples and oranges, and that's why I push back on that.
Sure. And again, if your guys' argument was just that, like, maybe Donald Trump could have made a call to, like, expedite this, although based on everything I'm hearing on this shit right now, I don't know if that would have been the case, if it would have expedited, because
that's what I was going to concede to. I think you made an interesting point there that I'll concede to, that it does say something that nobody was trying to get, like, nobody was saying, call the president, what the fuck, we don't know what to do.
Sure.
So here's my question. That's a fair point. How do you reconcile that with the fact that the people in there were not trying to get Trump's permission or attention or direct involvement, with the fact that other people in government are faulting him for not being involved? And I don't know if I'm articulating well.
I think it's what I said earlier. I think it's the conflation between him being ultimately responsible for the riot being there, and then them just saying, like, you needed to do something to stop this from happening, basically.
They did also say, not just for the riot being there, but for you not to remember that quote we read from Liz Cheney in the Salon article, where she says he didn't make a direct call to.
He didn't need to. I don't know if Cheney knows any idea how any of this shit operates. I don't know if she has any experience. It doesn't seem like she's making a substantive critique of what's going on. She's just mad at him. It's like, why did you stop this? Why didn't you make the call or whatever? It's like, well, he doesn't make the call. He didn't need to. And again, through all of this, like, nobody's waiting for the president to make an order. Like, it seems like what they're trying to figure out is, like, what the fuck do we actually need to send the National Guard? And I don't know if they even had a good situation report that showed that they needed the National Guard. I'm not even sure if that was the case, right? Because remember also, if we're watching this on TV, it just kind of looks like a bunch of people outside, like, I don't know how long in it actually, like, got so violent where people watching TV would have been like, I'm not sure. I just don't know the answer to that.
Gotcha. All right, man. Well, listen, I think you made a bunch of good points. I still think that he had moral responsibility and command responsibility, but I want to be very clear. If at any point, and I'll say this to chat, I apologize. If at any point in the conversation I suggested that Trump, like, affirmatively fucked everything up to allow the riots to unfold, I retract that. I concede that was not.
Yeah, you went out. That was definitely not Bonerback. Sorry, that was Pisco's original argument, but okay.
Gotcha. Cool, man. Listen, looking forward to watching the conversations with Shapiro and everybody. So
yeah, I love you, buddy. You could probably be involved if you want to hop on because I'll probably in a few days I'll start doing research for this January 6th debate. So yeah,
sure, happy to do it.
Love you. Bye.
All right, see you guys. Everybody have a good day.
What's up, Bonerbox?
I just had to jump in because I feel like every now and then when I react to things that you're saying, some fucking idiot will go into your chat and, like, telephone it, and it's not what
Oh yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah.
I was saying I don't think you need to bite the bullet on calling yourself Islamophobic. That's my take.
Sure.
At least based on how you rationalize it.
Sure. Do you want me to give what I think your argument is, and then we can disagree, or we're gonna have a discussion on it? Are you gonna say something along the lines of, like, usually when people call themselves Islamophobic, they're talking about hating, like, actual Muslims and all the cultural aspects attached to it. And when you call yourself Islamophobic, it's making you sound way more hateful than you actually are. If you just want to criticize the religion, you can criticize the religion, but calling yourself Islamophobic in modern parlance is basically the equivalent of calling yourself, like, racist or hateful of a group of people that might not even have, like, the extremist religious beliefs that you're criticizing.
Yeah, like, especially in Europe, like, Islamophobic doesn't mean you're an atheist who hates all the religions. Islamophobic means you want to deport them or, like, block immigration or fucking ban the niqabs and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. That's probably fair. I was just feeling edgy that day.
That was easy.
Yeah.
Destroyed. Shagged. I was watching your talk with Benny Morris.
Yeah.
I thought that was quite interesting. What do you think about him saying that he didn't believe Arafat didn't start the Intifada?
I thought it was interesting. I don't think I've ever seen strong evidence that he, like, started and, like, coordinated it, more so that he might have been aware of it and kind of maybe instigating it, but those are only just, like, a collection of quotes from people. I think that there are a few things that it would have been really fun to fight in depth with Benny on, but I wanted to cover so much ground, I didn't have a chance to, like, really dig into it. That would have been kind of an interesting thing to dig into. Something that would have been more interesting to dig into was the role of religion at the beginning of the conflict, because he seems to believe that it played, I think, a larger role than I thought it did, and he probably knows way more than me. That would have been interesting to talk about more, and I think there were one or two other things that would have been interesting to mine more on.
Yeah, I know he has this I think it's a more recent position that where he talks about the role of jihad in Palestinian versus Israeli stuff, and like usually referring back to Arab leaders even from the 40s who referenced jihad. And I even read a paper today that mentioned it from 48. So I was like, okay.
Sure.
But I don't really know how far that goes, because I wonder if he, or I guess you would disagree, that it feels like at least until the 80s, basically all the hatred against Israel was like mostly rooted in like nationalism, right? Like pan-Arab nationalism and anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
one of the things that is frustrating, especially as you learn more about a thing, is, and I run into this issue a lot, is I hate arguing against quotes. It's very frustrating.
Yeah.
Because someone will be like, this is what they wanted to do. Here's the quote. And I'm like, okay, well, what did the whole government do? What happened afterwards? Why would he have said that particular thing? Fuentes said something once I thought was an intelligent way of phrasing things, and I wish it was in regards to, I don't remember who was speaking, but Fuentes said something like, oh, I think it was about Putin. Fuentes said, obviously, when Putin speaks, he's lying, but it's important to look at why he's telling the lie that he is. It was something akin to that. And I'm like, yes, Jesus, I don't know why nobody understands this. Like when certain leaders speak, sometimes they're doing propaganda or they're lying or whatever, but it's not random. They're not speaking randomly. They're saying things for a particular purpose. So yeah, it's not surprising that some people might say, like Netanyahu has crazy quotes from all the beginning of his being in public office, but the Netanyahu in 95 was way more restricted by the desire of the Israeli people and his government than the Netanyahu we see today. So you can't take the quotes from then. It's like, oh, well, look, he did all the same things then he was doing today. Well, no, he was a part of a different government, you know?
Yeah, that's why I always would hesitate on the Arafat thing as well, because even though at the time, like for some reason, I have this like animal brain that really can't fight off the fact that his fucking wife said that he was starting an intifada, but then I'm like, again, it doesn't really match up with any of the facts of the time. His wife hated him.
Sure.
There are potential contexts where she could be paraphrasing something that actually does make sense.
Yeah. Also, to be fair, I don't think that quote was him telling her he's starting this thing. I think his quote was something like, stay in Paris, it's going to get dangerous here. I think something like that.
Yeah, which makes a lot more sense because people in his own party kind of, like militants within his own party kind of were gearing up to that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a lot less surprising. Do you get the impression, and people are complaining about this in my community as well, that there's a bit of too much of a Venn diagram between people who are shitting on the like pro-Hamas leftists or like a bit more sympathetic to Israel and Islamophobia?
Yeah, bro, you overlap with like so many horrible fucking groups in this conflict, in my opinion. Like, yeah, you can very quickly get to like hyper Islamophobic positions by being pro-Israeli here, or by talking about really all of the Palestinians, but especially like Hamas or some of the more radical aspects. But that gets also the same on the other side where, and I'm being very careful about this now, especially because I've seen how much this has bit me in the ass before. Like, I believe that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. I think these two things are different, but oh my fucking God, does one bleed into the other incredibly fucking quickly. Yeah, it's just frustrating that, yeah.
Yeah, I think I even got the impression from Benny Morris a little bit as well, because I think he told you why they can't coexist, right? Because of different cultures, different languages, different histories and all that. Like, but then I think which is probably fair to say, but the example he brought up was Palestinians doing honor killings.
Yeah.
But then I looked up the polling on that, and apparently like a pretty large majority, this from 2019, of Palestinians do believe that honor killing is like a heinous crime. Like, it's just not the best. I think there are other countries where there are higher rates of people who believe in that, but as far as Palestinians go, I don't think they've really ever had a broad interest in like honor killings. So yeah, I don't know. And I occasionally, from watching Benny Morris lectures, I get the feeling that he kind of doesn't really like Muslims. Yeah, I don't know.
That's possible, but also, I mean, he's Jewish, so I don't know how much that plays into it as well.
Yeah, and I think
not just Jewish, he's Israeli as well. So yeah, sorry.
I think he's one of those examples of people like I think he lost I think he might have lost people that he knew in the Second Intifada. That's what I was told, and then that's when his politics started to get a little bit more, a little bit less neutral sounding, but
possibly, yeah.
Are you still doing that much on Israel-Palestine, or have you kind of moved on?
I think I'm gonna start doing January 6th research next, because I have a Austin debate against Alex Jones and Glenn Greenwald about January 6th shit, which will be Jesus fuck. We're really gonna start.
What was the TLDR of your whatever the fuck that Pisco debate was, or? Because I was listening in a little bit.
A long time ago, I thought that Donald Trump had fucked up the Capitol Police response. I thought that everybody was waiting on him to approve stuff, and he just fucked up. He didn't do anything because he's a piece of shit. But then I had that strong opinion. I don't remember who argued me on this, but somebody sent me an email, or some conservative somebody, and said that this isn't true, and I'm making all of this up. And then I went to do research. Oh, actually, this might have been after. Wait, was I living in Nebraska for January 6th? There's no way. It was that long ago.
It was 2020.
What are we in now? 2023?
Yeah. 2024 almost.
I feel like I remember.
But it was at the end of 2020, wasn't it?
I feel like I remember arguing with Lauren Southern
No, it was the beginning. Shit.
when I was in my Nebraska house about how many protesters died on January 6th. I must not have been. I must have been. I had to have been in California. But I originally thought it was 5 or 6 people like got killed basically, and the real answer is like 1 or maybe 2. Yeah, so after that, I started to be like really careful on my fact checking on everything, because now I was really irritated after that debate. And yeah, that was the Donald Trump mucking up everything was one of the big things that came up. And when I tried to look at like, okay, well, how did Donald Trump fuck up? Yeah, I couldn't find that information anywhere. And then the more that I looked, it seemed like there was a huge optics nightmare after Trump's deployment of the National Guard for either photo ops or because of George Floyd shit, where people were really trying hard to avoid that. And everywhere I looked in terms of like testimony and everything else, that seemed to overwhelmingly be what everybody on the ground was blaming for the situation being so fucked. I couldn't find a single credible person other than like politicians on the day of being like, where's Donald Trump? It didn't seem like anybody saying like, yeah, Donald Trump fucked this up. It seemed like a huge bureaucratic fuck up in response to the bad optics of the deployment of the National Guard prior to this. That's what it seemed to be. And now I feel even further in for it. I'm almost positive that is the case now after reading all this. But yeah.
I feel like from a while ago, wasn't it that there was like a Democrat called Bowser?
Yeah,
Muriel
she's
Bowser?
the mayor of
Okay.
DC, yes.
Okay. Was she the one who failed to get the National Guard or just didn't do it or what?
I mean, I'm kind of harsh when I'm saying I blame her, but like she very explicitly the day before was saying like, do not send more. We do not need help. We have this under control. Like and even the National Guard people they did draft in, I think we're just doing like traffic shit. I don't even know if any of those National Guards that were drafted in under the MPD's authority, I don't even think they were at the Capitol. But yeah, it was all because everybody's so worried about the optics of Trump's military in the Capitol when the day of the certification. People were thinking he was gonna like steal the fucking ballot box or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think she just said she didn't expect them to try to overthrow the Capitol building, right? She just thought they would be like cop-loving right-wingers, right?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know about that, but
like, what's the whole debate going to be about with the Colorado Supreme Court stuff now? I looked into it for like a couple of maybe like an hour, and I just got sucked down this rabbit hole of like whether or not the President of the United States is considered an office holder because of the 14th Amendment. So I did some notes on that, and then I got bored. So shit.
Like the founding fathers like wrote some of the coolest things of all time in the United States, but it seems like at points they wrote just like some of the most ambiguously weird shit sometimes. I don't understand how that 14th Amendment shit is supposed to play out. Who the fuck knows? The Supreme Court's gonna have to rule on that one soon, but we also need like fucking 2 or 3 different huge court cases to also end soon, and I don't know where the fuck that's going to be. Like, we need to know an answer to the 2 federal charges, the one, well, the whatever, but like the federal thing over whether or not Trump defrauded the American public on the vote, and the RICO case in Georgia, and the federal thing about the classified information. We need like answers on this, and we're like a month away from the fucking primaries in Iowa, and I don't know what the fuck that's going to look like. That's like insane that these ongoing court cases are happening while we're voting for like the next president of the United States, you know?
Yeah, that's fun. I feel like America's still, it's felt like there's been a bit of breathing space with Biden back in, but then like underneath all that, you still have this kind of existential fucking problem with half of the political parties not really doing things properly, you know?
What do you mean by that?
Like the fact that the Republican leader is someone who might have, incited an insurrection, who might have broken the law in all these different ways, who might not even be qualified to stand for president, and it's just like,
oh, you're talking about Donald Trump. The Republicans lost their fucking mind. But you know, it's on them. Fuck them. They deserve what they got coming, I guess. Yeah.
Isn't Biden quite low in the polls right now, though?
Yeah, Biden's popularity is fucked completely. But I mean, like, who knows why or who knows how that's gonna turn out, or it's hard to say. Like, because are we still doing good in like special elections, I think, for Democrats, so it doesn't seem to be affecting them there. It's also hard to tell, like there's been this huge ongoing debate in America about like this fucking shadow recession or whatever, or like the vibe session, where like there's a lot of people on social media, a lot of Americans are saying the economy is fucking horrible, it's fucked, and blah, blah, blah. And like economists are like scouring so much different data, like trying to figure out like where is it actually bad for people? Like, how do you see this? It's not reflected in mortgage payments and percentage of mortgage homeownership, and possibly not in wage growth. Maybe it is in year-over-year cumulative inflation. Maybe like, it's just so hard to figure out like why the sentiments of Americans on the economy are so fucking bad. It's hard to figure that out. So I don't know what the White House is trying to do about that or anything too. So who knows?
I mean, I feel like we just had a basic like a cost of living crisis. Isn't it the same over there? That like energy bills and food and everything is just a lot more expensive now than it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, but I don't know if yeah, in terms of like whether or not wages are outpacing that and everything, like people are just, because wages have also grown a lot as well, and it's just, yeah, everything's just hard to figure out. But looking at the numbers, so I'm not sure. I don't know.
So
it's hard to find it in the data. Is the difficulty. But like other people are like
people
offering
are struggling,
these, like,
but people don't know why.
Well, I don't even know if people are struggling. I don't know if that is even born anywhere. People just feel shitty. I don't know if like or somebody can look that up. If like foreclosures are up, or like unemployment is really fucking low, like wage growth is happening. I don't know if people are struggling. I don't know if that exists anywhere.
I don't really pay that much attention to like finance stuff. I just I make enough to survive, and I'm usually happy. But like, I did remember looking once, and I was like, I actually spend a lot monthly. Like I've got a lot of monthly standing orders that just kind of go on random shit, like subscriptions and like music production stuff and like just various things like that, or yeah, like Netflix or whatever. And I'm like, fuck. I guess that never really used to be the case, did it? For like even 15 years ago, you didn't like the amount of monthly little bills that you've got. Is that the case though? Are people just maybe spending money without realizing they are, and that's why they feel like they're fucked for financially?
Yeah, like as stupid and as like unsophisticated as that sounds, Noah wrote a big article that like there might be really weird things like that are happening. So for instance, you'll see that like people are spending more on food than they were prior to this. So it seems like food spending is totally fine. But then it might be the case that because more people are ordering on things like DoorDash, or they're eating out, and because companies have gotten better at like targeting consumers with like these hyper specific like triple deluxe cheeseburger extra bonus packages, that even though people are spending more, and even though the CPI seems to show that like inflation or these indexes are good, they're spending more money on kind of the same stuff, but a little bit more, but not something. There's like a lot of weird things that oh, I'm sorry, Nate Silver wrote that article, in no opinion. Yeah, that like maybe there's a lot of weird things like that are going on that are hard to check in, for consumer spending. So,
yeah, because I feel like 10, 15 years ago, you just didn't spend that much on that kind of stuff, like deliveries and monthly payments for all these like different subscriptions. I feel like those two things just didn't exist. But God, if that explains,
I don't know if that explains everything or not, but it's, like I said, it's hard. Like for instance, like, and there's a whole bunch of people in chat that keep saying this. Just to remind you guys, if you're watching my stream right now, you are part of the privileged middle class that when I was poor, I hated, and now that I'm rich, I hate you too, okay? I've always hated you, okay? The middle class is the worst group of any people in all of the economy. Fuck all of you, okay? So for all of you guys calling me privileged, blah, 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 you're just as privileged as me, probably more privileged than I was at whatever age you are. Fuck you, suck a dick. A big one. But yeah, I think like one of the worries that people had is that like, well, because of the vibe session, because it's like so fucked, like even if there isn't a real economic crisis, like holiday spending is going to be fucked because people are going to be saving money because they're so worried about the economy. And it seems to be the case that didn't happen. It seems like holiday spending and everything is right where it's supposed to be, or up a little bit. Maybe I can check real quick. So all these people in chat saying like, oh, that's the bougie take. Like, oh, that's not true. The bourgeois, blah, blah, blah. But no, it seems like most Americans are spending, I think is what I saw before, are spending a lot of money. Oh, I'm sorry, Jesus. 2023, this is a month ago. This is 2023 holiday to reach record spending levels. I don't know if we were still on track for that or if that changed recently, but yeah, so it seems like, a lot of people are still spending money on shit, and I don't know.
There's no way that like there could be an economic crisis that actually just the people need to bootstrap their ways out of it, right?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if people are having to bootstrap anything, because when people say that like the economy sucks right now, it's bad. When you say it's bad, like what does that mean? Because everybody
they might
like
just be fine. Okay.
Yeah, because like they might have like they're owning homes at the appropriate rate. Like the wage growth is about where it should be. Year over year inflation has come down. Like everything seems to be tracking.
I mean, when you're in your early 20s, like people would always say they were skint, but they never actually were. Right?
Would always say they were what?
Broke. Sorry. It's the
no
Scottish
UK
word
slang
for
in here.
cool.
Fucking loser. We're always raised broke. Wait, I'm sorry. Fuck. Say that one more time.
When I was in my early 20s, I noticed this thing, or that people would always say they were broke, but they weren't. That was just like a thing you said.
Oh,
you just
sure.
talk about
People
how
have like
it broke
different.
you,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Fuck.
Destiny, aren't high housing prices the problems among millennials? I don't actually know if that's true, because it seems like millennials and Zoomers are like owning homes at an appropriate rate compared to even baby boomers before then. It seems like home ownership is right where it's supposed to be.
Wow.
Holiday spending, FT. Let me see if I can find right now. News, holiday spending. Hold on. Somebody in YouTube chat said Destiny has no clue. Holiday spending is down like 30% this year. Is that true? Can you show me that anywhere? I just Googled quick fox10phoenix.com. Holiday spending expected to break record this year. I don't know. This is a random fucking local news website. Does anybody have a link to this? Somebody said Destiny's officially out of touch. Yeah, people spam that over and over and over and over and over again, but nobody can show like how the fuck is, where are the problems? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a hard one, but
I don't know. I swear in the UK, stuff in the shops just went fucking mental. But I mean, our inflation in the last couple of years was, I think, one of the worst in the developed world. So
yeah, but I think even when people try to compare your economic sentiments to U.S. ones on inflation, Americans feel worse about inflation than I think every other country in the G7. I think, even though our inflation I think was better than every other country. Yeah, so it's like fucked. Yeah.
I mean, that just makes sense though, right? Like Americans.
Show you, motherfucker, leave your gated community and go outside. I mean, I can go outside. Scene. Tell me what I'm supposed to look for. Tell me, please. Let me know.
Our inflation was 11% at the end of 2022. A 41-year high. Yeah, that was hard times. Shit. Okay.
Is it?
I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Wait. Where do you live? You're in the UK?
Scotland. Yeah.
Jesus. It's like 3 a.m. for you or whatever, right?
Yeah, well, my next video took me down like a massive rabbit hole, so I've been reading quite a lot, and it just kind of threw me off.
What's your next thing?
Do you know a creator called Traveling Israel?
Yeah.
He does this video about 1948, and it's like debunking a Vox video. The problem is like he says a lot of things. He seems to know a lot of details, but I kind of realized that like a lot of them are wrong, and I was trying to figure out where he got them from because he doesn't cite that much. And he was doing this bit about the Deir Yassin massacre and his whole thing about actually it wasn't as bad as you make it out to be. They actually gave like a warning on a loudspeaker, and those villagers had broken the peace pact beforehand anyway, so like it was going to happen anyway. But and it was really difficult to find, like, because you know how people talk about the new historians, right? And I'm like, so obviously before the new historians, there must have been like the old historians where people just said,
I think
like,
I think it was literally like oral
shit.
history and shit, right?
Yeah. And like a lot of it was just government stuff. It was like the government would put out pamphlets and stuff like that, or just the memoirs of the people involved. So I did so much digging to find out where he was getting these talking points from. I ended up at like a foreign ministry article, like a pamphlet that was distributed in the 1960s and was passed around by a few outlets. Then I went further back, and eventually I got to a memoir, like an autobiography by Menachem Begin, the leader of the terrorist group that did the massacre at Deir Yassin. And the guy was just citing, he has like 2 pages of his memoir in 1950, 2 years after the massacre, describing his version of the events. And Traveling Israel was just like doing it word for word. So
gotcha, makes sense.
Yeah, that was quite, and there's like, it's like that for about 5 different things. So yeah, that's been pretty wild. And I'm also an ADHD med, so that's cool. But they do keep you up longer.
We'll just take them earlier in the day.
I mean, I do, but they're like, they're the slow releases and they last 8 hours. But even like 15 or 16 hours after that, I don't know. I still feel like awake.
When did you start taking it?
2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow. It took me like 3 or 4 days to adjust. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on Ritalin though, not Vyvanse.
Oh, that's really weird. Because Ritalin,
there's a Vyvanse shortage in the UK.
That's not surprising. They made it generic, so I think there's a Vyvanse shortage everywhere because they cut production. So.
Oh. How long did it take you to realize that it was like helping?
I had a friend let me try their prescription for like I think 7 or 8 days. For the first 2 days I was just high as fuck, and then days 3 and onwards I felt a huge help.
I think I'm on like maybe just under 50 milligrams now of Ritalin. It's like 3 tablets.
Jesus.
They don't feel like that much. Doesn't feel like that much is going on.
Okay. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Ritalin is methylphenidate. I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure. I can't speak to that. I've only tried amphetamines. I haven't tried the methylphenidate.
Yeah, because that one's methylphenidate. It's not a amphetamine, is it? It's just like in a similar family.
Yeah, it's a stimulant still. It works a little bit differently, but yeah. What are you? Oh yeah, if you're trying, it's not working. You're talking to your doctor or whatever.
Yeah, we're going through some different things, and definitely like the whole thing of like melatonin as well, because melatonin is prescription in the UK. You can't just get it over the counter.
Jeez.
Yeah, and if you're private, you have to pay like I think like £15 for like a small bottle of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know why over the border, like in Europe, you can just go to a supermarket and buy it off the shelf for like nothing. So, but then that whole thing is like figuring out that a whole tablet fucks you up the next day, and you have to like cut it in half. And
yeah,
it's a whole journey.
Why do you? Did they say why they prescribed you Ritalin instead of like Adderall or Dexedrine or Vyvanse or?
They said that Vyvanse would be preferred, but it's the shortage, so they just put me on Ritalin instead just to start with and just see. But I think I'd probably try other ones as we go along.
Did they say why they did Ritalin over Adderall?
Actually, no.
Because if they said that Vyvanse is a better drug, Vyvanse is an amphetamine. I don't know why they wouldn't do another amphetamine like Adderall XR instead of the Ritalin. But they might have reasons for it. I don't know. Or maybe Adderall doesn't exist in the UK. Actually, I have no idea. I'm not sure.
There's a few drugs that you guys have that we don't. Yeah.
Like, I think you guys don't technically have Vyvanse over there, like Evansi or some bullshit, or at least in Sweden.
It's called Evansi, yeah. And it's like because with the diagnosis, the way they do it here is like there's like hyperactivity and there's whichever the other one is that has to do with daydreaming, that kind of thing.
That's weird. Okay.
The two categories, the two like broad categories.
Okay.
But like I'm quite high on both of them, but the hyperactivity is a bit lower. The main problem is like inattentive. That's it. Yeah, inattentive. I am off the chart. I'm fucking riddled. So I don't know if it's to do with that. Like some are better for one or the other. I don't know.
Well, damn.
Yeah.
Well,
so I don't know why fucking 10,000 people needed to know my life story, but okay.
Well, now we got it. Yeah. Wait, what did you say? What was the next project? Oh, you said it was the traveling Israel guy. Huh.
Yeah, that guy's weird. I don't know. But he's like, his little fucking 20-minute video just sent me on a absolute spiral. I've read like 4 or 5 papers, grabbed like 2, because I can't refer to pro-Palestine sources, like to anti-Zionist sources if I'm gonna like appeal to anyone who watches that guy, right? Like to anyone who's pro-Israel. So I'm gonna do this whole thing where like I'm gonna debunk this guy using only Zionist sources. So it's like a lot of Benny Morris. I've got his fucking Righteous Victims book, and I've got like the birth of the Palestinian refugee problem. And Benny Morris just doesn't really market himself to the public very well. His books are very long and very
if you're
dispassionate.
Doing something like this, maybe something that would help is I might be making this up, but I thought I heard Benny Morris give an interview very recently where he said he might have said this. He might have said this in my interview. I think he said he's working on a new book where he's just cataloging like all of the early massacres. I think pre-48 maybe.
Oh.
That would help. I don't know when that book's supposed to come out though, so it might be a while, but.
Yeah, I was thinking of even getting him onto my channel because I was watching him talking to you. I thought there was like there were quite a few things that I just like felt, oh, actually, I'd really like to ask him this. Yeah. I'd really want to know, and I've never found a good answer for this, is how historians decide whether or not they think like rapes happened in a particular massacre or event, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously, in general, it's a very hard crime to prove anyway. And in history, you've got even less evidence. Like you rarely have access to the bodies, and you don't. You're going off of like witness testimony, and sometimes it's witness testimony of people who don't want to talk because they're so traumatized. And I think the longer it takes for a witness to speak, the less credible their opinions become because of like rumors spreading or bad memories and all that kind of stuff. So, but then also it seems to be that from reading like Morris and Pape and people like that, it seems like a lot of these ones that happened in 1948 were a lot of it is oral testimony, but historians are fine to go with that as long as like it matches more or less, like as long as enough witnesses from different places are saying roughly the same thing, or there's usually some document that'll have someone from the Haganah or Irgun or something, someone saying that they saw it happen, because apparently like they just kept all of that.
Yeah.
And it was interesting comparing that to the standard of evidence people are placing on rapes on October 7th.
It's kind of related to that. It's kind of funny. What was I? We were reading something relating to the civil war and everything going on in Lebanon and Israel being up there, and I think it was on Wikipedia referencing a book or a speech. One of the things we read was that was this Yom Kippur? I don't remember. It might have been Yom Kippur, but I think it was like something like a Syrian fighter was like so brave that he like. What was it, guys? That he like drank the blood of like 20 Israeli prisoners of war, like as they sat on the ground, like tied up. Like that was how an Israeli prime minister put it, or that was how like some Israeli war general. I don't remember who it was, but I read the statement. I was like, that's fucking wild. And I was like, hold on. And I think we probably spent like an hour trying to fucking find the source of this statement, and we went through like a book and then like a speech and then like another reference until we could finally like find the original fucking Syrian Gazette like newspaper that sourced it. And like I think the original claim was literally like I think it was like I think like a Palestinian fought off like 3 Israelis with an axe, and he like bit the last dude in the neck or broke his arm. Like that was like what the newspaper had actually said. But the difference between that and like playing telephone to the original article, I was like, what the fuck? I thought it was funny. So yeah, I can't imagine like trying to verify, and that's what that was written. That was written down in a paper. So like when it comes to like oral history, yeah, I'm very curious in what you're saying there. Like, how the fuck do you trust like any kind of fucking oral history? That seems wild.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading it now. It's what the militiamen who stabbed puppies and drank their blood.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
The girls bit the snakes and ate them. He applauded what the fuck? Oh, this is Ba'ath Party. Okay, Ba'ath Youth Militia from Syria. Oh, this article is by Benjamin Netanyahu in New York Times, 1983.
Wait, in reference to what I was just saying, that thing that you just read, or
I just googled Syrians drinking blood or whatever, and this is him talking about what is he talking about here?
Because it might have been Netanyahu that it originally. Yeah, that it might have been in Syrians, right?
Yeah, the Ba'ath Youth Militia. Yeah.
Maybe it might have been his quote even originally, but when I tried to find the source for that, yeah, it was quite a bit different then. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like these are the last people you should be going to for testimony of that kind of shit.
Sure.
It's actually also people puffing themselves up, like the perpetrators. So I guess Benny Morris mentioned this as well. He said that Deir Yassin, the big massacre, because it was one of the early ones, happened before the official war, and that was the one that got so many people to start fleeing, the news spreading of that. And even Benny Morris told you that it was initially exaggerated by the Arabs, which it was. But again, like I read this from Benny Morris, it's like the reason it was exaggerated, the first reason, was that the initial report actually came from the Irgun. They said that they had killed 250 people, whereas it was actually more like 100.
Oh, yeah, Jesus,
and
fuck,
the
yeah.
Irgun put out a press release, and they said they put the press release out with that higher number because they wanted to get Arabs to be demoralized and to flee.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and then the British accepted that number, the Arabs accepted it, and I think they added a few embellishments, but that was more or less what they accepted. And yeah, but that people, the traveling Israel guy and like people like that will miss that bit out. They'll just say, "Oh, the Arabs exaggerated, and that's why people fled." But it's like, well, why did they? Yeah, but like everyone exaggerated it seems. And it was only in 1987. When 2 Palestinian scholars went about to name all the people who died, and they found the number was 107, and that's the number that people go with today.
Gotcha.
But
nice.
Israel accepted that inflated number for like decades. Yeah.
Jesus.
Anyway.
Anyway.
I hope you have a good Christmas. Are you streaming or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'll probably stream. Maybe go to my parents and eat. But yeah.
Cool. Okay. I'm sure I'll see you at some point afterwards.
Yeah. I love you, buddy. Be careful.
All right. Bye-bye. Bye, DGG.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Love you guys. It's been fun. Hopefully we'll do something more productive tomorrow. Ripping on a cappuccino. Oh, this was the Alex Jones comment.
I'll pull it.
Hey, real quick, is my mic still fucked up?
Nope. It sounds good now. Did you get a new one?
Nope, I haven't done anything. I called Wicked Supreme and it sounded great. And yeah, I have no idea. Like, I think I just might need to leave and rejoin calls whenever it gets fucked. I think it might be a Discord thing.
Definitely not a Discord thing. It's a thing with your mic. It'll happen again. Good luck.
Oh, okay. All right. Appreciate it. Take care.
Bye.
Oh, what was the final conclusion? Is Trump going to prison for life or whatever for the Colorado stuff? Or
we didn't even know. It was just talking about a whole bunch of other random shit. So
Jesus Christ. All right. Well, I hope you had real fun with that one. I'll catch you later. Take care.
Bye.
Jesus Christ. I'll pull it up on Twitter.
I was just up there hanging out with your wife. She's a nice lady.
Jesus Christ. Really? What? No, that was your wife.
Are we allowed to pull people up from the audience?
My wife was hanging out with her, too. No, I mean...
Well, I was hanging out with her first.
That's right. Jack already hung out with him. And then I was there. That's always better, like me, like third
I appreciate you stalling while I could look this up.
No, seriously, your wife's a really nice lady.
Yeah, you know, I
nice
wish
person.
we were here tonight.
I was trying to like, for a little bit, I was like mind fucked. I was like, there's no way that he even knows enough about my shit. But the actuality was just that, because Melina was up in the green room and she was just chatting with him beforehand. And Alex is like super friendly off stream, and that was just it. But I was like trying to figure out, like, are you fucking with me right now or what? I was so mind fucked when he said that. I'm so mind fucked. I was like, wait, what? But yeah. He was just wasted and had talked to her. Oh, he was. I think he was pretty drunk too. A lot of people were saying he was pretty. All right. Okay, that very much sounded like a cuck joke. Well, kinda, but you also have to keep in mind how like internet poisoned your brain is too, right? Like in the real world, it's probably normal if someone's like, "Oh, hey, what's up? I just talked with your wife. She's real nice." Like for you to immediately be like, "Oh my god, he's making a cuck joke." Like that's pretty internet brained. Like it's a pretty internet brain. Like yeah. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, albuccino, my tuners. I will catch you guys next stream right now. Stay safe. Be careful. Rip. Oh, host Lily. She's on YouTube. I can do that. All right. Rip. Oh, I can also host Amaranth on Kick. Have fun, my Deuterinos. Bye.